On the azure planet of Liu Xi, while observing the sunrise through a telescope, an inadvertent glance revealed a three-legged golden crow that commanded the blazing sun, resulting in his untimely demise and subsequent transmigration. In the realm of Dou Qi Continent, Xiao Yan proclaims, "I possess the burning formula, capable of merging myriad flames." Liu Xi counters, "I wield the golden flame of the great sun, capable of devouring countless fires." Yao Chen adds, "I possess earth-tier techniques and an 8th-grade alchemy skill." Liu Xi asserts, "I have inherited the legacy of the golden crow, transcending the heavenly tier." Xiao Xun'er boasts, "I have a formidable background. My father is the 9-star Doupo." Liu Xi retorts, "I lack a background, but the ancestors of the golden crow are the first heavenly emperor, the sovereign of the heavenly realm, and the master of the universe." Chapter 361, A Magnificent Wedding. The saga of the Dou Qi Continent concludes. A new world awaits. This rift in the void is indeed troublesome. When Liu Xi and Shaanxi accompanied Mylacia to the endless deep sea and beheld the enormous rift in the void, stretching hundreds of thousands of zhang, Liu Xi understood that mending this rift would not be a simple endeavor. It is not that Liu Xi lacks strength. In his prime, he could effortlessly seal this rift. The crux lies in the fact that the rift harbors countless remnants of extraterritorial demonic energy. Avoiding these extraterritorial demonic energies while sealing the rift is utterly impossible. If one were to deal with these demonic energies, it would inevitably provoke their turbulence, revealing the location of the Dou Qi Continent. With Liu Xi's strength, even if the Demon Emperor were to arrive, he could contend with him. However, the entire Dou Qi Continent would likely suffer the consequences. To evade these extraterritorial demonic energies while forcibly sealing this rift is simply unfeasible, unless... Shaanxi's beautiful eyes glimmered as she remarked, "Unless you can gain the recognition of the Dou Qi Continent's dimensional embryo, allowing it to use the collective power of the continent to obscure the fluctuations caused when dealing with these extraterritorial demonic energies. Otherwise, the malevolent entities from beyond will surely seize the fleeting opportunity to tear open the rift once more." Mylacia interjected, "There were once mighty Dou emperors who attempted to forcibly seal this rift, yet they ultimately withdrew due to their inability to contend with the extraterritorial malevolence. Some esteemed individuals chose to traverse to other worlds in search of methods to mend this rift, but they never returned." At this, a hint of melancholy crossed Mylacia's countenance. Her merfolk ancestors had some saintly maidens who accompanied these esteemed figures, yet after their departure, they too vanished without a trace. In truth, Liu Xi's profound golden eyes surveyed the vast, shadowy depths of the immense chasm before him. After a moment, he spoke, "There are indeed ways to forcibly seal this rift." Whoosh, whoosh. Both Shaanxi and Mylacia, with their strikingly beautiful eyes, turned to him in astonishment. "Dear brother, do you truly have a solution? While I hold great esteem for your strength, you have yet to gain the recognition of the Dou Qi Continent's dimensional embryo, have you not?" Shaanxi regarded Liu Xi with a skeptical gaze. Having transformed herself into the dimensional embryo of the entire demon realm, she was naturally attuned to the dimensional embryo of the Dou Qi Continent, yet she sensed no aura of such an embryo from Liu Xi. Who says that utilizing the power of the dimension necessitates the recognition of the dimensional embryo? Moreover, there exists more in this world than mere dimensional power to obscure the fluctuations of the void rift. With a knowing smile, Liu Xi turned and departed. This. Shaanxi and Mylacia were momentarily taken aback by Liu Xi's sudden departure. Shaanxi, feeling exasperated, followed suit, exclaiming, "Dear brother, did you not claim to have a way to seal this rift? Why then do you leave?" Mylacia's expression was equally perplexed. Despite the might of the esteemed individuals, could he truly be attempting to deceive them? "Let's go. Even if I possess a method to obscure the fluctuations of the rift, I require preparation time. Surely, you do not expect me to accomplish such a feat with a mere wave of my hand." Liu Xi remarked teasingly at the two women. Esteemed one, you speak wisely. We were indeed too hasty." Mylacia replied, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, I see now, dear brother. It seems you truly possess a solution." Shaanxi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded Liu Xi, realizing her brother harbored numerous tricks up his sleeve. Upon returning from the endless deep sea, Liu Xi first employed his transcendent abilities to merge the rejuvenated demon realm with the Dou Qi Continent. This act was akin to integrating a substantial new landmass into the Dou Qi Continent, leaving countless beings in awe of Liu Xi's prowess. Those like Gu Yuan, who were more knowledgeable, held even greater reverence and trepidation towards Liu Xi's strength. Even the entirety of the demon realm, including the ancient demon emperor at its depths, was no match for Liu Xi. In Liu Xi's presence, these ancient races appeared utterly insignificant. Subsequently, Liu Xi, utilizing his formidable prowess, successively merged Void Dragon Island, Void Phoenix Mountain, and Void Demon Valley among other locales. His strength continually advanced due to the omnipresent spiritual entities of the Dou Qi Continent. In the blink of an eye, 4 to 5 years had passed. One day, Queen Medusa emerged from her seclusion at the bottom of the 9 Nether Underworld Python clan's 9 Nether Yellow Spring. She successfully transformed into the sole 9-color devouring python in this realm, her power surging to the 4-star Dou Qi. In the newly reborn continent of the erstwhile demon realm, Liu Xi established a new celestial palace, inviting Queen Medusa, Yan, and Feng Qing'er to assume leadership roles therein. Both Yan and Feng Qing'er consumed the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit and transformed into ancient dragon phoenixes. Their strengths ascended to the Dou Qi realm, although a notable disparity remained in their physical forms. In the realm of ancient dragon phoenixes, Yan leans towards her draconic form, while Feng Qing'er inclines more towards her phoenix essence. With Liu Xi serving as a mediator between them, despite their frequent quarrels, they have never resorted to physical conflict. Liu Xi appointed them, under the command of the Queen Medusa, to oversee the dominion of all magical beast races. In the days that followed, Liu Xi unified the entirety of the Dou Qi Continent, save for the boundless depths of the ocean, into a singular entity. The Dou Qi Continent underwent a monumental transformation, expanding to more than twice its original size, its expanse becoming exceedingly vast. Under Liu Xi's deliberate control, the entire shape of the Dou Qi Continent gravitated towards a magnificent circular form. Following the amalgamation of the Dou Qi Continent, excluding the endless ocean, Liu Xi commenced the large-scale arrangement of the celestial star formation. After a decade, with the aid of this formation, he completely sealed the void fissures of the endless ocean. He refined the myriad demonic energies from within the void fissures into elixirs and distributed them to Shaanxi. Subsequently, Liu Xi devoted himself to assisting Yun, Dou Qi, Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, Shui Mei, Lin Fei, Ruo, Lin the Minter, Chao Ying, Dan Shun, Teng'er, Yao Yi, and others in enhancing their prowess. Many years later, Liu Xi released an abundance of celestial source energy from the dimensional passage. Xiao Yixian, Yun, Dou Qi, Nailin Yanran, Gu Sun'er, Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, Chao Ying, and Fire Spirit Fairy successively ascended to the rank of Dou Di. Ultimately, to Liu Xi's astonishment, Yun gained recognition from the embryonic essence of the Dou Qi Continent, thereby attaining the status of a Super Dou Di, second only to Liu Xi himself. Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and others also rose to become Dou Di. Moreover, due to Gu Sun'er and Yan aligning themselves with Liu Xi, the Dou Qi Continent even witnessed the emergence of dual Dou Di within certain clans. However, under the balance of power established by Liu Xi and Yun, the recognized Super Dou Di, the emergence of new Dou Di among these races did not incite significant turmoil within the Dou Qi Continent. Instead, with their ascension to Dou Di, they found themselves even more acutely aware of Liu Xi's formidable strength as the entire Dou Qi Continent, under his dominion, entered a pinnacle of prosperity unprecedented in history. The wedding of Liu Xi and Yun, along with their companions, was held with breathtaking grandeur, captivating the attention of countless beings across the continent. This ceremony was unparalleled in its magnificence, sweeping across the entire Dou Qi Continent as myriad races arrived with deep respect and excitement. When dozens of stunning brides, each a vision of beauty, made their appearance, the souls of all beings within the Dou Qi Continent erupted in fervor. Yun, Dou Qi, Xiao Yixian, Qing Lin, Nailin Yanran, Gu Sun'er, Yao Yi, Yao Yu, Han Yu, Han Shui. Fire Spirit Fairy, Feng Qing'er, Yin, the Lord of the Sky Serpent Mansion, Elder Qing, Yu Shilong, Dai Luo and Nuasi, Yumei Huaxi'er, and Green Man Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, Yufei, Xiao Qing, Shui and I, Shui Mei, Lin Fei, Ruo Lin the Minter, Chao Ying, Dan Shun, Teng'er, Huji, Zhu Jinjin, Xian Yi, Hua Xianzi, Qing Xianzi, Zihong, Mei La Ai Sha, Mu Qing Wan, Hujia, Yi Xian Lan. A total of 41 brides, over half of whom were female Dou Di, left the world in utter astonishment. In addition to them, numerous beautiful maidens, led by Yu Ya and Yu Xian Ziling, dazzled the many beings witnessing this grand wedding across the Dou Qi Continent. Originally, Liu Xi was not expected to have so many brides. However, during his years of transforming the Dou Qi Continent, he could not resist the charms of Qing Lin, Ziyin, and others, thus making them his brides as well. Xiao Qing, the sister of Xiao Mei, was fortuitously thrust into the mix by Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, though Xiao Qing was also quite beautiful and possessed a playful demeanor, which Liu Xi found endearing. As for Hua Xianzi and Qing Xianzi, Liu Xi, unwilling to let their beauty fade, actively rescued them, allowing them to willingly accompany him. Moreover, Hu Jia and Yi Xianlan joined the fold during his interactions with Yun Yun and the others. Han Shui was introduced to Liu Xi by her sister Han Yu. Thus, Liu Xi found himself with such a multitude of brides. Besides these brides, many beautiful maidens accompanying Yu Ya and Yu Xan were also quite extraordinary. For instance, Liu Fei, a black-haired senior who studied at Canaan Academy. Ling Er from Qingshan Town, now Qingshan Academy, with a devilishly alluring figure, and Qing Xan, a green-skirted girl who is Ling Er's close friend. Moreover, there was Xuelan, a mercenary from the Tagore Desert, now transformed into the Yuntian Palace, and a red-dressed woman who frequently sought to apprentice under him while hiding from the Ice Emperor Haibo Dong in Mo City. These women attended Liu Xi's wedding, serving as maids. The celebrations lasted several months, and after the wedding of Liu Xi and Yun Yun concluded, the people of the Dou Qi Continent spent years discussing the sun god and his 41 breathtaking brides. On a day when Liu Xi had fully transformed the Dou Qi Continent into a super fortress, he opened the dimensional passage, accompanied by his dozens of female Dou Di brides, intending to venture into the expansive world beyond. Just as Liu Xi and his beloved companions, along with several close maidens, were en route to the vast world, he suddenly sensed the presence of foreign malevolent entities in a small dimension untouched by the reign of external evils. His primary essence of the sun god descended into this small realm. Chapter 1. The Movement of Heaven and Earth, the Tianxian Continent, the first encounter with Ling Qingzhu. What place is this? As Liu Xi found himself amidst a lush forest, he surveyed his surroundings with a hint of astonishment. He had merely sensed the presence of otherworldly demons in this minor realm while en route to the vast universe, and thus descended into this small plane with a fragment of his true essence. Although this fragment lacked the overwhelming power of his full form, the great sun golden crow, it still possessed a plethora of its divine attributes. For instance, at this moment, Liu Xi harnessed the power of the imperial origin to swiftly absorb the energy of this realm, rapidly reshaping his corporeal body. Though this incarnation did not exhibit the terrifying strength of the great sun golden crow, it was merely an ordinary mortal form on this continent. Yet, due to its origin being Liu Xi's true essence, this mortal body could indeed be regarded as a cultivated divine vessel. However, this divine vessel had yet to commence its cultivation and remained an ordinary human. Moreover, it was equally striking, possessing a strikingly noble demeanor that rendered it extraordinary at first glance. Just as Liu Xi was appraising his new form, intent on testing its cultivation speed, a sudden azure light streaked across the sky from afar, ultimately transforming into a blue lotus. Upon this lotus rested a figure of exquisite grace, her face partially veiled by a sheer fabric, yet her crystalline, penetrating eyes rendered the surrounding atmosphere dim. Clad in a light-colored, unadorned skirt, her brows resembled emerald feathers. Her skin was as radiant as freshly fallen snow, and her waist was delicately slender. The ethereal beauty emanating from her was enough to overshadow the very heavens. Liu Xi regarded this enchanting woman with mild surprise. Her beauty rivaled that of Yun Yun and Gu Sun'er, and her refined elegance could stand apart even among them. As Liu Xi continued to admire this breathtaking figure, her crystalline gaze fell upon him. However, the moment her eyes met his, they turned icy. With a swift motion, she struck down upon him mercilessly, her voice imbued with a hint of anger resonating through the air with an enchanting clarity. "Scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." It turned out that Liu Xi, upon descending with his true essence and reshaping his body, had not yet found anything to cover his modesty. Currently, as merely a fragment of his true self, he lacked the storage space of his original form and stood awkwardly exposed. This exquisite woman, having approached due to the commotion, had caught sight of him in this embarrassing state. Her ethereal demeanor and noble bearing had never encountered such a scene, igniting a murderous intent within her as she unleashed her strike. In the realm of the Tianxian Continent, the path of martial cultivation involves seizing the forces of yin and yang, claiming destiny, undergoing rebirth, wielding life and death, and mastering reincarnation. The pinnacle of martial prowess enables one to shatter the heavens and manipulate the very fabric of existence. This is the birthplace of the martial ancestor Lin Dong from the great universe. Here, the cultivation realms are categorized as follows: body refinement realm, combat power, earth origin realm, fighter, heaven origin realm, martial master, origin Dan realm, great martial master, form creation realm, martial spirit, chi creation realm, martial king, creation realm, Martial Emperor, Nirvana Realm. Martial Sage, Life Profound Realm. Martial Venerable, Death Profound Realm. Half-Saint Cycle Realm. Martial Saint, Reincarnation Realm. Martial Emperor, Ancestor Realm. Above Martial Emperor. The Qi Continent is also home to the 8 great ancestral talismans. Devouring Ancestral Talisman possesses the power of consumption. Space Ancestral Talisman wields the power of space. Life and Death Ancestral Talisman commands the forces of life and death. Primeval Ancestral Talisman harnesses the power of desolation. Ice Ancestral Talisman controls the power of ice. Thunder Ancestral Talisman governs the power of thunder. Darkness Ancestral Talisman dominates the power of darkness. Flame Ancestral Talisman, mastery over the power of fire. Each of these 8 talismans is capable of unleashing earth-shattering energy. However, when a mysterious and vast true essence descended upon the Qi Continent, the fates of these 8 talismans underwent a monumental transformation. Chapter 2. The Unparalleled Elegance of Ling Qingzhu. Within the verdant forest, a woman adorned in a simple skirt and barefoot upon a blue lotus exuded a chilling demeanor as she directed her attack at the unabashedly exposed tall man before her. This woman, with her exquisite feet resembling white jade carved into crystal, shimmered with a translucent brilliance that would leave any admirer salivating. Regrettably, her icy hands, equally indifferent, struck down towards the towering man without hesitation. "Fairy, please wait," Liu Xi exclaimed, realizing that the woman had misunderstood him as she attacked without provocation. However, this captivating figure offered him no chance for explanation as her delicate hand descended. Azure light coalesced in her palm, manifesting into a palm imprint the size of a foot, hurtling towards him. This stunning woman wielded power at roughly 2 stars within the Martial Emperor realm, yet her energy was markedly different from that of the Dou Qi Continent, being far more robust and formidable. The azure palm imprint tore through the air with a thunderous sound as it approached. Although Liu Xi was merely a fragment of his true self and currently possessed the form of an ordinary mortal, the essence of his true self far surpassed that of an average martial emperor, making him impervious to being overshadowed in this minor realm. Despite the woman's formidable strength, Liu Xi effortlessly evaded her attack. A shimmering veil of ethereal golden light enveloped him, allowing his form to gracefully drift aside, narrowly escaping the woman's powerful strike. Bang! The azure palm imprint crashed into the ground, shattering a tree as thick as a person's embrace and leaving a conspicuous crater in the earth. My goodness! She truly intended to kill me. Liu Xi marveled in astonishment. The barefoot beauty on the azure lotus, witnessing this exhibitionist evade her sudden, powerful attack with such ease, was equally taken aback. Her crystalline eyes scrutinized Liu Xi intently, realizing she sensed no trace of energy within him. Yet he had effortlessly countered her assault as an initial cultivator in the creation realm. He must not be ordinary. Fairy, you may have misunderstood. I merely lost my storage ring, and my cultivation attire was burned away. I am not truly a pervert, Liu Xi hastily clarified, conjuring a few broad leaves to fashion a makeshift garment, barely covering his modesty. Seeing Liu Xi's swift and decisive actions, the vastness of her star-like eyes reflected clarity, suggesting he was not deceiving her. The coldness in Ling Qingzhu's gaze softened slightly. At that moment, she noticed his masculine vigor, striking beauty, and towering stature, all of which were remarkably handsome and perfect. However, her radiant eyes scanned the surroundings before she coldly inquired, "You claim your clothes were burned. Why do I see no signs of scorching here?" As she spoke, her crystalline gaze sharpened once more. "Fairy Liu," she sighed in resignation. "Having demonstrated that I am not a pervert, shouldn't you now apologize instead of fixating on trivial matters?" Ling Qingzhu, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, her ethereal beauty slightly flushed at Liu Xi's words, hidden beneath her veil. Observing Liu Xi's clear gaze and extraordinary demeanor, it was evident that he did not resemble someone who would engage in such sordid affairs during the daylight hours. Therefore, he gracefully offered an apology, stating, "I have misunderstood you, and for that, I sincerely apologize." With that, the azure lotus beneath his bare feet glimmered with a radiant light, preparing to carry him away into the distance. "Fairy, please wait." Upon witnessing the enchanting figure preparing to depart, Liu Xi hastily called out to her. Confronted by the exquisite woman's puzzled expression, he awkwardly inquired, "May I ask, what place is this? Is there a general map of this region that you could provide? Also, could you lend me a garment?" Ling Qingzhu could hardly suppress her laughter at the sight of this grown man seeking her attire. After a brief moment of hesitation, she casually tossed him a simple robe, saying, "This is the Dou County of the Dou Yan dynasty. I do not possess a map, but I only have women's clothing. If you do not mind, please wear it." With that, the azure light beneath her feet flared once more, and the azure lotus whisked her away into the horizon, leaving only the modest robe drifting into Liu Xi's hands. Why does the Dou Yan dynasty, Dou County, seem so familiar? Liu Xi pondered aloud as he caught the robe. Wait, the Dou Yan dynasty, Dou County. This is the very origin of Lindong from Wudong Qiankun, isn't it? Could it be that I am in the Qi Continent? Ah, indeed. The woman in the pale skirt, with her bare feet upon the azure lotus, and her face veiled in sheer fabric. Could she be? Realizing the urgency, Liu Xi swiftly donned the women's attire that Ling Qingzhu had lent him and hurriedly pursued the direction in which she had vanished. Though he was currently in a mortal form, his true spirit was exceedingly potent. In other words, his mental prowess was formidable, enabling him to traverse the skies. This brings to mind the Qi Continent, the very realm of cultivation depicted in Wudong Qiankun. In the Qi Continent, practitioners hone both martial and mental prowess. Warriors who cultivate martial skills are known as Yuanli practitioners, while those who refine their mental abilities are referred to as talismancers. Talismancers are classified into various ranks: 5 seal talismancers, spirit talismancers, heavenly talismancers, immortal talismancers, talisman sect masters, and divine palace masters. The 5 seal talismancers correspond primarily to the Earth Yuan, Heaven Yuan, and Yuan Dan realms, akin to the fighters Dou masters and great Dou masters of the Dou Qi Continent. Among these, the Yuan Dan realm further divides into the minor Yuan Dan realm, Yuan Dan small perfection, and Yuan Dan great perfection, paralleling the latter 3 ranks of the 5 seal talismancers. Consequently, reaching the rank of 3 seal talismancer allows one to contend with a newly ascended great Dou master of the minor Yuan Dan realm. The spirit talismancer represents the subsequent tier beyond the 5 seal talismancer. Upon reaching this stage, the innate talisman possesses sentience, allowing such talismancers to wield immense power, capable of moving mountains or parting seas with a mere thought. This is equivalent to the 3 realms of creation in the Qi Continent and the Dou Spirit, Dou King, and Dou Emperor in the Dou Qi Continent. Similarly, spirit talismancers are categorized into 3 levels: low, middle, and high, where the low level corresponds to the forming phase, the middle to the Qi phase, and the high to the creation phase. The creation phase represents the pinnacle of power within the Dou Yan dynasty. The heavenly talismancer is the rank that follows the spirit talismancer, divided into 9 seals corresponding to the 9 rebirths of the Nirvana realm, which was the level attained by the former master of the ancient tomb house. With a single thought, they can manipulate the forces of heaven and earth to their advantage. Although Liu Xi currently exists in a mortal form, his true spiritual essence is of a high caliber. Should he unleash his full potential, he could exhibit strength surpassing that of a heavenly talismancer. However, such an exertion is unnecessary as his true essence contains the source itself, and unleashing excessive power would hinder the potential of his current mortal vessel. Thus, he must tread carefully, advancing step by step, savoring each moment. After all, with the might of his true essence, there is no one within the Dou Yan dynasty who can contend with him. Chapter 3. The Ancient Tomb House, Lindong. The vitality of the Qi Continent indeed holds profound mysteries. As Liu Xi traversed the dense forest, he simultaneously harnessed his true essence to absorb the abundant energy pervading the surroundings, embarking on his cultivation journey. In the Qi Continent, martial practitioners are classified into stages: body refinement, Earth Yuan, Heaven Yuan, Yuan Dan, forming, Qi, and creation. The body refinement stage focuses on enhancing the physical body, refining blood, flesh, bones, and marrow from the outside in, ultimately giving rise to the Yuanli seed. At this juncture, one officially enters the ranks of cultivators. As the saying goes, the first step is always the hardest, and within the martial cultivation system, the body refinement stage is notably challenging. It usually takes an ordinary person several years to achieve mastery in this stage and birth the Yuanli seed. Lindong is no exception. However, Liu Xi is different. With a mere thought, he can condense a Yuanli seed within him. His true essence is extraordinarily powerful, even though his reformed physical body is mortal. It is inherently attuned to the energies of the universe, akin to a perfect innate Tao body, naturally inclined towards the energies of heaven and earth. As Liu Xi continued his journey, his strength ascended at a terrifying pace. The Earth Yuan realm requires the absorption of the Yin and malevolent energies from the world, with higher quality energies providing a more robust foundation. This posed no challenge for Liu Xi, as he is the source of all energy in the universe. Having absorbed the extremely cold energies of the Nine Nether Wind Flame and Bone Spirit Cold Fire, as well as the ghostly Poison Fire and Yin-Yang Dual Flames. Absorbing the most yin and malevolent energies from the world was a trivial task for him. The Heaven Yuan realm demands the presence of Yang Qi from the cosmos, with higher quality Yang Qi yielding a stronger foundation. This was yet another boon for Liu Xi. By the time Liu Xi approached the ancient tomb house of the Tianyin mountain range within the Yin dynasty, he had already harmonized the yin and yang energies within him, merging the malevolent energies with the Yang Qi to condense a dazzling black and white Yuan Dan. The minor Yuan Dan realm was merely a stepping stone. Sensing the immense celestial energy stored within him, Liu Xi smiled faintly, feeling little emotional turbulence. The realms that others toil for decades, or even a lifetime, to attain were trivial for him, effortlessly grasped. Given his temperament and insight, he found no sense of pride in such minor accomplishments. Instead, they seemed rather mundane. Of course, he would not voice such thoughts, for if others were to hear, they would surely be consumed by envy, driven to madness, and attempt to eliminate him. Yet, few could pose a threat to him regardless. As Liu Xi neared the Tianyin mountain range, countless young prodigies of the Yin dynasty congregated there. With a piercing cry, a crimson light streaked across the northern sky, resembling a meteor soaring through the heavens. This red light cleaved through the air, drawing upon the energies of the world, its momentum awe-inspiring. As the crimson light appeared on the horizon, many young talents within the Tianyin mountain range looked up in wonder and reverence. Among the curious gazes, the crimson light swiftly approached, revealing a magnificent giant eagle of vibrant red hue. Upon the eagle's back stood a striking young man clad in a green robe, hands clasped behind his back, his long hair dancing in the breeze, exuding an air of nonchalance that captivated many. That aura left numerous onlookers in rapture. As the young man in the green robe slightly lowered his head, his calm gaze swept across the encampment below. Before retracting his attention, there was little of interest to capture his notice. Brother Lin Langtian has arrived. As they beheld the figure atop the giant eagle, a chorus of excited cheers erupted from a group of exceptionally gifted youths within the encampment. Among this distinguished group, two figures stood out prominently. One was a robust young man, approximately 24 or 25, clad in opulent attire, his handsome features radiating an extraordinary charm. Yet, even more striking was the beautiful woman beside him. The woman adorned in a white dress exuded an ethereal beauty. Yet what captivated the onlookers most was her pair of mesmerizing eyes, each possessing a rare double pupil, their edges glimmering with a bluish luminescence that rendered her appearance extraordinarily bewitching. Following closely behind her was a seemingly inconspicuous young man, somewhat younger in age and clearly not yet 20. Dressed in plain attire, he did not stand out in the crowd. However, at that moment, his gaze was intensely fixed upon the figure of a man clad in blue, perched atop a colossal eagle soaring through the sky. Was this Lin Langtian? The young man clenched his fists tightly at his sides, taking a considerable time to regain his composure before shifting his attention to the massive crimson eagle beneath the blue-clad figure. This eagle, a manifestation of his own elemental power, was not a mere illusion. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a real eagle and exuded an authentic air of majesty. If my conjecture holds true, this lad must have already entered the third realm of transformation, the Qi formation stage. How remarkable is that at such a tender age, he has attained the Qi formation stage. Lin Dong, you are indeed a formidable adversary. As the young man scrutinized the magnificent red eagle, a voice brimming with schadenfreude and mockery echoed mysteriously within his mind. Strangely, this voice went unnoticed by those surrounding him, as if no one had heard a word spoken. The boy named Lin Dong remained composed, seemingly accustomed to the sudden intrusion of this voice. Yet, his pupils constricted abruptly. The Qi formation stage, even within the expansive Yin dynasty, signifies a first-rate powerhouse. Yet here he stood, merely at the minor perfection of the Yuan Dan stage, with two significant realms separating him from the Qi formation stage. While Lin Dong was astonished by the strength of the blue-clad man, he felt no trepidation. This man had once injured his father at a family gathering, rendering him a shell of his former self, and had trampled upon his father's dignity. This grudge, Lin Dong vowed to avenge for his father. Just as the crowd marveled at Lin Langtian's arrival, a thunderous voice, akin to a clap of thunder, suddenly reverberated from the distant horizon. Following this, a streak of golden light pierced through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that rippled through the heavens and the earth. This force was imbued with arrogance, yet beneath such arrogance, no one dared to harbor resentment. The golden light surged forth, the elemental energies of the world oscillating, until it coalesced into a golden spear, over 10 feet long, suspended in the sky. A figure clad in golden robes, with long hair cascading down, exuded an air of defiance, standing atop the golden spear like an unparalleled weapon of renown. Below, countless onlookers gazed with fervor and admiration, recognizing that to live in such splendor was a life worth living. To their astonishment, the representative of the Wang clan was none other than Wang Yan. The striking woman with the blue double pupils looked up in surprise at the golden figure above, exclaiming, "Is it not him who should be here?" Beside her, the young man named Lin Dong paused for a moment before inquiring. The enigmatic woman, Lin Ke, shook her head and replied softly, "The Wang clan boasts 2 extraordinary talents." Lin Dong felt a stirring within him. The Wang clan indeed had 2 remarkable prodigies. One was Wang Yan, and the other was his brother, Wang Zhong, who surpassed Wang Yan in prowess. Even Lin Longtian's elder brother regarded him with caution, for their encounters had ended in a stalemate. Lin Ke smiled as she explained this to Lin Dong. Lin Dong was taken aback. Wang Yan appeared to possess an extraordinary aura and was likely a master above the Qi formation stage. Though the Qi formation stage may not rival the Qi creation stage in might, it still represented an elite level of mastery within the Daiyan dynasty. He was astonished to learn that the Wang clan had an even more formidable genius. Indeed, the 4 great clans were anything but ordinary. Wang Yan's prowess should be at the Qi formation stage, slightly inferior to Lin Langtian, yet the golden spear beneath him was a high-grade spirit treasure. With such a treasure assisting him, he could contend against even Qi formation stage experts. The mysterious voice within Lin Dong's mind spoke once more, designating the spear as a high-grade spirit treasure. Lin Dong's heart raced at this revelation. In the Cultivation continent, spirit treasures are classified into low, medium, and high grades. He had previously seen a low-grade spirit treasure, the shattered ice sword, belonging to the blue-eyed woman beside him, which had left him envious. He had not anticipated that Wang Yan would wield an even more exceptional high-grade spirit treasure, a rarity within the Daiyan dynasty. "Who would have thought it would be you who arrived?" Lin Langtian remarked, his gaze sweeping over the golden spear beneath Wang Yan as he chuckled lightly. "What? Do you look down upon me?" Wang Yan retorted, his brow arching. "Currently, my elder brother is in a critical stage of seclusion. Had he been present, the treasures of the ancient tomb would likely belong entirely to the Wang clan," he continued. "Wang Yan, it has been a year since we last met. Yet your arrogance remains unchanged," Lin Langtian replied, just as a light laughter echoed from the horizon. A radiant blue light spread across the sky, rapidly expanding before the eyes of the crowd, culminating in the appearance of a massive wind phoenix, bearing a strikingly handsome and otherworldly man. This man, clad in blue garments, exuded an air of grace and nobility, wielding a deep blue feather fan that fluttered gently, enveloping him in an aura of aristocratic elegance. This was the genius of the Qin clan, Qin Shi. Lin Ke, standing beside Lin Dong, softly introduced him. Lin Dong nodded, and the mysterious voice in his mind reiterated that Qin Shi was also a master at the Qi formation stage. Moreover, the colossal wind phoenix beneath him was a Qi formation stage beast. "Qin Shi, you, in your ambiguous demeanor, have also come to join the fray. And you've even brought your wind phoenix along. How thoroughly prepared you are," Wang Yan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Shi. "Yet you have also brought your Deluo golden spear from the Wang clan. Since Langtian has already entered the Qi formation stage, if you don't come well prepared, you may find yourself merely picking up scraps," Qin Shi replied, fanning himself with a blue feather fan, a smile gracing his lips. Wang Yan merely shrugged, choosing not to linger on the topic, and turned his attention towards the imposing seal atop the mountain, inquiring, "When shall we break this seal?" "Patience. We must await the arrival of another," Lin Langtian interjected with a smile. "Who are we waiting for? Did not the Huangfu clan declare they would not send anyone?" Wang Yan asked, furrowing his brow. "The Huangfu clan may not intend to send anyone, but they have invited someone even more formidable," Lin Langtian replied, a hint of mystery in his tone. "Oh, who could that be?" "In the Daiyan dynasty, few could be deemed formidable by your standards," Wang Yan said, his curiosity piqued. "Ah, Langtian, you greatly overestimate Qing Zhu. With the top talents of your Daiyan dynasty present, it seems unlikely that she will achieve much this time." A delicate voice chimed in, resonating through the air. This voice was exquisitely beautiful, imbued with a peculiar charm that rendered many in the crowd momentarily entranced. "Lin Dong, standing below, felt a fleeting moment of daze. Hastily looking up towards the sky, he beheld a clear azure light racing towards them, ultimately transforming into a stunning azure lotus that gracefully bloomed before the eyes of the gathered crowd. Upon the azure lotus, a graceful curve emerged, partially veiled by sheer fabric that adorned her cheeks. Yet, the pair of eyes, crystalline and translucent, rendered the surrounding scenery pale in comparison. What a breathtaking woman! Lin Dong couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, a flicker of fervor igniting within his gaze. The lady, draped in a delicate light-hued gown, descended like a celestial being from the heavens, her bare, porcelain-like feet lightly treading upon the icy, pristine blue lotus. A subtle aura of ethereality enveloped her, bestowing an air of mysterious elegance upon this enchanting figure. A mere glance was enough to stir Lin Dong's heart. However, despite her melodious voice and stunning beauty, Lin Dong perceived a distinct coldness in her crystalline eyes, devoid of any gentleness. Instead, they exuded an aloofness that kept others at bay, hinting at a persona that was warm outwardly, yet frigid within. Such a woman was far more formidable than those whose exterior was as frigid as ice. Who might she be? A member of the Huangfu clan? Lin Dong turned to Lin Kuo beside him, eager to glean information about this exquisite beauty. No, Lin Kuo replied, shaking her head, her elegant brows slightly furrowed, revealing her own perplexity. Despite her own remarkable beauty, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the lady's striking appearance and demeanor. It seemed she hailed from a notable lineage, having been invited by the Huangfu clan, and her name appeared to be Ling Qingzhu. However, the specifics of her background were beyond the reach of individuals like them. Suddenly, an elder with white hair, who was leading Lin Kuo and the others, interjected. Named Wu Tao, he was a figure of great stature within the Lin clan, having attained the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. The fact that even a person of Lin Longtian's caliber treated this woman with such deference indicated her extraordinary status. Lin Dong clenched his fists slightly. Being younger, upon seeing Ling Qingzhu, he felt an inexplicable affection stirring within him, a desire to know more about her. Aware of her formidable identity and prowess, he resolved to train diligently, aspiring to one day earn the right to gaze upon her true visage. Chapter 5. Robbed? Ah, so it is Miss Qingzhu. Greetings, Qingzhu, the figure in the sky. Qingzhu evidently recognized the ethereal Ling Qingzhu, greeting her with a smile as she stood upon the blue lotus. Unexpectedly, you two have an interest in the treasures of our Yan dynasty, Wang Yan remarked, his gaze upon Ling Qingzhu unabashedly fervent. It was a sight that could stir any man's heart, and Wang Yan showed no restraint in his admiration. Merely coincidence. Ling Qingzhu replied with a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed by Wang Yan's ardent gaze, her voice remaining elegant and soft. She then turned her attention to the ceiling formation atop the mountain and softly declared, since everyone is gathered, let us proceed to tear apart the seal. Indeed, Lin Langtian replied with a gentle nod, his own gaze towards Ling Qingzhu revealing a hint of admiration. Unlike Wang Yan, he exhibited a refined demeanor, embodying the qualities of a true gentleman. Esteemed guests, this seal was set by a Nirvana realm expert. Although it has endured the passage of years, its power remains intact. However, if we strike at its core, breaching it should not be overly difficult. Lin Langtian said with a smile, addressing Wang Yan and the others. Enough of idle chatter. Let's commence. Wang Yan was the swiftest to act, his Deluo golden spear erupting in resplendent golden light, transforming into a fierce beam that shot towards the ceiling formation atop the mountain. Qingzhu, mounted on the Fenghuan bird, was not slow to follow, brandishing a blue feather fan that unleashed a swirling blue tide of energy, hurling it towards the summit. Lin Langtian remained calm and composed, and without any visible action. A colossal vortex manifested above him, from which a gigantic crimson sword emerged, slicing through the air and plunging towards the Nirvana seal. The trio struck in unison, causing a cataclysmic resonance that reverberated through the mountains, igniting fervor among those waiting below. Witnessing such a grand spectacle filled them with exhilaration. Their attention soon shifted back to the enigmatic beauty, Ling Qingzhu, curious to see what kind of impact she would create. To their surprise, the commotion she caused was subtle. With a delicate flick of her hand, the azure lotus beneath her feet released a flurry of vibrant petals, enveloped in a rich azure light, silently gliding towards the seal, cloaking the mountaintop. The combined efforts of the four sent shockwaves through the mountain's atmosphere. Many youthful geniuses below displayed expressions of admiration and envy. To wield the forces of heaven and earth with such ease was indeed a great joy in life. Is this the might of entering the third realm of transformation? Lin Dong's eyes widened in awe, captivated by the scene before him. He inhaled deeply, convinced that one day, he too would reach such heights, perhaps even surpassing them. Under the joint onslaught of Ling Qingzhu, Lin Langtian, Wang Yin, and Qin Shi, the ceiling formation enveloping the mountaintop finally shattered amidst the collective gaze of the crowd. Ah, Miss Qingzhu's by Tian Lotus is truly extraordinary, Lin Langtian remarked, astonished at how her single azure petal outshone the combined attacks of the three men. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that it countered the seal. Ling Qingzhu replied with a gentle laugh. Now that the seal is broken, let us proceed. With the eruption of the Nirvana seal, Lin Langtian and the others transformed into beams of radiant light, dashing forward. The seal has been breached. Charge forth. The crowd stationed in the mountains snapped back to reality, their eyes glinting with fervor as they surged forward like hungry wolves. Just as this throng of eager individuals rushed forth, a strikingly handsome figure arrived at the foot of the Tianyan mountain. Liu Xi, clad in animal hides, bore the appearance of a wild man who had emerged from the wilderness. Yet compared to his prior attire, this rugged look suited him far better. Determined to prevent Lin Dong from making a grievous error, Liu Xi stepped into the mountain range, swiftly advancing towards the ancient tomb at its peak. Within the ancient tomb, chaos reigned as individuals fought fiercely, scrambling for treasures. Liu Xi held no interest in the riches within the tomb. After all, it was merely a resting place of a Dou Zong expert. He was confident that he could effortlessly attain the Nirvana realm without needing these resources. As for the treasures and the heart of Nirvana contained within, they held little value for him. A talisman master could create spiritual treasures, and a high-level talisman master could forge superior artifacts. If Liu Xi wished, he could easily craft earth-grade treasures or even heavenly-grade ones, given the right materials. As he strolled through the ancient tomb, his animal hide attire drew many astonished gazes. However, the onlookers quickly dismissed him, for with such an abundance of treasures at hand, a peculiarly dressed man held little intrigue. Although Liu Xi did not intentionally seek to claim the treasure, he fortuitously acquired several pure yuan pills that had been overlooked by this band of ruffians along the way, as well as 2 Qingquan bags. Qingquan bags are spatial treasures used in the Dou Qi Continent to contain resources. Typically, their capacity is limited to a few cubic meters, sufficient for holding smaller items. However, while Liu Xi preferred to avoid trouble, it seemed that trouble sought him out, just as he had stumbled upon a hidden chamber and collected a dozen sealed demon spirits. Several sinister figures suddenly emerged, blocking his path. Hand over the Qingquan bag, commanded a man clad in animal skins. A gaunt figure brandishing a large knife, still stained with fresh blood, pointed it menacingly at Liu Xi. Who would have thought that a naked savage could also venture to explore treasures? Big guy, quickly surrender the demon spirits you possess. They are beyond your reach. Another scornful voice chimed in. A mere little yuan Dan realm dares to chase after treasure? Hand over the Qingquan bag, and we might spare your life. Now be gone. A woman, who appeared somewhat alluring yet bore a hardened and fierce demeanor, added with a sly giggle. Oh, this big fellow seems quite appealing. Would you consider becoming my consort? I can ensure you a place in my entourage. The band of brigands encircling Liu Xi included this woman, who held a dark short sword exuding a chilling aura, clearly laced with poison. She scrutinized Liu Xi's countenance, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, as she provocatively adjusted her figure and cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Liu Xi, nearly repulsed by her brazen advances, was accustomed to savoring the most exquisite delicacies and had never encountered such a vulgar specimen. Hey, Black Third Sister, are you being lewd again? Didn't we satisfy you last night? One of the robbers jeered, eliciting raucous laughter from the others. Indeed, but today I crave a change in flavor. The lewd woman replied, licking her lips with a greedy gaze fixed on Liu Xi. At that moment, Liu Xi could no longer contain his discomfort and began to retch. Chapter 6, A Small Test of Strength. Seeing Liu Xi vomit, the bandits erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Black Third Sister, it seems this big guy is rejecting you. Damn, this savage actually has some character. Even without clothes, he dares to disdain Black Third Sister. Third Sister, I told you to take better care of yourself. You got a bit dark. Didn't he believe me, did you? Now you're being rejected. The laughter of the ruffians only served to infuriate the woman known as Black Third Sister. You ignorant wretch, how dare you scorn me? Ma Tao, break his limbs. I intend to take him out and have my fun. Her once alluring visage twisted with anger, her eyes brimming with malice. She seemed unwilling to relinquish the prospect of humiliating Liu Xi, despite her rage at his insolence. Haha, big guy. It's your misfortune to have crossed paths with our black sister. For the sake of future encounters, we will have to treat you properly today. The gaunt man wielding the bloodied knife laughed heartily, raising his weapon with a surge of vigor to strike at Liu Xi's arm. This gaunt man was at the small completion stage of the Yuan Dan realm, a level above Liu Xi's own nascent stage, and, as he struck, the other bandits watched with mocking expressions. The nascent Yuan Dan realm was considered the weakest in this ancient tomb, but Liu Xi merely chuckled. It had been many years since anyone dared to strike at him, not since he ascended to the rank of Dou Emperor, or rather, Dou Saint. He never expected to encounter a few insignificant lackeys here who would challenge him so boldly. While Liu Xi laughed, the bandits assumed he was merely stunned. Matao, be gentle, don't damage him too much. I still want to play. Black Third Sister urged anxiously. Don't worry, I won't break him, I know my limits. The gaunt man laughed boisterously. As the bloody knife descended toward Liu Xi, he stood motionless, raising an arm to meet the blade with an open palm, saying with a hint of resignation, Gentlemen, you have mistaken your target. I am not someone you can rob at will. With a resounding thud, Liu Xi's palm met the edge of the gaunt man's knife. The man trembled, his arm numbing as an overwhelming force surged back from the blade. The knife flew from his grip, spinning through the air before crashing against the stone wall of the chamber, shattering upon impact. The gaunt man, propelled by the force, stumbled and crashed against the wall. Ouch! My arm is broken. My arm is broken. He cried out in anguish, clutching his injured limb, cold sweat cascading down his brow. His companions turned in alarm to see blood gushing from his mangled arm, the wrist twisted in a grotesque manner, exposing bone. This big guy is not simple. The remaining bandits, eyes wide with fear, drew their weapons, staring in horror at Liu Xi. Black Third Sister's eyes bulged as she regarded him as if he were some incomprehensible entity. Brother, help me kill him. Crush this wretched fool's limbs. The injured man howled, demanding his comrades assist in dispatching Liu Xi. However, the remaining bandits hesitated, sensing something amiss. Despite Liu Xi appearing to be just a nascent Yuan Dan realm cultivator, he had effortlessly sent a small completion stage Yuan Dan expert flying and shattered his arm, even breaking a decent quality weapon in the process. Kill. This fellow may possess some hidden treasure. If we slay him, it will belong to us. A burly man's eyes gleamed with greed as he lunged at Liu Xi with his weapon raised. The others, including Black Third Sister, shared in his eagerness. If this man was indeed as peculiar as he seemed, perhaps he truly did possess treasures worth claiming. Kill. Slay him. They shouted, brandishing their weapons fiercely toward Liu Xi. Ah, how unfortunate. I had intended to spare your lives, yet you insist on courting death. Liu Xi sighed. Though he had only just entered the nascent Yuan Dan realm, his quality of Yuan Dan allowed him to fight above his level with ease. The key was that he need not rely on Yuan Dan. Even a slight exertion of his spiritual energy could annihilate these brigands. Seeing their obstinate pursuit of violence and robbery, Liu Xi resigned himself to the task of ensuring their swift passage to the afterlife. Art. With a swift motion of his hand, Liu Xi unleashed a force that pierced through flesh and blood, echoing within the stone chamber. The assailants, brandishing their weapons against him, stood frozen in place, and soon thereafter, gaping wounds appeared in their foreheads, from which blood and brain matter began to flow. Why, you monster! A cacophony of disbelief erupted as their eyes widened in horror, their voices faltering before they collapsed, lifeless, devoid of any vitality. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll be your servant, your plaything. I beg you. Spare my life. The figure known as Black Third Lady was utterly petrified. This group, with one of their strongest members even at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm, was effortlessly extinguished by Liu Xi's mere gesture. Overcome with terror, she lost all control, kneeling on the ground in a state of utter disarray. Liu Xi repulsed, spat in disdain. Ugh, how revolting. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, hastily retreating, not even bothering to collect the Chinquan bags from these filthy individuals. For their possessions were likely nothing but worthless debris that might taint his eyes. It was prudent to distance himself from this loathsome place. Chapter 7. Lin Dong approaches Ling Qingzhu. After departing from the stone chamber, Liu Xi did not make a concerted effort to seek treasures. To him, the items within this ancient tomb held no value. For instance, those pure Yuan Dan that would elate Lin Dong and his companions if they managed to acquire tens of thousands. Such riches were inconsequential compared to the few pills he could concoct with ease, which wouldn't even exceed the 5th tier in quality. The coveted spiritual treasures, in Liu Xi's eyes, were akin to ordinary Xian-level battle techniques, if not inferior. Such items were utterly useless to him, yielding less wealth than the casual discarding of a technique or battle skill. As Liu Xi ventured deeper, he encountered numerous individuals who charged past him, roaring with fervor. He paid little heed to the treasures that others sought after. Along the way, he witnessed over a dozen bloody skirmishes, the conflicts primarily ignited by the competition for treasures, yet he did not squander time intervening. Occasionally, some desperate souls attempted to rob him, only to be effortlessly dealt with. While Liu Xi pressed forward, Ling Qingzhu and her companions had already surged to the innermost depths of the ancient tomb. They found themselves amidst an endless sea of flames, within which lay numerous passageways, all of which were mere illusions, trapping Lin Langtian and his group inside. At this juncture, Lin Dong, having acquired numerous pure Yuan Dan thanks to the heavenly demon mongoose, alongside a mid-tier talisman puppet and a semi-finished high-grade spiritual treasure, the heavenly scale ancient halberd, arrived at this fiery expanse. How about it, young lad? Care to venture inside? There may be a nirvana heart within, a treasure capable of granting one the potential to break through to the creation realm. If your talent is commendable, it could even allow you to fully absorb that essence and ascend to the nirvana realm in one fell swoop. The hidden spirit of the heavenly demon mongoose coaxed Lin Dong. Having come this far, would you really turn back? A flicker of eager anticipation ignited in Lin Dong's eyes. Though he had already achieved his initial goal, he felt an undeniable allure towards the enigmatic nirvana heart. Moreover, he might even catch another glimpse of that ethereal figure clad in a skirt of white, treading upon a green lotus. This treasure hunt in the ancient tomb would indeed be worthwhile. Head into the most tumultuous part of the fire sea. The passageways devoid of flames are all illusions. Did you not see that Lin Langtian and his group are trapped? The heavenly demon mongoose gleefully pointed towards the surging flames, relishing in their plight. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's youthful face displayed a moment of hesitation. The mischievous little mongoose often seemed unreliable, causing him to doubt its words and shy away from truly entering the fire sea. Come now, summon some courage. A small mouse appeared on Lin Dong's shoulder, urging him on. Sighing, Lin Dong resolved to take a leap of faith, plunging into the fiery abyss. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated searing heat did not assail him. Instead, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise before bursting with joy. Mongoose, what is our next move? Being an innocent novice, Lin Dong could only rely on the experienced little mouse at his side. The mouse first mocked Lin Dong before lazily instructing, just keep moving forward. With newfound confidence, Lin Dong obediently pressed ahead. In no time, he had outpaced Lin Langtian and his group, reaching the deepest part of the fire sea, standing before a grand bronze door. Upon arrival, Lin Dong felt a surge of excitement. The true treasure was about to reveal itself. Moreover, he had yet to see the ethereal figure of the lotus-treading maiden. Perhaps she was within. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong straightened his attire and stepped through the bronze door. As he entered, the crimson hue vanished, unveiling a serene stone hall. The interior was devoid of ostentation, appearing starkly simple, with minimal furnishings. Scanning the expansive stone hall, Lin Dong initially felt a pang of disappointment at not finding the ethereal maiden. However, elation soon followed. If the mysterious figure was absent, perhaps the treasures within remained unclaimed. His fortunes were about to change. His gaze landed on an uncovered stone sarcophagus at the center of the hall, where a vibrant sphere of life energy coalesced. Nirvana heart. The mouse exclaimed in astonishment within Lin Dong's mind. Lin Dong's expression transformed into one of sheer delight, enveloped in overwhelming happiness. His gaze fixated on the floating emerald orb, his heart racing faster than ever before. Was this truly the fabled Nirvana heart? Just as Lin Dong was about to seize what he believed to be his destiny, a soft voice, resonating with an ethereal clarity, echoed through the tranquil stone hall. This is not a place for you. Withdraw at once. Startled, Lin Dong halted mid-step, his expression freezing in shock. He looked up to behold a delicate figure, gracefully suspended above a green lotus, her eyes clear and unwavering, gazing directly at him. When you stare into the abyss also gazes back at you. Upon encountering such an enchanting and otherworldly figure, Lin Dong momentarily lost himself in reverie. Observing her from such proximity, he finally comprehended the breathtaking beauty she possessed. Her clear eyes resembled tranquil waters, and the delicate light garment she wore accentuated her nearly perfect form. This woman seemed to have descended from the heavens, exuding a beauty that rendered the world around her insignificant, strikingly captivating yet evoking an unreachable longing. Lin Dong's gaze lingered on this mysterious maiden, entranced, until he finally regained his senses. He was but a naive fledgling, entirely unaware of romantic feelings. He simply acknowledged her beauty, surpassing any earthly scenery, yearning for closeness, yet harboring no impure thoughts. Mongoose, do you think we could defeat her together? Lin Dong, returning from his stupor, foolishly posed the question. Regardless of her beauty, he thought, he needed to seize the treasure first and foremost. It is difficult. This woman appears to be of youthful age. Yet her power is exceedingly formidable, rivaling that of Lin Langtian. Even if we were to join forces, our chances of victory would be slim. The voice of the celestial demon Ferret bore a hint of gravity. His strength was but a shadow of its former self, scarcely a fraction of his peak prowess. To overcome this woman would be akin to chasing a mirage. As for Lin Dong, at this moment his combat prowess was negligible. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong could only offer a wry smile. However, he had no intention of retreating, instead opting to engage in conversation with Ling Qingzhu. With a quick flick of his eyes, he suddenly cupped his hands and addressed the mysterious woman. I am Lin Dong. I harbor no intention of seizing treasure from the lady. I merely stumbled in here, wishing to witness what relics the Nirvana powerhouses have left behind. May I inquire about your esteemed surname? Chapter 8. The Cunning Lin Dong. Seeing Lin Dong approach, Ling Qingzhu exhibited no surprise. Given her beauty and status, many sought to engage her in conversation. Yet, Lin Dong was merely a novice at the minor perfection stage of the Yuandan realm. Daring to approach her, there was a certain audacity in his actions. Or perhaps it was simply folly. Even Lin Langtian and his companions had faltered, ensnared by the grand formation outside. Thus, his ability to breach this place signified some measure of skill. Ling Qingzhu did not buy Lin Dong's tale of accidental intrusion. Her voice, as melodious as pearls cascading upon a jade plate, echoed through the tranquil stone hall. I am Ling Qingzhu. Since young Master Lin has no desire to seize treasures, I express my gratitude. I have no inclination to force anyone, so I kindly ask that you harbor no ulterior motives. Ling Qingzhu's clear, beautiful eyes settled upon Lin Dong, her tone frosty and laced with a subtle warning. Lin Dong raised his hands in a gesture of compliance, though his eyes darted about, contemplating whether any opportunities might present themselves, even if no advantage could be seized. Merely being in the presence of this enchanting fairy was a delight in itself. After all, while Ling Qingzhu's demeanor was proud and aloof, she appeared quite amiable, willingly sharing her true name without imposing upon him. Spending a moment longer in her company seemed a boon. Noticing that Lin Dong showed no intent to depart, Ling Qingzhu said nothing further. To her, Lin Dong was but a trifling presence. She could easily suppress him with a flick of her wrist, and she doubted he could stir any significant trouble. Shifting her gaze away from Lin Dong, she once again focused on the stone sarcophagus at the center of the hall, her eyes landing on the verdant orb of light. To her astonishment, she truly beheld the Nirvana heart here, although her voice carried a tone of surprise. Her clear eyes betrayed no hint of excitement, appearing rather unperturbed. What might be deemed a rare treasure in the eyes of Lin Langtian and others was merely an ordinary object in her perspective. With a graceful lift of her delicate hand, a surge of azure light erupted from her fingertips, transforming into a palm of elemental force that grasped the emerald Nirvana heart. Buzz! The Nirvana heart was not so easily obtained. Once Ling Qingzhu seized the verdant orb, it began to tremble violently, emitting waves of resistance that rendered her grasp ineffective. Break! Observing the Nirvana heart's fierce defiance, Ling Qingzhu once more pointed in midair, causing a petal from the azure lotus beneath her feet to detach, morphing into a soft azure beam that struck the green orb with force. Crack! The barrier of light surrounding the Nirvana heart was clearly unable to withstand Ling Qingzhu's onslaught, as visible cracks began to form upon its surface. With the orb shattering, the vividly lifelike green heart, the Nirvana heart, was finally extracted by Ling Qingzhu. Lin Dong swallowed hard, his gaze fixated upon the emerald Nirvana heart, his eyes ablaze with desire, though he yearned to seize the heart for himself. The thought of Ling Qingzhu's formidable strength kept him from acting rashly. As the vibrant Nirvana heart was exposed to the air, the sound of cascading water resonated throughout the stone hall, a manifestation of the immense energy contained within the heart, coalescing into a small tidal wave of energy. Even Lin Dong could perceive the overwhelming purity of the elemental energy within that tide. Were he to absorb even a fraction of it, he might soon ascend to the peak of the Yuandan realm. Suspended in midair, Ling Qingzhu, clad in a light-colored gown, gazed at the nirvana heart hovering before her. Her expression was serene, her exquisite visage beneath the sheer veil remaining composed. With her delicate fingers, she reached toward the heart, and beams of pale, azure light shot forth from the lotus beneath her feet, illuminating the nirvana heart. The once heart-shaped nirvana heart began to gradually dissolve. As more azure light radiated from the lotus, it ultimately transformed into a vast liquid of vibrant emerald. The liquid flowed through the air as if alive, exuding a potent pressure imbued with vitality, permeating the tranquil stone hall. Lin Dong's eyes were riveted upon the emerald liquid above, unblinking and filled with longing. Yet he dared not make a move. Ling Qingzhu, seemingly oblivious to Lin Dong's presence, awaited the complete dissolution of the nirvana heart. Only then did she lift a corner of her veil, her alabaster hand reaching out to grasp the emerald liquid, parting her lips to consume it. Lin Dong clenched his fists, captivated by the fleeting glimpse of Ling Qingzhu's stunning beauty beneath the veil, while simultaneously feeling a pang of regret as he watched such a treasure slip into her mouth. Though tempted to contest, after weighing the risks, his flickering gaze eventually settled into resignation. Alas, while the nirvana heart is indeed precious, it is not worth risking my life over. Lin Dong sighed softly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. After all, he was but a novice, far from being a match for Ling Qingzhu. Noticing that Lin Dong had finally settled down, Ling Qingzhu's lips curled into a subtle, exquisite smile. Her gaze shifted back to Lin Dong below, and a gentle laugh escaped her lips. Young Master Lin proves to be a man of his word. I shall now refine the energy of the nirvana heart. I hope you will not disturb me. Lin Dong chuckled awkwardly, nodding in agreement, albeit without genuine enthusiasm. Now that the nirvana heart had been consumed by Ling Qingzhu, he could only swallow his disappointment. All he could do was hope that other treasures still lay hidden within the stone hall, and that this woman would not contend with him for them. Otherwise, after such effort to reach this place, he would truly leave empty-handed. Ling Qingzhu seemed unfazed by Lin Dong's perfunctory attitude, calmly settling into a meditative position upon the azure lotus. Her graceful curves ignited a flicker of heat in Lin Dong's gaze. After observing Ling Qingzhu diligently refining the energy of the nirvana heart, he noticed she had no intention of acknowledging him, allowing him a moment of relief. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to search the stone hall further, perhaps uncovering other precious treasures. With that thought, Lin Dong stepped towards the central stone sarcophagus. Upon entering, he beheld a skeletal remains lying peacefully within. Surely, this was the relic of the ancient tomb's master, the Nirvana realm powerhouse. Lin Dong surveyed the sarcophagus, noting its emptiness save for the bones, prompting a disappointed sigh. Esteemed predecessor, it seems you have taken quite a bit with you. I shall pay my respects. Having found no treasures, Lin Dong could only feign reverence before the skeletal remains, intending to bow and perhaps, after the bow, to rummage through the bones, hoping to discover some hidden treasures or beast skins. As he contemplated, his gaze drifted along the edge of the stone sarcophagus, peering into the crevices where the skeletal remains lay. To his astonishment, a line of small characters suddenly sprang into view before Lin Dong's keen eyes. Startled, he leaned in closer for a meticulous examination. Chapter 9. Ling Qingzhu's Trap. Lin Dong's Fortunate Encounter. My life has been advanced to nirvana through the power of yin and yang. Thus, what I have left behind must be unraveled through the harmony of yin and yang. Should the yin and yang remain unbalanced, one shall certainly face the consequences of being consumed by flames. Lin Dong was initially taken aback, his eyes widening as he abruptly turned to gaze at Ling Qingzhu, who was currently refining the nirvana heart in midair. His expression transformed into one of profound surprise and peculiarity. In that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably. He surveyed his surroundings within this vast stone hall. It was only he and Ling Qingzhu present. Could it be that Lin Dong's youthful frame was now surging with fervor and excitement? Yet, a flicker of unease lingered within him. Given this woman's pride, if she were to act excessively, would she spare him afterward? Despite the turmoil of anxiety and fear within, excitement and anticipation predominated Lin Dong's thoughts. Though he knew that fleeing at this moment would be the wisest course of action, he remained composed, fixated on Ling Qingzhu. What if, over time, feelings blossomed between them? Lin Dong resolved to take a gamble. Under Lin Dong's watchful gaze, Ling Qingzhu, seated gracefully upon the azure lotus, maintained her serene demeanor. The exquisite contours of her face, veiled beneath delicate gauze, remained as indifferent as ice. The anticipated consequence of being consumed by flames did not materialize. Observing this, Lin Dong began to doubt the authenticity of the inscriptions upon the sarcophagus. Were these markings meant to deceive? Disappointment brewed within Lin Dong as he pondered. Although he was not a man driven to madness, the presence of such beauty before him, coupled with this rare opportunity, stirred undeniable expectations within him. Yet, what was the matter with Ling Qingzhu? Why did she remain so composed? As Lin Dong began to question the abilities of the sarcophagus's owner, the enchanting figure suspended in midair suddenly trembled slightly. Within her, violent waves of energy began to surge forth. Visibly, the fair skin exposed beneath her garments flushed with a faint hue as an incredibly pure and potent energy erupted from her delicate form, sending ripples through the azure lotus's luminous veil. Indeed, Lin Dong was elated, but realizing that his expression might be too lewd, he quickly restrained himself. Nevertheless, his eyes widened more than ever, and his petite frame tensed with anticipation. It was no wonder Lin Dong was enthralled. Miss Qingzhu was simply irresistible. He secretly hoped, though anxious and apprehensive, that perhaps, just perhaps, she might develop feelings for him. Lin Dong decided to remain in the stone hall, prepared to respond to whatever transpired. Meanwhile, the spirit of the heavenly demon mink within him chuckled mischievously, thinking that this lad was destined for fortune. At that moment, Ling Qingzhu became aware of the disturbance within the Nirvana heart. Upon gaining some clarity, her cold, beautiful eyes gleamed with an intense frost. She fought valiantly against the anomaly within her, struggling against the power of the Nirvana heart. True to her status as a prodigious talent, she managed to suppress the yin and yang energies of the Nirvana heart. Seeing this, Lin Dong, who had been observing her intently, could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. This woman was truly formidable. He wondered if she could maintain control over the strange force within her. Should anything go awry, he would flee at once. Beauty was alluring, but one must possess life to enjoy it. Although Lin Dong yearned for Ling Qingzhu's beauty, he was not blinded by desire. If she preferred to annihilate him rather than harmonize the yin and yang, he would certainly escape in haste. As he watched with bated breath, a few minutes later, Ling Qingzhu's body became enveloped in a massive wave of pure yin energy. At this juncture, even she could no longer suppress the overwhelming force within her. Normally, this energy would be a tremendous boon, but now it had surged to an uncontrollable extent, transforming into pure yin fire that she could not contain. Without the balance of yin and yang, the pure yin energy would consume her entirely. Scoundrel! Ling Qingzhu abruptly rose from the azure lotus, her eyes brimming with frigid intensity. With a swift motion, she gathered her immense power in her palm and struck down mercilessly towards the sarcophagus. Bang! Lin Dong was startled, quickly leaping away from the sarcophagus's side. As he beheld the stone sarcophagus and its remains reduced to dust, his heart raced. The fervor that had previously clouded his mind abruptly crystallized into clarity, and cold sweat trickled down his back. This woman was alarmingly powerful. He was at a loss, fearing he could not pacify her. Should she choose to unleash her might upon him, he would surely meet his demise. With great caution, Lin Dong began to retreat. At this moment, he genuinely wished to flee. If he angered this woman, she might strike him down and then seek someone else to resolve the pure yin fire, leaving him with an unjust fate. He regretted not having left sooner, missing the prime opportunity to escape. After shattering the remains of the ancient tomb's master and the sarcophagus, Ling Qingzhu trembled violently. Her earlier exertion had intensified the pure yin fire within her, and with her current strength, she was unable to contain the remnants left by a Nirvana realm powerhouse. If she did not take action soon, she would be consumed by the pure yin fire. Her crystalline eyes flickered as she turned her gaze to Lin Dong, who was stealthily backing away. In this chamber, he was the only man possessing the vital yang energy she needed. Upon meeting her gaze, Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat. Though he desired to harmonize the yin and yang with Ling Qingzhu, fear predominated his thoughts. He dreaded the prospect of her striking him dead. Whether now or later, he wished to avoid death at all costs. With gritted teeth, he spoke first. Miss Qingzhu, I believe it is unwise to linger here any longer. I shall take my leave now. With that, Lin Dong dashed toward the bronze door. As regretful as he felt, his life took precedence over any fleeting allure. Seeing Lin Dong finally make his escape, Ling Qingzhu could not help but find amusement in his fear. Why had he not fled earlier when he had ample time? Surely, this rogue was now frightened by her display of power. Yet, was it not too late to flee now? With a slight motion, she raised her hand and sealed the massive bronze door from within. Lin Dong found himself trapped in the stone hall. His heart raced as he stood before the bronze door, turning to confront her. Miss Qingzhu, your predicament is not my concern. What do you intend to do? With that, he braced himself, fully aware of the danger that lay ahead. Chapter 10. Ling Qingzhu, Scoundrel. Do you know the Nirvana heart is flawed? Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, a chilling current surged through Ling Qingzhu's beautiful eyes, and her melodious voice turned icy. The stone sarcophagus, as I have expressed, is not merely my assertion. It was only after you ingested the Nirvana heart that I came to this realization. Did you not notice it? Lin Dong hastily distanced himself from the matter, fearful that this woman might turn against him and deliver a fatal blow. Ling Qingzhu's frosty visage exhibited fluctuating emotions, clearly indicative of her mounting fury. She had not seen the minuscule inscriptions upon the sarcophagus, yet Lin Dong, the cunning rogue, had noticed them but chose to remain silent, lurking in anticipation of her reaction. Otherwise, with her capabilities, although she could not entirely suppress the pure Yin flames contained within the Nirvana heart, had she detected it merely a few minutes earlier, she could have expelled it and perhaps even sealed it momentarily. Now, however, the Nirvana heart had fully disseminated within her body, and it was too late to speak of remedies. This shameless little thief, Lin Dong, she addressed, her anger palpable, though she was acutely aware of the allure her beauty and physique held over men. Reluctantly, she subdued her wrath, her icy tone softening once more. What is it? Upon hearing Ling Qingzhu's voice transform to a gentler pitch, Lin Dong's heart leapt to his throat. He did not believe this woman was at the end of her tether, seeking his assistance. Perhaps in the next moment, she would instruct him to refrain from resisting, to first shatter his limbs, rendering him incapable of defending himself, then slay him, promising to erect a monument in his memory. That would be utterly disastrous. Ling Qingzhu bit her crimson lip. A moment of silence preceding her soft-spoken words. Qingzhu wishes to borrow your yang energy for a time. Should we overcome this predicament, I shall surely provide you with a satisfactory reward. Lin Dong's heart raced, a blend of anticipation and panic coursing through him. After all, he was merely a fledgling. Isn't that somewhat inappropriate? My master has advised me against compromising my purity before attaining the Nirvana realm. Lin Dong chuckled awkwardly, feigning reluctance, as one might when hesitantly declining a New Year's gift. Rest assured, it is not necessary for us to engage in carnal union to draw upon your yang energy. Qingzhu possesses other methods. Ling Qingzhu's delicate hand clenched, her resolve firm against Lin Dong's playful attempts at seduction. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, his heart sinking in disappointment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly pristine Qinglian fairy would employ such beguiling tactics. Had it been through conventional means of yin and yang, both parties would have greatly benefited. However, this woman is evidently too proud, finding even the likes of Lin Langtian and his peers unworthy. Thus she would never resort to that avenue with you. So, do not harbor illusions that she would bestow her purity upon you. Lin Dong's mind echoed with the mocking laughter of the little mouse within him. Damn it, this woman is ruthless. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong became increasingly restless, promptly declining. Miss Qingzhu, perhaps you should seek another. I truly am not suitable, especially with Lin Langtian and the others outside. This time, Lin Dong's refusal was resolute. He dared not play coy any longer. With that, he moved closer to the bronze door once more. Since he could not afford to provoke a beauty, he felt compelled to leave. Were it not for the forceful extraction, he might have feigned agreement for the sake of convenience. Ling Qingzhu's glassy eyes sharpened. This little thief was sharp-tongued and caustic, and she would not allow him to tarnish her reputation. Lin Dong, I have assured you, regardless of the cost, I shall compensate you manifold. Despite her intense fury, which tempted her to slay this rogue on the spot, Ling Qingzhu's exceptional composure prevailed, as she forced her anger down and attempted to reason with Lin Dong once more. Not interested, farewell. Lin Dong remained ungrateful. While he could have benefited from a conventional union, he resolutely refused any forceful extraction. With that, he retrieved the ancient spear he had recently acquired, beckoning the fire python tiger, Xiao Yan, within the stone hall, and surged toward the bronze door. Xiao Yan moved with remarkable speed, and with a mere exchange of glances, they collided with the bronze door, forcing it open with a crack. Just as Lin Dong and Xiao Yan prepared to escape through the bronze door, Ling Qingzhu's gentle countenance turned frigid. Since Lin Dong was unwilling to cooperate, she could no longer afford to dally. With a flourish of her pristine hands, the blue lotus beneath her erupted with beams of azure light, coalescing into a binding cord that shot toward Lin Dong like lightning. Clang! Lin Dong raised the ancient spear to defend himself, but his strength proved insufficient against Ling Qingzhu's prowess. Within moments, he found himself ensnared by her azure cord, unable to advance or retreat. As he regained his senses from the onslaught of the azure attacks, he realized he was completely bound, the blue chains enveloping him like a tightly wrapped dumpling. Little weasel, lend me your strength. We must join forces against her. As Ling Qingzhu approached, her finger poised to touch his brow, Lin Dong was plunged into panic. If he did not resist, he would be forcibly deprived of his yang energy, suffering a grave loss of potential. Wait. However, the little mouse within him did not respond immediately to Lin Dong's frantic cries. What are you waiting for? If you delay any longer, I will become a grown man. Lin Dong cursed vehemently, lamenting that the little mouse, who often boasted of its prowess, was unreliable in critical moments. Ugh, this situation is not what I had envisioned. Just as Lin Dong's anxiety peaked, a voice laced with mockery unexpectedly resonated in the empty stone hall. The suddenness of the voice startled both Lin Dong and Ling Qingzhu, prompting them to turn in its direction. They beheld a faint red glow rising from the pulverized sarcophagus, gradually materializing into an ethereal figure suspended before them. This spectral figure appeared insubstantial, seemingly on the verge of dissipating, yet it bore an amiable expression, its demeanor refined and poised, possessing an undeniably handsome visage. At this moment, the apparition was smiling at both Lin Dong and Ling Qingzhu. Who are you? Upon encountering this enigmatic figure, Ling Qingzhu's exquisite features hardened once more, her brows knitting in suspicion as she inquired in a low tone. Heh, you are quite ferocious, having reduced my remains and sarcophagus to fragments. Yet you dare to inquire of my identity. The cultured man chuckled with a wry smile. You are the lord of the tomb. Both Lin Dong and Ling Qingzhu's expressions shifted in unison, exclaiming in disbelief. Heh, no need for alarm. It is true that I have perished. This is merely a remnant of my essence, sealed within the sarcophagus. Had you not shattered it, I would not have been able to manifest. The elegant man continued to smile. Despicable wretch. Ling Qingzhu bit down on her silver teeth, her anger surging as she rebuked. How shameful for one of your standing to employ such vile tactics. Chapter 11. Ling Qingzhu, Liu Xi, save me. Within the vast stone hall, three figures stood off against one another. Surprisingly, one of these figures was not human. Upon hearing Ling Qingzhu's rebuke, the cultured man remained unfazed, instead chuckling as he elucidated. Matters of intimacy are, in essence, aligned with the principles of yin and yang. What is there to deem as shameful? As long as there is mutual affection and complementarity in cultivation, is it not for the best? At this moment, he overlooked the fact that neither Ling Qingzhu nor Lin Dong harbored any feelings for one another. He was merely playing matchmaker in vain. Indeed, upon hearing the cultured man's specious reasoning, Ling Qingzhu coldly replied, Your words are nothing but nonsense. I shall resolve this predicament in my own manner. Having spoken, Ling Qingzhu was poised to forcibly extract the yang energy from Lin Dong's body once more. Such an approach, however, was hardly beneficial for the young man. The refined gentleman smiled slightly and remarked, Rest assured, I shall provide him with ample compensation. Your interference is unnecessary. Ling Qingzhu, proud and haughty in her stature, dismissed the gentleman's words entirely, believing herself far too elevated to stoop to the level of a mere thief like Lin Dong. But that simply will not do. I have established this challenge not to harm, but to facilitate a union of beauty and virtue, the gentleman replied, raising an eyebrow while a peculiar smile crept across his face. His gaze swept over Lin Dong and Ling Qingzhu, and addressing the bound Lin Dong, he added, Young lad, it seems fortune smiles upon you this time. A beauty such as she, I have never encountered in my youth. Do take good care of her in the future. Lin Dong's heart raced, his expression one of bewilderment. Could this elder possess some ulterior motive to aid him in winning over Ling Qingzhu? Although he was not one to engage in such shamelessness, circumstances had compelled him, and he was no coward. Should the opportunity arise, he would indeed take responsibility. In this regard, he certainly exhibited more integrity than Xiao Huahua from the other realm of Inferno Fire Continent. Of course, this was all contingent upon the preservation of his own life. What are your intentions? Ling Qingzhu's heart surged with alarm upon hearing the gentleman's words. Her voice icy as she demanded to know. She had no faith in the notion that this unscrupulous character would appear without reason, suspecting he harbored ulterior motives against her. Facilitating a union of beauty and virtue, the gentleman smiled slightly, then with a flick of his hand. The nirvana heart that had been absorbed into Ling Qingzhu's body erupted in a brilliant explosion. Almost simultaneously, Ling Qingzhu's graceful figure trembled violently and intensely cold. Pure yin energy surged forth from her body like a tidal wave, having barely subdued a portion of the pure yin fire. It was now completely ignited by the gentleman's actions. Ling Qingzhu's beautiful face contorted in anger. Yet she could not withstand the onslaught of the pure yin power surging within her. Her delicate body stiffened, teetering on the brink of collapse, as though she might fall at any moment. Beneath her jade-like feet, the azure lotus burst forth with dazzling azure light, striving to counteract the tumultuous pure yin energy within her. Yet, despite its strength, the azure lotus was no match for the fully unleashed nirvana heart. Ling Qingzhu acutely sensed the peculiar sensations coursing through her body, her scarlet lips nearly bitten through in her frustration. However, no matter how unwilling she was, she could not resist the sudden eruption of pure yin power. "Oh, you possess such a treasure. It seems your background is not lacking. However, for one such as me, long since departed from life, it bears no significance," the gentleman observed, noting the azure lotus beneath Ling Qingzhu's feet as it valiantly resisted. A flicker of surprise in his gaze. But soon, he pressed on, directing a beam of light from his fingertip into the azure lotus's orb. The light wrapping around the azure lotus like a creeping vine, beginning to envelop it entirely. Despite the azure lotus's fierce resistance, it ultimately succumbed to the light, which completely enveloped it, severing the brilliant azure glow that had erupted from above. As the azure light dissipated, the resistance within Ling Qingzhu vanished entirely. The azure chains binding Lin Dong also disintegrated, allowing him to break free. Without hesitation, Lin Dong retreated, fully aware of the gentleman's enigmatic abilities. It was prudent to distance himself from the unfolding chaos. As for Ling Qingzhu, he could not afford to concern himself with her at that moment. "Ah, young lad, I intend to bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. Why do you flee?" The gentleman chuckled heartily, reaching out towards Lin Dong. "While I appreciate the elder's goodwill, I must decline this opportunity," Lin Dong replied with a forced smile. Having witnessed Ling Qingzhu's icy demeanor, he felt a twinge of apprehension. What if something were to transpire, and she were to strike him down in a fit of rage? "No one can refuse a gift of fortuity," the gentleman said, shaking his head in amusement. Though he was long dead, he had little concern for the thoughts of Lin Dong and Ling Qingzhu. Moreover, this sly young man and the proud, aloof woman made for an intriguing pairing. Who knows what sparks might fly between them? The mere thought filled him with anticipation, even if he would not be present to witness it. As the gentleman attempted to push Lin Dong in Ling Qingzhu's direction, both were powerless to resist. Ling Qingzhu's beautiful eyes widened in outrage, her fury and indignation palpable. Yet enveloped by the energy of the nirvana heart, her body was rigid and unyielding, leaving her no choice but to allow the gentleman to draw Lin Dong closer to her. Just as Lin Dong and Ling Qingzhu were about to be thrust together, a sudden creak echoed through the air as the bronze door swung open with tremendous force from the outside. Concurrently, a voice, laced with casualness and jest, pierced through the atmosphere from beyond the door. "Ah, it seems quite lively in here." This voice interrupted the spell being cast by the gentleman, startling both Lin Dong and Ling Qingzhu. The trio turned their astonished gazes toward the entrance of the bronze door, where a tall, handsome youth, clad in animal hide and with disheveled hair, stepped through the threshold with leisurely strides. The refined gentleman's eyes widened. He had felt no presence beyond the door. How could this individual have appeared so suddenly? Lin Dong's eyes were equally wide with disbelief. From whence did this fellow emerge? Was his good fortune about to be thwarted? Though he had felt some trepidation and reluctance, to claim he was not at all eager would be a lie. Yet, the situation now seemed rather precarious. "It's you. Save me." In stark contrast to the reactions of the gentleman and Lin Dong, upon spotting Liu Xi, Ling Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with brightness, instinctively calling out for his assistance. Liu Xi's imposing stature and striking features left a profound impression on anyone who beheld him. Though Ling Qingzhu and Liu Xi had only met once, he had made a significant mark on her heart. In her moment of desperation, she instinctively sought help from the entering Liu Xi. Chapter 12. Ling Qingzhu. "Quickly take me away." Liu Xi, surprised by Ling Qingzhu's plea for rescue, looked over at the refined gentleman with a bemused expression. "I must say, my friend, your method of matchmaking is rather distasteful. The union of yin and yang should be based on mutual affection and consent. Do these two appear to share such sentiments?" The refined gentleman bristled at Liu Xi's retort, perceiving the distinct lack of respect in Liu Xi's demeanor. He was not being addressed as a respected elder, but rather as someone beneath him, expressing disdain for his actions. After a brief pause, the gentleman retorted defensively. Relationships between men and women require a common ground. While they may not have feelings now, after this incident, they are bound to become an enviable pair. And if, after this, no feelings arise? Liu Xi countered. Impossible. The gentleman replied without hesitation. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Dong and Ling Qingzhu, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. He pointed at Lin Dong, proclaiming, "In my lifetime, I have observed countless individuals, though this young man may appear ordinary. His tenacity, unwavering will, and keen intellect reveal a certain cleverness. Moreover, he possesses a dignified appearance, a straight brow and upright demeanor. He is undoubtedly a person of courage and responsibility. Young fellow, I must inquire, if you were to engage in a liaison with this lady, would you not forsake her afterward?" The cultured gentleman gazed intently at Lin Dong as he posed this question. Lin Dong was taken aback, surprised that this elder would broach such a topic. Instinctively, he turned to look at Ling Qingzhu, who, coincidentally, was also directing her gaze towards him. Meeting her crystalline, glass-like eyes, Lin Dong's heartfelt response escaped his lips as he declared loudly, "I, Lin Dong, may not be a saint, but I assure you, any woman who enters into a relationship with me will never be abandoned. I shall safeguard her for all eternity." This declaration stemmed from the depths of Lin Dong's heart. While he certainly admired Ling Qingzhu's beauty, he had never contemplated shirking responsibility. He only considered that should such a relationship arise, he would be fully accountable. Of course, if the lady were vehemently unwilling, he would not impose himself upon her, but rather care for her within his means. Upon hearing this, the cultured gentleman nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the sincerity in Lin Dong's words. In contrast, Ling Qingzhu scoffed disdainfully, her voice icy as she retorted, "Nonsense. Should you attempt to take advantage of me, I shall ensure your demise." Lin Dong shuddered at her words, for this was precisely his fear. However, he stubbornly muttered, "If it were to happen, your threats would be futile." Ling Qingzhu, incensed by Lin Dong's retort, trembled in rage, raising her hand as if to strike him, causing Lin Dong to leap back in alarm. Yet, her frail state prevented her from delivering the blow. "Quickly, take me away," she implored, her voice trembling. Her delicate frame flushed as she turned to Liu Xi for assistance. Uncertain of what would transpire if Liu Xi were to take her away, she nonetheless had no desire to remain in this place, nor did she wish to grant Lin Dong any advantage. Moreover, considering Liu Xi's capabilities, which were merely those of an ordinary minor Yuan Dan realm practitioner, she entertained the hope that, with sufficient compensation, he might offer her the protection she sought. This lady possesses a haughty spirit and an indomitable character. If her virtue were to be compromised, death would be preferable to marriage. Were there no third party present, she and this young fellow could indeed be a match made in heaven. The cultured middle-aged man remarked once more. Shameless scoundrel. Ling Qingzhu's beautiful eyes flared with anger. Yet she lacked the strength to continue debating with the culture man. Instead, she leaned weakly against Liu Xi, clutching him urgently as she implored, "Please, take me away." Her breath was fragrant, her gaze dazed, and as her words faded, she instinctively nestled against Liu Xi's neck. This scene caused Lin Dong's fist to clench tightly. His face flushed with rage, and he could not help but step forward, shouting, "Release Miss Qingzhu." With that, he brandished his Tianlin ancient halberd toward Liu Xi, intent on reclaiming Ling Qingzhu. Although he had previously presented a facade of resistance before both Ling Qingzhu and the cultured man, witnessing her being taken by another man ignited a sense of loss akin to having a prized possession snatched away. In this peculiar emotional state, he took the initiative to confront the taller Liu Xi. The cultured gentleman chuckled, clearly entertained, showing no intention of intervening. He was eager to observe how Liu Xi, a minor Yuan Dan realm practitioner, would contend with Lin Dong, who was a minor perfection in Yuan Dan. "Remarkable courage to strike at me." Liu Xi commended Lin Dong, yet remained motionless. A surge of golden energy erupted from his brow, forming a radiant golden barrier that enveloped both him and Ling Qingzhu. Bang! Lin Dong's Tianlin ancient halberd struck the golden barrier with ferocity. However, this formidable attack, which could easily dispatch even a minor Yuan Dan practitioner, felt as though it had collided with an impenetrable steel wall. The impact left Lin Dong's arm numb, nearly causing him to lose grip of the halberd as he stumbled backward, nearly toppling over. Upon inspecting his right hand, he discovered that the tremendous recoil had torn his flesh, causing it to bleed. Be cautious. This individual is a symbol master, no. He may well be a celestial symbol master. Withdraw at once. You are no match for him. At that moment, the voice of the small weasel in Lin Dong's mind resonated with grave urgency. A celestial symbol master? The astonished exclamations of both Lin Dong and the cultured gentleman echoed simultaneously. Lin Dong's pupils dilated, his gaze fixed in horror upon Liu Xi, who was enveloped in golden light. A celestial symbol master transcended the realm of a symbol master. A symbol master was akin to a formidable being in the third transformation of creation, while a celestial symbol master was a genuine powerhouse capable of rivaling those in the nirvana realm. Did this imply that the man's strength reached the level of the master of this tomb? How terrifying! The man was merely in his 20s, comparable in age to Lin Langtian and others outside, perhaps even younger. A prodigy indeed. Ling Qingzhu, languishing weakly in Liu Xi's embrace, was briefly roused by the shock in Lin Dong's and the tomb master's voices. Upon hearing Liu Xi referred to as a celestial symbol master, her bewildered eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded him. Such a young celestial symbol master was a rarity even in her surroundings, a veritable genius. So it turns out you are a celestial symbol master. No wonder you possess the audacity to invade this tomb to see someone. However, even with your capabilities to take her away, the nirvana heart within her has already been fully ignited by me. Should you succeed in taking her, without the means to harmonize yin and yang, she will nonetheless be doomed to the flames of destruction. The cultured, middle-aged man, having regained his composure from his astonishment, fixed his gaze back upon Liu Xi and Ling Qingzhu, offering a reminder. Chapter 13. The heart-wrenching situation of Ling Qingzhu. Senior, this nirvana heart is the culmination of your lifelong efforts. Since you were able to fully ignite it, might you also be able to reseal it? Lin Dong, quick-witted as ever, immediately inquired with hopeful anticipation upon hearing the cultured man's words. Since it seemed impossible to reclaim Ling Qingzhu, he could not bear to watch her fall into another's hands. If the elder could reseal the energy of the nirvana heart, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. The cultured gentleman regarded Lin Dong with profound insight, appreciating the lad's cleverness from a young age. However, he shook his head in resignation and replied, I understand what you are thinking, but regrettably, the nirvana heart has already fully dissolved within her body. To reseal it and eliminate the pure yin energy atop, it would be beyond my capabilities, even at my peak. Moreover, he glanced oddly at Liu Xi and added, even if he is also a celestial symbol master, comparable to a nirvana realm powerhouse, he too would likely find it impossible. Lin Dong's heart sank in disappointment as he gazed at Ling Qingzhu, who was leaning against Liu Xi, her condition alarmingly precarious. His youthful face was etched with intense frustration. It was all this man's fault. Had he not intruded, perhaps the tomb master would have facilitated Lin Dong's union with Ling Qingzhu. Yet now, what was he to do? He was powerless to fight or reclaim her, and the bitterness of his predicament gnawed at him. He felt deep within that Ling Qingzhu rightfully belonged to him, though he could not articulate why he felt this way. Witnessing her in another man's arms was agonizing, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of suffocation. While resealing the energy of the nirvana heart was indeed a formidable challenge, suppressing the pure yin fire within her body to delay its eruption was still within his capabilities. Liu Xi smiled casually, harboring no intentions of taking advantage of others' misfortunes, though this presented a splendid opportunity to claim Ling Qingzhu. Liu Xi deemed it utterly despicable and shameless to attain her in such a manner. Moreover, the audacious proclamation of any woman I have been with is mine was nothing short of outrageous, showing a complete disregard for the feelings of the other party. While he reveled in his own perceived dominance, Lin Dong, in truth, bore more responsibility than Xiao Yan, displaying a greater degree of integrity. Yet his character was similarly flawed, marked by arrogance and self-importance. His innate talent was hardly commendable throughout their journey, regardless of the celestial treasures or various artifacts. Without the stone talisman, he was rendered impotent, unable to subdue anything, yet he persisted in his delusions of grandeur, taking pride in what was not his own merit. Liu Xi felt as though he, combined with the wealth of the world's richest individuals, would equal a significant portion of the world's fortune, while in reality, he possessed merely a few hundred coins. Of course, Lin Dong had his virtues, at least during the conquest of the devouring ancestor talisman and the thunder ancestor talisman. His resilience far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, earning him a place among the continent's elite. Upon hearing that Liu Xi could suppress the pure yin fire within Ling Qingzhu, Lin Dong's expression brightened. Perhaps this meant Ling Qingzhu would not have to lose herself after all. The master of the tomb was somewhat taken aback, fully aware of his nirvana heart. Once the energy dispersed, it would permeate the blood and bones, seeping into the primordial force. Without the balance of yin and yang, it could not be refined, and due to its distribution throughout the blood and bones, sealing and suppressing it proved exceedingly challenging. In Ling Qingzhu's enchanting and clear eyes, a glimmer of surprise appeared. Her delicate body feeling weak and powerless, her vital energy suppressed, she could no longer control her thoughts. Struggling to maintain her final consciousness, she collapsed into Liu Xi's embrace. Urgently pleading, "Take me away." Liu Xi held her slender waist, gazing at her exquisite visage beneath the thin veil, feeling a twinge of compassion. Ling Qingzhu must be in utter despair now. While within this stone hall, neither the tomb master nor Lin Dong considered her feelings in the slightest. After claiming Ling Qingzhu, Lin Dong was filled with self-satisfaction, boasting loudly and laughing boisterously, completely oblivious to the sentiments of others. Indeed, Liu Xi replied gently, brushing aside her tousled hair with a touch of tenderness, channeling a pure essence of yang energy to alleviate her discomfort. He coldly addressed the refined man and Lin Dong, saying, "To orchestrate such a union through such underhanded means is truly despicable. Out of respect for your already extinguished existence, I shall not hold this against you this time. And you, Lin Dong, do not presume that possessing a celestial artifact stone talisman grants you the right to act with impunity, expecting everyone to orbit around you. The world is vast, and your talisman may well be deemed worthless in the eyes of others. Even when taking advantage, one must adhere to certain principles. The little mouse within you, even at its peak, is not omnipotent. Remember, even thieves have their codes, robbers have their own guidelines. Employing such petty tricks, even if you acquire this young lady, it remains nothing but a sordid maneuver, unworthy of recognition." With that, Liu Xi deemed the matter concluded. Refusing to cast another glance at the suddenly pale faces of the refined man and Lin Dong as he turned to leave with Ling Qingzhu. The refined man's face shifted between shades of blue and red, feeling somewhat humiliated by Liu Xi's words. Originally presenting himself as an elegant senior, Liu Xi's remarks had transformed him into a shameless scoundrel. Yet he found himself powerless to refute, suffering disdain even in death, which left him quite uncomfortable. Lin Dong, on the other hand, stood frozen, his pupils dilating as if he had heard something unfathomable. In that instant, cold sweat broke out, and an icy chill crept into his heart. This mysterious youth clad in beast skin was terrifying. In the brief exchange, he had seen through all his secrets. Even the little ferret hidden within the talisman had been ruthlessly revealed. The scorn and disdain in Liu Xi's words struck him like a thunderbolt. He acknowledged that initially, he had intended to capitalize on the situation, hence his failure to warn Ling Qingzhu or make an exit. Yet, Liu Xi's derision had dealt a devastating blow to his pride. It felt akin to a deity looking down upon the petty schemes of ants, met only with disdain and derision. Liu Xi paid no heed to the impact of his words on the tomb master and Lin Dong. As he and Ling Qingzhu stepped out of the bronze gate, they encountered someone. Lin Langtian. "Qingzhu, who are you? Release her." Lin Langtian, having just emerged from the sea of flames with the aid of his soul, spotted a tall man in beast skin cradling a lady as he was about to intercept. But he was caught off guard by the familiar, breathtaking visage in Liu Xi's arms. At this moment, Lin Langtian lost his composure, instantly adopting a cold and stern demeanor as he confronted Liu Xi, his palm striking toward him without hesitation. Chapter 14. Ling Qingzhu's First Kiss. "I'll get lost." Liu Xi was momentarily taken aback by Lin Langtian's arrival. Hadn't he been told that Lin Langtian and the others would only arrive after everything was resolved? He had not delayed at all. Could it be that Lin Dong was simply inept, finishing his business before even entering? This was not inconceivable, considering the emphasis on talent. Before Lin Langtian could react, a mighty wave of golden sound energy crashed against him, sending him reeling backward, blood erupting from his mouth. Lin Langtian's expression morphed into one of terror as he gazed at Liu Xi, who resembled a war god. This individual could injure him with a single strike. Who on earth was he? Who are you? Release Qingzhu at once, or face the wrath of the 4 great clans, which you cannot withstand. Lin Langtian was aware of Ling Qingzhu's background. If anything were to happen to her here, the entire Dian dynasty would be unable to bear the wrath of her formidable backing. "You asked me to release Qingzhu. Have you inquired if she wishes to be released?" Liu Xi had initially intended to ignore Lin Langtian, but since he was so insistent, and given that Ling Qingzhu had just absorbed Liu Xi's pure yang energy and regained some clarity, he allowed her to speak for herself. Ling Qingzhu's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, her previously exposed, tender skin glowing with an alluring pink hue, a result of the pure yin fire within her. She found herself cradled in Liu Xi's arms, enveloped in his robust masculine aura. Having never been this close to a man, her heart raced uncontrollably. Under the influence of the pure yin fire, she yearned to draw even closer to Liu Xi. Liu Xi's presence lacked the unpleasantness she had previously associated with men. Instead, he emanated a subtle fragrance, neither overpowering nor ordinary, but upon inhaling, it instilled a sense of comfort and tranquility, revitalizing her very being. It was grand and majestic, evoking an irresistible sense of affinity. Brother Langtian, this is Qingzhu's senior apprentice brother. Qingzhu has matters to discuss with him, so we shall take our leave first. By the way, Brother Langtian, since you witnessed our affair, please assist in keeping it under wraps. Qingzhu will certainly reward you handsomely afterward. Ling Qingzhu spoke lightly to Lin Langtian, her voice imbued with a hint of allure that captivated the listener, igniting fervor within them. However, Lin Langtian found himself unable to muster such fervor at that moment. Senior apprentice brother? That is not a title just anyone can claim. Lin Langtian's heart jolted, and without a moment's thought, he hastily apologized. Langtian did not realize that the senior was Qingzhu's brother. I apologize for my impudence. Please forgive me. Though he still harbored numerous questions, he recognized that anyone referred to as a senior apprentice brother by Ling Qingzhu was not someone he could afford to offend. Indeed, Liu Xi nodded coldly, uttering not a word as he swiftly led Ling Qingzhu away, disappearing from Lin Langtian's sight. Steering clear of the crowd, Liu Xi enveloped both himself and Ling Qingzhu in a shroud of mental energy, transforming into a radiant arc of light. Before anyone could discern their forms, he whisked Ling Qingzhu away from the ancient tomb. In the lush embrace of the forest, Liu Xi guided Ling Qingzhu to the summit of a serene mountain range. Harnessing his formidable mental prowess, he wove a spatial formation around them, isolating this tranquil peak from external interference and scrutiny, thus creating a sanctuary. At that moment, Ling Qingzhu found herself in a daze, collapsing softly into Liu Xi's embrace. She nuzzled against his neck, akin to a playful puppy, exhaling sweetly as she planted delicate kisses upon his face and throat, her jade-like hands exploring. Had it been an ordinary man, he would have long since taken advantage of Ling Qingzhu's closeness. Yet, Liu Xi, possessing unparalleled willpower, resisted the urge to indulge himself completely. Instead, he gently lifted the gossamer veil from her face, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful visage, before pressing his lips against her luscious mouth. A single stone stirred countless waves. As Ling Qingzhu's lips met Liu Xi's, she completely lost control. However, Liu Xi did not take advantage. He merely kissed her tender lips, drawing forth the pure yin energy within her, while simultaneously imparting some of his pristine yang energy, facilitating her harmonious balance of yin and yang. Guided by Liu Xi, Ling Qingzhu gradually found her composure, her eyes closed as she reciprocated the kiss, absorbing his pure yang energy. Intentionally, Liu Xi led Ling Qingzhu in cultivating the dual cultivation technique he had devised during his time on the Dou Qi Continent, inspired by the Bodhi ancient tree. This unique technique allowed him to practice alongside dozens of beautiful companions, uniting their energies within his body, dispersing and ultimately enhancing them collectively. Unlike traditional dual cultivation methods, this practice did not necessitate physical contact and allowed for seamless entry and exit, free from conventional restrictions. Yet, in his pursuit of Ling Qingzhu, who harbored pure yin energy, he naturally embraced her. Under Liu Xi's guidance, a shimmering aura enveloped their bodies, one golden and one azure. As yin and yang intertwined, their energies entwined. Ling Qingzhu instinctively clung to Liu Xi, deepening their kiss. This transformative process lasted for 3 days. When an overwhelming aura surged forth from both their bodies, they simultaneously awakened from their engrossed cultivation. As she regained consciousness, Ling Qingzhu abruptly pushed Liu Xi away, hastily rising to her feet, her cheeks flushed. Over the past 3 days, her awareness had gradually returned, and Liu Xi had shared with her the method of refining her nirvana heart energy. Ultimately, with her tacit consent, they maintained their original state for 3 days of cultivation. Having kept her beautiful eyes closed in deep concentration, she had momentarily disregarded everything. But now, even with her typically aloof demeanor, she felt a rush of embarrassment. Ling Qingzhu glared at Liu Xi, a mixture of embarrassment and anger reflected in her expression. She wanted to be furious, yet Liu Xi had acted to assist her. However, her first kiss, held dear for over a decade, had been taken by him, and they had been intimately entwined for 3 days. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, she found herself at a loss for words. Subconsciously assessing her own condition, she gasped in surprise. The pinnacle of the creation realm and the energy of the nirvana heart has been completely refined. Ling Qingzhu was astounded. Under normal circumstances, she would not have been able to refine the energy of the nirvana heart so swiftly. Even after consumption, it would have taken her considerable time to absorb and integrate that energy fully. Yet, having merely cultivated together with Liu Xi for 3 days, she had entirely refined the energy, and she sensed significant improvements in other aspects as well. This enhancement was evident, and with her keen perception, she recognized the immense benefits she had gained. Chapter 15. An invitation from Ling Qingzhu. Ah, fair maiden, you mustn't turn your back on me. Assisting you in refining the energy within your body was done with your consent. I did not intend any impropriety, Liu Xi hastily asserted, rising to his feet as he sensed Ling Qingzhu's mixed emotions of reproach and embarrassment. He was not afraid of her, but clarity was necessary. Ling Qingzhu, though flustered, acknowledged that Liu Xi's assistance in refining her nirvana heart energy had indeed been with her approval. Yet, how could she disregard the fact that he had stolen her first kiss? All she could do was acquiesce. Despite her annoyance at losing her kiss, she recognized Liu Xi's good intentions. Given the circumstances, it was fortunate that he had only kissed her without crossing further boundaries. Biting her lip, Ling Qingzhu could still feel the warmth of Liu Xi's lips lingering on hers, intensifying her blush. Suppressing the flustered feelings rising within her, she spoke softly. "Thank you, kind sir, for your assistance in helping me leave the ancient tomb and avoiding falling into the hands of thieves. I am immensely grateful, but may I inquire your name?" Upon realizing Liu Xi was a celestial talisman master who had effortlessly whisked her away from Lin Longtian's grasp and deftly resolved her internal turmoil, she understood he was far from ordinary. For a mere mortal from a small dynasty to give rise to a nirvana realm expert was already a rarity. Yet Liu Xi, so young and powerful, was also a remarkably rare celestial talisman master, a feat unlikely to be found in a small place like the Dine dynasty. Liu Xi, Liu, as in the willows swaying in the breeze. Xi, as in sweeping across the world. "If Miss Qingzhu does not mind, you may call me brother," he replied with a gentle chuckle. "Brother?" Ling Qingzhu instinctively uttered, then abruptly realized, stamping her foot in surprise, her beautiful eyes glaring at Liu Xi. At that moment, without her veil, her stunning beauty shone unreservedly before him, and her flustered demeanor captivated Liu Xi entirely. Seeing Liu Xi lost in admiration, Ling Qingzhu felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Yet she found herself oddly pleased by his admiration of her beauty, feeling a tinge of pride and joy within. "Ah, Miss Qingzhu is truly obedient," Liu Xi remarked, regaining his composure and playfully addressing her as sister. Ling Qingzhu glared at him, retorting, "Young Master Liu, you and the master of the ancient tomb, like that little thief, are both shameless." Realizing her words might be excessive, considering Liu Xi had not truly wronged her and had saved her, she contemplated apologizing. However, Liu Xi merely laughed. "Then I must thank you for your kind words, but as I am your brother, how does that make you my sister?" He teased. "Young Master Liu, do not speak nonsense. Qingzhu has not agreed to be your sister." She quickly countered. "That simply won't do. Once a brother, always a brother. Since you have called me brother, you must acknowledge it henceforth." Liu Xi countered playfully. "Young Master Liu, you truly are no good person." Ling Qingzhu chided lightly. "Perhaps," Liu Xi replied with a mischievous grin. Liu Xi offered no rebuttal and simply shrugged his shoulders. Young Master Liu is presumably not a native of the Great Yan dynasty, is he? After a moment of silence, Ling Qingzhu, with her eyes as beautiful as crystal, turned her gaze back to Liu Xi and inquired with a hint of curiosity. At this moment, her interest in Liu Xi had notably deepened. "Ah, a solitary wanderer, a man of the world. And now I find myself with a sister fairy named Qingzhu," Liu Xi jestingly remarked, gazing at Ling Qingzhu. "Young Master Liu." Ling Qingzhu shot him an exasperated glance. She was quite helpless against his teasing nature, yet she felt an inexplicable fondness towards him. It was as if, in Liu Xi's presence, she no longer had to maintain the icy facade she exhibited to outsiders, appearing elegantly aloof while harboring a proud and indifferent heart. With Liu Xi, she felt a genuine sense of closeness. Perhaps it stemmed from her trust in him after he saved her, as he had refrained from taking advantage of the situation. Ling Qingzhu engaged in further conversation with Liu Xi and was astounded to learn that he truly was a solitary figure without any backing. Given Liu Xi's prowess, it was unusual for a typical faction to cultivate someone of his caliber. It was surprising to discover that he was indeed without any influence. Young Master Liu, since you lack any affiliations, why not consider joining Qingzhu's sect? Ling Qingzhu expressed her admiration for his talent, hoping to persuade Liu Xi to join the Zhuqian Taiqing Palace. That is not out of the question. Liu Xi mused thoughtfully upon hearing her proposition. He then observed the sudden look of surprise on Ling Qingzhu's face and stated earnestly, "If Sister Qingzhu is willing to call me brother, I shall consider joining your sect." Young Master Liu, Qingzhu is quite serious about this. Ling Qingzhu retorted playfully, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. "I'm also serious," Liu Xi replied, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Qingzhu. Ling Qingzhu was taken aback by his words. Upon noticing his unwavering gaze, she suddenly comprehended something. Her flawless cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and her heart raced in that instant. Unable to meet Liu Xi's clear, bright eyes, she turned her head slightly, pouting in a somewhat petulant manner, and said, "If you are unwilling to join, then it matters not. Qingzhu's sect is not lacking in talents like you." The thought of calling him brother was far more difficult for her to accept than a kiss from Liu Xi. Liu Xi did not expect Ling Qingzhu to easily acquiesce to calling him brother. If she did, she would no longer be the aloof fairy she portrayed herself to be. Seeing Liu Xi's lack of interest in joining the Zhuqian Taiqing Palace, Ling Qingzhu refrained from pressing further. "Young Master Liu, it has been several days since Qingzhu ventured out, and it is time for me to return. May I inquire what your plans are for the future?" Ling Qingzhu donned a sheer veil, obscuring her enchanting visage, and then, with her beautiful eyes fixed on Liu Xi, she inquired softly. Liu Xi paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "I am merely a solitary wanderer for now. I shall explore this continent for a while longer." At his words, Ling Qingzhu felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped Liu Xi would choose to join her Zhuqian Taiqing Palace. The vastness of the Tianxian continent made her ponder when they might meet again after their parting. Her lips moved slightly beneath the veil, yet she could not bring herself to call him brother. Instead, she smiled gently and said, "Then I wish young Master Liu a swift ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts and the attainment of sacred mastery in talismanic arts. Should fate allow, let us meet again in the Dongxian region." The Dongxian region, indeed, Liu Xi nodded in agreement. Then, Qingzhu bids farewell. With that, Ling Qingzhu bestowed upon Liu Xi a breathtaking smile and transformed into a streak of azure light, swiftly vanishing from his sight. Chapter 16. Lin family's elder sister, Lin Xia. Yan City, the closest major city to Qingyang Town, where Lin Dong was born, is also one of the nearest large cities to the Tianyan mountain range. Home to the ancient tomb manor. Several days have passed since the ancient tomb manor was opened, and the treasures within have been thoroughly plundered. Countless individuals who ventured to the ancient tomb manor in search of riches have begun to return. These past few days, Yan City has been abuzz with activity, as many who achieved significant gains during their expedition have come to sell their acquired treasures and exchange them for the cultivation resources they require. However, the most talked about topic among the populace is not the treasures from the ancient tomb manor, but rather Lin Dong from the Lin family. Hey, have you heard? A remarkable young genius has emerged from the Lin family in Qingyang Town, slaying the Blood Wolf Gang's leader, Yao Chen, and the two heads of Haimen Mountain, three formidable experts at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. I know about that. It's said that Yao Chen of the Blood Wolf Gang sought to annihilate the Wanjin Merchant Guild and coveted the Lin family's Yang Yuan stone mine, only to be thwarted by Lin Dong, who had just returned from the ancient tomb manor. Lin Dong is truly a prodigy, a mere minor success in the Yuan Dan realm, and yet he managed to eliminate three peak experts. It's merely thanks to the powerful talisman puppet he wields. I've heard it's a mid-tier puppet that consumes 2,000 pure Yuan Dan with each strike. It is precisely with this puppet that he was able to vanquish the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang and the two heads of Haimen Mountain. Clearly, Lin Dong has reaped considerable rewards from the ancient tomb manor. Being able to casually expend 2,000 pure Yuan Dan is equivalent to 200,000 Yang Yuan Dan. I advise you to refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. I've heard that Lin Dong's mid-tier talisman puppet can contend with a forming shape realm expert. Forming shape realm? How terrifying. Our city lord is barely at that level. As Liu Xi strolled through the streets of Yan City, he overheard the bustling discussions and felt a sense of mild astonishment. Indeed, Lin Dong possessed extraordinary fortune. Although Ling Qingzhu had been taken away by him, Lin Dong could still fight above his level thanks to the treasures he acquired from the ancient tomb manor. The celestial demon Mink within him, having devoured the spirit beasts within the manor, likely possessed strength at the forming shape realm. Truly, he was the chosen one, seemingly blessed with an array of hidden advantages. Liu Xi also possessed some pure Yuan Dan, around 10,000 pieces, gathered casually from the ancient tomb manor. While this amount was insignificant across the Tianxian continent, it made him a small fortune in a place like Yin City. As he walked, he inquired casually about a boutique called the Illusion Garment Workshop, reputed for its fine clothing and said to be backed by the Talisman Master Guild. Liu Xi decided to pay a visit and purchase a couple of garments. As Liu Xi arrived at the entrance of the Illusion Garment Workshop, ready to step inside, a melodious and cheerful laughter suddenly floated out from within. A group of youthful and vibrant girls emerged from the boutique, giggling. Hee, Sister Lin Xia. I told you the clothes from the Illusion Garment Workshop are exquisite. You look stunning in that red dress. Sister Lin Xia has such a fantastic figure. Just look at her bust, her waist, her hips, and those long legs. I wonder who will be lucky enough to win her heart. Sister Lin Xia, do confess, do you have someone you fancy? The girl surrounded by the others wore a form-fitting red dress that accentuated her tall and graceful figure. She possessed striking beauty. Her ample bosom, slender waist, rounded hips, and notably long legs captured attention. As she approached with lively steps, her posture exuded vigor, her hair flowing in the breeze, and a gentle smile gracing her features. Clearly, she was quite pleased with her form-fitting red dress. Upon hearing the teasing remarks of the girls beside her, she could only respond with a hint of exasperation. The clothes from the Illusion Garment Workshop are indeed splendid, but they are far too expensive. This one dress has drained my savings for several months. A slight grimace of pain crossed Lin Xia's delicate face. She only received a meager supply of several dozen yuan dan each month, which she needed for her own cultivation. After painstakingly saving up a little, she found that a mere trip to the market had completely depleted her savings. Hee, Sister Lin Xia, oh my, he is so handsome. Several young women were just about to console Lin Xia when one of them casually glanced towards the entrance, suddenly halting her breath, her eyes sparkling with astonishment as she exclaimed. The other girls instinctively turned in the direction of her gaze, only to find themselves frozen in place. Their minds blank. He was simply too handsome, tall and imposing, with a strikingly elegant demeanor. He was as beautiful as a celestial being. By the time Lin Xia and her friends regained their composure from their awe, Liu Xi had already stepped into the loft of the Illusory Garment Workshop. Wow, Lin Xia, did you see that? That person was incredibly handsome. I've never seen anyone so striking, exclaimed one of the girls, her eyes wide with excitement. He is so tall. It's as if a mountain stands before me. Lin Xia, why don't you go after him? He is simply too eye-catching. As soon as Liu Xi left, the girls eagerly grasped Lin Xia's arm, chattering animatedly. It must be said that Liu Xi's appearance held a significant allure for the young women, akin to the irresistible charm of a Medusa to men. Even clad in ordinary animal hide, he managed to captivate the hearts of many. It seemed that I am indeed quite handsome, thought Liu Xi, yet Lin Xia, Lin Don's cousin, is also quite striking. In the Illusory Garment Workshop, Liu Xi couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. As he continued to evolve, his charm became increasingly undeniable, even in simple attire. He exuded an air of grandeur and majesty. Esteemed guest, please feel free to browse through our garments, greeted the beautiful proprietress of the workshop with a warm smile as she approached him first. Madam, I would like to have several outfits custom-made. Rest assured, money is not an issue, Liu Xi declared grandly. Giggle, esteemed guest, with your physique, height, and this face. You are the most perfect and imposing person I have ever seen. However, your stature makes it rather challenging to select clothing. I would recommend custom tailoring instead. Our workshop's original owner is the Lord of the City, and our chief designer is Miss Ziyue. Even the runes on the garments are personally crafted by Our Lady. She continued, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Liu Xi, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch him. Fortunately, although Liu Xi had a penchant for flirtation, he was not one to allow just anyone to touch him. Before the proprietress could lay a hand on him, a gentle barrier of energy prevented her. Money is not a concern. However, I would like to first examine the materials used in your garments, Liu Xi stated, having developed a discerning taste after years of being a solar deity in the Dou Qi Continent. Chapter 17. Miss Ziyue of the City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion. Miss, someone wishes to have clothing custom-made, reported the beautiful proprietress of the Illusory Garment Workshop. Her face filled with respect as she addressed a stunning young woman who was currently sketching runes onto a garment. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a purple robe. Her skin as fair as snow, with delicate eyebrows, an oval face, and cherry-red lips. Her exquisite features crafted an ethereal beauty. Yet her icy demeanor made it clear strangers were not welcome. Upon hearing the report, the young woman showed little reaction, remaining focused on her intricate work. She coolly instructed, "Leave the measurements. Let him return in a month to collect the garments. A month. If anyone else had made such a statement, the customer would have surely protested. Yet, when this young woman spoke, it felt as if it were an undeniable decree, leaving no room for dissent. The beautiful proprietress was not surprised. Having the daughter of the city lord personally assist with custom clothing was a privilege worth waiting for, even years. Unfortunately, the young lady only had 3 custom orders available per month, and each request needed to meet various conditions. Those who made it to her attention were almost always qualified. This was merely a means for the young lady to refine her skills as a rune master. Otherwise, no one in the entire Flame City could boast of such an honor. This particular customer is a bit special. The proprietress hesitated for several seconds before finally speaking. Oh, the young woman did not lift her gaze, her slender fingers continuing their meticulous work, her expression calm. This customer is rather handsome, but that is not all. He wishes to inspect the materials for his custom garments in advance, demanding only the finest materials. Money is not an issue, and he also requested that the chief designer personally take his measurements. The proprietress felt that this request was somewhat excessive. While it was true that the young lady was the chief designer of the illusory garment workshop, she had never personally measured a customer. Such tasks were always delegated to her subordinates. However, given that this request came from an extraordinarily handsome male customer who casually tossed a handful of pure yuan dan, she couldn't help but think that perhaps it wasn't unreasonable after all. The young woman paused momentarily, her icy demeanor shifting ever so slightly as she lifted her gaze to meet the proprietress's anxious eyes. The calmness in her crystalline gaze made the proprietress break into a cold sweat. Before she could offer any defense, the young woman's indifferent voice cut through the tension. I have made it clear that I do not appreciate such flirtations. As a senior, you should know better. If this happens again, you may leave the illusory garment workshop. It was understandable why the young woman felt this way. Given her status in Flame City, she was constantly approached by countless suitors, many seeking to make her acquaintance through such means, which only served to irritate her. Miss, that customer. The proprietress suddenly grew anxious, eager to defend her position. But the young woman waved her hand, dismissing her. It was clear that she held no interest in this customer's request for custom garments. The beautiful proprietress wanted to argue further, but upon meeting the young woman's suddenly frosty gaze, she swallowed her words entirely. Liu Xi was taken aback to find that his simple desire for custom garments had been met with rejection. He was currently on his way to the Flame City Rune Masters Association, intending to explore the various runes of the heavenly profound continent. Despite having reached the level of a heavenly rune master, he had yet to condense his own life rune. The life rune is of utmost importance to a rune master. Only by condensing it can one unlock the true potential of their spiritual power. There are 3 tiers of life runes: life rune, life spirit rune, and life celestial rune. The life rune is the most basic and lacks any special abilities, with many rune masters condensing this type. The life spirit rune is rarer and more valuable, possessing various minor functions, such as the Qian Koan rune inscribed on a spatial pouch or the ancient vortex rune of Lindong, which belongs to this category. The life celestial rune is even more formidable, endowed with earth-shattering abilities. Those who master such celestial runes are invariably among the most powerful beings in existence. Of course, the most powerful runes in the heavenly profound continent are the 8 ancestral runes. Liu Xi, with his innate formidable spiritual power, could wield immense might without even having condensed his life rune. In truth, he possessed a life rune from birth, rendering the need for postnatal condensation unnecessary. His life rune was none other than the ancestral pattern of the Sun Golden Crow clan. After consuming countless heavenly fires and spiritual materials, the essence of these elements melded into the life pattern of the Sun Golden Crow, integrating seamlessly with Liu Xi. With the ancestral pattern of the Sun Golden Crow, Liu Xi could similarly unleash astonishing abilities across the heavenly profound continent. Stop. This is the territory of the Rune Masters Association. Unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entering. As Liu Xi arrived at the entrance of the Talisman's Guild, intent on entering, he was halted by the 2 imposing guards stationed at the door. Is entry prohibited for ordinary individuals? Liu Xi inquired, bewildered. Typically, such establishments, while serving a specific demographic, also engage in business transactions, necessitating the presence of clients seeking their services. However, before one of the guards could respond, his companion, suddenly invigorated, straightened his posture and interjected with a voice clear and filled with excitement. Monsieur, you have arrived. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately adopted a serious demeanor, standing erect as he respectfully called out towards Liu Xi's rear, Miss Ziyue. A fragrant breeze wafted gently from behind, and soon, the light, graceful footsteps resonated. Curiosity piqued. Liu Xi turned to behold a figure as ethereal as a violet sprite materializing before him. The young lady possessed features that could only be described as exquisite. Her skin was as flawless as freshly fallen snow, her delicate brows akin to willow leaves, and her autumnal eyes sparkled with the depth of a serene lake. While her flowing tresses cascaded like a waterfall, she seemed as if she had stepped forth from the very confines of a painting, leaving one in awe of the creator's remarkable ability to conjure such a flawless beauty, a sight that was both pleasing and uplifting to the heart. Yet, despite her breathtaking allure, her countenance bore an icy demeanor, resembling the chill of frost, as radiant and aloof as the moon suspended high in the heavens, rendering her nearly unreachable. The woman in purple replied with a detached nod, her gaze fixed ahead as she glided past Liu Xi, not sparing him even a fleeting glance. It was evident that her aloofness reached an extraordinary level, impervious to the presence of others, her spirit undisturbed. Just as this enigmatic figure was about to step through the gates of the Talisman's Guild, she unexpectedly turned back. "Is Master Yan still within the guild today?" Her melodious voice, akin to harmonious notes, drifted from her lips, invigorating the atmosphere. However, as she spoke, her keen eyes seemed to catch a glimpse of something. Her delicate head pausing momentarily before she regarded the imposing figure standing at the entrance with surprise. Initially, she had paid little heed to the individual stationed there, but to her astonishment, he possessed an extraordinary grace and commanding presence. Even with her typically cold disposition, she found herself momentarily captivated by his striking appearance. "In response to your inquiry, Miss Xiue, Master Yan is currently engaged in conversation with young Master Lin Dong inside the guild," one of the guards promptly reported. "Lin Dong? He's here as well?" Dua's exquisite eyes widened slightly, revealing a trace of delight as she scrutinized the situation. Without further consideration for the somewhat captivating Liu Xi, she turned and entered the guild. Although Liu Xi was undeniably handsome, it was Lin Dong's impressive display during the Talisman Tower competition that had truly caught her attention, leading to his subsequent remarkable feats in vanquishing the Blood Wolf Gang and the Black Python Mountain. Xiue held Lin Dong in high regard and was intrigued by the manner in which he had cultivated his abilities, considering how he had surpassed her own prowess in such a short span of time. Alas, could it be that Miss Xiue has taken a fancy to Lin Dong? One guard mused. "That lad is indeed fortunate. Even our typically aloof Miss Xiue has taken notice of him. However, given that he is already a 3-seal talisman master at such a young age, it is only fitting that she finds him commendable. Regrettably, it seems that talent is paramount, and we may never attain the status of a talisman master ourselves." As the two guards exchanged their thoughts on the usually serene Xiue's reaction to Lin Dong's presence, a soft voice interrupted their hushed conversation. "Excuse me, is it now permissible for me to enter? We have stated that no idle individuals are allowed," one guard began, but then abruptly halted, astonished by the sight of a golden-black talisman shimmering upon Liu Xi's forehead. The mere glance at this emblem instilled a profound sense of reverence within them, overwhelming their senses as if they were on the verge of fainting. "Honorable sir, please proceed inside. We will promptly notify Master Yan." The guard's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, with one of them taking the lead to guide Liu Xi into the guild. Within the Talisman's Guild, Master Yan, the president of the Flame City Talisman's Guild, was engaged in dialogue with Lin Dong, who had come seeking information. "Young friend Lin Dong, if you are in search of a spirit talisman master within the Great Flame Dynasty, you have but two options. One is the Great Wilderness Prefecture, the largest and most tumultuous region within the dynasty, where it is rumored that powerful forces harbor spirit talisman masters. The other is the Great Flame Prefecture, our imperial capital, where the headquarters of our guild resides, and our president is a high-level spirit talisman master, a paragon of excellence within the entire Great Flame Dynasty." Master Yan spoke with pride, keenly observing Lin Dong's reaction, hoping to elicit astonishment. Indeed, Lin Dong was taken aback, but not by the prowess of the Talisman's Guild. Rather, he was astonished by Liu Xi's capabilities. His purpose for visiting was twofold: to inquire about spirit talisman masters and to seek repairs for his ancient sky-scale halberd. This halberd, acquired from the ancient tomb, was a relatively unremarkable spirit treasure, still in the process of completion, merely reaching the intermediate treasure level. Yet it had significantly enhanced his combat power. If it could be fully restored, completing its final refinement could immensely augment his strength. Additionally, he wished to gauge the overall capabilities of the Talisman's Guild and ascertain whether Liu Xi was indeed a formidable figure within the Great Flame Dynasty. To his surprise, the most powerful talisman master within the Great Flame Dynasty, the guild's president, was merely a high-level spirit talisman master. While Liu Xi had already surpassed that realm and was remarkably youthful, it was truly terrifying and extraordinary. Master Yan, sir. Lin Dong was about to inquire further when a melodious voice rang out from behind him, followed by the appearance of the ice-cold, violet figure. Lin Dong's eyes briefly reflected awe, though he quickly regained his composure. Having encountered the beauty of Ling Qingzhu and the captivating Lin Ke, he had developed a certain resilience to exquisite appearances. Ziyue, you have arrived just in time. Our young friend Lin Dong is here as well. Given your comparable strengths, this is an opportune moment for you both to exchange insights, which may even facilitate your breakthroughs. Master Yin exclaimed with delight upon seeing Ziyue. He, a four-seal talisman master, stood one level above Lin Dong and 2 levels above Ziyue. Initially, he had believed Ziyue's talents to be remarkable, only to realize that Lin Dong surpassed her, making this the perfect opportunity for them to engage in meaningful discussion. Master Yin, you overestimate my abilities, Lin Dong replied with a wry smile. While he possessed commendable talent in cultivating his mental prowess, his rapid ascent to becoming a 3-seal talisman master was largely due to the spirit mill and the ancient whirlpool talisman he had acquired within the talisman tower. Though they could indeed converse, he had little experience to share regarding cultivation. Do not be so modest, my young friend. Today, I happen to have the time. You two should exchange your mental techniques. I am curious to witness the efficacy of the techniques you obtain from the talisman tower. However, do temper your strength a bit, as Ziyue is merely a 2-seal talisman master. Although she has mastered several mental techniques, she may not withstand the full force of a 3-seal talisman master's efforts. Master Yin insisted, waving his hand dismissively, leaving no room for refusal. Lin Dong, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. He was indeed quite curious about the hidden prowess of a celestial beauty like Ziyue. Just as the two were preparing to engage, 2 figures suddenly strode over from outside. It was him. Lin Dong merely cast a casual glance, yet his pupils contracted sharply. Liu Xi had left an indelible impression on him. Not only had he intercepted Ling Qingzhu, but he had also seen through all of Lin Dong's secrets. He had never encountered anyone as formidable as Liu Xi. Ziyue also seemed taken aback, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Liu Xi's face intently. Master Yan, the guard who had brought Liu Xi in, hurried to Master Yan's side and whispered a swift introduction regarding Liu Xi's situation. Master Yan's eyes widened in surprise, and he waved his hand, signaling the guard to withdraw while indicating to Ziyue and Lin Dong to wait a moment before rushing into any exchanges or competitions. He looked at Liu Xi and inquired politely, "My lord, are you also a talisman master? May I ask your esteemed surname and the purpose of your visit?" Chapter 19, Lin Dong's Invitation. My name is Liu Xi. I have come to this esteemed place merely to peruse its numerous talismanic texts. I wonder if Master Yin could grant me this favor? Liu Xi replied with a pleasant smile, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Peruse the texts? Master Yin, along with Ziyue and Lin Dong, appeared quite astonished. So does Liu Gongzi. May I inquire which talisman master association you belong to in our great Yin dynasty? Under whose tutelage do you study? And which specific talismanic texts do you wish to borrow? If it does not involve any confidential matters of our association, I could indeed facilitate your access to our talismanic records. Master Yin nodded, then asked earnestly. Tutelage? Liu Xi chuckled softly. I am not a talisman master of your great Yin dynasty, nor do I have a mentor within your realm. I merely wish to borrow some ordinary talismanic text from your association to gain an understanding of your dynasty's talismanic knowledge. This is a trivial matter that I trust Master Yin can accommodate. Not a talisman master of our great Yin dynasty? Master Yin, Ziyue, and Lin Dong gazed at Liu Xi in astonishment. However, Lin Dong quickly came to an understanding. Liu Xi's power was indeed terrifying. A celestial talisman master was non-existent in the entire great Yin dynasty, suggesting he must hail from elsewhere. Ziyue's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly. She had never encountered a talisman master from another realm in her life. May I inquire from which dynasty you come? Liu Gongzi? Although my strength is lacking, I possess some knowledge about the neighboring dynasties of the great Yin dynasty. Perhaps I have heard of the place you hail from, Master Yin continued, maintaining a degree of vigilance regarding talisman masters from other realms. Lin Dong and Ziyue also regarded Liu Xi with curiosity and anticipation. A figure as powerful as Liu Xi might indicate a remarkable place for cultivation. Dynasty? Heh, Master Yin need not concern himself with my origins. The place I hail from is far removed from here. Even a Nirvana realm expert would require decades to traverse such distance. I harbor no ill intentions towards your talisman association, So you may rest assured, Liu Xi replied with a calm smile. Decades for a Nirvana realm expert. This fellow is indeed a boastful braggart. Lin Dong exclaimed in shock, his mind reeling. Ziyue gasped, her mouth slightly agape, soon revealing a hint of disdain in her beautiful eyes. This individual was clearly exaggerating. There were scarcely a few Nirvana realm experts in the entire Great Yin dynasty. And how could someone who appeared so unassuming traverse such a vast distance with ease? Master Yin, after recovering from his astonishment, also felt skeptical, his demeanor growing cold. Lu Gongzi, do not jest with me. Although I have never encountered a Nirvana realm expert, such beings possess extraordinary power and can traverse any realm. If you truly originate from such an extraordinary place, how could you possibly descend to a locale such as mine? If you have no pressing matters, I must ask you to take your leave, for I am quite busy and unable to entertain you. With that, he issued a clear dismissal, evidently believing Liu Xi had come merely to amuse himself at his expense. Is that so? Liu Xi was about to showcase some of his strength, when suddenly, Lin Dong interjected urgently. Stepping forward a few paces, he gazed at Liu Xi, his tone tinged with respect. Liu Xi, esteemed senior, you are a celestial talisman master. Your prowess far surpassing that of any talisman master in our Great Yin dynasty. May I inquire why you wish to peruse the talismanic text from such a humble place? Also, at the ancient tomb mansion, you rescued that Miss Qingzhu. May I ask about her current condition? Is she well? As he spoke, Lin Dong frantically gestured to Master Yin and the others, aware of Liu Xi's terrifying reputation. Unlike others, he understood that even the master of the ancient tomb mansion did not dare to act recklessly before Liu Xi. The formidable Lin Langtian, a powerful figure of the manifestation realm, had been injured by Liu Xi. This was a being of immense power, and Lin Dong had no desire to offend him. Rather, he sought to cultivate a favorable relationship. Liu Xi may have been indifferent to his stone talismans, yet Lin Dong held a curiosity about them. If he could forge a good rapport with Liu Xi, it would provide him an opportunity to inquire about the stone talismans. Lin Dong's words utterly bewildered Master Yin and Ziyue. Celestial talisman master? Little one you. Master Yin stared incredulously at Lin Dong, questioning whether the boy had lost his mind to utter such outrageous claims. Ziyue's face mirrored astonishment as she shifted her gaze between Liu Xi and Lin Dong, attempting to discern whether they were engaged in an elaborate act. However, Liu Xi's subsequent response left them momentarily speechless. Lin Dong, you indeed possess courage. I have seen through all your secrets, yet you dare to converse with me. No wonder you were chosen by that entity. Focus on your training. When your strength rises, what beauties will you not attract? As for Ling Qingzhu, do not harbor delusions. She is beyond your reach. While Liu Xi appreciated Lin Dong's boldness, admiration was one thing. But when it came to beauties, a paragon like Ling Qingzhu was for Liu Xi to enjoy. Esteemed Liu, your strength is unparalleled, and I naturally do not dare to act presumptuously before you. However, I humbly beseech you for the opportunity to ask a few questions in private. Would you be willing to grant me this chance? Lin Dong inquired respectfully. He primarily sought to learn about the stone talismans, although he worried that Liu Xi might covet them. Yet, Liu Xi's vast capabilities left Lin Dong feeling powerless to evade. He could only earnestly attempt to cultivate a connection. This revealed Lin Dong's intelligence, for despite his minor flaws in character, he generally understood the importance of discretion. Perhaps another time, Liu Xi replied without outright refusal, providing Lin Dong with a rather bland response. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong felt a sense of relief. Liu Xi's indifferent demeanor suggested he might not be overly interested in the stone talismans after all. If he could establish a good rapport with Liu Xi, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for him. Thank you, esteemed Liu. If you do not mind, please consider staying with my Lin family during your time in Yen City. We have resided here for a while and are quite familiar with the area. We could be of assistance as your guides, Lin Dong proposed eagerly, his mind racing with possibilities. I must admit, you have a spark of cleverness, Liu Xi remarked, slightly exasperated as he regarded Lin Dong. Very well. I intend to stay in Yen City for a while. If you do not find it too troublesome, I shall accept your invitation to visit your Lin family. Liu Xi nodded in agreement to Lin Dong's request. Thank you, esteemed Liu, Lin Dong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as his breath quickened. Though he remained uncertain of Liu Xi's true capabilities and strength, he felt a surge of anticipation. However, merely by virtue of his identity as a celestial talisman master, it is sufficient for him to endeavor to cultivate relationships and alliances at this moment. As for matters that lie ahead, they can be addressed in due course. In any case, bringing Liu Xi into the Lin family is undoubtedly beneficial rather than detrimental to them. Chapter 20. The Astonished Ziyue and the Fiery Celestial Talisman. Witnessing Lin Dong's profound respect towards Liu, she left both Master Yin and Ziyue utterly astonished. Although Lin Dong appeared amiable in their presence, he was, in fact, a shrewd and ruthless individual, notoriously resistant to yielding to ordinary people. Young friend Lin, have you previously made the acquaintance of this esteemed Liu Gongzi? Master Yin could not help but interject with his query. Ziyue turned her gaze towards Lin Dong, uncertain if he was indulging in fanciful talk. Master Yin, this venerable Liu is a formidable celestial talisman master. I had the honor of encountering him during my time at the ancient tomb mansion, where he was also the primordial spirit of a nirvana realm elder. As he himself attested, Lin Dong promptly responded, all the while assessing Liu Xi's expression. Liu Xi maintained a calm demeanor, as if the identities of a celestial talisman master and a nirvana realm powerhouse were merely trifles in his eyes. The pupils of Master Yin and Ziyue widened with disbelief as they gazed upon Liu Xi, with Ziyue covering her mouth in shock, her lips slightly parted. Young Lin, such jesting should not be taken lightly. Master Yan's brow furrowed as he cast another glance at Lin Dong, who still wore a respectful expression. Master Yin, I would never jest about such matters, Lin Dong gently countered, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, both Master Yin and Ziyue were further astounded. Well, whether one is a celestial talisman master or a nirvana realm practitioner, they are merely stages within the journey of cultivation. There is no need for excessive astonishment. Master Yin, may I first peruse the extensive collection of talismanic literature within your association? Consider this fiery talisman imprint as my token of appreciation for your esteemed talisman association. As he spoke, a strand of golden spiritual energy emerged from Liu Xi's brow, swiftly condensing before the eyes of Master Yin and Lin Dong into a resplendent fiery talisman imprint. The moment this talisman imprint took shape, a fierce golden blaze ignited the air, and the three of them felt as though the very heavens and earth had become searingly hot. Lin Dong further observed that this golden fiery talisman imprint resembled a diminutive sun, suspended in the air while continuously drawing upon the elemental energy of the cosmos, thereby augmenting its formidable power. This is, Master Yan's old face turned pale with shock. A celestial talisman, echoed the incredulous voice of the celestial demon mongoose in Lin Dong's mind. He had encountered celestial talismans before, even having met the possessor of an ancestral talisman. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone, like Liu Xi, effortlessly conjure a celestial talisman with a mere flicker of spiritual energy and even bestow it upon others. What? A celestial talisman? Lin Dong's eyes widened in astonishment, swallowing hard. In the Cultivation continent, talismans were categorized into ordinary talismans, spiritual talismans, celestial talismans, and the most powerful 8 ancestral talismans. The absence of ancestral talismans meant that celestial talismans reigned supreme. Those who possessed celestial talismans were invariably the apex powerhouses of this realm. To think that Liu Xi, at such a young age, had already reached this echelon, his future achievements might even surpass those of the little mongoose within his stone talisman. Truly, he was a formidable figure. At this moment, Ziyue was utterly captivated by the golden fiery talisman imprint in the air, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. I have previously encountered the esteemed celestial talisman master in Yen City and may have inadvertently offended him. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Master Yin hastily bowed in respectful apology. The principle of the accomplished as a teacher dictated that he must show deference to Liu Xi, whose prowess surpassed his own. Fear not. Ignorance is no crime. I am indifferent to such matters. Allow me to first examine the extensive collection of talismanic literature within your association, Liu Xi said, casually retracting the golden fiery talisman imprint, which transformed back into an inconspicuous yet intricate talisman before being tossed to Master Yin. Upon receiving the golden fiery talisman imprint, Master Yin felt a surge of disbelief, as if he were ensnared in a dream. Was this truly a celestial talisman that had just fallen into his hands? Even with Master Yan's composed nature, his breath quickened and the dullness in his eyes sparked with fervor. He could scarcely contain his desire to refine the golden fiery talisman imprint and merge it within himself. Yet, after a fleeting moment of fervor, Master Yin regained his composure. Subduing a celestial talisman was no simple feat. Even for spiritual talismans, ordinary talisman masters must pay a hefty price to tame them. With his 4-imprint talisman mastery, he knew that controlling a celestial talisman was nearly impossible. Esteemed Master, please allow me to escort you inside. Master Yin respectfully clutched the golden fiery talisman imprint and led Liu Xi into the talisman association. The golden fiery talisman imprint had already been sealed with most of its power by Liu Xi, and it would only require acknowledgement from the talisman to fully subdue it and harness its complete might. Though it was merely a casual manifestation of Liu Xi's spiritual energy, its true potential would rival that of a genuine celestial fire. The ability to effortlessly conjure a celestial talisman left Master Yan and the others with no room for doubt regarding Liu Xi's strength. His requests were met with eager compliance. Liu Xi perused the extensive collection of talismanic literature in the association, only to find himself somewhat disappointed. The tomes merely contained foundational knowledge of the talisman realm, such as classifications and distinctions among various talismans, along with methods for condensing ordinary talismans. The array of ordinary talismans was vast, yet rather mundane, consisting of basic functional talismans like dust warding, water warding, and fire warding talismans. These offered little to no enhancement to cultivation or strength. Nevertheless, the realm of talismans encompassed myriad paths. Beyond the conventional fire-attracting, water-attracting, and earth-condensing ordinary talismans, there existed healing talismans, talismans that increased attack speed, augmented attack power, and bolstered defense. Generally, ordinary talisman masters would not divert their focus to study various talismans, choosing instead to specialize in one path, as human energy is finite. One cannot devour more than one can chew. However, this did not apply to Liu Xi. Having perused countless tomes across the Dou Qi Continent, he had mastered nearly all elemental attributes and techniques, including those of the ancient clans, ancient beasts, and even the dark races. Moreover, he had synthesized this knowledge under the Bodhi tree of the Guanyin Bodhisattva, allowing him to effortlessly conjure a variety of talismans. These talismans included ordinary talismans, spiritual talismans, and even celestial talismans. Master Yin and the others were left in awe by Liu Xi's capabilities, their perception of his power far exceeding their previous expectations. Young Master Liu, you are truly formidable. Ziyue's heart trembled as she witnessed a truly extraordinary individual for the first time. The superlative powerhouses of the world could scarcely compare. Moreover, Liu Xi's perfection only accentuated her realization, rendering Lin Dong's previous brilliance dim in comparison. It was not that Lin Dong lacked merit. It was simply that Liu Xi was an unparalleled prodigy, impossible to rival. Chapter 21. The Delight of Ziyue. Lin Dong, this Liu Xi is utterly terrifying. His origins undoubtedly surpass your imagination. If possible, you must forge a strong relationship with him. Should you manage to become his disciple, it would be the pinnacle of fortune. Even if that is not feasible, merely obtaining a celestial talisman from him would elevate you to unimaginable heights. In Lin Dong's mind, the voice of the celestial weasel echoed, that little mouse fervently engaging in its relentless persuasion. The terror of Liu Xi had utterly shattered the little mouse's worldview, as it could effortlessly conjure a celestial talisman. Moreover, these talismans possessed varying functions and formidable powers. At the very least, they were spiritual talismans. Such items were deemed invaluable in the eyes of others, treated as treasures. Yet, in Liu Xi's hands, they seemed to be mere trifles. To the little weasel, Liu Xi's prowess appeared unparalleled, a force of nature. Were it not for his current weakened spirit form, he would have eagerly sought to curry favor with Liu Xi. Gulping, Lin Dong, too, swallowed hard. His gaze ablaze with fervor. At this moment, he harbored no resentment towards Liu Xi for intercepting his beloved Ling Qingzhu. A beauty with such strength was indeed irresistible. Once power was attained, what kind of beauty could one not possess? With Liu Xi's formidable strength, it was only natural for him to pursue any exquisite companion he desired. Lin Dong resolved to ingratiate himself with Liu Xi, hoping to gain some advantage from him. Even if he could not obtain a celestial talisman, acquiring a powerful spiritual talisman would be immensely beneficial. Senior Liu, may I offer you tea? Here are some texts I have just compiled from the Talisman Master Association. None of these are redundant, and I hope they will be of use to you. Lin Dong suggested earnestly. Senior Liu, as night approaches, perhaps you might consider resting at our Lin residence for the night? Tomorrow, I shall organize these texts once again and assist you in moving them over. You could read them directly at our home, and once you are done, I will return them. Lin Dong, ever resourceful, had dedicated himself to serving Liu Xi, neglecting his own training. Upon noticing the encroaching darkness, Liu Xi nodded in agreement, preparing to return with Lin Dong. However, before they could depart, a hearty laugh interrupted their exit. Ha! Lord Shilong, the city lord of Yen City, has heard of the esteemed guest visiting the Talisman Master Association and has come to pay his respects. A commanding figure, a robust middle-aged man, entered with a booming laugh, accompanied by the elusive Miss Ziyue, who had vanished for a considerable time. That cunning old fox, that sly woman. Lin Dong seethed inwardly upon seeing Ziyue beside Lord Shilong. No wonder he had mentioned the impending night. Ziyue had rushed off with pressing matters, neglecting to linger and flatter Liu Xi. Unexpectedly, this shrewd woman had returned to fetch reinforcements. Catching the resentful glance from Lin Dong, Ziyue's ethereal demeanor flushed slightly. It was all due to Liu Xi's overwhelming strength. She too wished to befriend him and cultivate a rapport. However, since Liu Xi had already promised Lin Dong, she hesitated to outright invite him to her home. Instead, she decided to summon her father to personally extend an invitation, hoping that his presence would facilitate a conversation with Liu Xi. Young Master Liu, this is our esteemed city lord, Shilong, and also Ziyue's father. Master Yin quickly introduced Liu Xi. Greetings, Lord Shilong. Lin Dong could only swallow his frustration and respectfully acknowledge the city lord. As a formidable figure in the realm of shaping, Shilong commanded respect. And though Lin Dong possessed a medium talisman puppet capable of displaying similar strength, he was merely at the minor perfection stage of the Yuandan realm and dared not act insolently before Shilong. Moreover, the Lin family had only recently relocated to Yin City and still needed to curry favor with Shilong. Miss Ziyue, it is a pleasure to see you. Ziyue nervously approached Liu Xi, bowing respectfully. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, fearing Liu Xi might hold her accountable for the situation. Liu Xi casually nodded, his expression serene. Such scenes were not unfamiliar to him. Master Yin, Shilong addressed. I hope you will not take offense for my daughter's abrupt intrusion upon your introduction to young Master Liu. He scrutinized Liu Xi, struggling to reconcile this figure with the formidable celestial talisman master his daughter had described. Yet, her unwavering assurances and Liu Xi's noble aura hinted at a significant background. Thus, it was likely beneficial for him to pay his respects. Pray tell, Lord Shilong, is there a matter at hand? Liu Xi inquired calmly. Young Master Liu's presence in our humble city has gone unnoticed by me, which is quite remiss. I wish to extend my apologies and invite you to a banquet at the city lord's residence. I have heard that you enjoy reading, and we happen to possess a few rare texts in our archives that I would be delighted to present to you for your study. Shilong offered, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Lin Dong, standing aside, felt like his teeth might shatter from clenching them in frustration. This city lord was exceedingly cunning. As expected, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Rare texts? The Lin family had none. However, he quickly interjected, Lord Shilong, Senior Liu has already agreed to stay at my Lin residence during his time in Yin City. We have prepared a banquet in his honor and, regrettably, he may not be able to attend the city lord's banquet this evening. Upon hearing this, Shilong erupted into laughter. No worries. I have already dispatched my personal guards to the Lin residence to escort your father and grandfather to the city lord's residence for our gathering. The banquet at both locations will be equally splendid. You should accompany us to the city lord's residence. Lin Dong was utterly speechless, caught off guard. Indeed, the old fox was as cunning as ever. Despite his quick wit, he could not match Shilong's deviousness. Observing Lin Dong's dismayed expression, Ziyue lowered her head in embarrassment. Initially, she had felt some affection for him, but now she only desired to converse with Liu Xi, hoping for even a few words of guidance. My preparations were rather hasty. I wonder if young Master Liu might be inclined to honor me with his presence at the city lord's residence. Allowing me to extend my hospitality? Shilong inquired once more, his tone polite. Very well, I am also curious to experience the customs of Yin City. So I shall accept your invitation, Liu Xi replied with a nod. Ziyue's eyes sparkled with delight. Lord Shilong laughed heartily. Then let us proceed. Young Master Liu, please. Master Yin, I owe much to your guidance in the realm of talisman crafting. I hope you will join us at the city lord's residence tonight. If you be so kind, Ziyue beseeched, casting a hopeful glance at Master Yin. Well, if the city lord has extended an invitation, what can I say? Let us go. Master Yin waved his hand in resignation, taking slow, deliberate steps forward. Lin Dong grimaced, but had no choice but to follow behind. Chapter 22. Lin family's Qingtan. At the city lord's residence in Yin City, Liu Xi encountered many members of the Lin family. Lin Dong's grandfather, Lin Jintian, his father, Lin Xiao, his mother, Liu Yin, as well as Lin Dong's cousin, Lin Xia, and his younger sister, Lin Qingtan. Upon seeing Lin Qingtan, Liu Xi was reminded of Qing Lin. Many years ago, Qing Lin had been as petite and lively as Qingtan. However, her background was far more tragic. Young Master Liu, please, this is our Yin dynasty's specialty, Yin Lai wine. Do give it a taste. I hope it suits your palate. Ziyue, pour wine for young Master Liu. Young Master Liu, these are my two granddaughters, Lin Xia, Lin Dong's cousin, and Lin Qingtan. Lin Xia, Qingtan, quickly greet young Master Liu. Young Master Liu, young Master Liu. Both Lin Xia and Lin Qingtan observed Liu Xi with curiosity. Lin Xia astonished that someone she had casually encountered on the street held such a prestigious status. Even the lord of the City of Formations treated him with utmost courtesy and respect, while the esteemed Miss personally accompanied him, pouring wine for him. The venerable master, Yan, also wore a countenance of reverence, daring not to flaunt his seniority before Liu Xi. Qingtan incessantly stole glances at Liu Xi. Her vivacious nature and sparkling eyes revealed that this was her first encounter with someone so strikingly handsome, far surpassing her Lin Dongge. Yet, she merely observed. Harboring no ulterior motives. As the wine flowed and merriment ensued, Shilong, emboldened by the drink, proclaimed, "Young Master Liu, I have heard that above the 5 seal talismans lies the spirit talisman master, and beyond that, the heavenly talisman master. The heavenly talisman master is as rare as a powerful being in the nirvana realm, yet even more elusive, wielding extraordinary abilities. Our great Yin dynasty, situated in a remote corner, has struggled for centuries to produce a single heavenly talisman master. We may never have the opportunity to witness the breathtaking prowess of a heavenly talisman master in our lifetimes. Might young Master Liu enlighten us on the astonishing powers of the heavenly talisman masters to broaden our horizons?" Master Yin, Ziyue, Lin Jintian, Lin Dong, and Lin Xia all gazed curiously at Liu Xi, eagerly anticipating his account of the formidable capabilities of the heavenly talisman masters. Liu Xi took a gentle sip and replied with a smile. "The heavenly talisman master is not as formidable as you might envision. True strength lies in the ability to alter the heavens and shift continents with but a thought. However, a heavenly talisman master can indeed harness the forces of heaven and earth to accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary mortals." As he spoke, he delicately placed his wine cup back on the table, and an inexplicable aura suddenly radiated from him. In the astonished gaze of Shilong and the others, everything around Liu Xi began to petrify, with his wine cup at the epicenter. In the blink of an eye, all the liquids, utensils, dishes, the table, chairs, and tablecloth turned to stone. The petrification spread swiftly, engulfing the entire city lord's mansion within mere breaths. As the entire mansion transformed into a stony visage before Shilong and the others, their mouths gaped in shock, rendered speechless. This is divine power. Even the wine has turned to stone. The dishes are completely petrified. This is utterly terrifying. Could such might truly belong to a heavenly talisman master? Shilong, Master Yan, Lin Dong, and the others stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across their faces. This is too horrifying. A heavenly talisman master could never accomplish such a feat. Who exactly is this Liu Xi? Even the strongest beings I have encountered, those who transcend the cycle of life and death, would likely be incapable of this. Lin Dong's pet weasel was already rendered speechless in astonishment. While many powerful beings could unleash immense destruction, the ability to turn everything into stone in an instant was something even the weasel had never witnessed in its years of experience. It was the first time it felt its worldview and understanding of cultivation profoundly shaken. The cycle of all things, the interplay of creation and destruction, and petrification were merely states of existence. Yet, a typical heavenly talisman master could only overlay their state upon existing things, unable to forcibly alter their inherent nature. For instance, a talisman master who controlled fire could incinerate all, but could not transform water into fire. One who commanded ice could freeze everything, but could not change earth into ice. Such abilities, however, were already formidable enough. Having concluded his words, Liu Xi gently placed his hand on the petrified wine cup on the table. In an instant, the stone cup reverted to its original form, even the wine within it reappearing. The petrified surroundings gradually started to restore to their original state before the astonished eyes of Shilong and the others. With a thud, Shilong, who had stood up in shock, fell back into his chair, cold sweat streaming down his face, his expression one of terror as he struggled to regain his composure. After a while, as things gradually returned to normal, Shilong exclaimed in awe, "Young Master Liu, your ability to petrify all things is truly terrifying. I wonder, can this power also petrify living beings?" Liu Xi replied with a faint smile. "As long as it pertains to this realm, and as long as it does not exceed my limits, living beings can indeed be petrified. I merely allowed the petrifying force to bypass you earlier." This ability was derived from Liu Xi's extensive studies of the ancient Stone Clan's texts, combined with his own creation of volcanic stone flames. It was not as exaggerated as Shilong and the others imagined, yet forcibly petrifying most entities within the realm was still possible. Shilong and others, having never witnessed such terrifying abilities, gasped in fear upon hearing that this power could petrify even living beings. Lin Dong's eyes burned with eagerness as he asked, "Senior Liu, is this petrifying ability inherent to a specific heavenly talisman?" The capabilities of a heavenly talisman master had already surpassed his imagination, and he was eager to discover whether all heavenly talismans possessed such terrifying powers. "Whether it is or not, this ability is actually of my own invention. I am uncertain if there are others in this realm, or other heavenly talismans, that can exhibit such powers," Liu Xi replied with a smile. Hiss! Liu Xi's words left Shilong and the others utterly stunned, rendering them speechless for quite some time. Creating a heavenly talisman and manifesting such a fearsome ability was far beyond their comprehension. Subsequently, Shilong and the others treated Liu Xi with utmost reverence, their eyes filled with boundless awe and respect. However, just as Liu Xi and the others were enjoying their conversation, an unforeseen change occurred. A wave of extreme cold suddenly surged from Lin Qingtan's body. Chapter 23. Qingtan. I feel so comfortable, not good. The cold energy within Qingtan is flaring up. Qingtan, hold on. Lin Yingtan, who had been gazing at Liu Xi in admiration, suddenly turned pale, her petite and delicate frame trembling in pain. Lin Dong, seated beside her, immediately sensed her distress and rushed to embrace her, attempting to absorb the malevolent energy within her to alleviate her suffering. Lin Xiao, Liu Yan, and the others were equally alarmed, hastily approaching to check on their daughter's condition. What is happening? Shilong was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that this adorable little girl would suddenly exude such frigid coldness. This is a manifestation of Qingtan's unique constitution. Since childhood, she has possessed a rather special physique, periodically unleashing a bone-chilling coldness from within her. Even adults, including those at the Tianyuan and Diyuan realms, cannot withstand it. I wonder how this little girl has managed to endure all these years. Lin Dong's grandfather, Lin Jintian, observed with concern as he looked at the pale-faced Qingtan. Upon hearing this, Shilong, Ziyue, and Master Yin displayed astonishment. The fact that such an unbearable coldness, which even Tianyuan and Diyuan experts could not withstand, was manifesting in such a seemingly fragile little girl was nothing short of remarkable. Let me take a look. As a master of the City of Formations, Shilong hurriedly stepped forward to examine Qingtan's condition. However, the moment his hand made contact with her, a wave of chilling energy surged up his arm. In the blink of an eye, half of his hand was frozen stiff. He quickly withdrew his hand, channeling his inner energy to dispel the frigid force that made him shiver uncontrollably. How cold! The frigid aura emanating from her was far more sinister than that absorbed by an ordinary Yuan realm adept. Even a Yuan Dan realm powerhouse might struggle to withstand it. Shilong's expression was one of horror, as he had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon before. "Qingtan, how are you holding up?" Lin Dong gritted his teeth, trembling as he endured the terrifying coldness coursing through Qingtan's body, his voice quivering with concern. "I'm fine, brother Lin Dong," Qingtan replied, her voice shaky, her small face pale and devoid of color. Yet she gritted her teeth, striving to maintain her composure. "Little ferret, what should we do?" The malevolent energy within Qingtan is intensifying. When can we use the extreme malevolent Yin Dragon's essence to help her condense the Yin Dan? If we wait any longer, I fear her body may not withstand it. Lin Dong clenched his jaw, mentally consulting the celestial ferret within the talisman. The extreme malevolent Yin Dragon's essence had been procured from the ancient tomb under the guidance of the celestial ferret. It was intended to assist Lin Qingtan in condensing the malevolent cold energy within her into a Yin Dan, thereby controlling the frigid aura. However, since returning to Flame City, it had yet to be utilized. After a brief silence, the celestial ferret responded, "Had it been in the past, I would have advised you to use the extreme malevolent Yin Dragon's essence, but now, I suggest seeking assistance from Liu Xi. He may possess a more effective solution." "Liu Sr.?" Lin Dong was taken aback momentarily, but his eyes soon brightened with hope. "But why? Can't we just use the extreme malevolent Yin Dragon's essence to help Qingtan condense her Yin Dan? Why trouble others?" The celestial ferret's voice echoed in his mind. "Although we could use the extreme malevolent Yin Dragon's essence to forcibly condense the Yin Dan for this young girl, such an act carries risks. Should she falter, she may suffer severe injuries, and there is a possibility of her mind being damaged, rendering her a vegetable." Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Lin Dong's anger flared. Despite not sharing blood ties with Lin Qingtan, he had always regarded her as his own sister. Hearing the celestial ferret's warning about the risks of condensing the Yin Dan made his fury boil over. The celestial ferret shrugged. "What good would it do to say anything? If we do not take a gamble, The young girl will face certain death from the explosive cold. Lin Dong fell silent. The malevolent energy within Lin Qingtan was becoming increasingly volatile and expansive. If they failed to condense the Yindan soon, her demise would be imminent. Sigh. This extreme cold is indeed peculiar. I am at a loss, Shilong remarked after a brief assessment, shaking his head at Lin Jintian and the others, indicating his helplessness. Master Yin also shook his head, having examined the situation himself, and found no solution. Upon hearing this, Lin Jintian and Lin Zhao's expressions turned despondent, while Lu Yan's face paled slightly as she cast a worried glance at her daughter. Just as despair loomed over Lin Zhao's family, Lin Xia caught sight of Liu Xi on the other side. She quietly approached Lin Jintian and whispered, "Grandfather, Qingtan's condition is peculiar. Perhaps we should seek Lu Gongzi's assistance." She subtly gestured for Lin Jintian to look in Liu Xi's direction. Indeed, Lin Jintian's eyes lit up. "See what? Y'all not? You." He was about to beckon his son and daughter-in-law to join him in requesting Liu Xi's aid when a clear voice interrupted him. Lin Dong stood up abruptly, kneeling before Liu Xi and pleading earnestly, "Liu Sr., you possess great powers. I implore you to help save my sister Qingtan. I, Lin Dong, will forever remember your kindness." Dong Yao. Lin Xiao and Liu Yin were initially startled, then shook their heads, intending to kneel alongside Lin Dong. "There's no need for such formality. It's merely a rare malevolent body," Liu Xi remarked, extending a hand to gently lift Lin Xiao and Liu Yin, preventing them from kneeling. With a casual grace, he stood and approached Qingtan, placing his palm gently on her small head. In an instant, a radiant light emanated from his palm, a golden warmth flowing into Qingtan's body from her head. As the golden energy surged into Qingtan, her previously pallid face gradually regained its color, now reflecting a sense of relief. Under the suppression of Liu Xi's formidable energy, the malevolent energy within her was swiftly quelled. When Liu Xi retracted his hand, Qingtan had already returned to a healthy state, her cheeks flushed with vitality. "All right, Qingtan, how are you feeling now?" Lin Dong and Liu Yin hurriedly approached, grasping her small hands with concern. "I feel wonderful. My body is warm. Unlike anything I've experienced before," Qingtan replied, her cheeks rosy and her tone slightly bashful. Yet her gaze towards Liu Xi brimmed with admiration and gratitude. "Thank you, Lu Gongzi." "I." Before she could finish, Lin Xiao and Liu Yin, filled with gratitude, were about to kneel again to express their thanks. "Please, do not rush to kneel. Her condition has yet to be fully treated," Liu Xi gently interjected, a soft power preventing their act of reverence. "Lu Gongzi, you surely have a way to save Qingtan, do you not? We will comply with any of your conditions." Lin Xiao and Liu Yin urged, their expressions earnest. Lin Jintian, too, expressed his willingness. "Liu Sr., please help us." Lin Dong was about to speak when Liu Xi raised a hand to silence them, his gaze falling upon Qingtan's touched face. "The young lady's name is Qingtan, correct? Her condition is known as a malevolent body. This constitution naturally absorbs the cold energies of the world. The stronger the body, the more malevolent energy it absorbs. When the energy reaches a certain threshold without proper control, it erupts in backlashes against the host. For some ancient, powerful factions, such a body is seen as a sacred vessel for cultivation. Yet for ordinary individuals, it is a tremendous calamity. If the malevolent energy within remains uncontrolled, a mortal body untrained in cultivation will eventually succumb to the increasingly swelling energy and face a painful demise." Liu Xi's words rendered both Liu Yin and Qingtan's faces ashen. Such a constitution exists in this world. Sure, Chung Lord, Master Yin, and the others gazed at Qingtan in astonishment, never having imagined that a mere girl from the Lin family could possess such a remarkable trait. Although it is said that such a constitution, as mentioned by the young Master Liu, poses a tremendous disaster for ordinary individuals, his appearance here suggests that should Liu Xi assist Lin Qingtan in resolving her physical condition, the Lin family may well ascend to unprecedented heights. Contemplating this, the city lord sure glanced at his precious daughter, Zua, pondering whether she might also possess some unique constitution. This thought sparked an idea. His beloved daughter, endowed with a beauty akin to a blooming flower, might indeed play a significant role. "Senior Liu, since you can discern Qingtan's constitution, do you possess any cultivation technique suitable for her?" Lin Dong inquired, his mind racing. Liu Yin and Qingtan also looked at Liu Xi with hope, especially Qingtan, who, due to her peculiar constitution, was unable to absorb yang qi, thus hindering her progression beyond the Tianyuan realm, which weighed heavily on her heart. Liu Xi smiled and replied, I do indeed have several techniques suitable for those with a cold and yin constitution. However, the demonic body is inherently unique. Merely practicing yin techniques will not suffice for peace of mind. Additional special methods are required to stabilize the yin energy within, ensuring it does not later disrupt the host's mental state. The expressions of Liu Yin and the others subtly shifted. This phenomenon could even influence one's mind. Young Master Liu, may I take you as my master and learn from you? At that moment, Lin Xintan, with her sparkling eyes, stepped forward from beside Liu Yan, gazing up at Liu Xi with yearning. Feeling that her sincerity was insufficient, she bit her rosy lip and prepared to kneel in reverence. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yan and the others' eyes lit up with excitement. If Lin Xintan could become Liu Xi's disciple, it would not only resolve her constitutional issues, but also align her with such a powerful figure. Truly a double blessing. As Lin Jintian and the others beamed with anticipation for Qingtan's potential apprenticeship, Liu Xi intervened, preventing her from kneeling. I do not take disciples, he stated. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of Lin Jintian and the others, and Qingtan's face paled momentarily. However, since we have met, I shall assist her in resolving the yin energy within, Liu Xi continued. At this, Lin Xiao, Liu Yan, and Lin Dong rejoiced. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude, Lin Dong curiously asked, Senior Liu, you previously mentioned several methods for addressing Qingtan's constitution. What distinguishes these methods? Shilong, Ziyue, Master Yan, and the others also looked on with eager anticipation. Seeing their intense curiosity, Liu Xi resignedly replied, These solutions are something I wish to discuss with you, as they will significantly influence Qingtan's future cultivation path. The first method involves condensing a yin dan within her body. This is akin to an alternative approach to attaining the yuan dan realm. Although the process carries some risks, it is not insurmountable before me. The second method entails my creation of a yin attribute talisman for Qingtan to subdue and refine. With this talisman, she would easily master the yin energy within her, and consequently, her cultivation path would align with that of a talisman master. Of course, there are also third and fourth methods, though I suspect you may not favor them. Young Master Liu, what are the third and fourth methods? Lin Xia interjected curiously. Liu Xi glanced at her, prompting Lin Xia to hastily lower her flushed face. The third method would involve my sealing the yin energy within Qingtan permanently. From that point forward, she could lead a normal life, albeit without the ability to cultivate, remaining an ordinary person. I refuse to choose that, Qingtan exclaimed, her face shifting in dismay as she shook her head. The fourth method would purify all the yin energy within her, addressing the root of her demonic body's troubles. However, this would mean Qingtan would permanently lose her demonic body. While she would still be able to cultivate and live like an ordinary person, she would forfeit the privileges conferred by her demonic body. The group was left astounded. Liu Xi's capabilities were indeed formidable, capable of directly stripping away another's unique constitution, while intended as a solution to her predicament. Losing the benefits of the demonic body would likely deter Qingtan and her family from choosing that path. Chapter 25. The Blushing Ziyue. The four proposals presented by Liu Xi astonished Shilong and the others. They had never anticipated that what appeared to be an insurmountable issue to ordinary people could be met with multiple viable solutions by Liu Xi. Among the most shocked was the little mouse within Lin Dong, the celestial demon ferret. The notion of creating a yin attribute talisman was so extraordinary that, had it not been spoken by Liu Xi himself, the celestial demon ferret would have assumed the speaker was deranged. Talismans were rare treasures, typically wielded only by the most powerful beings in this realm. The fact that Liu Xi could create one at will, and even select its attributes, was utterly beyond comprehension, shattering his worldview. Legend had it that in ancient times, an unparalleled being commanded the 8 great ancestral talismans, known as the talisman ancestor, possessing the ability to balance the opposing forces of these talismans. Could it be that Liu Xi was the reincarnation of this ancient figure? Even the celestial demon ferret found itself questioning whether Liu Xi was a reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse. The methods for addressing Qingtan's constitution remained undecided for the time being, as different choices would significantly affect her future cultivation trajectory. The Lin family returned to deliberate carefully, while Liu Xi was invited by the city lord to remain and rest at the lord's estate. Shilong assigned Ziyue to attend to Liu Xi's accommodations, which he graciously accepted. After a night's rest, Liu Xi declined the city lord's extravagant hospitality, opting to visit the illusion garment workshop to see if his garments could be crafted. However, just as he was about to depart, he suddenly paused. By the way, Ziyue, is the illusion garment workshop run by your city lord's estate? Liu Xi inquired, glancing at Ziyue, who had been designated to accompany him. Ziyue's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Young Master Liu, I established the Illusion Garment Workshop as a place to hone my talisman skills." Liu Xi raised an eyebrow, saying, "How fortuitous. I sought to order a few garments a few days ago, but the proprietress told me to wait as she needed to consult you first. I wonder if you have given your approval?" Huh? Ziyue was taken aback, her mouth agape as she gazed at Liu Xi. "What is it?" Liu Xi asked. "Young Master Liu, you were the one seeking to customize garments." Ziyue's face turned a deep crimson. She had initially assumed it was some young master from another family trying to make an impression on her. Little did she know it was Liu Xi himself. Reflecting on her immediate assumption that someone was attempting to approach her, she felt a blush creep up her cheeks. With Liu Xi's status and strength, what beauties could he not have? Even she dared not act frivolously in his presence. If he truly was attempting to woo her in such a manner, she would be utterly astonished and might have rushed to assist him with measurements that very day. "By the way, Ziyue, do you have time now to help me create a few garments using the finest materials from your city lord's estate? I shall compensate you accordingly." Liu Xi continued, undeterred by Ziyue's flustered demeanor, his gaze fixed upon her. Ziyue, unable to meet Liu Xi's eyes, felt herself captivated by his radiant gaze, reminiscent of a vast starry sky, where one might easily lose themselves. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly waved her hands, declaring, No, it is an honor for me, Ziyue, to craft garments for young Master Liu. I dare not presume to seek any form of reward. Just the thought of the clothes she painstakingly made adorning Liu Xi's exquisite form, complemented by his flawless looks and physique, made her cheeks flush with warmth. It was not out of any particular sentiment, but a genuine sense of pride. After all, Liu Xi's prowess and capabilities would likely echo throughout the realms in the future. And she, as the one who personally crafted the attire for him, could also bask in that glory. At the very least, this would bode well for her family, the Shi clan, and for her, Shi Ziyue, in their future endeavors. Soon after, Ziyue began to take Liu Xi's measurements. Even though she had already witnessed Liu Xi's perfect physique, measuring him personally left her breathless, her heart aflutter with admiration. Liu Xi's stature and beauty were undoubtedly the finest she had ever encountered. Following the measurements, Ziyue commenced designing the clothing, intending to dedicate herself entirely to creating a true masterpiece for Liu Xi. Liu Xi, observing her enthusiasm, originally planned to sketch a few designs for her to follow, but ultimately refrained from doing so. Since she was so eager, he decided to let her work her magic unhindered. As Ziyue immersed herself in the task of crafting the outfit for Liu Xi, Lin Dong arrived at the city lord's residence to invite Liu Xi to his home. In the meantime, Qing Tan opted for the second method, utilizing the Tianfu seal to control the Yinsha energy within her. The first method of condensing the Yinsha Dan was not without merit, but the second method would allow her to obtain a Tianfu seal directly, a monumental fortune for Qing Tan. The Tianfu seal was regarded as a supreme treasure within this realm. Acquiring one now would nearly cement Qing Tan's path to rapidly becoming a formidable power. After some contemplation, she chose the second method. "It seems you have made your decision," she remarked. "However, while I can indeed create a Yin attribute Tianfu seal, it is not something that can be conjured carelessly. It requires a significant amount of Yinsha energy to be slowly condensed. During this period, I shall have Qing Tan accompany me." Liu Xi arrived at the Lin residence and assessed Qing Tan's physical condition before speaking. "I shall take care of the matter. Then we are in your debt, young Master Liu. How might we express our gratitude?" The Lin family members exclaimed, tears of gratitude in their eyes. They did not doubt Liu Xi's words, given his power and status. He had no need to deceive them. Liu Xi had indeed spoken the truth. He could effortlessly condense the fire Tianfu seal using the power of the sun from the heavens. However, for other Tianfu seals, a substantial amount of corresponding elemental energy was required. In the ensuing days, Liu Xi selected a rather cold canyon near Yan City to set up a formation and condense the cold energy from the environment. Once this energy reached a critical threshold, he would be ready to forge the Yin attribute Tianfu seal for Lin Qingtan. Upon learning of Liu Xi's arrangement, Lin Dong wisely surrendered the extreme Yin dragon's essence he possessed. While the extreme Yin dragon's essence was indeed precious, it was rather ordinary to Liu Xi, better than nothing, yet not particularly remarkable. He placed it within the formation to expedite the gathering of Yin cold energy. During this time, as Liu Xi was amiable, the Lin family sent Lin Xia to accompany him, ensuring Liu Xi's needs were attended to while Ziyue was absent. This arrangement allowed Liu Xi to live quite comfortably. Of course, he did not neglect his cultivation. although he possessed an innate strength of spirit due to his true essence, and the Great Sun Golden Crow clan's emblem served as his life symbol, he still needed to advance his elemental energy step by step. One day, Liu Xi intended to visit the auction house to seek rare materials for refining, aiming to craft a mask for himself, as his singular visage was rather conspicuous. Chapter 26. The 10,000 Gold Auction House, Xuansu. At the 10,000 Gold Auction House, Liu Xi strolled outside with Ziyue and Lin Xia. Their company, with the men exuding elegance and the women radiating youthful beauty, attracted numerous gazes. Look, isn't that Miss Ziyue from the city lord's residence? What brings her to accompany a man? Isn't Miss Ziyue renowned for her icy demeanor? How could she lower herself to stroll with a man? Honestly, that man is quite handsome, with a commanding presence. Could he be a young master from a prominent family? And who is that tall beauty beside Miss Ziyue? Is she his personal maid? Wow, even the maid is stunning. I envy them. I wish I had a beauty to accompany me while shopping. The 10,000 Gold Auction House was bustling with people. Liu Xi did not rush inside, but lingered in the trading area, selecting some rare medicinal herbs that ordinary folk could not handle. The Xiao Continent also had alchemists, but they too required a foundation in talismans. Only through potent spiritual strength and the aid of runes could they extract the medicinal properties from herbs to create elixirs. The most formidable alchemist in Yan City was Master Yan, yet he could only refine ordinary herbs suitable for practitioners of the earth origin or celestial origin realms. For more special herbs, even Master Yan needed the assistance of talisman formations to extract their essence. Furthermore, the elixirs of the Xiao Continent differed from those of the Dou Qi Continent, lacking the extensive variety that formed a grand system. Many cultivators bypassed the need to refine elixirs entirely, opting to consume the herbs directly, a common practice on the Xiao Continent. As Liu Xi browsed, he effortlessly refined the herbs into elixirs, a skill that left Lin Xia and the others in awe, deepening their admiration for him. While Liu Xi and Ziyue were perusing outside, a luxurious room within the 10,000 Gold Auction House hosted a discussion among several figures. Xuansu, I have heard that a mysterious young man has arrived in Yan City, warmly welcomed by the city lord's residents and the Lin family. Even Master Yan of the Talisman Association has shown him great courtesy. Have you gathered any information about this individual? Spoke a middle-aged man, plump and resplendently dressed, Xiao Yan, the president of the 10,000 Gold Merchants Association, a peak expert at the perfected Yuan Dan realm. Alongside him were two strikingly beautiful women. One wore a red robe, exuding elegance and voluptuous maturity, her face akin to a blossoming peach, perpetually graced with an enchanting smile. Her skin was as fair as snow, her wrists glistening like frost, and her neck delicate as a swan, her eyes captivating, each smile and frown radiating an alluring charm. Upon hearing the inquiry, she parted her lips, her voice flowing like a melodious chant. We have yet to fully investigate this person's background. All we know is that his name is Liu Xi, a talisman master whose prowess surpasses even that of Master Yan. Perhaps it is for this reason that he has garnered such attention from the city lord's residents and the Lin family. However, our findings suggest that he may possess an impressive background, as the city lord and Lin family members address him as young Master Liu, and even the sculptor lord, Shi Chengzhu, treats him with considerable respect. The other woman, younger and clad in azure, radiated a refined and tranquil aura, though within that grace lay a hint of pride and defiance. Hearing the reverence with which her father and Xuansu spoke of an unknown youth, she scoffed disdainfully and retorted, Father Xuansu, in my opinion, there is little to investigate. He is merely a young master of notable lineage, likely just a figure who can flaunt his status here. In his own territory, he may well be just an ordinary character. Xiao Yan cast a glance at his daughter, refraining from voicing any rebuttal to her remarks. Perhaps only this interpretation could elucidate Liu Xi's identity and background. I've heard that fellow is quite handsome, Xian Su remarked with a meaningful glance towards Xiaojilan. Can handsomeness be eaten? Xiaojilan rolled her eyes dismissively. While it was true that Liu Xi might have garnered the attention of a city lord due to his notable lineage, if he truly were a talisman master whose abilities surpassed those of Master Yan, forging a connection with him could prove beneficial for us. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan spoke. What if he is merely a 4-mark talisman master? Even if he is a 5-mark master, it wouldn't significantly aid us to forge spiritual treasures. One must at least be a spiritual talisman master. Xiaojilan pursed her lips in disdain. Xian Su, with her voluptuous figure, leaned slightly forward and inquired of Xiao Yan, President, are you contemplating the forging of that item? Xiao Yan paused for a moment before nodding. That item has languished in the merchant guild for quite some time. Even Master Yin has been unable to deal with it. If we do not address it, it will ultimately be auctioned off at a loss to others. It would be wiser to bring it forth now and get to know Liu Xi. Perhaps he truly possesses the ability to forge spiritual treasures, and in that case, we would have nothing to lose. Xian Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her crimson lips parting as she said, "What you say makes a certain degree of sense. Shall I make arrangements now?" Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in. Xian Su adjusted her alluring posture, her delicate lips slightly parted, her melodious voice wafting beyond the door. Creak. A beautiful maid entered, first bowing to Xiao Wanjin and Xian Su, before announcing, "Manager Xian Su. The young man you instructed us to keep an eye on has arrived at our Wanjin auction house." Oh. Xiao Wanjin and Xian Su exchanged glances, their interest piqued. Meanwhile, the composed Xia Zhilan merely rolled her eyes, seemingly indifferent to the news. The young gentleman was currently strolling outside the auction house, accompanied by Miss Yue from the city lord's residence and two young ladies from the Lin family. It would not be long before they entered. The beautiful maid reported respectfully. Perfect timing. Xian Su, prepare yourself. Let's bid on some fine items and test this young gentleman's capabilities. Xiao Wanjin stood decisively. Very well. I too am eager to witness what makes a young master worthy of the city lord's daughter's company. Xian Su responded with a smile, stretching languidly to showcase her alluring curves. Please, just a young master relying on his lineage to flaunt his power. What is there to see? Si Zilan Zima? Her disinterest evident as she dismissed Liu Xi. Chapter 27. Xian Su's Provocation. Young master, Wanjin Auction House happens to be hosting an auction today. Shall we go and take a look? Clad in a purple gown that accentuated her graceful figure, inquired of Liu Xi. Let's have a look. It will be intriguing to see what treasures Wanjin Auction House has to offer, Liu Xi replied casually, placing a recently purchased herb he had refined into pill form into his spatial pouch. Hee, I've never attended an auction before, Qing Tan chimed in, her petite form clad in a green dress, resembling a dainty butterfly flitting about. What is so interesting about an auction? It's an event for the wealthy. We can only watch from the sidelines, Lin Xiao retorted, rolling her eyes as she tousled Qing Tan's silky hair. The items at the auction aren't necessarily exorbitant. If there is something you both fancy, I can bid for it and gift it to you, Ziyue offered with a charming smile. That won't do. One should not accept favors without merit. Although you are the city lord's daughter, affluent and generous, we cannot take advantage of you, Lin Xiao replied, waving her delicate hand in refusal. Sister Ziyue, my parents have taught us not to casually incur debts of gratitude, even if you are our good friend. We cannot just take your things, Qing Tan mischievously added. Ziyue, unfazed, smiled approvingly. Your family upbringing is truly commendable. Qing Tan and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Before long, Liu Xi led the trio into the interior of Wanjin Auction House. This way, esteemed young master, Miss Ziyue, and ladies. The manager has arranged a premium private box for you. The beautiful maid guided them, as Ziyue status warranted a dedicated upscale box. Liu Xi and the others entered the box under the maid's guidance, awaiting the commencement of the auction. They did not have to wait long. As the room fell silent, a figure of exquisite elegance ascended the stage, marking the official start of the auction. Distinguished guests, welcome to Wanjin Auction House's auction. Today, Manager Xian Su will personally present each item for bidding. I hope all will gain something and leave satisfied. The regal beauty spoke with an elegant smile, her enchanting voice flowing like a clear spring, captivating the hearts of all present. To their surprise, it was Manager Xian Su herself hosting the auction, a visual delight for the attendees. Manager Xian Su truly lives up to her name, exuding grace and charm, her voice a melody. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to win her favor. How foolish. The Bloodwolf gang was wiped out by Wanjin Merchant Guild. Do you dare to covet Manager Xian Su? I've heard Manager Xian Su is also a formidable figure at the peak of the Yuandan realm. I wonder if that is true? The appearance of Manager Xian Su ignited a fervent buzz among the crowd. In the open hall, every man, young and old, stared wide-eyed at Xian Su, fearing they might miss a glimpse of her beauty. These men. Lin Xia scoffed at the reactions from the men in the hall as she turned to Liu Xi, noticing him also gazing at the stunning woman on stage, her lips pouting in annoyance. She is so beautiful. Intanixglamt, avestrug by Suansu's beauty, compared to her own innocent and petite charm. Xian Su truly embodied the allure of a mature woman, skilled in adornment, showcasing her flawless skin and graceful figure, easily eclipsing many youthful maidens. She is Xian Su. the esteemed manager of Wanjin Auction House, highly adept in social interactions, a talented singer and dancer, and an eloquent speaker. On the surface, she appears to be a caring older sister, yet she is undoubtedly a formidable presence. Ziyue provided introductions to Liu Xi and the others. Liu Xi nodded casually in acknowledgement. The first auction item is the Xian Gui shield, crafted by our chief patron, Master Yin Xian, a four-mark talisman master. The name of Master Yin needs no elaboration. He is the president of our Yin City Talisman Masters Guild, and the quality of his works is absolutely guaranteed. This shield can withstand the full force of a small Yuan Dan realm expert. It is impervious to attacks from those below the Yuan Dan realm, in battles or hunts. This Xian Gui shield is an exceptional life-saving shield. Guests, do not miss out on such a fine item. As Xian Su spoke from stage, her fox-like eyes glimmered as they swept across the audience. Everyone who was swept by her gaze was filled with excitement, instantly boiling with blood. Their bodies sat straight and stared at the Xiangui shield placed next to Xuansu, eager to take action and make Xuansu, this beautiful woman, look at them again. This item is starting to be auctioned off with 1,000 yuan stones. Guests, you can now proceed with your purchase. Xuansu smiled with a fairy-like face and made a teasing gesture towards the crowd present. The crowd on site immediately became hot-blooded, and someone shouted loudly about the price. 2,000 yuan stones. No one should snatch them from me. The man who was shouting the price was a man with a flushed face, staring at Xian Su intensely. Seeing Xian Su looking at him because of his price call, he even showed him a charming smile. His legs suddenly tensed up, and his body bowed slightly. However, he still stared intensely at Xian Su on the high platform. Where did the beggar come from? He dares to bid for 2,000 yuan stones, and the young master bids for 3,000 yuan stones. Another man sneered disdainfully and proudly shouted out his price. 3,000 yuan stones are equivalent to 300 yuan Dan stones and 3 pure yuan Dan stones. When Liu Xi saw these guys, he shouted fiercely for this price and was very speechless. However, this can also be understood. Yuan Dan can be made by extracting and fusing yuan stones. Generally, 10 yuan stones can be used to extract 1 yuan Dan. Yuan Dan is filled with strong yang energy, which is very suitable for the cultivation of strong people in the Tianyuan realm. Pure Yuan Dan requires a strong Yuan Dan realm expert, which takes a month to condense. It greatly benefits the cultivation of Yuan Dan realm experts. There are tens of thousands of pure Yuan Dan pills on Liu Xi's body, which he picked up casually from the ancient tomb. After calculation, he is now in Yincheng and is also a wealthy young man. The mysterious turtle shield was eventually auctioned off by a man for just over 4,000 pieces of yuan stone. Although Xian Su's appearance and words are extremely provocative, everyone still needs to survive, and it is impossible to really risk their lives just for her provocative actions. The second auction item, Chapter 28, Number of Xian Su Auctions. On the high platform, one item after another was auctioned off at a high price under the seductive tongue and mouth of Xian Su. And Lin Xia and Xing Ten also witnessed the horror of the auction house's daily high profits, as well as Xian Su's seduction tactics. During this period, Liu Xi and several others did not make any moves. Lin Xia and Xing Tan occasionally feel a little tempted. Even Ziyu is partially attracted by some treasures. However, when they saw Liu Xi looking uninterested, they knew that Liu Xi definitely didn't value these treasures. The following auction item is very special at this moment. On the high platform, the charming and affectionate Xian Su spoke again. She lightly patted her slender jade hand. Behind the platform, several adult men carried a heavy object covered with black cloth and walked onto the stage. Seeing this thing, it took several adult men to lift it, and it was tightly covered with black cloth, which made everyone present interested. Manager Xian Su, what's so special about this thing? Tell us quickly. Manager Xuan Su, aren't you lifting a big stone up here? Are you going to perform a chest-crushing stone for us? Ha 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 ha. Director Xuan Su, your chest is shattered with a big stone. Brothers are all looking forward to it, as long as you dare to perform. All of my yuan stones from Hu Han-san have been auctioned off at your Wanjin auction house today. Haha, let's have a chest-shattered stone and show our brothers. Is it the chest of General Xuansu that is more magnificent, or the material of the stone that is more majestic? Manager Xian Su, come here. When there are many people, it's easy to make noise. When someone suggested letting Xian Su perform a chest-crushing stone, all the men on site suddenly became excited. He stared at Xian Su with fiery eyes, and in her arrogance, he stared recklessly. If they were alone, they wouldn't dare to be so reckless. But now that there are so many men, they are all bold enough to openly harass Manager Xian Su. This is a rare pleasure to come to the Wanjin auction house. After leaving, you can boast to outsiders about how you flirted with Manager Xian Su at the Wanjin auction house, and he hasn't gotten angry yet. Manager Xian Su is indeed not angry. As someone in her profession, she has experienced many such situations. I have already developed a strong state of mind that allows it to be grand and majestic, and I remain steadfast. Moreover, these guys only have the courage to speak up on such occasions, but in private, they dare not act recklessly. Since she took charge of this 10,000 gold auction house, no man has been able to take advantage of her, despite her sociable appearance. She has not even touched a man's hand. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to watch my performance of breaking a big stone on your chest, it's not impossible. Xuansu's delicate jade hands gently brushed past her pride, her jade face shy, and her beautiful eyes affectionately gazed at the many passionate men on the scene. Her long and narrow eyes, like foxes, hooked countless men on the scene and almost made them surrender. However, I believe that this auction item will be more in line with the taste of our guests in the future. As she spoke, she patted her fair and delicate hands like onions. On the high platform, several burly men slowly pulled open the black cloth on top of the heavy object, revealing the true face of the heavy object underneath. When the heavy object under the black cloth and its true appearance appeared in front of everyone, everyone was taken aback. Is this a treasure chest? Why did you bring up a big treasure chest? This treasure chest doesn't look simple. What precious treasures are inside? The eyes of everyone present were indeed drawn to the appearance of a large treasure chest beneath the black cloth. This is a black treasure box about 10 feet in size. The material of the treasure box is unknown, but it looks very heavy and of good quality. The runes are scattered all over, with numerous ravines, as if they were salvaged from the depths of the sea, filled with an ancient and weathered atmosphere. In Liu Xi's private room, her body also sat slightly upright, and her eyes were surprised as she looked at the dark treasure chest on the high platform. Young master, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this treasure chest? Ziyu asked beside Liu Xi, and Lin Xia and Qing Tan also looked at him. They seemed somewhat interested when they first saw Liu Xi. Well, this treasure chest is not simple. Liu Xi nodded and said, the runes on this treasure chest were not randomly drawn, but collectively formed a sealing formation, completely sealing the treasure chest. Moreover, the seal on this treasure chest is extremely complex and perfect, making it impossible to forcefully break it with external force. It seems that we need to completely unlock the seal of this treasure box in order to open this dark treasure box. I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing in this million gold auction house. Purple Moon, Lin Xia, and Qing Tan were surprised to be called extraordinary by Liu Xi. I'm afraid this treasure chest is really extraordinary, although curious in their hearts. They saw that Liu Xi didn't say much, and they tactfully didn't ask too many questions. Dear guests, I believe you have also seen that this auction item is a mysterious treasure chest. This treasure chest was not made by my 10,000 gold auction house, but came from the deep sea outside of my Great Flame Dynasty. As for why it ended up in this place, I don't actually know. Xuansu walked gracefully to the side of the dark treasure chest, reached out and gently caressed the ancient runes on top of it, and spoke softly with her sandalwood mouth. Without waiting for the crowd present to inquire, Xiansu spoke in a graceful voice again. However, I can tell you that this treasure chest has never been opened before. It is not that our Wanjin auction house is unwilling to unlock this treasure chest, but rather that the chest is composed of a peculiar material impervious to fire or the force of gravity. It cannot be broken. Moreover, this dark chest lacks a key for opening, and the treasures within remain a mystery even to us at the Wanjin Merchant Guild. We simply know that this chest is extraordinary, and whatever lies within must be equally remarkable. Today, our auction house is not auctioning the chest itself, but rather the opportunities to unlock it. Xiansu's pair of enchanting, peach blossom-like eyes scanned the multitude present, subtly glancing toward the private room where Liu Xi and others were seated. Her words instantly ignited a clamor among the attendees. The notion of auctioning the chances to open the chest? The Wanjin auction house certainly knows how to conduct business. Unable to open it themselves, yet eager for the treasures within, they have opted to auction the chances to unlock it instead. What a clever strategy. Nonetheless, the allure of this chest is undeniable. The fact that even the Wanjin Merchant Guild has exhausted all means to open it suggests that the treasures contained within are indeed earth-shattering. Even with the chances to unlock it up for bidding, many will surely vie for the opportunity. Curiosity piqued. The crowd wondered what remarkable treasures might be hidden within, and how the spoils would be divided once the auction for the unlocking chances concluded. Captivated by Xiansu's words, the audience turned their attention to her, eagerly awaiting her next announcement. As the commotion settled, Xiansu's melodious voice once again graced the auction house. Esteemed guests, please remain patient. Although our Wanjin Merchant Guild is auctioning the chances to unlock this runic chest, we shall share the treasures contained within. Should any guest ultimately win the opportunity to open the chest, they may select one item from its contents. If there's only a single treasure, it shall be shared with our guild. Xiansu smiled brightly at the audience. Sharing the treasures? How intriguing. Now, I'm quite eager to discover what lies within this chest. Xiansu, enough with the preamble. Let us hear the starting bid, called out one eager gentleman. Yes, do reveal the price. I'm anxious to unlock the chest, echoed another. Xiansu's words stirred the interest of the gentlemen present. As men, they are often drawn to the thrill of treasure hunting. The prospect of uncovering unparalleled skills or celestial treasures is enticing indeed. The Wanji Merchant Guild truly excels in commerce. This runic chest is something we at the Lord's Mansion have never heard of. In the private room, Ziyu is equally astonished by the auction being conducted by the Wanji Merchant Guild. It is known that those in the auction business are often the ones to stumble upon true treasures. Despite being under the Lord's Mansion, it is possible that what they unveil could astonish even the mansion itself. Is it possible that this chest truly conceals extraordinary treasures? Lin Xia's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity, and it was clear that not only the gentlemen, but also young maidens would revel in the excitement of opening a chest filled with surprises. Master, shall we bid for this runic chest? Qing Tan inquired, her eyes glistening with anticipation as she gazed at Liu Xi. Let us observe for now, Liu Xi replied, refraining from making a definitive statement. Oh, Qing Tan pouted slightly, her curiosity about the contents of the runic chest heightened. Giggling, it seems our esteemed guests are brimming with eagerness. So, the starting bid for the chances to unlock this runic chest shall be 1,000 Yang Yuan stones. You may begin, Xiansu exclaimed, her laughter ringing sweetly as she clapped her hands. 2,000 Yang Yuan stones. Do not underestimate us. We too possess wealth. 3,000 Yang Yuan stones. I intend to discover what treasures this chest conceals. 6,000 Yang Yuan stones. Brothers, let me handle the unlocking. The waters run deep, and I worry you may falter. 7,000 Yang Yuan stones. 8,000 Yang Yuan stones. Perhaps it was the chest's enigmatic nature that ignited their adventurous spirits. As each gentleman eagerly emptied his coffers in pursuit of the chance to unlock the chest, noticing the fervor among the bidders, the graceful Xiansu on the high platform interjected, esteemed guests, while this chest is indeed splendid, please bid within your means. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, and even our Wanji Merchant Guild has been unable to unlock it. If you win the chance, but are unable to open the chest, we cannot refund your bid. Moreover, we still do not know what treasures it contains. If it turns out to be an empty box, would you not incur a substantial loss? Xiansu was not reluctant to seek profit. Rather, this runic chest was never intended for these gentlemen, but for the enigmatic Liu Gongzi in the private room. Yet, Liu Gongzi had yet to make a move. Could it be that this treasure did not pique his interest? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Xiansu unconsciously cast a glance towards Liu Xi's private room. It seemed that the Wanjin auction house's scheme was directed at him. In the private room, Liu Xi chuckled softly. Ziyu, hearing this, was taken aback but quickly grasped the situation. What a clever ploy by the Wanjin Merchant Guild. Master, should we intervene and assert ourselves? Having come from the Lord's Mansion, she possessed considerable insight, and Liu Xi's words clarified the guild's intentions. No need, after all. They are merely businessmen. Liu Xi waved dismissively, not overly concerned. Instead, his interest in the runic chest had grown. Then shall we proceed to bid for this runic chest? Ziyu asked once more, while Lin Xia and Qing Tan turned their attention to Liu Xi. Let us bid, Liu Xi affirmed. Lin Xia and Qing Tan's eyes lit up with joy at his words. Very well. Ziyu nodded obediently and promptly declared, 20,000 Yang Yuan stones. Her cool voice, akin to moonlit frost, swept across the auction house. The audience, having just regained their composure after Xiansu's admonition, was momentarily stunned, turning their astonished gazes towards Ziyu. Upon realizing that the voice emanated from the private room of Miss Ziyu, they quickly fell silent. However, murmurs of speculation began to circulate. Could that voice belong to Miss Ziyu of the Lord's Mansion? I never expected someone from the Lord's Mansion to be interested in this runic chest. Miss Ziyu's mentor is Master Yin. Could the Lord's Mansion possibly find someone more formidable than him to unlock this chest? While it is conceivable, after all, the Lord is a formidable figure in the realm of shaping. But I am more curious about Miss Ziyu's beauty. I have heard she is exceptionally stunning and captivating. If I could catch a glimpse, my journey would be complete. Truly, what a lecherous bunch. They should fear that Miss Ziyu might hear them and retaliate with a sword. Upon hearing Ziyu's bid, Xiansu on the high platform raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a more alluring smile. It seemed that this Liu Gongzi could no longer remain indifferent. Yet, One wonders if he possesses the capability to unlock this runic chest. If not, he would surely face embarrassment. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a look of intrigue danced across Xian Su's beautiful face, aware that a bid had been made by someone from the Lord's mansion. The other gentleman refrained from competing further. Ultimately, the opportunity to unlock the runic chest was secured by Ziyu at the high price of 20,000 yuan stones. Upon the conclusion of the auction, the Wanjin auction house successfully auctioned off several remarkable items, occasionally reaching bids in the thousands of yuan stones. However, nothing surpassed the 10,000 yuan stone mark. The auction did not last long. Noticing that Liu Xi had not made any further bids after the rune treasure chest, Xian Su realized that the items at their auction house likely did not catch the eye of the enigmatic young Master Liu. Thus, the continuation of this auction seemed to lack purpose. Xian Su swiftly announced the end of the auction, and as she bowed gracefully to the multitude of men below, they widened their eyes, eager to catch a glimpse, but found nothing to behold. With expressions of regret and lingering desire, they departed the Wanjin auction house. Chapter 30. The instant attraction of Xia Lan. Knock knock. Without keeping Liu Xi and the others waiting for long, they soon heard a polite knock at the door. Here it comes, Ziyu remarked softly, her eyes sparkling. Enter, Liu Xi replied succinctly. Creak. The door emitted a slight sound as a slender hand, as white as exquisite jade, entered first, followed by a curvaceous figure that gracefully appeared before Liu Xi and his companions. Lin Xia and Qing Tan's eyes widened in astonishment. She was breathtakingly beautiful. It was not that they lacked allure, but standing before such a mature and voluptuous older sister, they felt naturally overshadowed by the maturity that time had bestowed upon her. Ziyu's heart sank slightly, sensing a wave of competition. Although she had enjoyed pleasant moments with young Master Liu and felt a degree of closeness, Liu Xi had not crossed any boundaries with her. Liu Xi was powerful and perfect, extraordinarily handsome, and as his maid, Ziyu was more than willing to serve him. Yet, upon witnessing the allure of the more mature Xian Su, even Ziyu, who had previously paid little attention to such matters, could not help but feel a stir of emotions. As Xian Su stepped through the door, her elongated, beautiful eyes were slightly raised in surprise. Such striking handsomeness, such unparalleled dominance, such an impressive stature. However, she was no stranger to unexpected situations, and her temperament was well refined. In an instant, she regained her composure, her red lips parting as she smiled charmingly, saying, I presumed it to be an extraordinary maiden who commenced with a bid of 20,000 yuan stones. Indeed, it is the three sisters, Ziyu, Lin Xia, and Qing Tan. And this must be young Master Liu. I am Xian Su, honored to make your acquaintance. Xian Su's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Liu Xi, her graceful form slightly bowing as she offered him a respectful greeting. Her snow-white, alluring skin was revealed, enveloping the room in an intoxicating fragrance of maturity. Oh, is there something you require, Miss Xian Su? Liu Xi inquired, his expression unchanging and his gaze calm. It was not that he had no appreciation for beauty. After having taken dozens of wives in the Dou Qi Continent, his resistance had grown quite formidable. Seeing Liu Xi's composed demeanor and tranquil gaze directed at her left, Xian Su quite astonished. Could it be that this young Master Liu was not swayed by beauty, unable to be captivated even by her appearance? Despite her surprise, Xian Su maintained her elegance, bowing slightly with an air of apology, saying, I have long admired your esteemed name, young Master Liu. Even Master Yan has praised you in our presence, and I am fortunate to behold your true visage, truly deserving of your reputation. I have come today, firstly to extend my apologies to you, and secondly to invite you to the inner chambers of our commercial association to unveil the treasure chest. Upon hearing this, Liu Xi was taken aback, then smiled. Xian Su was indeed someone who understood the nuances of human interaction, aware that the auction of the treasure chest was merely a means to connect with Liu Xi. Yet, she was uncertain whether this approach would displease him, beginning with an apology. A beautiful woman personally coming to apologize. It would be rather petty for a man to hold a grudge, wouldn't it? Liu Xi was not offended. He possessed the magnanimity for such matters. He rose, glanced at Ziyu, Lin Xia, and Qing Tan, and smiled. Since Miss Xian Su has extended an invitation, let us all accompany her. Immediately, Lin Xia and Qing Tan donned expressions of eager excitement. Observing that Liu Xi did not intend to hold Wanjin auction house accountable, Ziyu chose not to dwell on the subject, casually tossing out a Chinquan pouch, saying, Miss Xian Su, here are 20,000 yuan stones. Young Master Liu is magnanimous and will not quibble over such matters, but I hope you have not deceived us. As she spoke, her clear, cold gaze met Xiansu's. Xiansu's heart jolted. She was acquainted with Ziyu, often calling her sister, yet now Ziyu addressed her as Miss Xiansu and deliberately brought up the matter. It could only signify that Liu Xi's status surpassed her imagination, prompting Ziyu to safeguard his dignity. With a clear understanding, Xiansu respectfully replied, I was indeed reckless. After this matter, I would like to host a banquet to formally apologize to young Master Liu and the esteemed sisters. Upon hearing this, Ziyu's expression grew colder. Did I ask you to apologize? Did I grant you the opportunity to interact with young Master Liu? However, having already spoken, she could not speak on Liu Xi's behalf to dismiss the need for a formal banquet. That was a matter for Liu Xi to decide. And Ziyu dare not presume. Miss Ziyu, please do not blame Xiansu. This matter is solely due to Xia's desire to make young Master Liu's acquaintance, which compelled me to resort to such measures. Xiao willingly extends apologies on behalf of young Master Liu and Miss Ziyu, Miss Lin Xia, and Miss Qing Tan. Another voice interjected from outside. A rotund man, adorned in lavish attire, hurriedly entered, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young woman dressed in green. The newcomer was Xiao Wanjin, the president of the Wanjin Commercial Association, a figure even the city lord would personally entertain. Naturally, he could not wait idly for Liu Xi to seek him out, seizing the opportunity to rush over. The lovely young girl behind him was none other than Xia Zhilan. However, at this moment, the previously indifferent and disinterested Xia Zhilan was rendered speechless upon seeing Liu Xi's visage, gazing at him blankly and momentarily losing her senses. This young master was truly captivating. Xia Zhilan's heart raced, her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with admiration, feeling herself swept away by an instant attraction. It was only when Xiansu playfully nudged her that she snapped back to reality, her delicate face turning an even deeper shade of red. Sister Susu, Xia Zhilan called out, filled with guilt, unable to meet her gaze or that of Liu Xi, yet unable to resist stealing glances at his flawless form. Xiansu found the situation amusing. This young girl had fallen for the charms of love. Earlier, she had seemed so indifferent, yet now she was entirely captivated. Nevertheless, this young Master Liu was indeed a source of trouble for women. Just the sight of him was irresistible, and she was no exception, though she maintained her composure. Having Xiao Wanjin personally accompany his daughter to offer apologies and extend an invitation, Liu Xi naturally harbored no lingering resentment, for he had not taken the matter to heart. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Wanjin and the others courteously led Liu Xi and Ziyu ahead, guiding them into the inner sanctum of the Wanjin Commercial Association. Before long, they arrived at a spacious hall where the rune treasure chest that had briefly appeared at the auction was prominently displayed. This item had been left behind by a traveler passing through Yan City. The guest had fortuitously acquired the chest but had been unable to open it, wishing to auction it off in exchange for cultivation resources. However, after the Wanjin auction house purchased the chest for a significant sum, they did not proceed with the auction, opting instead to attempt to open it and uncover its secrets. Upon learning that young Master Liu was present today, they decided to bring the chest forth, hoping he would not mind. Xiao Wanjin sincerely addressed Liu Xi. In business, one must discern character. I can see at a glance that young Master Liu is extraordinary, and cultivating a friendship with you will undoubtedly benefit the Wanjin Commercial Association. Perhaps this is indeed a significant opportunity for their Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 31. The Request of Xiao Wanjin. This treasure chest is truly beyond your capabilities to open, Liu Xi remarked, gazing at the ancient, hefty rune box, which measured about a foot in size. The seal on this chest is at least of the caliber crafted by a celestial rune master. It is utterly fanciful for Xiao Wanjin and his companions to believe they could unlock it. Is there really treasure inside this chest? Qing Dian asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she leaned in eagerly, scrutinizing the rune box from every angle. Young master, President Xia is a formidable figure at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. If even he cannot open this chest, could it possibly have been crafted by a master of the shaping or qi realms? Lin Xia inquired curiously, her delicate hands already caressing the intricate patterns adorning the box. Xiao Wanjin and the others turned their inquisitive gazes towards Liu Xi, for it was clear that he possessed the most profound knowledge among them. However, apart from Xiao Wanjin and Xiansu, Xia Zhilan was unabashedly fixated on Liu Xi's face, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars, and she subtly swallowed hard. Feeling quite embarrassed, Liu Xi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Xia Zhilan was truly a lovesick girl. Seeing her in such a state of infatuation, he mused that if he were to embrace her tenderly and whisper sweet words, she might very well succumb to his charms. Shaking his head, Liu Xi declared, This rune box was not fashioned by a cultivator of the three realms of fortune, but rather by a true rune master. If my surmises are correct, the artisan behind this rune box must at least be of the celestial rune master level. What? A celestial rune master? The exclamations of Xiao Wanjin, Xian Su, and Lin Xia echoed in unison. As Lin Xia's voice faded, Xiao Wanjin and the others turned to Liu Xi with a look of astonishment. A celestial rune master? Hiss. The revelation that Liu Gongzi was indeed a celestial rune master left Xiao Wanjin, Xian Su, and Xia Zhilan utterly stunned, as if they had just encountered something unfathomable. Xian Su's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her chest heaving dramatically. Xia Zhilan covered her mouth, forming an O shape with her rosy lips, as if she were about to drop something. Though the creator of this rune box was indeed a celestial rune master, the seal was exceptionally intricate. Even an ordinary celestial rune master would likely struggle to break it. Liu Xi continued, seemingly unperturbed by the astonishment of Xiao Wanjin and the others. A celestial rune master, a being comparable to those of the Nirvana realm. Who could have imagined that this Liu Xi Gongzi was such a terrifying figure? Xiao Wanjin and his companions were drenched in cold sweat, as chills coursed from their feet to the crown of their heads, inwardly rejoicing in their good fortune. Liu Xi's strength was formidable. Without considering his background, he could easily annihilate the entire Yan city, perhaps even half of the great Yan dynasty. They dared to harbor intentions against such an existence. And it was fortunate that Liu Gongzi was magnanimous and did not hold it against them. Otherwise, their fates would have been sealed. Esteemed Gongzi, regarding this rune box. Zhiyu hesitated before glancing at Liu Xi. If ordinary celestial rune masters cannot unlock it, then it may not be a simple matter of inheritance. I fear that whatever lies within cannot be easily released. Liu Xi stroked his chin thoughtfully, casting a pensive gaze upon the rune box. He sensed that the treasures within were likely far from ordinary. Such a meticulously crafted seal suggested that the intention was to prevent anyone from accessing the box once more. Xiao Wanjin and Xian Su exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. Young Master Liu, what do you imply? Xiao Wanjin respectfully inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xi replied, the origins of this box are shrouded in mystery, and its contents are likely extraordinary. Let us delay opening it for a time. With that, Liu Xi diverted his gaze from the box, intending to leave with Zhiyu and the others. The mystery of the box intrigued him, but as a celestial rune master himself, he did not wish to expend undue energy attempting to unlock it at this moment. Upon witnessing Liu Xi's disinterest in his explanation regarding the box, Xiao Wanjin and the others were momentarily taken aback. As Liu Xi prepared to depart, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Xiao Wanjin, prompting him to speak up. Young Master Liu, I have an insignificant request, and I hope you can grant it. Liu Xi halted his steps and turned to regard him. Xiao Wanjin gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, since this box was crafted by a celestial rune master, it is not something we mere Yuan Dan realm cultivators should covet, lest we invite disaster upon ourselves. This rune box has become a hot potato for our Yuan Gene Chamber of Commerce. I humbly request that you accept it, for only a young talent like yourself is worthy of wielding such an artifact. I am willing to offer this rune box, seeking only your protection in return. Xiao Wanjin gazed earnestly at Liu Xi. He was not concerned about being deceived. Even if he were, it would involve the city lord's residence as well. Furthermore, they could not open the box, and regardless of whether it contained treasure, forging a connection with Liu Xi through it was certainly not a loss. Thus, in this critical moment, he immediately conceived the idea of gifting the box in hopes of aligning with Liu Xi. President, Father, Xian Su and Xia Zhilan gasped, swiftly turning their attention to Xiao Wanjin. While Xian Su comprehended Xiao Wanjin's intentions immediately, Xia Zhilan was reluctant to part with the box so readily. Xiao Wanjin raised his hand, signaling them to remain silent, and earnestly addressed Liu Xi and Zhiyu. Miss Zhiyu, the city lord's personal reception of young Master Liu is a testament to your exceptional nature. Our Yuan Gene Chamber of Commerce is of limited stature and should not have dared to offend you. However, this box is indeed as we described. It is utterly unopenable. Now that young Master Liu is present, it seems fated that you and this box should meet. The matter of the box is now known to all. Even if young Master Liu chooses not to open it, I fear our Yuan Gene Chamber cannot safeguard ourselves. Rather than risk it, we might as well offer it to you. We do not ask for much, merely the ability to operate our Yuan Gene Chamber of Commerce peacefully within Yan City. Xiao Wanjin was a perceptive individual. He did not immediately propose that Liu Xi help them refine some spiritual treasures or grant them cultivation techniques. Instead, he straightforwardly stated their desire for stability in their business operations. Naturally, if Liu Xi accepted the box, regardless of the outcome, it was unlikely he would neglect their plight. If Liu Xi were truly that kind of person, they could only resign themselves to misfortune, but such a possibility was slim. As merchants, they could gamble on another option. At worst, they could continue running their chamber. Chapter 32. The moved Lin Xia and Qingtan. Are you truly willing to give me this box? Liu Xi inquired, his gaze fixed on Xiao Wanjin. Xiao Wanjin nodded resolutely. Young Master Liu, since we cannot open this box, it signifies that it is not meant for us. Even if by chance we were to unlock it, the contents would be beyond our ability to safeguard. It would be wiser to entrust it to you, as long as you do not mind the trouble it might bring. Xiao Wanjin was adept with words, framing the gift of the box not as a great fortune, but rather as a potential burden, hoping Liu Xi would not take offense. Liu Xi understood his intent and replied with a smile. You must have something you wish to request of me. Do share, and let me see what it is. It was improbable that Xiao Wanjin and the others were pursuing him simply for a casual connection. If they sought to establish ties, they could do so via the City Lord's residence or the Rune Masters Association led by Master Yan, without needing to focus on him specifically. Given their fervent enthusiasm, it was likely they had ulterior motives. Xiao Wanjin, along with his companions, was taken aback, exchanging glances in surprise at Liu Xi's keen perception. Their approach to Liu Xi was indeed motivated by a request. Had it merely been a matter of forging connections with the powerful, they would not have fixated on Liu Xi, who had only recently arrived in Yan City, with an ambiguous background. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wanjin glanced at Lin Xia and Qingtan, still present in the hall, and exhibited a hint of hesitation. My lord, Lin Xia discerned that Xiao Wanjin harbored some distrust towards them, possibly contemplating discussing confidential matters pertaining to the Wanjin Merchant Association, which he preferred to keep from outsiders. This was entirely reasonable. Hence, she stepped forward, intending to excuse herself. Liu Xi waved his hand and remarked, Chairman Xia, there is no need for concern. They are by my side. If I trust them, they may certainly listen as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia and Qingtan were filled with gratitude. Liu Xi's kindness towards them was genuinely heartwarming. Xiao Wanjin and Xian Su were equally astonished. Liu Xi had not been in Yan City for long, and it was unexpected for him to extend such trust, even to those accompanying him. Either Liu Xi was truly open-minded and forthright, or he possessed considerable confidence. Regardless, either scenario would not bode poorly for the Wanjin Merchant Association. Having reconciled this thought, Xiao Wanjin expressed his apologies. I have acted with a narrow mind. I apologize to Miss Lin Xia and Miss Qingtan. This matter is not one that must be hidden from others. I merely feared it would invite unnecessary trouble. Hence my caution. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Wanjin continued, We wish to request that young master Liu concoct a spiritual treasure for us. Spiritual treasure? Ziyue inquired, visibly surprised. Indeed, a spiritual treasure, Xiao Wanjin affirmed, then began to recount. This tale begins a few years ago. As you may know, our merchant association cannot remain in one place. We must often venture elsewhere to procure goods. Years ago, when Wanjin Merchant Association traveled to Tiandu City, we encountered a fierce storm in the Tianfeng Demon Gorge. 100 miles from Tiandu City, the tempest disoriented our convoy, resulting in significant losses of goods. Yet, as fortune would have it, do you recall, Miss Xiu, that our association once auctioned a demon crystal from a shape-shifting beast? Xiao Wanjin suddenly turned to Ziyue, who was beside Liu Xi. Slightly taken aback, quickly recalled, yes. I remember. My father purchased that demon crystal, which was ultimately gifted to my grandfather for his birthday. Therein lay Ziyue's background. Her grandfather was the city lord of Tiandu, a formidable figure. Yes, that shape-shifting beast crystal helped us weather that calamity. However, there's another matter you may not be aware of, Miss Ziyue. We possess a demon crystal from a chi-gathering beast, Xiao Wanjin continued, suddenly producing a black box from his cosmic bag. Upon opening it, a glossy black diamond-shaped demon crystal emerged before Liu Xi and the others. The moment the crystal appeared, the temperature in the spacious hall plummeted several degrees, and a faint echo of a terrifying beast's roar could be heard, as a shadow of a black demon python flickered within the crystal. A python crystal? Liu Xi exclaimed in astonishment. Young Master Liu possesses great discernment. Indeed, it is the crystal of the black-horned Kuei Nyo python. Xiao Wanjin praised. By heavens, I haven't even identified the python yet, Liu Xi retorted. However, Ziyue, who had overheard Xiao Wanjin's words, gasped, the black-horned Kuei Nyo python? Isn't it true that, once matured, it possesses formidable strength at the shape-shifting realm? This python, with its lineage tracing back to ancient serpents and Kuei Nyo, wields immense power, unparalleled speed, and formidable defenses. Even formidable, shape-shifting realm experts struggle against them. Chairman Xia, how did you come to possess its demon crystal, especially one from the Qi-gathering realm? Her astonishment was mirrored by Lin Xia and Qing Tan, who opened their eyes wide in disbelief, fixated on the demon crystal in Xiao Wanjin's hands. Xiao Wanjin nodded, his expression revealing a mixture of fear and trepidation, and recounted, "This is what I wish to request from young Master Liu today. During that tempest, many from our convoy were swept away, myself included. I was directly carried into the territory of a formidable, shape-shifting realm beast, and I had resigned myself to death. Unexpectedly, the Blackhorn Kuei Nyo python suddenly appeared, engaging in a fierce battle with that shape-shifting beast. The odds should have favored the python, but the shape-shifting beast was no ordinary foe. It was a powerful avian creature, nearly at the brink of breaking into the Qi-gathering realm. Injured by the python's bite, it was forced to fight for its life, resulting in both beasts suffering grievous wounds, allowing me to claim the spoils. I skinned the corpse of the Blackhorn Kuei Nyo python and brought back its head, intending to forge a set of spiritual armor and a spiritual weapon. However, forging spiritual treasures requires at least a talisman master, and we lack such expertise in Yan City. The talisman masters in other cities are far too remote, and we feared further complications, leaving this matter unresolved within the Wanjin Merchant Association. With young Master Liu's presence in Yan City, and having heard that you might be a talisman master, at this juncture, Liu Xi and the others grasped the nature of Xiao Wanjin's request. They possessed a treasure, but no means to utilize it. With Liu Xi finally in their midst, Xiao Wanjin could no longer contain himself and sought his assistance. My lord, Zue turned to Liu Xi, seeking his counsel. To forge a spiritual treasure, may I first examine the materials? Liu Xi inquired, not refusing the request. Xiao Wanjin's expression brightened, as he hastily retrieved the remnants of the black-horned Kuei Nyo python's body from his cosmic bag. Yes, it can indeed be forged. After examining the materials presented by Xiao Wanjin, Liu Xi confirmed with certainty. Wonderful. Xiao Wanjin, Xian Su, and Xia Zhilong rejoiced. Young Master Liu, Xiao Wanjin bit his lip, suddenly extending the Qi-gathering realm demon crystal towards Liu Xi, stating, "This crystal from the Blackhorn Kuei Nyo python serves no purpose remaining in our possession. Instead, let us gift it to you today as a token of gratitude for your assistance in forging this spiritual treasure." Chairman, father, even Xian Su was taken aback. To part with a talisman treasure is one thing, but a crystal from a Qi-gathering realm beast? This is your key to breaking into the shape-shifting realm. Once relinquished, the opportunity to ascend to the shape-shifting realm would be lost. Yet, as soon as she opened her mouth, Xian Su fell silent. With the Qi-gathering realm beast's crystal offered, it seemed unlikely that even if Liu Xi was not covetous, the city lord estate would not hesitate to pursue it. The hope of retaining it was rapidly dwindling. Father, this is your chance to break through to the shape-shifting realm. Xia Zhilong pouted, her eyes filled with longing. Xiao Wanjin's generosity was overwhelming, as though he were offering her up as well. She could hardly bear to witness her cherished possessions slipping away. Silence. Xiao Wanjin shot her a glare, forbidding her further protest, and turned earnestly to Liu Xi, saying, "Young Master Liu, I understand you may not desire a crystal from a Qi-gathering realm beast. Yet this is the most precious possession of our Wanjin Merchant Association. I implore you to accept it." Resolute, Xiao Wanjin resolved to gamble everything on this decision. Liu Xi smiled, refraining from refusal, extending his hand to accept the crystal from Xiao Wanjin, much to the dismay of Xia Zhilong. "Then, I shall graciously accept your generous offering," Liu Xi replied with a smile. The essence crystal of the Blackhorn Kuei Nyo python is indeed quite beneficial for him. It serves to enhance his current prowess. He is merely at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm and requires a substantial amount of energy to continue his advancement. He intends to reserve the pure Yuan Dan for occasional purchases, while the essence crystal from the Blackhorn Kuei Nyo python, originating from a beast of the Qi formation realm, is perfectly suited for his needs, as it can be devoured to transform into the most pristine Yuan power, elevating his cultivation level. I refuse to agree. At that moment, the indignant Xia Zhilong stepped forward and declared loudly, "My father has already gifted you the rune treasure chest. You cannot be so insatiable. Zilan, cease your insolence. Apologize to young Master Liu at once." Xian Su and Xiao Wanjin were taken aback by Xia Zhilang's boldness. Xiao Wanjin hurriedly rushed forward to pull his woman back, his expression grave as he admonished her. "Liu Xi is a celestial talisman master. acknowledged by both the city lord's mansion and the Ziyue. How could one dare to offend such a figure? Ziyue's beautiful eyes also narrowed in coldness, as she would not permit anyone to disrespect Liu Xi. Just as she was about to speak, Liu Xi suddenly cast a placid gaze upon Xiao Yan. Under his penetrating stare, Xiao Yan felt her breath catch, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, rendering her calm, yet fearful. Xiao Yan was equally alarmed, hastily seeking to apologize to Liu Xi. There was no room for defiance. They could only acquiesce. Young Master Liu. My daughter Liu Xi disregarded his protest and approached Xiao Yan, towering over her with a commanding presence. An immense pressure enveloped Xiao Yan, causing her delicate frame to tremble. She clenched her fists, her eyes reflecting a mix of fear and stubbornness as she gazed defiantly at Liu Xi. You claim I am insatiable? Allow me to enlighten you. Once my strength is attained, not only this trivial item, but even you, Liu Xi interjected, gripping Xiao Yan's chin, his profound and vast gaze locking onto hers, exuding an aura that instilled dread. He calmly asserted, what I desire, you must yield. Young Master Liu, I implore you to spare my daughter. Jilan has been spoiled by my indulgence, Xiao Yan pleaded anxiously, perspiration streaming down his face. Xiao Yan pouted, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears of fear. At that moment, Liu Xi suddenly smiled and released Xiao Yan, remarking, with such little courage, you dare to offend me? However, you are correct in one regard. In certain aspects, I do possess a degree of insatiability, yet this insignificant item hardly warrants my greed. He then turned to Xiao Yan and stated, I shall accept this essence crystal, but I will not take advantage of you. In due course, I can assist you in breaking through to the shape-forming realm. As for your daughter, I can also impart to her a commendable cultivation technique. You will need to organize the materials required for crafting spiritual treasures and send them to the Lin family. I shall be residing there for a while, and I can assist you in refining your spiritual treasures. Let us proceed with this arrangement for the time being. As for the treasure chest, Liu Xi commanded, please take it away. Yes, young master. Ziyue stepped forward, using her Qinquan bag to stow the rune treasure chest. Although Xiao Yan and the others wished to invite Liu Xi to dine with them, he declined. It was only after Liu Xi and his companions departed that Xian Su, filled with concern, expressed, President, are you truly so trusting of him? What if he takes the items we have given him and simply leaves? Xiao Yan cast a glance at his daughter, who was still shaken by Liu Xi's imposing presence, and shook his head, saying, that seems improbable. The aura he exuded earlier was formidable, albeit just a fraction. Yet I sensed it was not weaker than the black-horned Kuei Neopython I encountered in the past. Such a person would not deceive us. Moreover, we treated him with respect, and with Miss Yue and the two young ladies from the Lin family present, he should not act in such a manner. Xian Su pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, if he truly is a celestial talisman master, the items we have given him, aside from the rune treasure chest, even the essence crystal from the Qi formation realm, he should not covet. Since he has accepted them, it is likely he will not deceive us. Indeed, but we must follow up on this and prepare the materials for crafting spiritual treasures. You and Jilan shall deliver them. Xiao Yan decisively instructed. Young master, do you truly intend to assist the Wanjin Merchant Association in crafting spiritual treasures? Ziyue inquired curiously along the way. Lin Xia and Qing Tan also looked at him with intrigue. Of course, why wouldn't I? Liu Xi replied with a smile. Young master, you can truly craft spiritual treasures? Qing Tan asked in astonishment, her sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Liu Xi affectionately ruffled Qing Tan's hair, saying, crafting spiritual treasures is not particularly difficult. Once I assist you in unlocking your Dantian and help you become a talisman master, I will also teach you the art of crafting. Really? Qing Tan's face lit up with joy. Ziyue and Lin Xia gazed at him with envy. Indeed, when the time comes, if you wish to learn anything, I can teach you both, Liu Xi said, smiling at the envious expressions of Ziyue and Lin Xia. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, young master. Lin Xia and Ziyue exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, Lin Xia soon inquired, but I'm not a talisman master. What can I learn? You can learn anything. Apart from talismans, your young master possesses many other skills, Liu Xi replied with a smile. Lin Xia's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. After thinking for a while, she could only timidly say, I seem to only know how to wield a spear. I cannot learn anything else, nor do I possess any talent. Her voice trailed off with a hint of disappointment. That is not true, Sister Lin Xia. Grandpa and the others praise you for being gentle and considerate. Even your parents said you would make a great wife. And your cooking is excellent. Young master himself has praised it. Qing Tan chimed in, linking her arm with Lin Xia's and offering cheerful encouragement. Really? Lin Xia's eyes brightened with surprise as she turned to Liu Xi, seemingly seeking his affirmation. Liu Xi smiled and said, "Cooking is indeed a viable skill, and related to it are brewing techniques for crafting exquisite liquors, nutritional expertise for pairing various delicacies, and pastry skills for making delightful treats. I possess several tomes on these subjects, which I can share with you." Liu Xi's collection is quite extensive. During his time on the Dou Qi Continent, he manifested 22 soul avatars to explore various fields. His true self also engaged in discussions on dual cultivation techniques with the likes of Yin Yun and Yu Fei, making Liu Xi a veritable encyclopedia of knowledge. Hearing this, Lin Xia's charming face lit up with excitement as she eagerly declared, "Young master, I want to learn." Whether she liked it or not was secondary. The key was that learning would allow her to serve Liu Xi better. "I will teach you when we return," Liu Xi promised. "Yes, yes." Lin Xia nodded vigorously. "Young master, what would be suitable for me to learn?" Ziyue inquired from the side. Being able to learn from Liu Xi was an exceptional opportunity, and she did not wish to let it pass her by. "Anything is possible, depending on your interests," Liu Xi replied. The four conversed animatedly as they swiftly returned to the Lin family. "Young Master Liu, Miss Ziyue, you have returned." Upon their arrival, the Lin family members warmly welcomed them. Lin Xia, little Qing Tan, the younger generation of the Lin family, also greeted Lin Xia and her companions. Currently, Liu Xi held great esteem within the Lin family, and everyone treated him with utmost respect. Ziyue had also moved in to reside with Liu Xi, while Lin Xia and Qing Tan naturally followed him. The younger members of the Lin family admired Lin Xia and Qing Tan immensely, wishing they could also accompany Liu Xi. Meanwhile, Lin Dong had been fervently cultivating during this period, his strength nearing the great perfection of the Yuan Dan realm. Originally, with Ling Qing Zhu's assistance, Lin Dong could have reached great perfection during his time at the ancient tomb mansion. Unfortunately, Ling Qing Zhu was intercepted by Liu Xi, and the portion of Nirvana Heart energy was also claimed by him. After undergoing dual cultivation with Ling Qing Zhu, Liu Xi's strength had ascended to the minor completion of the Yuan Dan realm, just a step away from achieving the major completion. Upon returning to the Lin family, Liu Xi made his way back to his secluded courtyard. He retrieved the black diamond crystal from the black-horned Kuei Neo python, a monster beast he had acquired from the Wanjin Merchant Association, and commenced his cultivation. Possessing a unique physique, he could almost directly absorb the energies of this world for his practice. Unlike other cultivators, who required talismans to refine the more unruly energies into pills for absorption, Liu Xi was unbound by such limitations. His true spirit inherently possessed the 22 exotic flames of the Dou Qi Continent, alongside the unique functionalities of various celestial treasures. For instance, the purifying power of the clean lotus flame, the devouring force of the void devouring flame, and the life force of the living flame could all be transmuted into the purest energy for his consumption. Before long, the black diamond crystal of the black-horned Kuei Neo was enveloped in a radiant golden energy. A terrifying devouring power erupted from this golden mass. The formidable energy intermingled with the grand will of the black-horned Kuei Neo python was extracted by Liu Xi. Typically, such energy, when absorbed, could lead to a chaotic blend in one's yuan power, or worse, allow the beast will to overtake the human body, transforming the individual into a bloodthirsty monster. However, before the will of the black-horned Kuei Neo could infiltrate Liu Xi's being, it was crushed and purified by a domineering force, ultimately converting into pure will energy that merged into Liu Xi's body for absorption. The crystal, representing the essence of a beast at the Qi creation stage, was voraciously consumed by Liu Xi. His aura visibly deepened and expanded. Uncertain of how long he had been cultivating, Liu Xi felt the last trace of energy from the black-horned Kuei Neo python's crystal being devoured and refined. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth from his courtyard, marking his breakthrough into the shaping realm. In the adjacent courtyard, Lin Dong, who had been practicing early in the morning, was startled by the astonished voice of the celestial mink in his mind. "Did you say Liu Xi has broken through to the shaping realm?" Lin Dong paused his exercises, drenched in sweat, and inquired mentally. "Indeed, it is unmistakably the aura of the shaping realm. I never anticipated his cultivation speed to be so rapid. Just a few days ago, he was at the minor completion of the Yuan Dan realm, and now he has directly advanced to the shaping realm," the little mink replied, leaping onto Lin Dong's shoulder as it gazed toward Liu Xi's courtyard. Could it be that Liu Xi had concealed part of his strength? Lin Dong pondered curiously. He felt himself nearing the major completion of a Yuandan realm and planned to venture out for some practical experience after achieving that milestone. That seems unlikely. His dual cultivation and talismans has placed his talismanic skill ahead of his Yuan power. Alternatively, he may possess strength above the shaping realm, but have fallen for some reason, and is now diligently cultivating back to that level, the minx speculated. This led it to think of its own situation as a spirit beast. If it were to reshape its body now, it would have to start from scratch. However, at its level, even a fresh start would quickly lead it back to its peak. Perhaps Liu Xi was experiencing a similar circumstance. If Liu Xi were indeed a formidable being who had reshaped his body and regained his life, it would explain his youth coupled with the prowess of a heavenly talisman master and his broad experiences. Liu Xi has broken through to the shaping realm, and my grandfather and the others are coming as well. We should go and congratulate him, Lin Dong said, straightening his attire and urging the little mink to hide within the stone talisman, ready to convey his congratulations to Liu Xi. Lin Jintian and the others from the Lin family also sensed the commotion and made their way over. Exhaling deeply, Liu Xi stood up from his mat, feeling refreshed. Young master, have you achieved a breakthrough? Lin Xia entered with a joyful countenance, carrying water for washing. She had been personally attending to Liu Xi during this time. Indeed, I have just broken through to the shaping realm. How long have I been cultivating? Liu Xi inquired with a smile, while taking the damp cloth from Lin Xia's hands to wipe his face. Just one night, young master. Let me help you change your clothes, she replied. At that moment, the enchanting Zue entered, holding a set of pristine garments. After placing the clothes on the bed, she approached Liu Xi to assist him in changing into a fresh outfit. Quite swift, merely one night, Liu Xi remarked, somewhat astonished, but he did not refuse Ziyue's kindness, allowing her to help him change. Once Lin Xia and Ziyue had assisted Liu Xi in cleaning himself and donning his new attire, Lin Jintian and the others arrived at the entrance to his courtyard. Are you ready, young master? My grandfather and the others are here. Qing Tan's melodious voice chimed like a songbird at the gate. She then gleefully pushed open the courtyard door and bounced in. Done. Do not be disrespectful to young Master Liu, Lin Xiao and others admonished from behind. He wouldn't be angry, Qing Tan replied, her back to them, giggling. Just as Liu Xi emerged from the room, she exclaimed, Wow, young master, you look exceptionally handsome today. Her bright, sparkling eyes gazed up at Liu Xi, who appeared rejuvenated in his new robes. Young Master Liu, have you broken through to the shaping realm? Lin Jintian and the others approached him in awe, their expressions filled with surprise. Indeed, I have fortuitously advanced, Liu Xi acknowledged with a nod, not concealing his achievement. Is it truly so effortless to break through? Lin Jintian and the others were utterly astonished. They had spent their entire lives striving for breakthroughs in the Yuandan realm, while Liu Xi had achieved the shaping realm in just one night. His talent was indeed extraordinary. Congratulations, young Master Liu. Congratulations. Lin Xiao, Lin Ken, and others extended their well wishes, while the younger members of the Lin family gazed at Liu Xi with admiration and respect. They had gradually witnessed his strength and mystery, leading to their reverence for him. After the brief congratulations, Liu Xi joined Lin Jintian and the others for a meal in the main hall. On the way, Lin Dong took the initiative to speak. Senior Liu, he addressed Liu Xi, as he was not among those close to him and felt the title senior suited him better. Liu Xi nodded, looking at him. It seems you have been diligent in your cultivation. You should be close to breaking through to the major completion of the Yuandan realm, right? Lin Dong was indeed putting in great effort in his training, and hearing Liu Xi's words, Lin Jintian and the others looked on with surprise. Dongye, are you about to break through to the major completion of the Yuandan realm? Lin Jintian asked, astonished and joyful. Indeed, it seems nothing escapes Senior Liu's perception. I should be able to break through this month, Lin Dong affirmed. Excellent. Our Lin family has produced a prodigy. It is rare for someone of your age to reach the major completion of the Yuandan realm within the Lin clan, Lin Jintian exclaimed, already envisioning returning to the Lin family clan with Lin Dong. Lin Xiao, Liu Yin, Lin Ken, and others also wore expressions of joy, while the younger generation stepped forward to congratulate Lin Dong. Currently, the Lin family was united, and Lin Dong's excellence did not lead to exclusion or targeting. Your cultivation speed is commendable. However, your method is somewhat lacking. If you wish, I can teach you a superior technique, Liu Xi offered with a smile. Lin Dong and the others were initially taken aback, but soon their expressions transformed into sheer delight. Lin Dong, somewhat flustered, exclaimed, Senior Liu, do you intend to impart your cultivation techniques to me? He was genuinely astonished. His expectations of Liu Xi were not lofty. He was already immensely grateful that Liu Xi could assist Lin Qingdan with her physical issues. To his surprise, Liu Xi also intended to bestow upon him a martial art. Although it was merely an ordinary technique, it was not insignificant. Suddenly, Liu Xi extended his hand and touched Lin Dong's forehead. In that instant, a glimmer of golden light emanated from Liu Xi's fingertip and surged into Lin Dong's mind. Motionless and in a daze, Lin Dong remained silent for a moment before suddenly exclaiming in joy, "The Thunder God technique, 3,000 thunder movements, 3,000 thunder illusory bodies. The Thunder God descends upon the world." Astonishingly, it was a martial art, an advanced movement technique, and an offensive skill. "Senior Liu, please allow me to pay my respects." Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Dong nearly bowed to Liu Xi. Having absorbed the martial arts legacy bestowed upon him, he was trembling with exhilaration. The name of the Thunder God technique alone evoked an immense sense of power within him. The mere fact that it was named after the Thunder God signified it as an extraordinary technique. Furthermore, the 3,000 thunder movements and 3,000 thunder illusory bodies were two progressive martial arts that filled him with anticipation just from their names. The Thunder God descending upon the world was also an exceptional martial skill. Liu Xi was not merely passing on a technique. He was granting him a legacy from a formidable sect. Although he had yet to comprehend the full extent of Liu Xi's legacy, it undoubtedly surpassed his current cultivation by a millionfold. Such an overwhelming act of kindness made Lin Dong feel an intense desire to apprentice himself on the spot. Liu Xi did not deter Lin Dong. What he imparted was the legacy of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, the Thunder God technique, 3,000 thunder illusory bodies, and the Thunder Goddess descent were all top-tier, advanced Earth-level martial arts and skills. When used in conjunction, they would rival low-tier heaven-level techniques and skills. Even the initial 3,000 thunder movements was classified as low-tier Earth-level. In the Tianqian continent, it equated to a top-tier spiritual martial arts legacy. On the Tianqian continent, martial arts are categorized as follows, from 1 to 9 ranks, encompassing creation martial arts, spiritual martial arts, and heavenly martial arts. Ranks 1 to 3 are classified as inferior martial arts, 4 to 6 as intermediate, and 7 to 9 as superior martial arts. The celestial scale technique Lin Dong acquired from the ancient Tomb Pavilion is considered superior martial arts. Lin Langtian received the 8 Desolate Emperor's Hand from the Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet, which is classified as creation martial arts. The Great Wilderness Captivity technique that Lin Dong obtained is classified as spiritual martial arts. The Azure Dragon King Qing Ji imparted the Azure Sky Transformation technique to Lin Dong, which falls under heavenly martial arts. It can be said that the legacy Liu Xi provided Lin Dong would suffice for him to reach the latter stages of his cultivation. His eagerness to pay his respects was entirely warranted. Moreover, given Liu Xi's status and identity, such a gesture would be duly received. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Lin Jintian and the others were equally elated. Although they were unaware of the exact level of the martial arts and techniques Liu Xi had bestowed upon Lin Dong, they knew it undoubtedly surpassed anything they currently possessed. This overwhelming grace left them speechless with excitement. The most exhilarated were Lin Dong's parents, Lin Xiao and Liu Yan. Qingtan's face was also alight with joy. "Brother Lin Dong, what level of martial arts did the young master impart to you? Is it truly remarkable?" Qingtan inquired curiously as she approached Lin Dong. The members of the Lin family looked on with a mix of curiosity and envy. One should not ask what is not to be asked. "Naturally, the techniques Senior Liu passed on to me are extraordinary," Lin Dong replied, forcing himself to regain composure amidst his excitement, gently pushing Qingtan's inquisitive little head away. "Stingy. I'll ask the young master myself later." Pouting, Qingtan scampered back to Liu Xi's side. "Qingtan, do not act frivolously. Techniques and martial arts are the private matters of cultivators and should not be inquired about casually." Liu Yan admonished gently, patting Qingtan on the head. "Understood," Qingtan replied obediently, her big eyes darting around. She certainly understood that martial arts were the private matters of cultivators. However, since both her brother Lin Dong and the young master were like family, she felt it was permissible to ask, "Haha, Qingtan, the martial arts imparted by young master Liu are undoubtedly top tier. Let us not disturb him further. We should proceed to our meal. By the way, regarding the matter of young master Liu imparting techniques to Lin Dong, none of you are to disclose this, or you will be expelled from the Lin family." Lin Zhentian laughed heartily before turning to the family members with a serious expression. "Yes, father." They all replied in unison, nodding. Although they felt envious, they understood that this was a tremendous opportunity for the Lin family. After finishing breakfast, before Liu Xi returned to the courtyard, he received word that Xian Su, The chief steward of the Wanjin Merchant Association and Miss Xia Ziblu had come to pay a visit. In Liu Xi's courtyard, Xian Su and Xia Ziblu presented 2 Qingquan bags to him. Young Master Liu, within these bags lies the majority of the black-horned Kowloon python's body, along with some materials we have gathered for refining. Please take a look and inform us if anything else is required. We will prepare it immediately, Xian Su said courteously. Dressed in a striking yellow split cheongsam that accentuated her already voluptuous figure. Her fair, dewy skin resembled a peach glistening with morning dew, while her proud bosom stood like a revered mountain, and her curvaceous hips resembled a grand canyon shrouded in mist. Her long, ivory legs dazzled like a snow-covered expanse. Liu Xi's gaze lingered on Xian Su's alluring form for a few moments before he accepted the 2 Qingquan bags and promptly emptied their contents. The body of the black-horned Kowloon python was relatively well preserved. Although incomplete, the parts harvested by Xiao Wanjin were among the most valuable. For instance, the massive head adorned with a sharp black spiral horn was not only formidable, but also incredibly resilient. That horn allowed the black-horned Kowloon python to unleash its innate divine abilities, summoning terrifying thunder to strike its foes with unparalleled destructive power. Even beasts of higher realms than the black-horned Kowloon python dared not confront it head-on. This singular horn was the sole material from the black-horned Kowloon python suitable for crafting advanced spiritual treasures. Additionally, the python's skin had been removed, albeit imperfectly. It could still be utilized to forge several sets of low-level spiritual armor. After a cursory examination, Liu Xi remarked, "The materials are quite sufficient. There's no need for further preparation. However, I would like to use the membrane from the black-horned Kowloon python's head to craft a mask. Please convey this to President Xia." The membrane from the black-horned Kowloon python's head was exceptionally resilient and, aside from the spiral horn, was the most valuable part. Liu Xi intended to keep it for himself and craft a mask, which he deemed necessary to inform Xian Su and her companion. Xian Su and Xia Ziblu were momentarily taken aback. Then Xian Su giggled playfully, saying, "Young Master Liu intends to craft a mask for himself. Does he? Before coming here? The president instructed us that if you find anything of interest among these materials, feel free to take it. All we ask is for you to help us refine a few sets of spiritual armor in return." Xia Ziblu pouted, remaining silent. She understood to tread carefully around Liu Xi, observing how he would assist her father in breaking through to the forming realm and imparting techniques to her. "The president is quite generous. Please return in 10 days. By then, these materials should be ready for refinement." Liu Xi nodded in agreement. 10 days. Xian Su was slightly taken aback. Ordinarily, the crafting of spiritual treasures was far more arduous than their restoration. Mending a damaged spiritual artifact could typically be accomplished within a day or two, yet the creation of a new spiritual treasure, even the most mundane low-tier one, would demand no less than 10 days to half a month. However, the resources at Liu Xi's disposal were sufficient to forge more than a single treasure. Could it truly be completed in 10 days? Surely not. Upon hearing this, Xia Lan could no longer contain herself and retorted against Liu Xi. Yet, she dared not be overly brazen. Her words were laced with skepticism, her eyes reflecting doubt as she questioned whether Liu Xi intended to dismiss her concerns lightly. "Zilang, do not speak foolishly. Young Master Liu is a celestial talismancer and thus cannot be measured by the ordinary pace of regular talismancers." Xian Su interjected hastily. "Young Master Liu, Zilan is simply unaccustomed to such matters, so please be understanding." She gently admonished Xia Lan before turning to Liu Xi to offer an apologetic tone. Liu Xi smiled and replied, "It is of no consequence. However, I have mentioned imparting a technique to her. I shall do so now." With that, he stepped forward and, amidst Xia Lan's astonished gaze, lightly tapped her forehead with a finger. A stream of golden light surged into her mind, and she instantly comprehended a water-attributed cultivation technique. "The whale-swallowing infinite method," Xia Lan exclaimed in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Liu Xi, seemingly unable to fathom that he would truly bestow a technique upon her. Xian Su, equally taken aback, was astonished by the almost mystical manner in which Liu Xi transmitted the technique. Regaining her composure, she immediately grasped Xia Lan's hand and expressed her gratitude to Liu Xi. "Thank you." Xia Lan's cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, her lovely eyes darting away, unable to meet Liu Xi's gaze. With this technique alone, Liu Xi could have emptied her family's Wanjin Merchant Association, and they would have profited immensely. She felt a pang of shame for her earlier petty thoughts. "Young Master Liu, there is one more thing I wish to request," Xian Su said, casting a hesitant glance at Xia Lan after expressing her thanks. "Yes?" Liu Xi inquired, raising his gaze toward her. Would it be possible for Lan to accompany you during this time? Should you require anything, she could act as a liaison for us, Su tentatively proposed. Allowing Lan to follow Liu Xi would serve a dual purpose. She could observe him while also engaging with him. If not for her responsibilities as the overseer of the Wanjin auction house, she would have wished to accompany Liu Xi herself. If Miss Xia is willing, then she may accompany me. However, one stipulation remains: she must be obedient. Liu Xi's response to Su's request bore no surprise. Such matters were commonplace for him. Splendid. Lan, do not hesitate to thank young Master Liu, Su exclaimed, her face lighting up as she swiftly turned to Lan. Standing side by side, they resembled sisters, though in reality, Su, the older sister, had been tirelessly concerned for her younger counterpart. Lan, being quite compliant, stole a glance at Liu Xi and obediently declared, "I will be obedient." Now, she had completely placed her trust in Liu Xi, and her feelings were further intensified by his striking appearance. Suddenly, she thought to herself, Liu Xi was truly handsome and utterly captivating. Lan successfully remained by Liu Xi's side and received a mysterious cultivation technique, while the materials for crafting were also delivered into Liu Xi's hands. In 10 days, several spiritual treasures would be ready, and Su was exceedingly pleased. After engaging in conversation with Liu Xi for a while longer, she took her leave. Once Su departed, Liu Xi observed the slightly envious and displeased expressions of Ziyu and Lin Xia, remarking, "What is it? Feeling jealous?" At his words, both Ziyu and Lin Xia pursed their lips, remaining silent, yet their eyes cast defiant glances towards Lan. It was evident that they had arrived first and had served Liu Xi for several days, yet he had not imparted any techniques to them. Now, both Lan and Lin Dong had received techniques, while they remained empty-handed. Although they had not come for such rewards, they could not help but feel a tinge of jealousy. Enough of the jealousy. What is meant for you will not be lessened, Liu Xi said, ruffling their hair affectionately. He then proceeded to bestow upon each of them a technique. An advanced earth-tier wood-attributed technique for Ziyu and an advanced earth-tier fire-attributed technique for Lin Xia. In the Tianxin continent, martial artists did not adhere to strict elemental classifications in their cultivation. Most practitioners could cultivate any attribute, as their elemental energy could be fluidly transformed. For example, Lin Dong, like the rest of his family, practiced the same technique, and even their martial arts were largely similar. For them, the focus was primarily on the rank of the techniques rather than their attributes. Only those with unique physiques or a fervent passion for a particular attribute would select specialized techniques. The techniques that Liu Xi imparted to Lin Xia, Ziyu, and Lan were indeed elementally defined. While they would primarily absorb the same elemental energy from the world, upon refining it within their bodies, it would gradually take on the characteristics of their respective techniques. Thus, the future cultivation paths of the three would progressively shift toward wood, fire, and water attributes. Generally, such transformations bore only advantages, not drawbacks. Hence the three were exceedingly delighted. The trio enthusiastically delved into studying the techniques within their minds, while Liu Xi retrieved the body of the Blackhorn Kuei Neo python to commence crafting. The process of crafting was not particularly difficult, especially when utilizing materials from magical beasts, which made it relatively straightforward. The primary challenge lay in inscribing runes upon the spiritual treasures. Only by etching special runes would these materials manifest their various extraordinary abilities. This phase tested the patience and skill of the talismancer, yet Liu Xi was undeterred by such challenges. Liu Xi first polished the spiral horn of the Blackhorn Kuei Neo python before directly inscribing runes upon its tip. Curious about Liu Xi's crafting techniques, Ziyu and the others gathered around to watch. Observing Liu Xi's fluid motions, Lin Xia, Lan, and Qing Tam were filled with admiration, though Ziyu, with her foundational knowledge in talismancy, was particularly enthralled, able to comprehend some aspects of his technique. In the following days, Liu Xi alternated between crafting and guiding Lin Xia, Ziyu, and the others in their cultivation. With Liu Xi's assistance, Qing Tam also successfully opened her Naiwan palace, officially becoming a talismancer. However, she had not yet coalesced a talisman imprint, thus not qualifying as a true talismancer. Su visited the Lin family every few days, engaging in heartfelt conversations with Liu Xi, and each time she brought along small tokens of appreciation. 10 days swiftly passed. When Xiao Wanjin beheld the spiral horn of the Blackhorn Kuei Neo python successfully crafted into an advanced spiritual treasure, he could not contain his joy, grinning from ear to ear. This fellow was quite astute, intending to offer the advanced spiritual treasure to Liu Xi. Liu Xi declined the offering, stating that such a tier of spiritual treasure was beneath his interest. Instead, he produced dozens of pure yuan pills and infused them into Xiao Wanjin's body, aiding him in breaking through to the forming stage. Xiao Wanjin was immensely grateful and repeatedly requested that Xia Zhilan remain by Liu Xi's side to serve him. As a means of repaying the kindness Liu Xi had shown in helping him break through and imparting a technique to Xia Zhilan, Liu Xi was aware of the rotund man's intentions. However, as Xia Zhilan had behaved well during this period, he permitted her to stay. That night, Qing Tan remained in Liu Xi's courtyard. Liu Xi planned to assist her in coalescing a talisman imprint, aiming to further enhance her spiritual power. The process of coalescing a Yin attribute talisman imprint was relatively simple, but Qing Tan, having just opened her Niwen Palace, found the operation quite challenging. As Liu Xi assisted her in manifesting a chillingly ethereal talisman, Qing Tan succumbed to unconsciousness beside him. At that very moment, while Liu Xi was engaged in the intricate process of crystallizing the talisman for Qing Tan, a dark figure emerged suddenly from the direction of the Great Yin dynasty. The ominous aura of the Yin Sha body was detected from the west. Who would have imagined that such a remote locale harbored a Yin Sha body? Truly, heaven has favored me. A deep voice, tinged with surprise, surged forth, propelling the figure swiftly towards Yin City, guided by the sensed energy. The following day, Qing Tan awoke refreshed from her slumber, only to discover she was lying on Liu Xi's bed. Startled, she hastily examined her own body, and upon finding herself completely unharmed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Oh dear, I slept on the gentleman's bed all night. How mortifying!" she exclaimed, scrambling to rise from Liu Xi's bed. Before she could even don her shoes, Lin Xia pushed the door open, her face adorned with a teasing grin as she entered. "Intan, how was your slumber on the gentleman's bed? Comfortable, I presume?" Qing Tan's face turned crimson, and as she wrinkled her nose, she could distinctly catch the unique masculine scent that lingered on Liu Xi's bedding. She playfully retorted, "Sister Lin Xia, are you here to tease me as well? I merely fainted while concentrating on the talisman. By the way, did my talisman materialize?" With that, she focused her mind and quickly tuned into the situation within her Niwen Palace. Soon, her eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "It truly has materialized. I have indeed become a talisman master." With impatience, Qing Tan hurriedly put on her shoes and dashed outside to share her joyous news with Lin Xiao and the others. Chapter 38. The whimsical Lin Xia and Xia Zhilan. Qing Tan had officially become a talisman master, and coincidentally, Lin Dong had achieved a breakthrough to the perfected Yuan Dan realm. The Lin family was abuzz with celebration, and seizing the moment, Lin Dong announced his intention to venture out for practical experience in the small expanse of the Great Yin dynasty. Reaching the perfected Yuan Dan realm endowed him with sufficient self-protection. Moreover, with Liu Xi providing him with techniques for cultivation and martial arts, Lin Jintian and the others, after careful deliberation, consented to Lin Dong's expedition. Qing Tan felt a twinge of reluctance, having just made her breakthrough. She was disheartened that Lin Dong was preparing to leave for training, feeling inadequate to support her family. Liu Xi, however, remained unperturbed, as he still needed to assist Qing Tan in manifesting the heavenly talisman of Yin cold attributes, and had no immediate plans to depart, opting instead to linger in Yin City for a while longer. Liu Xi's presence in Yin City was a source of great joy for Ziyu, Lin Xia, and the others. They had grown accustomed to following Liu Xi, not only learning valuable knowledge, but also indulging in aesthetic pleasures. Their tastes elevated alongside Liu Xi's influence, rendering other men completely unworthy of their attention. Without delay, 3 days later, Lin Dong departed from Yin City. As he left, a dark figure arrived at a nearby mountain range. Ah, the presence of Yin Sha energy. Someone here is setting up a formation to absorb it. Has someone already encountered the Yin Sha body? The shadowy figure descended into the somewhat eerie mountains, observing its surroundings with a hint of surprise. The grand formation, seemingly natural, was in fact artificially created, capable of manipulating the elements of nature to deceive the senses, indicative of a master talismanist at least. What a remarkable individual resides in this humble place. However, even a master talismanist could not lay claim to the Yin Sha body that this figure coveted. With a swift motion, the dark figure grasped a trace of the unique energy Liu Xi had left behind, following its trail into the shadows. Meanwhile, in Yin City, Liu Xi, who was instructing Lin Xia and the others in their cultivation, suddenly raised his gaze towards the distant sky. "What is it, young master?" Lin Xia inquired, curiosity etched on her face. "Nothing of concern, Merely an arrival of a rather special guest, Liu Xi replied. A special guest? Lin Xia and the others exchanged puzzled glances. But seeing Liu Xi's reticence to elaborate, they refrained from pressing further. Young master, you mentioned that our cultivation techniques are lacking a Yuan 4 seed. How do we procure this Yuan 4 seed? Lin Xia and the others redirected their focus back to their training. The techniques Liu Xi imparted were attribute-based, allowing them to absorb ample Yuan 4s from the natural world. However, Liu Xi elucidated that such a method was gradual and sluggish. If they could swiftly condense a Yuan 4 seed, their cultivation speed would significantly accelerate. Furthermore, the Yuan 4 seed would continuously enhance their physical constitution, gradually transforming them into prodigious cultivators. Naturally, Lin Xia and her companions were eager to learn more, hastily inquiring about the nature of this Yuan 4 seed. The Yuan 4 seed is the essence of Yuan force that you condense after attaining the pinnacle of your respective techniques. Ordinary practitioners must absorb Yuan force from nature step by step, refining themselves. When their strength ascends to an extraordinary level, the Yuan force within them undergoes a qualitative transformation, thus elevating their very life essence. Liu Xi briefly explained before posing another question. Indeed, I have heard that those in the Nirvana realm can live for centuries. And there are even those in realms beyond Nirvana who have lived over 1,000 years. I have also heard tales of some super strong beings capable of reincarnation. Though I wonder how true that is, Summer Ji-lan interjected, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. It is indeed true, Ziyu interjected coolly. I have heard my father speak of the realms beyond Nirvana, namely life and death mysteries. Not only do they enjoy millennia of life, but they can also manipulate life and death, snatching away the lifespan of living beings with but a thought, or even regenerate from grievous injuries, including decapitation. As she spoke, Ziyu's eyes reflected a profound astonishment, grappling with the implications of such power. Not only Ziyu, but Lin Xia, Summer Ji-lan, and Qing Tan were all taken aback by the revelations. You mean to say one can survive decapitation? Sister Ziyu, you cannot be deceiving us. Intan exclaimed, her large, glistening eyes wide with disbelief. Ziyu shook her head. I truly do not know. After all, I have never encountered such formidable beings and cannot fathom their true strength. However, their abilities undoubtedly transcend our understanding. But how does this relate to our Yuan 4 seed? Lin Xia pondered, her curiosity piqued once more. Summer Ji-lan, Ziyu, and Qing Tan turned their gazes towards Liu Xi, awaiting his explanation. Liu Xi smiled warmly and said, this is precisely what I wish to convey. The strength of these beings lies in the qualitative transformation of the Yuan force within them, which also catalyzes the metamorphosis of their bodies and souls. However, to achieve such a transformation typically requires centuries of cultivation or extraordinary fortune in acquiring rare treasures. The Yuan 4 seed allows your internal Yuan force to undergo this transformation prematurely, meaning the Yuan force you absorb from the natural world will automatically evolve, gradually altering your bodies and souls. This effectively saves you centuries of arduous cultivation. Lin Xia, Ziyu, Summer Ji-lan, and Qing Tan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does this mean we can extend our lifespans by centuries without reaching the Nirvana realm, or even higher realms? Would that not allow us to preserve our youth indefinitely? Lin Xia's eyes twinkled with hope. Ziyu and Summer Ji-lan were equally captivated by Lin Xia's words, their breathing quickening with anticipation. Young master, please enlighten us on how we might obtain this Yuan 4 seed. Xiao Yan eagerly tugged at Liu Xi's arm, playfully coaxing him. Young master, please teach us. And we promise to take good care of you, won't we? Lin Xia also clung to Liu Xi's other arm, her delicate form pressing against him as she sweetly pleaded. Sister Lin Xia, Sister Jeline, you both sound so endearing, it's giving me goosebumps. Upon hearing the two's affectionate tones, Qing Tan couldn't help but chuckle, even pretending to rub her own arm for effect. Meanwhile, the usually aloof Xue revealed a slight smile. However, the allure of the Yuanli seed was too potent to resist. Were it not for Lin Xia and the others' presence, she would have approached Liu Xi to charm him herself. Chapter 39. The Hall of Darkness, the Lord of Darkness. Do you desire the Yuanli seed? Liu Xi inquired with a smile. Yes, yes. Lin Xia and Xia Jilin quickly nodded in agreement. Though they felt their cheeks flush from Qing Tan's teasing, the prospect of the Yuanli seed overshadowed their embarrassment. A mere coaxing was hardly a significant endeavor in comparison. The Yuanli seed was exceedingly rare, and Liu Xi had no intention of letting them obtain it so easily. Huh? Young master. Xia Jilin and Lin Xia continued to shake Liu Xi's arm, their voices filled with playful insistence. Yet, Liu Xi remained unmoved. Consequently, the two were left with no choice but to express their unwavering loyalty to him, repeatedly assuring him that they would comply with any request in exchange for the Yuanli seed. Liu Xi shook his head, explaining, "To grant you the Yuanli seed would require extracting my essence from within, a process that would harm me, and I cannot permit that." Upon hearing this, Lin Xia and Xia Jilin instantly fell into despondency. "Young master, does acquiring the Yuanli seed truly involve extracting your essence? Is there a way to replenish it?" Ziyue inquired thoughtfully from the side. Liu Xi pondered for a moment before responding. "It is indeed possible to replenish it, but the process is excessively time-consuming and would adversely affect my future cultivation, making it impractical to extract too much essence." The essence Liu Xi spoke of was derived from his true spirit, immensely powerful and capable of surviving even the might of an emperor. A single strand of this essence could transform Lin Xia and the others into unparalleled geniuses. However, as he mentioned, it came with its own set of repercussions. While replenishment was feasible, it required a significant amount of time and could hinder regular training. Does this imply we can extract a small amount? Xia Jilin astutely grasped Liu Xi's words, her eyes sparkling with hope. Lin Xia, intrigued, pressed further, "Young master, are there alternative methods to obtain the Yuanli seed?" Liu Xi nodded affirmatively. Of course, the Yuanli seed essentially represents a higher tier of Yuanli, one that can grow and develop. If you manage to acquire rare heavenly materials, or the Yuanli essence left behind by a formidable being, such as the Nirvana heart, you could condense a Yuanli seed within yourselves. However, due to the nature of your cultivation methods, the choice of Yuanli seeds would vary significantly. Ordinary Yuanli seeds would offer little assistance in your training. To truly benefit, you must select seeds that align with your respective attributes. Xia Jilin sighed, "But that is exceedingly difficult. Young master, the cultivation method you imparted to me is water-based, and my Yuanli is gradually shifting in that direction. If I seek a Yuanli seed, it must also be water-based, yet such items are incredibly rare. Not to mention, the legacies left by powerful individuals are nearly impossible to find, and even single-attribute heavenly materials are hard to come by." Lin Xia linked her arm with Liu Xi's, her gaze hopeful. "Young master, do you have any other methods to assist us in acquiring the Yuanli seed?" Ziyue and Xia Jilin's eyes also gleamed with anticipation. "You are quite clever," Liu Xi said, lightly tapping Lin Xia's smooth forehead. He spoke calmly. "Condensing a Yuanli seed is not particularly difficult. Much like Qing Tan's demonic body, which is itself a rare Yuanli seed, she can effortlessly absorb the required Yuanli from her surroundings without the need to search. As for you, while you may lack a unique constitution, I possess one. I can condense Yuanli seeds within myself and subsequently impart them to you. However, this process is rather slow. It will require me to reach the Nirvana stage first." Ziyue and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Xia Jilin pouted, "Nirvana stage? Young master, you're only at the shaping stage right now." Liu Xi gently patted her head, admonishing, "At least I am at the shaping stage, while you are still at the heavenly origin stage, not even the minor Yuan dance stage." "Exactly, Sister Jilin, you are far too impatient. Young master is extraordinarily capable and will surely reach the Nirvana stage quickly. Moreover, he is comparable to a Nirvana stage talisman master." Qing Tan chimed in to support Liu Xi. "I was merely expressing my thoughts," Xia Jilin huffed, her lips pursing as she fell silent. "Young master, will condensing the Yuanli seed within you affect your body?" The astute Ziyue inquired with great care. "Naturally not," Liu Xi replied candidly this time. "Wonderful." Lin Xia nearly leaped for joy. She nestled closer to Liu Xi, her excitement palpable. "Does this mean we can all possess Yuanli seeds? However, our attributes differ. Young master, can you condense Yuanli seeds for all of us?" Ziyue and Xia Jilin gazed at Liu Xi with eager anticipation. "Of course," Liu Xi replied with a smile. "Splendid." Xia Jilin was so elated she nearly jumped up. Her tall, graceful figure leaned against Liu Xi as she cooed, "Young master, then I shall follow you forever." She pouted her lips, playfully seeking a kiss, though it was merely a display of affection. "Feel free to accompany me. I am in need of a few maidservants," Liu Xi remarked nonchalantly. Young master, how many maidservants do you intend to collect?" Xia Jilin asked, her tone tinged with jealousy. The same question lingered in Lin Xia's mind. She certainly did not wish for Liu Xi to acquire a multitude of maidservants, causing rivalry among them. "Rest assured, it won't be too many," Liu Xi reassured them. "Only those I find suitable, which shouldn't be excessive." That night, as Liu Xi assisted Xia Jilin in breaking through to the minor Yuan dance stage, a sudden shift in his thoughts prompted him to stabilize her aura before vanishing from the spot. In the adjacent courtyard where the Lin family resided, Qing Tan lay soundly asleep on her bed, while Lin Xiao and Liu Yan had just finished their tasks and were also fast asleep. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared mysteriously against the wall of their courtyard. The aura of a sinister body lingered in the air. The dark figure gazed toward Qing Tan's room, whispering with a hint of excitement. Intruding upon a private residence in the dead of night was not something a mere strongman would dare to do. Just then, a faint voice echoed beside the shadowy figure. Who? The dark figure was taken aback, their expression shifting dramatically. As the master of the Hall of Darkness in the Northern Realm, they were exceptionally skilled at concealing their presence in the shadows, possessing strength that surpassed the realm of life and death, second only to the cycle realm. In this world, they prided themselves on being the best at stealth. To their astonishment, someone had managed to appear beside them without a sound. This revelation shattered the dark figure's centuries of cultivated composure. Turning in fright, they beheld a mysterious man, resembling a divine being, standing not far away on the wall, regarding them with calm indifference. Chapter 40. The Sleeping Qing Tan, Bo Xian. In the realm of formation, who are you? The dark figure instinctively probed the aura of Liu Xi, and then his expression shifted once more as he inquired. That is a question I ought to pose to you. Who might you be, daring to intrude upon my residence under the cover of night? Liu Xi's gaze settled upon the dark figure, his demeanor indifferent as he probed further. Are you the master of this estate? The dark figure furrowed his brow and asked. I am Bo Xian, the embodiment of Yin Sha within this abode. Who are you? Bo Xian refrained from acting impulsively. Having searched for the Yin Sha body for many years, he was not about to create unnecessary complications at such a critical juncture. You have come seeking the Yin Sha body. It has been integrated into my cultivation. You should leave at once, Liu Xi stated coolly. Bo Xian's dark pupils remained fixed upon Liu Xi, and after a moment, he replied with a hint of derision. You are but a mere formation realm practitioner. Is it not somewhat presumptuous to claim that the Yin Sha body follows your cultivation? Is it? Liu Xi did not bother to refute. There is a certain order to matters. Do you intend to forcibly seize what belongs to me? Liu Xi inquired nonchalantly. The Yin Sha body is a unique entity in the world of cultivation. Its future accomplishments far beyond what a mere formation realm can compare to. Since you are aware of the Yin Sha body, you should understand that with your current strength, you are utterly incapable of guiding such a remarkable entity in its cultivation. Though I do not presume to claim the title of the world's greatest, I possess the capability to instruct in the cultivation of the Yin Sha body. Bo Xian's aged voice carried a note of arrogance. As the master of the Dark Hall, he could traverse nearly any corner of this realm, save for a select few. Thus he felt justified in making such assertions. Liu Xi smirked derisively and remarked, in this world, one must not only possess strength, but also an understanding of human relations. Do you truly believe that if I do not permit it, the Yin Sha body will willingly follow you in your cultivation? Beneath the inky night sky, Bo Xian's aged visage stiffened, left speechless by Liu Xi's words. Who exactly are you in relation to the Yin Sha body? Furthermore, do you truly think your paltry strength can deter me? Bo Xian inquired earnestly, tinged with a note of menace. Allow me to clarify, Liu Xi replied. She is not merely the Yin Sha body, or rather, not an ordinary Yin Sha body. She is the most pristine manifestation of the Sha Mo body. What? The Sha Mo body? Bo Xian exclaimed with delight, interrupting Liu Xi before he could finish. Without hesitation, he released a wisp of his aura, entering the room of Qing Tan to sense the chilling essence emanating from her. Soon, the joy on Bo Xian's aged face bloomed once more. Indeed, it is the Sha Mo body. I have searched for it for centuries, and at last, I have found it here. Just as he was about to enter Qing Tan's room for a personal examination, Liu Xi obstructed his path, declaring, It would be rather impolite to enter a young lady's room without permission, would it not? Nonsense. Bo Xian halted abruptly, instinctively retorting, She is my direct disciple, sought after for hundreds of years. Do you think I would harm her? That remains to be seen. Liu Xi raised an eyebrow, showing no inclination to allow Bo Xian entry. Bo Xian instinctively prepared to strike, intending to forcefully push Liu Xi aside. Young master, are you out there? Old? Why do I hear your voice? Within the room, the slumbering Qing Tan stirred, her eyes half open as she glanced towards the door before murmuring and snuggling back in her blankets, returning to sleep. You are this young lady's master? Outside the door, Bo Xian caught Qing Tan's murmuring and immediately directed a hostile gaze towards Liu Xi. Who dares to claim the title of master over his direct disciple? Liu Xi shrugged. Do you still believe you can easily take this young lady away? Or do you intend to bypass me and forcibly take her? I fear she may not be too willing. Bo Xian glared, unleashing a powerful aura that bore down upon Liu Xi. intending to demonstrate the terror of a wheel realm expert. However, to Bo Xian's astonishment, the pressure that could subdue even a transformation realm practitioner had no effect on Liu Xi whatsoever. His surprise deepened as he intensified his oppressive aura, causing the very fabric of space to thicken. Yet, he was mindful of the limits. His pressure was directed solely at Liu Xi, sparing the surrounding environment and the slumbering Qing Tan and Lin Xiao couple. Nevertheless, Bo Xian was further astounded when the formidable aura, capable of overwhelming a life and death realm expert, failed to elicit any reaction from Liu Xi, who remained composed, standing there with an air of nonchalance. However, a flicker of golden light shone from Liu Xi's brow, a resplendent golden rune standing tall like a three-legged bird. It was this golden rune that repelled Bo Xian's overwhelming pressure, preventing it from encroaching further. At this point, Bo Xian's expression turned grave. A rune master? You are indeed a heavenly rune master? This rune is far from ordinary. It can actually nullify my entire aura. Who exactly are you? What do you desire with my direct disciple? As he spoke, Bo Xian's aura became ominous, poised to launch a lethal attack on Liu Xi. In response, Liu Xi merely smiled. You do not even recognize the person before you, yet you dare to claim them as your direct disciple? As you can see, I am now Qing Tan's master, the one guiding her in the cultivation of the Xiao body. Do you have any further objections? Bo Xian took a moment to compose his aura, staring intently at Liu Xi for several seconds before replying. A heavenly rune master is indeed formidable, but they are still merely equivalent to the Nirvana realm. The runes you wield may be intricate, yet they cannot match my prowess. For the Xiao body to follow you would only squander her cultivation potential. It would be a waste. I shall not deceive you. Propose a condition, and I will take this young lady under my wing. Liu Xi shook his head. That simply will not do. I have promised this young lady that I would assist her in condensing a heavenly rune imprint of the Yinhan attribute. If you take her away now, who shall I turn to for my Yinhan attribute heavenly rune imprint? The Yinhan attribute heavenly rune imprint? Bo Xian's eyes widened, and he inquired. The gathering Yin formation in that mountain range, did you set up? Indeed, Liu Xi nodded, asking, do you believe that my assistance in condensing a heavenly rune imprint of the Yinhan attribute would hinder her cultivation potential or waste her training? Bo Xian regarded Liu Xi with astonishment, shaking his head. Condensing a heavenly rune imprint of the Yinhan attribute would not squander the cultivation of the Xiao body. Rather, it would elevate her to great heights, allowing her to bypass many obstacles. However, the heavenly rune imprint itself is a rare treasure of this realm. Even I have scarcely encountered many in my lifetime. You, a mere heavenly rune master, dare to claim you can condense a heavenly rune imprint of the Yinhan attribute? It is not that Bo Xian looks down upon Liu Xi, but heavenly rune imprints are not something even celestial rune masters or rune sects would casually claim they could produce. Based solely on Liu Xi's word, he found it hard to believe. Chapter 41. The Disappointed Xia Lan and the Dreaming Qing Tan. Liu Xi chuckled. Initially, it would have been quite challenging for me to condense a heavenly rune imprint of the Yinhan attribute on my own. However, now I can bypass many steps. With that, Liu Xi gazed earnestly at Bo Xian, a look of contemplation and scrutiny in his eyes. Bo Xian paused, then quickly realized. You wish for me to assist you in condensing the heavenly rune imprint of the Yinhan attribute? Bo Xian's voice betrayed his astonishment. For many years, since becoming the master of the Dark Hall, no one had dared to look at him so frankly, wishing to utilize him as a mere tool. It must be said that this remarkably handsome youth indeed possesses a measure of audacity. Is there a problem? Liu Xi inquired, arching an eyebrow, without considering whether Bo Xian would acquiesce to this matter. Are you so certain that I would agree to your proposition? Bo Xian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Liu Xi. If not, then what else could it be? Liu Xi replied, if I am not mistaken, your quest for the Yin Sha body, or rather the Xiao body, is in pursuit of passing down your legacy. Am I right? I perceive your vitality has begun to wane. Should you fail to advance further, it is likely you shan't see a century. If you miss this opportunity with the Xiao body, you may very well end your days with regret. Liu Xi discerned at a glance that Bo Xian, though appearing formidable, was in truth experiencing the gradual decline of his bodily functions. Even his spirit exhibited signs of exhaustion, akin to a lamp running out of oil. In other words, his lifespan had reached its conclusion. Unless he could break through to the reincarnation realm, he faced only the path of demise. At this moment, the presence of the Xiao body within Qing Tan was undoubtedly of utmost significance to him. Bo Xian's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Liu Xi could perceive even this. His pupils contracted as he scrutinized Liu Xi intently and said, "You can even discern my lifespan? You are no ordinary celestial talisman master. What is your true origin, and why have I never encountered the runes upon you before?" Liu Xi responded, "In this vast world, no one dares claim to have seen everything. Your strength, while formidable, does not yet grant you such profound understanding of the universe. I have a connection with this young girl. Since fate has brought us together, I intend to assist her in condensing an attribute celestial talisman. Would you not lend me your aid? If, in the end, Qing Tan is willing to train with you, I shall not stand in your way." "Are you speaking the truth?" Liu Xi's words struck at Bo Xian's vulnerable point, illuminating the darkness in his aged eyes. Liu Xi nodded. "Indeed, I speak the truth." "Very well. If that is the case, I shall agree to your conditions. However, words alone are insufficient. Can you truly condense an attribute celestial talisman?" Bo Xian readily consented, albeit harboring a degree of skepticism regarding Liu Xi's ability to produce such a talisman. "We shall see," Liu Xi remarked nonchalantly, showing no inclination to prove himself to Bo Xian. After a moment's contemplation, Bo Xian nodded. "Very well. This will afford me the opportunity to observe this young girl and ascertain her suitability to inherit my legacy. In that case, you should take your leave, old sir. It would not reflect well to be found lurking around at such an hour." Liu Xi urged him to depart. "What do you take me for?" Bo Xian huffed. "Very well. I shall let this matter slide this time. Young one, what is your name, and what is your lineage? Perhaps I am acquainted with your family's elders." Bo Xian, not intending to leave immediately, lingered out of curiosity about Liu Xi. "My name is Liu Xi. I have no elders in my family. Now, if you would kindly take your leave, should I discover that you surreptitiously entered a young lady's room, I might have to speak on her behalf," Liu Xi stated, unconcerned with Bo Xian's displeasure, as he turned and walked back to his courtyard. Such impertinent youth. How dare you threaten me?" Bo Xian fumed, though he was also taken aback. This young man, though not of great age, exhibited remarkable insight and extraordinary courage. When had such a remarkable successor emerged in this world? And why had he remained unaware? Muttering to himself, Bo Xian cast one last glance at Qing Tan's room before ultimately gritting his teeth and departing. If that fellow were to speak ill of him before the girl, preventing her from training with him, it would indeed be a significant loss. "My lord, I have broken through to the Yuan Dan realm." As soon as Liu Xi returned to his courtyard, a slender figure draped in blue dashed into his embrace. The soft, fragrant form nestled against him without a hint of reservation. Xiao Yan's delicate arms encircled Liu Xi's neck as she tilted her head back, her face illuminated with joy. "It is merely the Yuan Dan realm. What is there to be so excited about?" Liu Xi gazed at Xiao Yan, bemused, as he continued toward his room without acknowledging her exuberance. Seeing Liu Xi lead her into his room, Xiao Yan's delight mingled with anticipation as her cheeks flushed. "My lord, will you require my service tonight?" she asked, burying her bashful face in his embrace, her form quivering with shyness. "What fanciful thoughts you have." Liu Xi chuckled at Xiao Yan's playful antics. "Help my lord undress. I'm going to sleep now." Liu Xi had no intention of claiming Xiao Yan's heart just yet. Sometimes, refraining from taking the final step can yield even greater enjoyment. Conversely, completing that step too soon renders the subsequent days devoid of excitement. Very well. Xiao Yan was deeply disappointed. She had hoped to be the first to share a bed with her lord, enabling her to boast about it. Alas, it seemed that her lord's bed was not so easily accessible, and she would need to strive further. Dutifully assisting Liu Xi with his garments and hanging them neatly, she reluctantly exited the room. The following day, "My lord, I dreamed of you last night." Early in the morning, Qing Tan rushed into Liu Xi's courtyard, joyfully announcing her dream. "Oh, you dreamed of me? What did I do in your dream?" Liu Xi inquired with a smile. Qing Tan's exquisite face turned crimson at his question. Lin Xia, who was preparing breakfast for Liu Xi, remarked with a smile, "Qing Tan, you did not dream of my lord entering your room, did you?" Sister Lin Xia, how did you know?" Qing Tan asked, surprised. "Could it be that you truly dreamt of my lord visiting your room?" Lin Xia was utterly astonished. Yes. But my lord did not come to my room for any mischief. He helped me chase away a large rat that had sneaked in." Sister Lin Xia, let me tell you, that rat was enormous, pitch black, larger than my own body, with a gaping maw that seemed ready to swallow me whole. Thankfully, my lord drove it away just in time, or I would have been terrified. Qing Tan recounted, patting her slightly swollen chest. Ling Xia, Ziyu, and Xiao Yan all erupted into laughter. Hidden in the void, not too far away, Bo Xian's face turned a shade of green with rage. Chapter 42. Teaching Lin Xiao Martial Arts. My lord, today could you please guide us in our martial training? After breakfast, Lin Xia clung to Liu Xi, requesting his instruction in martial arts. The martial disciplines of the Qi Continent bear similarities to the combat techniques of the Dou Qi Continent. After all, they belong to the same grand world. Although the cultivation systems differ, the methods and techniques of training are interconnected. The techniques from the Dou Qi Continent likewise apply to the Qi Continent. Liu Xi was more than capable of instructing them. Seeing Lin Xia's enthusiasm for martial arts, Liu Xi nodded in agreement. Very well. It is essential not to neglect martial training. In certain respects, cultivating martial skills can significantly benefit one's breakthroughs in realm. Liu Xi's assertion held truth. Breakthroughs in realm are closely tied to the quality of one's techniques, with superior techniques facilitating the practitioner's advancement. However, complementary martial skills continuously forge one's foundation, making it more conducive to the practitioner's techniques and aiding in breakthroughs. This also explains why many practitioners find it easier to advance after enduring fierce battles. Wonderful. I have yet to master my grand crashing stone fist technique now. There's hope. Lin Xia exclaimed with joy. The great stone shattering fist technique is the esteemed fourth-tier martial art of the Lin family, and it stands as their sole representation of such caliber. It is comparable to the mid-level yellow-tier combat skills of the Dou Qi Continent, making it particularly suitable for practitioners at the Earth Origin and Celestial Origin realms. Recently, Lin Xia has also ascended to the Celestial Origin realm, obtaining Lin Jintian's permission to cultivate their family's most formidable martial art, the Great Stone-Shattering Fist. With a wry smile, Liu Xi remarked, "Is this the set of robust punches you've been practicing daily? That technique is ill-suited for you and is far too elementary. Even if mastered to perfection, it would yield little benefit. Allow me to impart to you a more appropriate martial art. Would you be willing to learn?" Initially taken aback, Lin Xia's face lit up with joy as she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. I want to learn, young master." She hurriedly approached, grasping Liu Xi's hand with hopeful anticipation. "I shall teach you a fire attribute technique, one that harmonizes with your cultivation, thereby enhancing your future endeavors," Liu Xi instructed. "Gulme, follow me to the small grove nearby, and I shall provide you with thorough guidance on your martial arts today." The three others, Ziwe, Xiao Yan, and Qing Tan, were equally thrilled, quickly gathering around Liu Xi as they made their way to the secluded grove suited for martial practice. "Behold, the martial art I shall impart to you is called the Red Lotus 3000, where the red lotus treads, not a blade of grass remains. It is my unique creation of fire attribute martial arts. This technique encompasses footwork, fist techniques, palm techniques, and grappling methods, transforming one's form into that of a red lotus. Soaring through the skies, it is both ethereal and immensely powerful." As he spoke, a radiant crimson glow emanated from Liu Xi, and a magnificent fiery red lotus materialized around him, its deep red flames swirling gracefully. With a simple gesture, he gathered numerous deep red flames into his palm, forming a small red lotus. He cast it forth effortlessly, and the fiery lotus darted through the air, tracing a brilliant arc before landing silently upon a large stone measuring 4 to 5 meters across. At first glance, the fire lotus descended like an ordinary flower, appearing light and unthreatening. However, in the next moment, the massive stone erupted into a cloud of powder. Boom! As the stone shattered, the fragments were swiftly enveloped by swirling deep red flames, disintegrating into nothingness in the air. How incredibly powerful! That enormous stone was obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Ziwe, Lin Xia, Xiao Yan, and Qing Tan were all left in awe, utterly astonished by the sheer might of Liu Xi's fiery red lotus. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Bo ans pupils constricted in astonishment. Such mastery of elemental energy control. Every ounce of energy is utilized without a hint of waste or leakage. This level of control is beyond what even a master of the life and death realm could achieve. Even I have spent countless years honing my skills to reach this level. This Liu Xi is indeed remarkable. Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath quickening as she marveled at the strength of the technique. This martial art is simply extraordinary. I must learn it. After demonstrating the power of the Red Lotus 3000, Liu Xi continued to unveil its myriad applications. The Red Lotus 3000 is not merely an offensive technique. It also serves as a means of defense and mobility. The lotus leaves can shield us from formidable attacks while transforming into vessels that allow us to traverse through space. Each lotus leaf can function as both a weapon for attack and a tool for evasion. The first step in mastering this technique is to successfully condense your own fire lotus. The stronger and more perfect your flame lotus, the more adeptly you will wield it in practice. As Liu Xi explained, he demonstrated the technique, weaving through countless petals of fiery red lotus, his movements elusive and unpredictable, captivating Lin Xia and the others. Young master, may we too learn this martial art? As Liu Xi reverted to his normal appearance, Xiao Yan and Ziyue rushed forward, their faces alight with excitement as they inquired eagerly. Unfortunately, no, Liu Xi replied, shaking his head in refusal. Disappointment washed over Xiao Yan's face, while Ziyue's eyes still sparkled with hope as she ventured, Young master, could you not teach us a powerful martial art as well? What martial arts do you wish to learn? Liu Xi playfully pinched her smooth cheek, smiling as he asked. Ziyue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she allowed him to tease her. Shyly responding, we desire to learn a martial art as formidable as the Red Lotus 3000. Realizing her audacity, she quickly added, Young master, I apologize for my greed. Truly, we will be grateful for any martial art you might impart to us. We are already immensely thankful for the teachings you have shared. She lowered her head, feeling a pang of guilt for asking too much, while Xiao Yan stood frozen, equally ashamed. Liu Xi had already bestowed upon them so much, both in techniques and insights, that their desires felt excessive. Chapter 43. Ziyue's Confession. Liu Xi, however, did not dwell on the matter as deeply as Ziyue and Xiao Yan. For him, martial arts and techniques were akin to treasures without cost. He possessed numerous collections and could effortlessly create new techniques. Bestowing suitable martial arts upon Lin Xia and her companions was merely a casual act. Noticing the four girls' somber expressions due to Ziyue's words, Liu Xi affectionately tousled their hair and said with a smile, you need not concern yourselves overly with such matters. To me, techniques and martial arts hold little weight. However, your sentiment is commendable. I appreciate those who are considerate and understanding. As long as you do not use what I teach you to bully the weak or commit heinous acts, we shall be well. Understood. Ziyue, Lin Xia, Xiao Yan, and Qing Tan nodded earnestly, promising with serious expressions, Young master, rest assured, we will never misuse our strength to commit wrongdoings. I aspire to be as magnanimous as you, treating others kindly and guiding the weak. Lin Xia spoke with utmost sincerity, having long harbored aspirations of becoming a chivalrous woman. Although her current abilities only allowed her to protect herself, her heart yearned for greater pursuits. Liu Xi, with his formidable strength yet gentle demeanor, exuded an endearing charm that captivated her. I shall not bully the weak. I merely possess a strong-willed tongue, but I am not a villain, Xiao Yan added timidly. Though raised in privilege, she was not as noble as Ziyue, yet her heart was not malicious. Young master, I simply wish to remain by your side. Whatever you ask of me, I am willing to do, Ziyue declared earnestly. Ziyue stammered slightly, her beautiful eyes flickering away, unable to meet Liu Xi's gaze. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not face Lin Xia and Xiao Yan, who looked at her with astonishment. Typically composed and aloof, she did not lean against Liu Xi as freely as Lin Xia and Xiao Yan did. Yet, her emotions burned fervently. When she confessed, it caught everyone off guard, leaving them bewildered. Wow, Sister Ziyue, are you confessing to the young master? Qing Tan exclaimed, her large, sparkling eyes widening in surprise. Known for her quirky nature, she initially intended to assure Liu Xi that she meant no harm. However, upon hearing Ziyue's tender words, her attention was entirely captivated by the unfolding scene between Ziyue and Liu Xi. Wow, Ziyue, your confession is rather unexpected. We always thought you were too reserved to utter such heartfelt words, Lin Xia remarked, her face filled with disbelief as she gazed at Ziyue. Ziyue, usually like a proud peacock, gentle yet unassuming towards Liu Xi, astonished them all with her boldness. Ziyue, you are incredible. Young master, I too wish to accompany you. Whatever you ask of me, I am willing, Xiao Yan quickly proclaimed, eager to express her loyalty. Ziyue's declaration of affection had preempted her own attempts to strengthen her bond with Liu Xi, leaving Xiao Yan feeling somewhat vexed, her lips pouting in mild defiance. I am also willing, young master. Why don't you let us follow you forever? Lin Xia hastily raised her hand, as if fearing she would miss the chance to be by Liu Xi's side. Just as Qing Tan was about to speak, a light, melodious giggle echoed from behind them. Puffed. Congratulations, young Master Liu, for effortlessly captivating 3 lovely maidens. Oh no, I suppose Qing Tan counts as one too. Am I interrupting? Should I step away so you can discuss your feelings? The voice, laced with charm, wafted over to them. Then, the four ladies beheld Xiansu. Her graceful figure adorned in a jade qipao, moving with the elegance of a serpent, her silhouette enchanting as she approached. Annie, Xiao Yan stomped her foot, her face flushed with embarrassment, playfully scolding, "You actually eavesdropped." Xiansu covered her red lips with a delicate hand, her beautiful eyes twinkling with mischief. "My dear, this isn't eavesdropping. I merely arrived just in time to hear lovely exchanges. I didn't expect our proud Miss Jilan would stoop to accompany young Master Liu." "Oh, but that is not quite fair. Young Master Liu is inherently noble and a powerful being, so it seems Miss Jilan is the one who stands to gain." Andy, Xiao Jilan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Although she was dutiful and willing to serve Liu Xi, she was still an unwed young lady in front of Xiansu, unable to withstand such teasing. Manager Xiansu, Lin Xia said, her face still tinged with a shy blush as she politely greeted Xiansu. Xiansu's enchanting gaze fell upon Lin Xia, and she smiled. "Oh, dear Lin Xia, please don't refer to me as Manager Xiansu. That feels too formal. You may call me Sister Xiansu or simply Annie, as Jilan does." "Sister Xiansu," Lin Xia responded with a smile. "Now that is more like it." Xiansu clapped her hands with satisfaction before turning her attention to Ziyue, teasing. "Ziyue, who would have thought that the usually reserved you could utter such moving words of affection? Were I not a woman, I would certainly pursue you." Ziyue's cheeks flushed with a hint of pink, yet her strong demeanor allowed her to maintain composure as she calmly nodded. "I merely spoke the truth from my heart. It is nothing remarkable. Ah, dear Ziyue, only today have I come to genuinely admire you." Even I, upon hearing those words, felt my heart flutter, Xiansu praised. Giving Ziyue a thumbs up, Ziyue paused, momentarily taken aback, before awkwardly turning her head away. Lin Xia, Xiao Jilan, and Qingtan widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Ziyue. A master, truly a master, they thought. Ziyue, who typically concealed her prowess, had revealed a depth of emotion that left them utterly astonished. This sincerity, indeed, proved to be a lethal weapon in human interactions. Ziyue's heartfelt confession compelled even them to admire her greatly. Qingtan, who had previously only directed her admiration towards Liu Xi, also began to regard Ziyue with newfound respect. "Sister Ziyue is truly remarkable. She's the role model for this naive girl, Qingtan." Chapter 44. Bo Xian takes on disciples. "Manager Xiansu, what brings you here today?" Liu Xi casually inquired. Xiansu cast a mournful glance at Liu Xi, her tone teasing yet tinged with mock sorrow. "Young Master Liu, must I not visit you unless summoned? Your words wound me deeply." Realizing her dramatics, she burst into laughter, her laughter like the sound of flowers swaying in the breeze. After a moment, she continued, "I'm here to inform you that someone wishes to meet with you, but I'm unsure if you have the time." "Who seeks me?" Liu Xi asked. "It is someone from the Huang family of Tiandu County, rumored to have connections with the Huangfu family, one of the four great clans of the Dine dynasty. They have come to request an audience with you." Xiansu replied with a gentle smile. "The Huang family? I do not know them. I shall not meet them." Liu Xi raised an eyebrow, refusing without hesitation. He had no intention of entangling himself with local powers. Although Ling Qingzhu had some ties with the Huangfu family, the visitor was not Huangfu Jing, thus rendering the meeting unnecessary. Xiansu lightly pressed her forehead, having anticipated this response. She did not dwell on the topic. Engaging in casual conversation before deciding to remain and observe Liu, she instructing Ziyue and the others in their training. To her, the Huang family paled in comparison to Liu Xi's significance. It was only natural for him to disregard them. Liu Xi taught Lin Xia the Honglian martial arts, Ziyue the Shimu martial arts, and Xiao Jilan the Haixing martial arts, all of which he had casually created to align with the unique attributes of Lin Xia and her companions' cultivation styles. The Honglian martial arts, embodying the flames of the Red Lotus, wielded immense power, capable of scorching rivers and boiling seas. The Shimu martial arts, embodying towering divine trees, stood majestically over all, looking down upon the world. The Haixing martial arts, embodying the heart of the ocean, commanded the seas and stirred the winds and clouds. All three young women were left in awe by Liu Xi's effortless display of these formidable martial arts. The key was not only could Liu Xi impart knowledge, but he could also execute them flawlessly, leaving them both astonished and reverent. Bo Xian, who had been observing from the shadows, also widened his eyes in astonishment. With his experience, he was not surprised by Liu Xi's martial arts. However, Liu Xi's ability to effortlessly wield various attributes of martial arts with such finesse truly astonished him. "Young master, since Lin Xia and the others have their unique martial arts, do I not deserve my own?" Qingtan, Seeing Liu Xi bestow exclusive martial arts upon Lin Xia and the others, was unable to contain her excitement and rushed to him, eagerly inquiring. Well, Liu Xi glanced toward Bo Xian's hiding spot. I do have martial arts that would suit you, but I see someone here is more eager to teach you. Who? Qing Tan asked curiously. Look over there. Liu Xi pointed in the direction of Bo Xian's concealment. Huh, there is no one there. Qing Tan's eyes widened, darting left and right. Unable to spot anyone, Bo Xian, initially intending to remain hidden and observe the disciple he had chosen, found himself in a predicament. Upon encountering Liu Xi, he couldn't bear to disappoint his cherished disciple and thus made a subtle movement, revealing his presence. Young master, someone is here. Qing Tan had initially intended to persistently engage with Liu Xi, but her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she gazed toward the direction where Bo Xian materialized. Without hesitation, she dashed to Liu Xi's side, hiding behind him while sneakily observing Bo Xian. Bo Xian, upon witnessing Qing Tan's adorable demeanor, felt an even deeper fondness for his disciple. He swiftly vanished from his original spot, only to reappear before Liu Xi and Qing Tan. Wow! Qing Tan was startled by Bo Xian's sudden appearance, initially expecting an old coot, but instead confronted by a mysterious powerhouse. Fear not, little girl. I harbor no ill intentions. Bo Xian managed to force a semblance of a smile upon his aged face, though the tension in his features rendered his grin somewhat eerie. Intan, frightened, clutched Liu Xi tightly and murmured, Young master, this person is terrifying. He looks like a villain. Hearing his favored disciple label him thus, Bo Xian's facade faltered. Liu Xi chuckled softly, replying, He does indeed appear less than virtuous. Bo Xian hastily cleared his throat, eager to defend himself. Disciple, do not heed his nonsense. I am not a bad person. Rather, I am the master of the Dark Palace, here to take you as my disciple. Take me as your disciple. Qing Tan's large, watery eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded Bo Xian. She then nestled against Liu Xi's neck and whispered, Young master, this Dark Palace sounds anything but reputable. This man must surely be malevolent. Bo Xian, despite Qing Tan's quiet tone, heard her loud and clear. His lips twitched at her assessment of the Dark Palace. Before he could articulate a rebuttal, Qing Tan's small voice chimed in again. Moreover, this old gentleman claims I am his disciple. He must have mistaken me for someone else. His eyesight is likely failing him. Bo Xian could no longer maintain his composure. With a sharp gaze, he exclaimed, Little girl, do not speak carelessly. My eyesight is perfectly fine. Even from afar, I can see clearly. You are the body of demonic destruction, which is precisely why I have come to take you as my disciple. The Dark Palace is the mightiest force in the northern profound domain and ranks among the top 10 across the entire heavenly profound continent. For over 10,000 years, it has protected the northern profound domain, and no one has ever dared to dismiss it as an unworthy influence. Do you wish to become a powerful figure like me, dominating the world? Then bow down and become my disciple. Bo Xian straightened his posture, adopting an imposing demeanor as he gazed down at the timid Qing Tan, who remained hidden behind Liu Xi. That old gentleman appears quite peculiar, Qing Tan thought, her large, sparkling eyes filled with wonder as she observed Bo Xian. However, she did not exhibit the admiration or eagerness he had anticipated. Bo Xian's expression stiffened under the weight of so many odd glances directed at him, and despite his millennia of life experience, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Little girl, do you not wish to learn profound martial arts? I possess numerous spiritual martial arts and heavenly techniques, all suitable for your cultivation, far superior to what he could teach you. By becoming my disciple, I can impart the Dark Palace's secret techniques to you. In time, you will be my personal disciple, and the entire Dark Palace will be yours to command, making you a superpower in the heavenly profound continent, ruling over much of the northern profound domain. Now, will you not kneel and become my disciple? Bo Xian's gaze sparked with intensity, and an aura of dominance enveloped him. Xian Su and the others sensed that Bo Xian could indeed be a formidable figure. The northern profound domain felt utterly out of reach, yet his bold claims left them astounded. Only Qing Tan remained unconvinced. Chapter 45. Qing Tan is drugged. She clung tightly to Liu Xi and whispered, Young master, that old gentleman is quite frightening. Is the Dark Palace real? Is he truly powerful? Liu Xi shook his head, replying, I am not well acquainted with the Dark Palace, but this old man is indeed quite formidable. Is he more powerful than you, young master? Intaning guayir softly. Liu Xi pondered for a moment before candidly stating, For now, he is somewhat more powerful than I. Upon hearing Liu Xi and Qing Tan's exchange, Bo Xian could no longer contain himself. He interrupted, He is in the forming stage, while I am in the wheel stage. Who do you think is more powerful? We'll stage. What is that? Qing Tan was momentarily dazed by Bo Xian's words. Xian Su and the others were equally taken aback, looking at Bo Xian with shock. Xian Su, being several years older and having encountered numerous guests at the Golden Commerce Association, had heard discussions about such matters. In the Dian dynasty, a figure at the Nirvana stage was already nearly unattainable. Who could have imagined that a superpower beyond the Nirvana stage could appear here? Ziyu was equally astonished. She had occasionally heard her father mention realms beyond Nirvana. The life and death realm had already surpassed her imagination, and now a legendary wheel stage powerhouse had manifested. Only Lin Xia, Xia Zhilan, and Qing Tan appeared bewildered. However, witnessing Xian Su and Ziyu's shocked expressions, they understood that this old man was indeed formidable. The wheel stage was naturally a realm surpassing Nirvana, second only to the reincarnation stage in this world. So, little girl, are you now willing to become my disciple? Bo Xian stood proudly, observing Qing Tan's astonished face. Qing Tan blinked widely, glancing back and forth before ultimately shaking her head, firmly grasping Liu Xi's arm. No, I wish to cultivate alongside the young master. He knows everything and can help me condense the heavenly talisman seal, which is truly impressive. Bo Xian was momentarily taken aback by Qing Tan's words, feeling a surge of indignation. What is this heavenly talisman seal? It pales in comparison. If you become my disciple, I will teach you the dark ancestral talisman, one of the 8 ancestral talismans in existence, infinitely more powerful than any heavenly talisman seal. Bo Xian's claim held truth. The dark ancestral talisman was indeed a manifestation of the dark laws of the universe, far superior to ordinary heavenly talisman seals. Yet, Qing Tan remained oblivious to its significance and blinked innocently, asking Liu Xi softly, "Young master, is the dark ancestral talisman really that powerful?" "Yes, indeed, it is quite formidable," Liu Xi affirmed with a nod. The 8 ancestral talismans ranked among the top 10 extraordinary flames in the Dou Qi Continent, their might immeasurable. While the dark ancestral talisman may not possess the bizarre qualities of the devouring ancestral talisman or the sheer strength of others, its unpredictability and elusiveness made it exceptionally potent. In the realm of darkness, the owner of the dark ancestral talisman was its sovereign. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Tan resolutely replied, "I would rather stay with the young master. The dark ancestral talisman sounds far from easy to tame, and I do not wish to leave home." Upon hearing Qing Tan's refusal once more, Bo Xian was filled with frustration, his anger flaring. "Little girl, do you understand that countless individuals from the northern profound domain to the southern profound domain desire to become my disciple? The dark ancestral talisman is a coveted treasure that many dream of yet cannot acquire. Once you become a superpower like me, you could travel anywhere in this realm. Any place could be your home, and yet you hesitate to leave this insignificant little spot. Do you comprehend what you are saying?" Bo Xian was nearly exasperated to the point of apoplexy. Given his prowess and status, one would expect that he could attract any disciple he desired. However, he never anticipated that a mere girl, still in the bloom of youth, would prove to be so challenging to persuade. "Liu Xi, what kind of enchantment did you cast on this child that led her to repeatedly reject my advances? Have you been whispering ill of me to her in secret?" Unable to sway Qing Tan, Bo Xian vented his frustration on Liu Xi, glaring at him in exasperation. Liu Xi regarded him with an expression of amusement before responding coolly. "Old sir, your words are unjust. The inability to attract disciples reflects your own shortcomings. How can you shift the blame onto me?" Turning to Qing Tan, he gently inquired, "Tell him, has this young master ever spoken ill of him? Why do you refuse to become his disciple?" With Liu Xi by her side, Qing Tan felt an immense surge of confidence. Stepping forward, she stood tall and addressed Bo Xian, "Grandfather, the young master has not spoken poorly of you. However, you are simply too old, while the young master is far more handsome and possesses boundless abilities to teach us. Moreover, I'm not inclined to follow you to that dark palace. It is far too distant for me to consider. Thus, I shall not become your disciple." After delivering her speech, she returned to Liu Xi's side, playfully clinging to one of his arms. Bo Xian was utterly taken aback, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Qing Tan. "You little girl, are you trying to drive me to my grave?" he exclaimed. "Beauty is but a superficial trait, and I was once renowned as the most handsome man in the North Xian domain. No less than this Liu Gongzi," he continued. "I have the capacity to teach you here, and should you ever change your mind, I could take you to the Dark Palace just the same." Frustrated, Bo Xian lamented the naivety of youth, unable to comprehend why a girl would decline to learn from such a formidable figure simply due to her perception of beauty and the fear of leaving home. Young lady, do you truly wish to become his disciple? Qing Tan queried quietly, having come to regard Liu Xi as her anchor, desiring his counsel in all matters. Do as you wish. Follow your own heart, Liu Xi replied, stroking her head soothingly. With a blink, Qing Tan found herself at a loss for a decision. Then I shall consult my parents, she declared, for she was still too young to make such choices independently. Meanwhile, Xian Su and Lin Xia observed Qing Tan with envy. If a powerful figure at the Wheel of Fate were willing to take them as disciples, they would gladly accept, not out of a desire to leave Liu Xi or betray him, but because the strength of a Wheel of Fate practitioner represented an extraordinary opportunity. Regardless, they intended to remain loyal to Liu Xi, believing that they could always seek him out again once they had grown stronger. Ah, young lady, it seems unless I demonstrate some genuine prowess, you truly have no intention of becoming my disciple. Bo Xian, left speechless by Qing Tan's rebuttal, resolved to showcase his might to leave a lasting impression. With that, a terrifying aura of darkness erupted from within him, casting the entire Lin family estate and the city of Yin under a shroud of darkness. Chapter 46, Xian Su. Actually, I can also. After Bo Xian reluctantly revealed a fraction of his power, Qing Tan, albeit hesitantly, decided to accept him as her teacher. Yet, she insisted on continuing to stay by Liu Xi's side, requesting that Bo Xian instruct her while she participated in the Lin family's clan competition. Bo Xian, having searched for a disciple for centuries, had little choice but to acquiesce, recognizing the importance of this opportunity. Once Qing Tan became his disciple, there was a sense of mutual satisfaction. However, Bo Xian had no intention of engaging with the rest of the Lin family. He agreed to teach Qing Tan, but made it clear he would not reside in the Lin household nor meet with Lin Xiao and others. After a brief stay, he departed. Once Bo Xian left, Lin Xia, Ziyu, and Xia Zhilan hurriedly approached Liu Xi. Young master, was that elder truly a Wheel of Fate practitioner? His power was astonishing, plunging the entire Yin city into darkness and tearing through space with bare hands. How incredible it would be if we could attain such strength one day, they exclaimed in awe, their eyes shimmering with admiration for Bo Xian's display of strength. Xian Su felt a profound impact as well. She had previously thought Liu Xi was unmatched, yet Bo Xian's level surpassed even his. The sheer power he wielded with each gesture stirred her blood. Indeed, he is a practitioner of the Wheel of Fate. With diligent cultivation, one day you too may reach such heights, Liu Xi encouraged them. Is that true? Xia Zhilan's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope, envisioning herself at such a lofty realm, her breath quickening with excitement. Lin Xia chimed in, Zhilan, we are not yet even at the shaping realm. Aspiring to the Wheel of Fate is far too ambitious. Xian Su approached, playfully tousling Xia Zhilan's hair. Zhilan, refrain from setting your sights too high. Your priority now is to break through to the shaping realm and master the high Xi martial arts that young Master Liu has imparted. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xia Zhilan pouted playfully, Aunt Su, please don't treat me like a child. I understand this already. I was merely daydreaming. Young master, do we truly have hope of cultivating to the Wheel of Fate? Ziyu inquired, her eyes glistening with anticipation. For them, even the three realms of creation felt distant. Yet witnessing a practitioner of the Wheel of Fate firsthand stirred their aspirations. Liu Xi smiled. The techniques and martial arts I share with you are sufficient to guide you toward the Wheel of Fate. However, cultivation involves more than just techniques. It requires innate talent and comprehension. If you apply yourselves diligently, the three realms of creation will not be your final destination. Whether you can attain the Wheel of Fate will depend on your personal opportunities and encounters. Young master, is it exceedingly difficult to break through the Wheel of Fate? Lin Xia asked, her beautiful eyes wide with curiosity. She was inquiring whether the breakthrough to the Wheel of Fate could be achieved through conventional cultivation methods. Liu Xi nodded. Indeed, as one advances, a deep understanding of the forces of heaven and earth becomes essential. Failing that, one must secure the lifelong legacy of a formidable predecessor. Without extraordinary talent, it is quite challenging to surpass the Nirvana realm. Yet, do not worry too much. The Wheel of Fate is still far from you. Focus primarily on your current cultivation. The trio of Lin Xia, Xian Su, and Xia Zhilan settled down, each responding obediently. However, Bo Xian's appearance had broadened their horizons, igniting a firm resolve to reach greater heights. Young master, since Lin Xia and the others have received your teachings, might I also have the privilege? Xian Su gazed at Liu Xi with an expression of longing, her eyes shimmering like water, evoking sympathy. Bo Xian's emergence had greatly shaken her confidence, leaving her uncertain about her future path. Thus, she sought Liu Xi's guidance. Liu Xi appraised her. Xiansu's figure was voluptuous and ripe, akin to fruit ready for harvest. Indeed, Liu Xi possessed suitable techniques and martial arts for her, such as the enchantment technique or the dream technique. Charm is the art of ensnaring the heart, while illusion fabricates a phantasm that blurs the line between reality and deception. The allure of enchantment leans towards the ethereal, as exemplified by the enchanting techniques cultivated by Yue Fei in the continent of Dou Qi. Conversely, the art of illusion gravitates towards transformation, with the nightmarish demon emperor excelling in this discipline. However, the demonic techniques of the nightmarish demon emperor are ill-suited for Xuanzu. Liu X's illusionary technique, a unique synthesis of various transformative methods, create a realm of dreams. Coupled with his mastery of the diverse attributes of the great sun golden flame, he can craft illusions that are indistinguishable from reality. Xuanzu possesses a captivating elegance, devoid of seduction. Her figure is devilish, yet her demeanor embodies the grace of a celestial being, making her particularly suited for the art of illusion. What troubles you, young Master Liu? Have I inadvertently offended you? Xuanzu inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Indeed, soliciting a cultivation technique from another could be deemed presumptuous. Her boldness stemmed from the presence of Lin Xia and the others, alongside Liu Xi's amiable nature. Liu Xi shook his head, replying, I do have a technique that would be fitting for your cultivation, but my methods cannot be shared lightly. Liu Xi's transmission of his art is not done indiscriminately. It is reserved for those he considers allies. Xuanzu, while not yet part of his inner circle, still holds potential. Liu Xi is reluctant to nurture a prize cabbage only for it to be whisked away by another. As Liu Xi pondered how to impart his technique to Xuanzu, she preempted him. Young Master Liu, I could accompany you and serve you directly, Xuanzu stammered, her cheeks flushed. This marked her first explicit declaration of willingness to follow a man, as if she had resolved to offer herself entirely. Despite having lived for over 2 decades, she felt akin to a bashful maiden, her heart brimming with trepidation and anticipation. Liu Xi was momentarily taken aback, given his prowess and appearance. Numerous young women would willingly offer themselves at his beck and call. However, the fact that someone as rational as Xuanzu would express such a desire surprised him. It could only be said that the allure of martial arts, along with the enigmatic realms beyond the 3rd stage of transformation, was profoundly captivating. How about this? Rather than serving me directly, I shall establish a faction dedicated to punishing the wicked and aiding the masses. I will impart my martial techniques to you, and you shall embody the principles of this faction, executing justice and benevolence. This task should be within your capabilities, yes? Liu Xi mused thoughtfully, gazing earnestly at Xuanzu. Establish a faction? Xuanzu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her mind opening to new possibilities. Many powerful individuals, beyond bequeathing their techniques to their bloodline, often opt to create factions to ensure the continuation of their legacies. This way, all who learn their arts would be allies, facilitating collaboration in their endeavors. Liu Xi had already transmitted his techniques to Lin Dong, Qing Tan, Lin Xia, Ziyu, and Xia Jilan, each one either someone he held in high regard or those who closely attended to him. Xuanzu had considered resigning from her position as the head of the auction house to devote herself entirely to Liu Xi. Little did she expect him to propose something grander, the establishment of a faction. This revelation solved all her previous dilemmas. Young Master Liu, do you intend to establish a faction within our great Yan dynasty? Xuanzu inquired, her voice tinged with delight. Liu Xi nodded. It is indeed a thought I entertain. With a gentle gesture, he pointed to Xuanzu's forehead. Before she could respond, a surge of information flooded her mind, nearly overwhelming her. Thank you, young Master Liu, Xuanzu exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him, planting a kiss on his cheek. Eager to familiarize herself with the techniques now coursing through her mind, she discovered that Liu Xi had imparted the art of illusion, enabling her to weave lifelike phantoms using the elemental energies of the universe. The illusions, while not directly reflective of her adversary's thoughts, would stem from her own intent. For instance, she could conjure an illusion of a snowy landscape or a scene of molten lava, ensnaring her foes within its depths. She could also create alluring illusions of beauty and power to deceive her enemies, disguising herself as a captivating figure or a powerful minister, striking swiftly when they least expected it. This art focuses on crafting illusions, but as one reaches a higher mastery, the illusions can manifest as tangible realities. When this level is achieved, the technique is considered perfected. Liu Xi elucidated further. When illusions become reality, everything within them is rendered authentic. Is such a feat achievable? Xuanzu asked, astonished. How could it not be? Liu Xi countered. All things exist in a state of mutual creation and destruction. If one can create, then how can an illusion not transform into reality? Consider this. Do you believe the grove you are in now is real or not? Xuanzu scanned her surroundings, realizing there had been no change. Even the remnants of destruction from Liu Xi's earlier training sessions remained intact. This grove is indeed real, Xuanzu affirmed. Is it? Then touch the great tree behind you and see if it still stands, Liu Xi suggested, urging her to verify. Xuanzu turned and spotted the imposing tree she recognized from her arrival, confirming its authenticity. Thus, she approached it confidently, only to find her hand passing right through it. What is this? Xuanzu gasped, bewildered, turning to Liu Xi, who merely chuckled as his form dissolved like a mirage. The once tangible scene before Xuanzu fragmented, revealing another identical scene. Yet this time she found herself beside a tree, her hand again passing through it. Liu Xi had merely shifted the scene while she was distracted, stating, "This is the true reality. Earlier, I subtly replicated the environment while your attention was elsewhere, and you could not discern the illusion." Huh? Xuanzu exclaimed, astonished. Then queried, "But what I touched before was false." Precisely. When you reach mastery, you will need to replace the false tree with a genuine one. You need not fabricate it from thin air, merely reposition the real tree. As for the areas that require deception, maintain their illusory nature. This interplay of truth and falsehood will leave your enemies utterly confounded, Liu Xi explained. Now I understand, Xuanzu replied, a glimmer of realization dawning upon her. Though many questions remained, after inquiring further about her training, Xuanzu posed another question. Young master, will the headquarters of your faction be established in Yan City? What shall it be called? Liu Xi shook his head, saying, the headquarters will not be in Yan City. I plan to explore the Great Wasteland Prefecture, where land is abundant and resources plentiful. As for the name of the faction, I shall inform you once it is decided. This was Liu Xi's brief contemplation. The Great Wasteland Prefecture, with its remnants of the Great Wasteland sect and vast territories, indeed presents an ideal locale for establishing his faction. Moreover, Liu Xi had descended into this realm with the intent of confronting the otherworldly demons. A visit to the Great Wasteland Prefecture is essential. The Great Wasteland Prefecture. Xuanzu's eyes glittered with intrigue. That locale indeed serves as an excellent foundation for establishing power. However, it is a place rife with conflicting forces, recognized as the most chaotic region within our Great Yan dynasty. To forge a new influence, there would undoubtedly encounter considerable resistance. Nevertheless, given your esteemed capabilities, my lord, establishing authority in such a place should pose no insurmountable challenge. Upon hearing the discourse between Liu Xi and Xiansu, Lin Xia and her companions hurried over, brimming with excitement. My lord, are you truly intending to establish power within our Great Yan dynasty? How splendid. This means we can remain by your side forever. The prospect of Liu Xi solidifying his presence in this land filled them with joy, for it was their homeland. Upon learning of Liu Xi's ambitions, Lin Xia and her companions redoubled their efforts in training, eager to accompany him in his endeavors and carve out their own reputations and prestige. The Lin family, the city lord's estate, and the Wanjin Commerce Guild were equally elated upon receiving this news, all eager to align themselves with Liu Xi and carve out their own dominion within the Great Yan dynasty. Time swiftly passed. On this day, the moon hung high amidst a sparse, starry sky, and the air was thick with cold, heralding the arrival of the annual chill. Liu Xi, accompanied by Qing Tan and Bo Xian, made his way to the mountains where he had arranged the gathering in grand array. Today, the intense cold rendered it an auspicious occasion for condensing the celestial talisman of the Yin attribute. Master Bo Xian, I would appreciate your assistance in safeguarding us. When the time comes to condense the celestial talisman, ensure that you protect Qing Tan, Liu Xi remarked casually as he strode beneath the starry expanse alongside Qing Tan. Liu Xi, are you genuinely capable of condensing the celestial talisman of the Yin attribute, or are you merely deceiving both myself and my direct disciple? Bo Xian expressed his skepticism. Humph, my lord would never deceive us. Master, refrain from uttering such nonsense, Qing Tan pouted, clutching Liu Xi's arm and casting an indignant glance at Bo Xian. Ah, you little girl, whose disciple are you really? Me or Liu Xi? Bo Xian retorted, irritated by Qing Tan's protective demeanor towards Liu Xi. Chapter 48. The Celestial Talisman. Liu Xi, Bo Xian, and Qing Tan soon arrived at the site of the gathering in grand array. This location, situated near Yan City, was perpetually shrouded in shadow, with sunlight seldom penetrating its depths and a chill that pierced to the bone. Even Qing Tan, being a body of demonic essence, felt her cheeks flush with cold as she instinctively nestled closer to Liu Xi, drawing warmth from his ever-radiant presence. Liu Xi placed his palm gently on Qing Tan's delicate shoulder, a wave of warmth flowing into her. She felt a wave of comfort wash over her, her eyes narrowing in bliss as she cheerfully remarked, "My lord, your energy is so warm and soothing." "Indeed," Liu Xi replied, nodding slightly as he surveyed the desolate landscape he had meticulously arranged. This sight could barely be classified as a cold vein, its feeble essence waning so pitifully that a mere tremor could obliterate it, rendering it insignificant compared to the abyss of darkness from my dark palace. Bo Xian scrutinized the area, disdain evident in his expression as he remarked, "As long as you can condense the celestial talisman, that is all that matters." Liu Xi, however, remained unfazed. To him, such domains of spiritual cultivation were merely trivialities, having transformed the entirety of the Dou Qi Continent into a sanctuary for cultivation. He held little regard for Bo Xian's meager abyss of darkness. Noticing Liu Xi's serene demeanor, Bo Xian refrained from further commentary and inquired, "How do you intend to condense the celestial talisman? Do you require my assistance?" As the master of the Dark Palace, he possessed a cultivated spiritual force and was recognized as a talisman master. Thus, he still had the potential to assist in the condensation of a celestial talisman. However, at his age, undertaking such a feat would demand an immense expenditure of vitality, hastening the decline of his lifespan, a task he typically abstained from. "No need. Just ensure Qing Tan's safety," Liu Xi replied, shaking his head as he stepped away from Qing Tan, rising majestically towards the heavens. An overwhelming aura of dominance, commanding the very essence of existence, emanated from him. This imperial presence, reminiscent of a celestial sovereign, stirred Bo Xian's heart with astonishment. What is Liu Xi's true origin? How could he exude such a terrifying aura? Even for one as experienced as Bo Xian, who held a high position, he found himself awestruck by the formidable presence emanating from Liu Xi. In that instant, he momentarily believed that Liu Xi was a primordial being returned to the world. Primordial being? Could it be that Liu Xi? A jolt coursed through Bo Xian as he gazed upward at Liu Xi, who loomed like a deity surveying the realms. Qing Tan's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed up at Liu Xi's figure, her small head tilted in awe. "My lord is truly powerful," she gasped, her breath held as her large, watery eyes remained fixed on him, unblinking. From the 9 nether winds, the bone spirit fire arises. With a mere gesture, Liu Xi summoned a tempest that roared through the realm. As the winds howled, the very fabric of the heavens began to shift, plunging the already dim sky into deeper shadows. Accompanying the gusts was an ominous sound, reminiscent of the wails from the depths of the abyss, heralding a symphony of death. Qing Tan, who had been transfixed by Liu Xi, suddenly furrowed her brow as a pained expression crossed her delicate features. She quickly clasped her hands over her ears, fearfully gazing up at the swirling dark winds above. The roaring winds grew louder, the ominous sounds becoming increasingly unbearable. Qing Tan felt as though her head might burst from the cacophony, and terrifying visions began to flood her mind. Bo Xian, initially unperturbed, was swiftly taken aback as the tumultuous winds reached his ears. His expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly conjured a dark barrier to shield the anguished Qing Tan. Before he could comprehend the nature of these dark, chilling winds, an extreme cold engulfed the area, manifesting as blinding white flames. As soon as the flames appeared, the already frigid, gathering insight transformed into an icebound cavern. Qing Tan, who had just been suffering from a headache, now trembled uncontrollably from the cold. Even the warmth Liu Xi had imparted to her was insufficient to protect her, her small face turning pale from the icy grip. Bo Xian's face blanched with shock as he swiftly intervened to protect Qing Tan. Initially, he had questioned the need for him, a formidable practitioner, to safeguard against the mere condensation of an attribute celestial talisman. Yet, the gravity of the situation became abundantly clear. The entities summoned by Liu Xi were nothing short of the extreme and extreme cold, formidable forces that, if not approached with utmost caution, could spell disaster even for those at the pinnacle of the life and death realm. Were these winds and flames summoned by my lord? They are utterly terrifying. Qing Tan gazed anxiously at the swirling black winds and white flames enveloping Liu Xi, her voice trembling with fear. The emergence of these forces made her feel as though she would be torn asunder and frozen into oblivion. These are the 9 nether winds and the extreme cold fire. The former is born of the utmost in the abyss of the 9 nether, capable of shredding even souls upon contact. leaving those beneath the life and death realm with no choice but to flee. The latter, the extreme cold fire, is equally enigmatic, containing searing heat that incinerates all while paradoxically freezing anything it touches. These two entities are such that even the most ordinary practitioners would hesitate to approach them. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Liu Xi has effortlessly mastered both of these extreme energies. Furthermore, both are the utmost yin and cold nature. Utilizing them to condense the yin-cold attribute, celestial talisman, is indeed a harmonious marriage, yielding significant results with minimal effort. The celestial talismans forged from these energies possess boundless power, surpassing even some celestial talismans that are second only to the 8 ancestral talismans. Little girl, you are indeed fortunate. Bo Xian chuckled as he observed Liu Xi, enveloped in the two energies, gazing skyward. This disciple of mine is truly a treasure. Not only does he possess the rare and formidable demonic body, but he has also encountered such extraordinary fortunes as Liu Xi. If Qing Tan were to master the celestial talismans created by Liu Xi using these extreme yin and cold energies, her path to cultivation would surely be smooth sailing. Who knows, she might even surpass him. Celestial talismans? I thought you said there were only 4 types of talismans: ordinary, spirit, celestial, and ancestral. Qing Tan inquired with curiosity. That is merely a lack of understanding, Bo Xian quickly retorted. Between celestial talismans and ancestral talismans, there exists another category known as celestial talismans. Their power is only second to the 8 ancestral talismans, yet they are exceedingly rare, akin to the scarcity of the 9 nether yin wind and the extreme cold fire that I command. Those who wield them are invariably the pinnacle of strength in this realm. Bo Xian shared his knowledge with Qing Tan. It's not that the young master lacks knowledge. He simply looks down upon your celestial talismans, Qing Tan interjected, ignoring Bo Xian's explanation and casting an eye of reproach at him while defending Liu Xi. Oh, you little girl. Bo Xian sighed in exasperation. Chapter 49. The Black and White Celestial Talisman. While Qing Tan and Bo Xian debated below, Liu Xi had already commenced the condensation of the celestial talisman in the firmament. A strand of golden-black spiritual energy emerged from the center of Liu Xi's brow, and with the graceful motions of his fingers, he began to sketch in the void. As the golden-black spiritual energy outlined distinct runic shapes in the air, the surrounding 9 nether yin wind and bone spirit cold fire converged toward the runic design. Condensing a celestial talisman requires more than merely sketching its form. It necessitates the infusion of energy into the talisman, allowing it to absorb sufficient power to stabilize its shape completely. The runic pattern serves merely as the shell of the celestial talisman. To animate it and unleash its formidable might, one must fill it with substantial life force. This life force comprises the vast energies of heaven and earth needed during the condensation of the celestial talisman. The yin-cold attribute celestial talisman that Liu Xi is condensing utilizes his own spiritual power as its foundation, with the 9 nether yin wind and bone spirit cold fire serving as its life force. Once successful, its power will be unparalleled. However, this process demands immense personal expenditure. The spiritual energy must continuously supplement and refine the runic patterns while maintaining the balance and stability of the energies within, reinforcing the entire runic framework of the celestial talisman. He must also divert his focus to absorb the surrounding yin-cold energies, transforming them into genuine 9 nether yin wind and bone spirit cold fire. The complexity of condensing a celestial talisman and the substantial toll it takes on oneself are precisely why many superlative beings are reluctant to expend their energies to condense a celestial talisman of the same attribute. Nonetheless, this challenge poses no significant hurdle for Liu Xi. Just when Bo Xian thought Liu Xi's strength might falter before he could completely condense the celestial talisman, a massive black vortex began to swirl behind Liu Xi, drawing in all the energies of the world. Rather than depleting, Liu Xi's vitality surged even stronger. The dark winds howling across the firmament intensified, while the white extreme cold fire blazed fiercely, engulfing nearly half of the sky. This extraordinary phenomenon attracted creatures within 100 miles, some of which were formidable beasts seeking to investigate further. However, Bo Xian, a formidable figure of the wheel realm, was not merely a bystander. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly sealed off an area spanning several dozen miles. Thus, Liu Xi toiled for 3 days and nights, nearly exhausting the celestial energies within 100 miles. Finally, a colossal black and white mystical runic symbol, nearly 100 feet in size, materialized in the sky above this gathering of yin energies. He truly succeeded. Bo Xian gazed at the celestial talisman in the sky, radiating extreme, yin, and cold energies. Astonished and inwardly astonished. This celestial talisman is massive. Qing Tan exclaimed, awestruck by the talisman's size, wondering if her petite frame could endure such a colossal entity. At last, it has been successfully condensed. Liu Xi exhaled a breath of relief. Next, it was time to assist Qing Tan in subduing this celestial talisman. Liu Xi extended his hand toward the black and white celestial talisman, grasping at the void. The 100-foot-tall extreme, yin, and cold celestial talisman sensed Liu Xi's presence and obediently shrank down. In but a moment, it reduced to the size of his palm, jubilantly appearing in the center of his hand. After all, it was Liu Xi who had shaped its very essence. It instinctively regarded him as a parental figure, displaying a natural affinity and willingness to heed his command. This talisman possesses sentience. With its assistance, you may advance to become a celestial talisman master at any time. Bo Xian remarked, joining Qing Tan at Liu Xi's side, marveling at the black and white celestial talisman nestled in Liu Xi's palm. Liu Xi shook his head, replying, "It is not suited to accompany me. It is far more compatible with Qing Tan. Are you prepared, Qing Tan? I shall aid you in subduing this celestial talisman." Liu Xi smiled at her. "Young master, you haven't rested in several days. Perhaps you should take a moment to recuperate," Qing Tan said, her small face filled with concern. Liu Xi shook his head, chuckling. "Your young master could go for centuries without sleep. If you are ready, I shall begin to assist you in subduing this celestial talisman." "Yes, young master, please proceed." Qing Tan closed her sparkling eyes, tilting her fair neck in a manner that suggested she was ready to submit to Liu Xi's guidance. Hee. This little girl. Both Bo Xian and Liu Xi chuckled at Qing Tan's naive demeanor. However, Bo Xian still voiced his concerns. "Liu Xi, the energy of this celestial talisman is excessively yin and cold, and the extreme heat and cold fire within it could be too much for Qing Tan's current strength. Is it too early for her to subdue this celestial talisman? The nine nether yin wind and extreme cold fire are formidable forces that demand caution. Fear not. This celestial talisman is linked to my mind and spirit. I can contain its vast energy and initially seal it within Qing Tan's body, allowing her to gradually familiarize herself with it. When she breaks through to become a spirit talisman master or celestial talisman master, she will naturally be able to command this celestial talisman," Liu Xi assured, summoning a warm, golden glow in his palm, enveloping the extreme yin and cold black and white celestial talisman before gently pressing it into Qing Tan's brow. Qing Tan emitted a soft sound as she felt a warm golden orb enter her mind. Within her spiritual space, she beheld the black and white celestial talisman wrapped in golden light. "Young master, have I now subdued this celestial talisman?" Qing Tan excitedly opened her eyes and gazed at Liu Xi, inquiring, "Not yet?" Liu Xi gently patted her small head and replied with a smile, "For now. Simply allow it to reside within your spiritual space, so it can become familiar and attuned to your essence. Once it has acclimated to perceiving your spiritual realm as its new home, you may attempt to subdue it." Qing Tan nodded, her understanding somewhat vague. "I see, then, esteemed sir. Has my demonic body been completely brought under control?" she asked, tilting her head with hopeful anticipation. "Yes," Liu Xi affirmed, "with this celestial talisman residing in your spiritual space, the chilling energy within you will no longer pose a threat. Eventually, it will autonomously absorb the cold energy within you and will naturally gravitate towards you. This black and white talisman serves as Qing Tan's means to control the demonic energy within her. As Qing Tan and the talisman become harmonized, they will merge like the closest of companions. At that point, even without the talisman, Qing Tan will be able to command the demonic energy within her at will." Chapter 50, Dispersing Lin Dong, Encountering Jiang Shui. "Esteemed sir, are you leaving? Sir, may we accompany you? When shall we meet again?" Upon returning to Yan City, Liu Xi informed Lin Xia and the others of his intention to depart for the great wilderness county. The girls felt a deep reluctance and wished to journey alongside him. However, Liu Xi gently declined their request. "You should focus on your cultivation first. Once you have mastered the techniques and martial arts I've imparted to you, and have developed a certain degree of self-defense capability, then you may join me. I will first travel to the great wilderness county to ascertain the location for establishing our influence. Once the foundation is laid, you can come to assist," Liu Xi advised them. Although Lin Xia and the others were reluctant, they understood that given their current strength, they would be of no assistance to Liu Xi. It was more prudent for them to remain in Yan City, diligently cultivate, and then assist him once he had established his power. Days later, Liu Xi departed Yan City alone, heading towards the Great Wilderness County. The Great Wilderness County, located on the borders of the Great Yan Dynasty, is the largest county in terms of area and is also rife with factions and chaos. Yan City lies several counties away from the Great Wilderness County, and traveling on foot would take several months. However, Liu Xi's journey was considerably easier. He simply captured a flying beast outside Yan City to expedite his travel. The Misty Forest. This peculiar forest, in close proximity to the Great Wilderness County, is perpetually shrouded in thick mist, with swamps scattered throughout and venomous creatures rampant. Without a guide familiar with the area, an ordinary person would find themselves hopelessly lost, ultimately succumbing to the jaws of the lurking poisonous beasts or crocodiles. What in the world is this cursed place? A lanky youth was muttering curses within the misty forest. This individual was Lin Dong, who, having received Liu Xi's teachings, had broken through to the great perfection of the Yuan Dan realm. He ventured alone from Yan City to the Great Wilderness County for experience. After months of travel, he had finally reached the vicinity of the Great Wilderness County, only to inadvertently wander into the treacherous misty forest. Despite his fortunate breakthroughs, including successfully mastering the Thunder God technique taught by Liu Xi, he found himself wandering aimlessly for several days without finding a way out. This mist is rather peculiar. I can be of little help. A small mouse appeared on Lin Dong's shoulder, its eyes darting around curiously. Time flies. We have been away from Yan City for nearly 4 months now. We've passed through the Great Sun County and 3 other counties. According to the map, we should be at the edge of the Great Wilderness County by now. Lin Dong pulled out the map he had purchased to check his location. Soon, he realized where he was. The misty forest, the most enigmatic area at the border of the Great Wilderness County. No wonder they had been unable to escape after wandering for days. What should we do now? The small weasel asked lazily. I have no idea, Lin Dong replied helplessly. Raising his hands, it is said that the only way to exit is to find someone familiar with the area to guide us. However, we have been wandering here for days without encountering a single soul, just as Lin Dong and the weasel were contemplating their way out of the forest. Liu Xi casually tossed several hundred pure yuan pills to a nearby cultivator he had captured. Go, lead them out of the misty forest, Liu Xi instructed. Yes, my lord. Rest assured, I will safely guide them out of the misty forest, the gaunt cultivator exclaimed, his expression filled with joy as he clutched the bag containing the pure yuan pills, bowing respectfully to Liu Xi before hastily making his way in Lin Dong's direction, as if fearful of Liu Xi changing his mind. Originally, he had been hunting beasts in the misty forest to earn a meager living, but Liu Xi's sudden appearance and capture of him had taken him by surprise. Liu Xi was simply too powerful for him to resist. He had thought Liu Xi wanted his assistance as a guide, but instead, he was tasked with leading others. Liu Xi was generous, bestowing upon him several hundred pure yuan pills, an amount he could scarcely earn in years. Without hesitation, he agreed. It's just a matter of guiding them. I know this place like the back of my hand. Under Liu Xi's covert observation, the cultivator initially pretended to be a returning adventurer and met Lin Dong and the others, maintaining a cautious distance as he attempted to leave. However, Lin Dong, who was desperately searching for an exit, called out to him, inquiring about the way out. The cultivator paid him no mind, muttering that he didn't know, and hurried away. Seeing him so familiar with the surroundings, Lin Dong and the heavenly weasel exchanged glances and hurriedly followed him. As expected, Lin Dong, following this cultivator, discovered the way to leave the misty forest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the misty forest, a clearing enshrouded in dense fog was filled with dozens of individuals huddled closely together. Surrounding them, ferocious beasts charged forth intermittently, reeking of blood, only to be smashed into chunks by the powerful yuan energy unleashed by this group. These creatures are truly bothersome. Master, when will this end? One man among the crowd, having slain a beast with his sword, wiped the blood splattered on his face and cursed angrily. Stay focused. We'll be out soon, replied a sturdy middle-aged man wielding a heavy black sword, his strikes powerful and decisive, each swing accompanied by a deafening gust, cleaving the beasts that charged at them. This man was evidently the strongest among them, having reached a minor accomplishment in the shaping realm. Even when beset by relentless beasts, he displayed not a hint of panic. Go, father. In the center of the group, a young girl, around 12 or 13 years old and clad in a light red garment, clapped her delicate hands in admiration at the middle-aged man's valor, her voice sweet and innocent like that of a little angel, eliciting soft laughter from those around, as if the fatigue of the past days had been momentarily dispelled by her porcelain-like voice. Ineen, be careful. A young woman, approximately 20 years old, quickly pulled the girl behind her, gently admonishing her. The woman stood tall, her slightly form-fitting attire accentuating her exquisite figure to perfection. Her beauty was striking, though the elegant curve of her nose hinted at a touch of arrogance. The little girl, known as Yin, obediently responded and hid behind this beautiful woman, her large eyes secretly observing the surroundings. Chapter 51. The vigilant Jiang Shui. The battle here raged on for a good half hour before the monstrous beasts abandoned the scene, leaving behind a plethora of corpses. As the beasts retreated, the exhausted individuals collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Observing the weary faces of the crowd, the strongest among them, a middle-aged man, shook his head slightly, intending to instruct everyone to take a moment of rest and not to let their guard down. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he fixed his gaze sharply on a particular spot within the mist, exclaiming, "Who goes there? Step forward." At the sound of his authoritative voice, the recently seated individuals sprang to their feet, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed warily on the mist. Creak, creak. Amidst their anxious stares, a tall and imposing figure slowly emerged from the fog. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his stature was reminiscent of a majestic mountain, inexplicably instilling a sense of immense psychological pressure upon all present. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely passing through this area and wish to inquire about directions," he stated with a gentle smile, his tone soft and amiable. At that moment, he wore a python mask crafted from the hide of a blackhorn creature, rendering his features ordinary and unremarkable. However, his towering height and commanding presence set him apart, drawing a measure of attention. Upon hearing the stranger's intention to ask for directions, the middle-aged man maintained his vigilance, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the newcomer. The sheer pressure emanating from this individual made him feel uneasy, compelling him to remain on high alert. The stranger stood calmly, a light laugh escaping his lips as he allowed the group to inspect him. Noticing the relaxed demeanor and tranquil expression of the stranger, the middle-aged man eased slightly and inquired, "Might I ask if you are not from the Great Wilderness County?" "I hail from Yinxing in Tiandu County," the stranger replied. "Tiandu County?" The crowd expressed mild surprise, for Tiandu County lay several thousand miles away from Great Wilderness County, with numerous large counties en route. It was unexpected for someone to have traveled such a distance. "So, he is a noble from Tiandu County." With this revelation, the middle-aged man lowered some of his defenses. "This must be your first visit to Great Wilderness County, then?" The stranger nodded, saying, "I have heard tales of Great Wilderness County being the largest and most chaotic region of the Great Yin dynasty. I have longed to see it for myself, hence my visit." Seeing the calm and composed demeanor on the stranger's face, one could sense a lack of trepidation regarding this chaotic land. The middle-aged man couldn't help but wonder about the stranger's strength. Otherwise, he would not speak so serenely. Before the middle-aged man could respond, a clear and youthful voice chimed in from the side. "Big brother, Great Wilderness County is very dangerous. There are many bad people. Yin advises you not to go." At that moment, the stranger noticed a beautiful woman leading a charming little girl toward them. "Yin, do not speak out of turn," the beautiful woman gently admonished, tugging at her sister. Then, turning her gaze to the stranger, her cold yet beautiful eyes said, "We are currently in the misty forest. If you wish to leave, it would be best to seek assistance from others, as our group does not take in strangers. I hope you understand." She found the stranger's sudden appearance to be rather suspicious. They had fought against the monstrous beasts for a long while, and he had not offered assistance, only appearing when the beasts had fled. He seemed less like a lost traveler and more like a scheming intruder, which made her reluctant to allow him to accompany them. "Sister, it seems this big brother is lost," the cute little girl softly pointed out to her elder sister. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes in exasperation at her sister's naivety. In a place like Great Wilderness County, a person with an unclear background appearing out of nowhere, claiming to be lost, could only be believed by her silly sister. "Father, this person's arrival is too sudden. Our situation is precarious, and bringing a stranger along may hinder our progress and pose a significant risk," the beautiful woman whispered to the middle-aged man, casting a glance at the stranger. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face flickered with hesitation. Initially, he had considered allowing the stranger to accompany them for a discussion about the customs of other regions within the Great Yin dynasty. However, after his daughter's reminder, he realized that the stranger's appearance was indeed rather abrupt. If he genuinely sought directions and possessed the strength he suspected, he would not have waited until after the beasts were driven away to appear. He would have intervened to help them first, thereby earning their trust before asking for guidance. The man's outward gentility belied a subtle pressure that weighed heavily upon him. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man nodded and addressed the stranger. "Brother, Our group has attracted some unwanted attention and is therefore unable to assist you with directions. However, I happen to possess a map of the Misty Forest. While it is not overly detailed, with careful discernment, you should be able to navigate your way out. This map should aid you in your journey. With that, the middle-aged man tossed a clean map toward the stranger. The latter smiled faintly, accepting the map and glancing over it briefly before responding. In that case, I shall not impose further. Thank you for your generosity in providing this map. Consider it a token of my appreciation. As he spoke, the stranger casually produced a spatial pouch and flashed a radiant smile at the little girl who had been peeking from behind her sister, winking before swiftly vanishing from the sight of the middle-aged man and his companions. Hey, little brother. The middle-aged man was taken aback as the stranger tossed him a spatial pouch, then instinctively called out, intending to return it. However, the stranger's speed was astonishing, and he disappeared into the mist in the blink of an eye. The beautiful woman stood momentarily stunned, not expecting the stranger to depart so decisively, and even offer a spatial pouch as compensation for the map. Was it possible that she had misjudged him, mistaking a good person for a schemer? Nevertheless, she quickly dismissed the thought. Even if she had misjudged, it mattered little. Her father had already provided him with a map to navigate out of the area, and if he truly possessed some strength, escaping would not be a challenge for him. Their group was accustomed to walking a perilous path, and it was prudent to remain cautious. Ah, Xun'er, it seems you may have misjudged a good person, the middle-aged man remarked, holding the spatial pouch that the stranger had tossed to him, watching as the figure vanished into the mist. After a moment, he turned to his precious daughter and sighed. It is of little consequence, as father has already given him the map to exit the misty forest. The beautiful woman replied nonchalantly. Father, what do you suppose is inside the pouch that big brother gave you? The adorable little girl, blissfully unaware, ran up to her father, gazing curiously at the spatial pouch in his hand. Chapter 52. The Crisis of Jiang Xue and her companions to think it contains pure yuan pills. At least 1,000 of them. One extravagant gift. The middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment upon opening the pouch and revealing its contents. Pure yuan pills. A rare resource required by those of the Yuandan realm. Took half a month or even a month to condense into a single pill. These pills served not only as a means of cultivation for those above the Yuandan realm, but also as a universal currency for transactions. A single pure yuan pill could attract fierce competition among many in the Tian Yuan realm, and over 1,000 of them constituted a considerable fortune for the middle-aged man and his companions. Truly, it is an injustice to blame the innocent. How could such a wealthy individual conspire against our humble Eagle martial arts hall? The middle-aged man remarked with a bitter smile. Director, these 1,000 pure essence pills are equivalent to the results of several hunts for ferocious beasts, indicating that this outsider possesses considerable wealth. Another elder from the hall added with a chuckle. The remaining members of the group exhibited expressions of delight. This unexpected windfall brought them great joy. However, the middle-aged man shook his head and replied, we should not accept this fortune. That map is worth at most a few pure essence pills. Yet we have received over 1,000 from him, which is simply unjust. Let us see if we can encounter him again on our way back. At that time, we shall return these pure essence pills to him. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the others fell into a contemplative silence, though none dared to voice a disagreement. They were well aware of their hall director's generous and upright character. He would never indulge in such unscrupulous gains. The beautiful woman, though slightly taken aback, chose not to dwell on the matter since Liu Xi had already departed. After a brief respite, the group of several dozen resumed their journey. As darkness enveloped them, the chilling mist of the foggy forest thickened, and the expressions of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall's members grew increasingly grave. Xun'er, if anything untoward occurs tonight, remember to escape with Enin. Your Uncle Wu and I will do our utmost to shield you, the oldest middle-aged man in the group instructed sternly, alongside the most senior elder. Yes, and you rascals, if we cannot withstand the fierce assault of those two beasts, flee as far as you can. Everyone who escapes is a victory. Do you understand? The gravity of the situation heightened the tension among the group, causing their weapons to creak in their grasp, their knuckles whitening. Father, what nonsense are you speaking? We'll be just fine, the beautiful woman retorted, her graceful form straightening in indignation at her father's seemingly morbid instructions. Indeed, the young lady is correct. We shall be safe. They echoed in unison. Director, Uncle Wu, rest assured, with our numbers, how can we possibly falter against two beasts? Yes, those two beasts have only dared to send minions against us, signifying their weakness. If we remain cautious and steadfast, we shall emerge unscathed. The young woman's words seemed to invigorate the group, lifting their spirits and bolstering their resolve. Even the petite girl beside her, exquisitely crafted and delicate, chimed in with a spirited declaration. We will be fine. Father, you need not worry. Inda. Everything will be all right. I must have misspoken. The middle-aged man conceded with a warm smile at his two treasured daughters. Yet, he was aware that his eldest daughter had taken his words to heart. Should any misfortune arise, she would surely protect Yinyin. As nightfall descended, traveling through the foggy forest became increasingly perilous. The middle-aged man and his companions set up camp in a relatively flat area, surrounding their encampment with sharpened wooden stakes. The group huddled together, weapons in hand, anxiously scanning their surroundings. The thick fog obscured all visibility beyond their camp, and even the slightest sound was magnified, heightening their tension. Within the camp, only the soft sounds of breathing and the crackling of the campfire could be heard. At a moment when everyone was on high alert, a sudden wave of rancid odor surged through the thick darkness, accompanied by rustling sounds that reached their ears. Alert! The beasts are coming! The most formidable middle-aged man was the first to sense the disturbance within the fog. He swiftly rose, gripping his heavy sword tightly, and commanded in a low, urgent tone. Upon hearing their director's warning, the members of the martial arts hall sprang into action, forming several tight circles to establish a defensive perimeter within their already confined camp. A multitude of reddish, beastly eyes emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the firelight, and within mere moments, the number of those eyes swelled to well over 100. The sheer number of ferocious beasts sent a ripple of anxiety through the seasoned fighters, causing them to collectively gasp. In the center of the camp, sheltered within the protective circle, the young girl, Yin's delicate features paled slightly, her small hands clenched tightly in anxious prayer, wishing fervently for their safety. Bang! Bang! The beasts surrounded the camp, but did not immediately attack. Instead, they appeared to be waiting for something. The middle-aged man and his companions felt a weight of dread settle in their hearts. As anticipated, moments later, two exceedingly savage auras broke through the mist, exuding a menacing and ferocious energy that crashed upon them like a tidal wave. The mist crocodile, leopard king, the middle-aged man murmured, his expression darkening. The faces of the dozens of tension-ridden team members turned ashen. In the fog, two enormous and grotesque creatures gradually materialized under the flickering firelight. Merely seeing their fearsome silhouettes caused everyone to draw a sharp breath. The two massive beasts radiated an aura of brutality, their blood-red eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. Even the usually composed, beautiful woman felt a quiver run through her graceful form. Everyone be cautious, the middle-aged man commanded, his voice low and fierce as he assessed the encircling horde of monstrous beasts and the two terrifying giants looming before them. Old Wu, protect the camp. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, gripping his heavy sword tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on the colossal entities. Chapter 53. Facing Death, the Frantic Crowd. Yes. In the enveloping darkness, the members of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall focused their minds to the utmost, enveloping themselves in their essence, determined to safeguard the cramped camp. Their steadfast and resolute gazes lent a semblance of security to the otherwise perilous space. Director, what shall we do about the two crocodile leopard kings? A young member of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall inquired, his eyes darting nervously toward the looming threats in the fog. Given their current strength, merely at the celestial origin or essence pill stages, facing off against the formidable duo of the mist crocodile leopard kings, who had reached the form creation pinnacle, was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, or an ant trying to shake a tree. This crisis hinges upon those two terrifying beasts, the middle-aged man asserted, swallowing hard with unwavering determination. I will hold them off. You must swiftly deal with the other beasts. Director. The faces of his companions paled in alarm. Given that their director was merely at the minor stage of form creation, his attempt to single-handedly confront the two mist crocodile leopard kings seemed a futile endeavor. Enough prattling. If you do not wish to see me perish, then hurry and eliminate the other beasts. The middle-aged man bellowed. Yes. In that moment, the group could only suppress their fears and concerns, steeling themselves as they responded with grim resolve. Roar. A thunderous roar reverberated through the misty forest, signaling the imminent outbreak of a grand battle. Boom! The multitude of beasts encircling the encampment surged forth like boiling water, driven by a primal ferocity. Kill, brothers. If you wish to escape this place alive, strike with all your might. You beasts! In that moment, the defenders of the camp were ignited by a fierce bloodlust. Wielding their weapons imbued with elemental energy, they hacked mercilessly at the oncoming beasts. Bang! The rudimentary wooden spike defenses surrounding the camp were shattered, with many beasts impaled and bleeding profusely. Yet, the scent of blood only fueled their rage, compelling them to charge relentlessly towards the several dozen defenders. In the flickering light of the weak campfire, the glint of sharp fangs, claws, and bloodthirsty eyes assaulted the minds of the defenders. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of weapons piercing beastly flesh echoed alongside the anguished cries of the fallen. The defenders formed small squads, providing mutual protection while engaging in combat, their cohesion and combat prowess surging in this brief skirmish. However, this was but a temporary respite. The overwhelming numbers and fierce assault of the beasts threatened to shatter the fragile human defenses, tearing them apart with the ease of a hot knife through butter. The beautiful woman and her companions were acutely aware of this dire reality. Except for the young girl named Inin and a few injured who could not fight, everyone poured their utmost strength into the battle, eager to eliminate these vicious creatures with utmost haste. Yet, the two cunning misty crocodile leopard kings, now endowed with intelligence, would not grant them such an opportunity. Upon witnessing the culprits who had slaughtered their offspring holding their ground against the lesser beasts, the two kings became increasingly enraged. With a synchronized motion, their massive, mountain-like claws propelled them towards the camp. As they advanced, the very air in the encampment seemed to warp under the weight of their presence. The winds heralded their approach. Everyone felt the immense pressure emanating from the two kings. The middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically as he bellowed, brandishing his black heavy sword and charging forward. He was determined to shield his comrades from the onslaught of the two misty crocodile leopard kings. Channeling all his strength, he infused his weapon with a torrent of elemental energy, delivering a powerful strike in the path of the oncoming beasts. Boom! The colossal forms of the misty crocodile leopard kings were momentarily halted, their fierce momentum slightly abated. The backlash of their collision forced the middle-aged man's feet into the ground, carving deep grooves. Roar! Roar! Seeing their charge obstructed, the kings grew even more frantic and furious. A dark red glow enveloped them as they prepared to launch another assault, akin to two collapsing mountains rushing toward the middle-aged man. Beasts! A glint of determination flashed in the man's eyes, suppressing the tumult within him. He raised his massive sword and charged once more. Boom! Another fierce collision ensued. The two kings were again forced to halt, but the impact left the man tasting blood as he stumbled backward, a spray of crimson erupting from his mouth. Father, master, the beautiful woman and others, grappling with the horde of ferocious beasts, gasped in horror at the sight of the middle-aged man injured. Hold the defense, he roared, coughing up blood once more, yet resolutely standing before his comrades, determined to fend off the two misty crocodile leopard kings. Despite their concern, the woman and her allies found themselves powerless to intervene, helplessly watching as the middle-aged man braced himself against the oncoming fury of the kings. Come on, beasts. Let me see what you can do against the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, he bellowed, charging forward with his massive sword once again. Boom! This time, one of the misty crocodile leopard kings collided fiercely with him while the other barreled past, crashing toward the encampment with a ferocity reminiscent of an avalanche. Xun'er, be careful. Retreat. The middle-aged man's complexion shifted drastically as he shouted urgently at the beautiful woman and her companions. Boom! However, the speed of the misty crocodile leopard king was unmatched, and by the time the man called out, it was already too late to prevent the impending disaster. The beast, akin to a cannonball, tore through the air with a deafening sonic boom, hurtling toward the defenseless group behind him. Xun'er, get out of the way. In that critical moment, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd without hesitation, brandishing a long sword, her teeth clenched, and her pale face set in determination. Stepping in front of the charging misty crocodile leopard king, Xiao. The middle-aged man and the crowd behind her felt their hearts leap into their throats. In that moment, the woman's expression hardened, her beautiful eyes filled with resolve. A surge of elemental energy erupted from within her as she understood the gravity of her choice. Standing before the enraged beast meant facing certain death. However, if she allowed it to pass, the lives of her comrades would be lost. She had to protect the Eagle Martial Arts Academy and her younger sister. Thus, even at the cost of her life, she would stand against the furious beast. No, Xiao. The middle-aged man and the crowd could only watch in agony as the beast collided violently with the woman. Sister. Little Inin's large eyes brimmed with tears, desperately trying to rush toward her sister. Chapter 54. Liu Xi takes action. Jiang Shui is saved. Boom! Just as everyone believed the beautiful woman was destined to be crushed before their eyes by the wrathful, misty crocodile leopard king, suddenly, the beast, engulfed in crimson light and charging fiercely, collided with what seemed an unyielding barrier, being repelled by a tremendous force. At the same time, a soft voice resonated through the dark night. "It seems you are encountering some trouble." The beautiful woman had resigned herself to her fate, ready to become a mere splatter of flesh beneath the beast's onslaught, prepared to sacrifice herself to protect the defense line. Yet, just as she braced for her demise, a towering figure appeared before her, intercepting the lethal blow. To her astonishment, the furious misty crocodile leopard king was sent reeling back by a single strike from this newcomer. "Xun'er, are you all right?" Before the beautiful woman could recover from her shock, the middle-aged man, having been frightened nearly to death, rushed to her side, checking for injuries. "I'm fine, father." The beautiful woman shook her head, yet her enchanting gaze was fixed upon the figure of Liu Xi standing before them. "It's you." The middle-aged man also recognized Liu Xi, the very individual who had previously exchanged a map of the misty forest with them. "Thank you, but damn those two beasts. They are charging again." Just as the middle-aged man was about to express his gratitude, the furious roars of two enraged misty crocodile leopards interrupted him. Infuriated by their previous defeat, the two beasts surged forward with reckless abandon towards the camp. "Sir, please protect Xun'er and the others. I will confront those two beasts." The middle-aged man grasped his heavy sword once more, summoning all his strength as he charged towards the rampaging misty crocodile leopards. Unfortunately, this time fortune did not favor him. The two misty crocodile leopards, now in a frenzied state, were too powerful. As the middle-aged man attempted to block one with his heavy sword, the other, driven by rage, collided violently with him. Crack! A pained scream echoed as the middle-aged man was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. "Father, Dad, Master," the beautiful woman, along with the little girl Een and the members of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall, all paled in shock and hurried towards the direction where the middle-aged man had been thrown. However, the two furious misty crocodile leopards were far too swift, and with over 100 other beasts relentlessly attacking from all sides, they were unable to spare the time to rescue their master. Only the beautiful woman, slightly closer, recklessly charged forward, determined to shield her father from the impending fatal onslaught of the enraged misty crocodile leopards. Alas, observing the reckless advance of the beautiful woman and her companions, Liu Xi could only sigh in resignation. The two misty crocodile leopards possessed the strength of minor mastery in the shaping realm and in their furious state. Their combined might could easily rival that of major mastery. Although the middle-aged man was also of minor mastery, he stood no chance against those two beasts. The beautiful woman was merely at the small perfection level of the elemental Dan realm, and her attempt to confront them would be tantamount to courting death. Contemplating this, Liu Xi moved, positioning himself protectively in front of the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman. "My friend, retreat. Those beasts are enraged. It is unwise to confront them head-on." Seeing Liu Xi interpose himself, the middle-aged man shouted urgently, trying to warn him. The beautiful woman's eyes widened in astonishment, staring incredulously at Liu Xi's broad and sturdy back. "Get back. You are no match for them." She attempted to protest, but her words faltered in her throat. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from Liu Xi, soaring into the heavens. This overwhelming presence was so vast and powerful that it cleaved through the layers of mist enveloping the night sky, creating a grand opening. "Break!" Liu Xi uttered a sharp command, raising a finger. From his long, bony fingers shot forth two resplendent beams of golden light, piercing through the clouds and shattering the darkness, instantaneously appearing above the two misty crocodile leopards and plunging into their foreheads. Thud! Thud! The crisp sounds of flesh rupturing resonated as the two ferocious misty crocodile leopards, engulfed in crimson elemental energy, were instantly pierced through the head by Liu Xi's golden rays. They roared defiantly, lunging towards Liu Xi, but soon collapsed at his feet, groaning as they succumbed to their wounds. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth from their massive heads, rapidly staining the ground beneath them. How powerful! How terrifying! The sounds of swallowed breaths accompanied the incredulous gasps echoing within the confines of the narrow camp. The middle-aged man, who had just struggled to rise, stood dumbfounded in shock. The tall and beautiful woman stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape in disbelief. All present gaped in astonishment at the two misty crocodile leopards, now lifeless before Liu Xi. "Big brother, you are amazing." A clear, innocent voice rang out joyfully into the night sky. Roar! Roar! At that moment, the hundreds of beasts attacking the camp frightened, let out terrified howls, and fled in all directions, vanishing into the surrounding mist in the blink of an eye. "Father, are you all right?" The beautiful woman was the first to recover, rushing to support the middle-aged man, who was coughing up blood. "I am fine, cough, just a minor internal injury. Some rest will suffice." With the beautiful woman's assistance, the middle-aged man slowly approached, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend, for your timely intervention. Without your help, the Eagle Martial Art Hall would have surely perished here." Turning around, Liu Xi revealed his ordinary yet somewhat charming visage, speaking softly. "It was merely 2 minor shaping realm beasts, a trivial task. I must thank you for providing me with a misty forest map, which spare me much unnecessary detours in this fog. My friend, you're being too modest. It was merely a lowly map. We owe you our lives. So if you do not mind, please stay with us and help us traverse the misty forest, so we may repay your kindness." The middle-aged man, despite his injuries, spoke with fervor, needing to cough after every few words. The beautiful woman, noticing his condition, hurriedly urged, "Father, please take a moment to rest and tend to your wounds." Truly. The middle-aged man waved his hand, gazing at Liu Xi with hopeful eyes. Liu Xi assessed his injuries, producing a green medicinal pill and tossing it to him. "Your wounds are considerable. You should take this pill to aid in your recovery." "How could I accept this?" No. The middle-aged man hurriedly declined, feeling immensely grateful for Liu Xi's earlier assistance. Accepting his medicine would feel like overstepping his bounds. Yet, the beautiful woman shot Liu Xi a grateful glance. "This pill is merely a 7th-grade spiritual medicine, of little consequence to me. It serves only to assist in healing bone injuries. I keep a few on hand for emergencies. If you truly feel indebted, you may gift me the demon crystals from the 2 misty crocodile leopards instead. How does that sound?" Liu Xi stated casually, then turned to scrutinize the lifeless bodies of the misty crocodile leopards. "That is only right. The demon crystals are the spoils of war, and my friend is welcome to take them. The bodies of the misty crocodile leopards are yours as well. We are grateful to have been spared our lives." The middle-aged man insisted, waving his hands. Although the bodies and demon crystals of 2 minor shaping realm beasts held immense value, Liu Xi had just saved their lives, a debt far greater than any material possession. "The bodies of the shaping realm beasts are of no use to me. If you desire them, please take them." Liu Xi shook his head, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, as he reached out to collect the demon crystals from the 2 misty crocodile leopards, stowing them away in his spatial pouch, deliberately ignoring the corpses that lay before him. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing the scene, opened his mouth yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word, merely letting out a deep sigh, his expression imbued with a profound sense of melancholy. It was evident to him that Liu Xi truly did not regard the 2 bodies of the misty crocodile leopard kings with any significance. What appeared to be invaluable in their eyes seemed to him nothing more than refuse. This realization struck him hard, as if his heart had been dealt a heavy blow. Meanwhile, within the camp, the numerous individuals adorned with colorful bandages, upon hearing Liu Xi's words, instantly revealed expressions of uncontainable joy. It was not that they lacked gratitude towards Liu Xi, but the bodies of the 2 minor demon beasts were, to them, an immense bounty. The beautiful woman, too, felt her heart flutter as she gazed at Liu Xi. His power and background had far exceeded her expectations, stirring within her a flicker of curiosity. "Big brother, you are so impressive." At that moment, a youthful and exuberant voice bounced toward Liu Xi and his companions. However, the innocent little Inin, after lavishing praise on Liu Xi, suddenly gasped and dashed over to the middle-aged man, her face etched with concern. "Father, are you all right? You've coughed up blood. You must take the pill that Big Brother gave you." "Father, do take it," urged the beautiful woman, casting a glance at the middle-aged man. She was no longer worried that Liu Xi might take advantage of the situation to harm her father, for he was a man of considerable standing, strength, and profound heritage, one who would not stoop to targeting a mere small establishment like theirs, the Eagle Martial Arts Academy. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your pill, my friend. I am Jiang Lei, and these are my 2 daughters, Jiang Shui and Jiang Yinin. They are both part of our Eagle Martial Arts Academy." Liu Xi, the willow sways, sweeping across the land. Liu Xi succinctly introduced himself. Jiang Lei murmured the name, young Master Liu, to himself, a hint of astonishment flickering across his features. From the brevity of the introduction, he discerned that Liu Xi was no ordinary individual. "Ah, it is young Master Liu. If you do not mind, please join us inside. Allow them to handle these matters," Jiang Lei said hurriedly, directing his attention to another middle-aged man behind him. Soon, the members of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy began to methodically tidy up, Xue, quickly fetch young Master Liu some water. In the camp, Jiang Lei and Liu Xi sat facing each other as Jiang Lei instructed Jiang Xue to serve tea. Jiang Xue answered softly, stealing a glance at Liu Xi before obediently going to pour water for him. Young Master Liu, may I ask, are you a master of the formative energy realm? Jiang Lei inquired cautiously. Jiang Xue, who was pouring water, along with the wide-eyed Jiang Yining, quietly perked up their ears, gazing at Liu Xi with curiosity. I would barely qualify as a master of the great accomplishment in the formative energy realm. Liu Xi replied casually. Jiang Lei and the others inhaled sharply at this revelation. At such a young age, to attain great accomplishment in the formative energy realm, it was no wonder he dared to venture alone into the desolate wilderness of the Great Wilderness Prefecture. Jiang Yining looked at Liu Xi with admiration, exclaiming, "Big brother, you are so amazing. Those two misty crocodile leopard kings were no match for you. You pierced their skulls." As she spoke, she gestured animatedly, her petite and adorable demeanor eliciting a smile from Liu Xi. Noticing this, Jiang Lei quickly admonished, Yining, do not be rude. Young Master Liu, please do not take offense. Yin has been spoiled since childhood. Despite his words, Jiang Lei's gaze towards Jiang Yin was filled with affection. Liu Xi shook his head, smiling as he replied, "No harm done. Yin is quite endearing, reminiscent of my younger sister." "Oh, young Master Liu has a sister?" Jiang Lei asked with a light chuckle. Liu Xi nodded, saying, "Indeed, although she was not as lively as Yin when she was younger. Rather, she was somewhat reserved. Yet she looked up to me and praised my strength." As he spoke, Liu Xi chuckled lightly, referring to Qing Lin, who had now ascended to the esteemed rank of a battle emperor. Upon hearing Liu Xi speak of his sister, Jiang Lei and his companions shared a knowing smile. Instantly feeling a closer bond with Liu Xi, Jiang Yining, however, blinked her big eyes and asked, "So, big brother, is your sister more beautiful than me?" Just then, Jiang Xue approached with warm water, hastily tapping her sister on the head, scolding, "Yining, you must not ask such impolite questions." Embarrassed, Jiang Yining stuck out her tongue. After all, the inclination to compare beauty was merely a girl's nature. Liu Xi chuckled, saying, "They're equally beautiful. But you should refer to my sister as elder sister now that she has grown up." "Ah, she has grown up," Jiang Yin exclaimed, her interest diminishing slightly. Seeing this, Liu Xi and the others couldn't help but smile. "Young Master Liu, my little sister is quite naive. I apologize on her behalf. The place is humble, and we only have some plain water, so I hope it meets your approval," Jiang Xue said, presenting the warm water to Liu Xi with gentle grace. Liu Xi raised his gaze, appraising the delicate hands that offered him the cup, standing gracefully before him. Perhaps due to the recent battle, Jiang Xue's long hair was slightly disheveled, and her fitted attire bore several torn spots, revealing her fair, smooth skin, speckled with traces of blood. Yet, rather than appearing disheveled, this only enhanced her striking presence, imbuing her with an enchanting and spirited allure. The youthful fragrance of her maidenhood wafted to Liu Xi's nostrils, softening the bloody darkness of the camp with a touch of captivating gentleness. "No need for concern. Plain water is quite acceptable," Liu Xi said, accepting the cup from Jiang Xue's delicate hand and taking a gentle sip. The water was sweet, and the lingering warmth of Jiang Xue's hand still clung to the cup. However, he was taken aback by the peculiar design of the cup, which appeared rather exquisite, reminiscent of something a girl would use. He couldn't help but lift the cup to inspect it closely. Noticing Liu Xi's curiosity, Jiang Xue's cheeks flushed slightly. Most of the members of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy were rugged men, and items used for drinking and dining were typically communal. Only she and her sister Jiang Yin had their own belongings, but Jiang Yin's items were far too childish. Fearing Liu Xi might disapprove of their communal cup, she had no choice but to present her own. "Young Master Liu, this is my cup, but rest assured, it has been stored in my bag and has not been used," she hurriedly clarified. "Not used?" Liu Xi chuckled lightly, glancing at the elegant Jiang Xue standing before him. Teasing, "I had thought this was a cup used by Miss Jiang. No wonder the water tastes so sweet. But now that I know it hasn't been used, it seems the sweetness has diminished somewhat." "What?" Jiang Xue's face froze in surprise, staring at Liu Xi with wide eyes. Then, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she stomped her foot slightly, playfully scolding, "Young Master Liu, haha, I was just joking. Please do not take offense, Miss Jiang." Liu Xi chuckled apologetically. "Hee, sister, your face is red. Not just your face, but your ears and neck are red too." At that moment, Jiang Yin, seated nearby, seemed to have discovered a new world, her big, bright eyes sparkling with mischief as she teasingly remarked at the bashful Jiang Xue. "Yin, stop being silly," Jiang Xue exclaimed, mortified, casting a reproachful glance at her playful sister. Unfazed, Jiang Yining stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. Haha, young Master Liu. You truly possess a carefree spirit. Xun'er, that girl, is typically too serious, with her businesslike demeanor instilling fear in the members of the martial arts hall. I worry that if she continues in this manner, no man will desire her. However, she has recently exhibited a touch of femininity. Meanwhile, Jiang Lei, taken aback for a moment, burst into hearty laughter as he gazed at the charming face of Jiang Xue, which still bore a hint of blush. Father, what are you saying? Jiang Xue retorted playfully, casting an annoyed glance at the still laughing Jiang Lei. All right, I want to say another word, he replied. But a flicker of pain crossed his face as he hastily covered his chest, which had been struck by the misty crocodile leopard king. Father, your injuries have not yet healed. You should rest and recuperate. I can entertain young Master Liu here, Jiang Xue said, noticing her father's discomfort. Jiang Lei hesitated, glancing at Liu Xi and the two girls, fearing they might not adequately attend to Liu Xi. Master Jiang, you have sustained internal injuries. It will be prudent for you to rest. Coincidentally, I am also somewhat fatigued and intend to freshen up before resting, Liu Xi remarked casually. Jiang Xue immediately cast a grateful look at him, knowing her father well enough to fear he might stubbornly refuse to tend to his wounds in favor of accompanying Liu Xi. Observing this, Jiang Lei reluctantly conceded, very well. Young Master Liu, given my injuries, I must apologize for neglecting you. Allow Xun'er and her sister to attend to you. I hope you do not take offense. Liu Xi shook his head, saying, there is no need for such formality. Please, feel free to act casually. Jiang Lei nodded in apology, offering a few parting words to Jiang Xue, cautioning Jiang Yining not to be too mischievous, before he pale-faced retreated into his tent to meditate and recuperate. Thank you. Jiang Xue sighed in relief upon seeing her father obediently enter his tent. She turned to Liu Xi, her voice soft and gentle as it reached his ears. Big brother, you are truly impressive. What is the name of the martial art that makes your fingers emit a golden light? You pierced the heads of those two enormous monsters with one strike. With Jiang Lei absent, Yining eagerly climbed in front of Liu Xi, filled with excitement and curiosity as she bombarded him with questions. Yining, Jiang Xue shot a disapproving look at her younger sister. Yining pouted, glancing at Jiang Xue before ignoring her, continuing to cling to Liu Xi. Liu Xi smiled. That is a martial art of my own creation called Golden Finger. With a mere poke, I can penetrate anything. Wow, how impressive. Jiang Yining gazed at Liu Xi with admiration. Jiang Xue was internally astounded. Young Master Liu had crafted his own martial art and was remarkably powerful. The night passed swiftly. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Lei took the initiative to invite young Master Liu, since you are also heading to the Great Wilderness County. Why not accompany us to Great Eagle City for a spell? The territory of Great Wilderness County is vast and its forces complex, conveniently. Great Eagle City lies on its periphery, allowing you to gather more information. As he spoke, Jiang Lei looked at Liu Xi with hopeful eyes. Grateful for the life Liu Xi had saved the previous night, and he sought an opportunity to repay that debt. That sounds agreeable. Liu Xi nodded in affirmation. Good morning, big brother. Jiang Yining, still groggy from sleep, ambled over like a sleepy sloth, yawning as she was led by the lightly made-up Jiang Xue. Good morning, Yining. Did you not sleep well last night? Liu Xi inquired with a smile. She only fell asleep at dawn. She was too excited last night. Lying in bed saying how amazing Big Brother is, which kept me from sleeping well, Jiang Xue replied, casting a helpless glance at her younger sister. A faint smile on her lips. This little one, Jiang Lei said, shaking his head in exasperation, before his tone softened. Xun'er, Yining, since you both did not rest well last night, you should return to the carriage for some sleep. The misty crocodile leopard king has been dealt with, and the remaining matters can be handled by your Uncle Wu and me. Jiang Xue shook her head in refusal. Let Yining rest, but father, your health is still fragile. It would be unwise for you to exert yourself. I can manage the affairs of the convoy. Chapter 57, The Great Wilderness Monument. Young Master Liu, in half a day's time, we should be able to exit the misty forest, Jiang Lei said, his face beaming with contentment as he watched Jiang Xue direct the convoy's progress, speaking cheerfully to Liu Xi. Half a day, that seems reasonable. Liu Xi replied with a slight nod. Young Master Liu, you have come to Great Wilderness County for the Great Wilderness Monument, have you not? Jiang Lei inquired with a friendly smile. That will be accurate. How much do you know about the Great Wilderness Monument, Master Jiang? Liu Xi responded with a smile of his own. Speaking of the Great Wilderness Monument, it is indeed a legend of our Great Wilderness County. Upon mentioning this, Jiang Lei's enthusiasm surged. It is said to be the remnants of an ancient sect existing long before the establishment of Great Wilderness County. Our county derives its name from this very monument. The history of the Great Wilderness Monument is unfathomable, but its most remarkable aspect is the vast space that has been developed within it, filled with numerous relics and countless cultivation resources. It is rumored that one day of cultivation inside is equivalent to 10 days outside. However, what truly draws people to the Great Wilderness Monument are the transformative martial arts and techniques contained within, as well as the earthly spirit treasures. Zhang Lei's eyes glimmered with yearning and aspiration as he spoke. The Great Wilderness Monument opens every 3 years. During this time, the seals surrounding it weaken, allowing everyone to enter. The next opening is expected to be in about 5 months, Zhang Lei cheerfully informed Liu Xi. 5 months is quite a while. Liu Xi remarked with a hint of surprise. Haha, young Master Liu, with your formidable strength, 5 months may allow you to advance further. Entering the Great Wilderness Monument at the level of the Qi creation realm would significantly enhance your chances of acquiring transformative martial arts or techniques. And you might even seize an earthly spirit treasure, making the journey truly worthwhile. Zhang Lei congratulated Liu Xi in advance. Liu Xi smiled, but made no response. Earthly spirit treasures are of a higher tier than ordinary spirit treasures, possessing a certain level of sentience and unparalleled power. Even those in the realm of creation or nirvana would not pass up the opportunity to obtain such treasures. However, this did not apply to Liu Xi, as he could forge earthly spirit treasures himself. For him, they held little allure. As for transformative martial arts and techniques, they are akin to the profound techniques of the Dou Qi Continent, of which he possessed a great many, rendering them uninteresting. Nevertheless, the remains of the Great Wilderness sect within the Great Wilderness Monument could be of utility. Moreover, a king-tier anomalous demon is sealed within the Great Wilderness Monument, which presents a slight challenge for Liu Xi at present. However, the primary purpose of Liu Xi's journey is the devouring ancestor talisman, which only appears in the Great Wilderness County. By the way, Master Jiang, how many factions are there in Great Wilderness County? Liu Xi seemed to recall something and inquired of Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei did not conceal the information, carefully considering his words before explaining. The forces in Great Wilderness County are numerous, including martial arts halls, gangs, and sect alliances, as abundant as the stars in the sky. However, considering your strength, young Master Liu, you should primarily pay attention to 3 major factions. These 3 factions are the Yin Puppet Sect, the Great Demon Gate, and the Martial Alliance. The Yin Puppet Sect is shrouded in mystery. As the name suggests, their expertise lies in the manipulation of talismanic puppets. It is rumored that the elite disciples of this sect are all accomplished talismancers, possessing not only exceedingly peculiar mental assault capabilities, but also the ability to command their talismanic puppets in battle. Thus, engaging in combat with a member of the Yin Puppet Sect means incurring the wrath of 2 adversaries, which proves to be quite troublesome. Furthermore, it is said that the disciples of the Yin Puppet Sect are predominantly malevolent, capturing powerful individuals alive and forcibly transforming them into talismanic puppets. In the vast expanse of the Great Wilderness County, the reputation of the Yin Puppet Sect instills fear in many. Next, we have the Great Demon Sect. Renowned for their prowess in physical conditioning, it is said that their corporeal forms surpass even those of ferocious beasts. Lastly, there exists the Martial Alliance, an amalgamation of numerous martial academies, overseen by the Heavenly Martial Academy. Of course, beyond these 3 major powers, there are many discrete sects within the Great Wilderness County that remain low profile. These sects, although not ostentatious, possess strength that rivals the 3 major forces, and some are even entities that the 3 powers are loath to offend. After an enlightening exposition from Zhang Lei, Liu Xi has garnered a general understanding of the current power dynamics within the Great Wilderness County. In summary, the Great Wilderness County resembles another realm akin to the Black Corner Domain. However, this place lacks the notoriety of the Black Corner Domain and cannot attract individuals from across the entire Tianxin continent. The Great Wilderness County is akin to an undeveloped treasure trove, but due to its remote location and the complex interplay of multiple dynasties, no genuine powerhouse has emerged to establish a dominant force. It is indeed a land of fortune. With a smile, Liu Xi remarked, it seems that young Master Liu has taken an interest in our Great Wilderness County. Our vast expanse, though sparsely populated, presents a splendid opportunity for establishing one's own influence. Should young Master Liu have any needs, our Eagle Martial Academy may be able to assist. Zhang Lei, observing Liu Xi's keen interest, chuckled lightly. Let us discuss it further. Liu Xi replied, non-committally. Jiang Lei's eyes widened slightly in surprise, as it appeared that this young master, Liu, genuinely harbored ambitions of establishing his own power within the great wilderness county. As the two continued their light-hearted exchange, a warm ray of sunlight pierced through the fog, illuminating the path ahead as they emerged from the dimly lit misty forest. Ah, we are finally out. What close call. I must take a moment to unwind. The sun. Oh, how I have missed you for nearly a month. The members of the Eagle Martial Academy erupted in jubilant cheers. They had truly escaped with their lives. Had it not been for Liu Xi's timely intervention, they would have perished within the misty forest. At last, we have emerged. This is all thanks to young Master Liu's life-saving grace. Otherwise, our Eagle Martial Academy would have faced utter annihilation. Jiang Lei expressed his gratitude earnestly upon seeing the familiar sunlight. Liu Xi merely smiled, choosing not to linger on the topic, and instead inquired, Master Jiang, how far is it to Great Eagle City? Chapter 58. Miss Jiang, you look exceptionally lovely today. Great Eagle City is situated in the northeastern region of the Great Wilderness County. Though it lies on the periphery, it serves as a nexus between the Great Wilderness County and other counties of the Great Yin Dynasty, showcasing a bustling vibrancy, spanning several times the area of Yin City. Great Eagle City rivals the county towns of other regions, boasting a substantial influx of people. After spending half a day traversing the path, Liu Xi and Jiang Lei's entourage arrived at Great Eagle City as evening approached. The master has returned. After walking for over 10 minutes on the main thoroughfare of Great Eagle City, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Martial Academy. A number of academy guards stood at the entrance, and upon sighting Jiang Lei's caravan, they joyfully shouted out, summoning the rest of the academy to come forth and greet them. Soon, several figures, seemingly high-ranking members of the Eagle Martial Academy, emerged from within. They hastily approached Jiang Lei, exclaiming, Master, you have returned. They leaned in to whisper something in his ear. The smile on Jiang Lei's face quickly waned. Yet he waved his hand, signaling the higher-ups to hold their tongues for the moment. Turning to Liu Xi, he said with a smile, Young Master Liu, I apologize, but we have encountered some matters within the academy that require my attention. Please allow Xun'er to attend to you in my stead. I hope you can forgive any shortcomings. Liu Xi nodded, responding casually, Master Jiang, please feel free to attend to your affairs. I am not so particular. Jiang I chuklet, ha, imi spuka, suat. Please escort young Master Liu to rest. Ensure he is accommodated in the finest room. Daddy, Jiang Xue, perceptive as ever, glanced at the high-ranking members of the Eagle Martial Academy beside Jiang Lei, contemplating whether to inquire about something. However, Jiang Lei waved his hand, urging her not to press further. Hurry along. Assist young Master Liu with his accommodations. Understood. Jiang Xue complied, leading the way for Liu Xi with little Yining in tow. Liu Xi nodded at Jiang Lei and followed suit. Sister, is it those Blood Vulture Martial Academy folks causing trouble again? Those rascals. I'll make sure to teach them a lesson. Along the way, little Yining lifted her head, gazing with indignation at Jiang Xue's worried countenance. Her tiny fists clenched in fury. Hearing this, a hint of affection appeared in Jiang Xue's delicate brows as she gently patted Yining's hair, saying, Yining, do not fret. These matters are manageable for your father and the others. Humph, the Blood Vulture Martial Academy is utterly despicable. They cause chaos every day, especially that Luo Shan, who wants a merry sister and has ill intentions towards Yining. I despise them. Yining huffed, her small mouth pouting in anger. Suddenly, her large eyes sparkled as she turned to Liu Xi, breaking free from Jiang Xue's grasp and running to Liu Xi's side, excitedly exclaiming, Big brother, you're so powerful. Help Yining teach that Luo Shan a lesson. Yining, don't speak recklessly. Jiang Xue's countenance shifted slightly as she hurriedly pulled Yining back, softly reprimanding her. Young Master Liu, I apologize for Yining's thoughtlessness. She has caused you trouble. Liu Xi chuckled, no trouble at all. If this Luo Shan is as egregious as Yining claims, I would have no qualms about administering a lesson. Hee, big brother, you're so kind. Yining peeked out from behind Jiang Xue, only to be met with a stern look from Jiang Xue, causing her to retreat, but not before sticking her tongue out at Liu Xi. As Jiang Xue led little Yining ahead to guide Liu Xi, she explained, originally, Great Eagle City had only one martial academy, which was our Eagle Martial Academy. In those days, we enjoyed a modest reputation in the northeastern expanse of the Great Wilderness County. However, after a tragic incident where my grandfather, the previous head of the Eagle Martial Academy and also the city lord of Great Eagle City, was gravely injured and passed away, our academy fell into decline. While we still hold some influence in this territory, we're no longer the strongest force in Great Eagle City. The Blood Vulture Martial Academy, on the other hand, has only recently established itself in Great Eagle City within the past 6 months. Their members are unruly and lack discipline, ruling with an iron fist, which has led to numerous conflicts with our Eagle Martial Academy. However, the Blood Eagle Martial Arts School possesses formidable strength, and we, from the Eagle Martial Arts School, find it impossible to gain any advantage against them. This time, my father has taken us to the Misty Forest, and they may seize this opportunity to stir trouble once more. Nevertheless, the master of the Blood Eagle Martial Arts School is a formidable figure, having achieved minor mastery in the formative realm, so I trust that my father and the others should be able to handle the situation adeptly. Though there's a hint of worry in Jiang Shue's eyes, she still holds considerable confidence in Jiang Lei. Liu Xi nodded silently, refraining from speaking. Such matters are the concerns of their own family, and as an outsider, it is inappropriate for him to intervene. Young Master Liu, your guest room has been prepared. Soon, Jiang Shuai led Liu Xi to a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was adorned with mountains and water, exuding an aura of tranquility, elegantly arranged. Truly a fitting place to host esteemed guests. Young Master Liu, please take a moment to rest. I will instruct the servants to prepare dinner, Jiang Shuai said softly, preparing to attend to her duties. Liu Xi waved his hand dismissively, saying, there's no need for that. Let's leave it as it is today. Everyone has traveled a long distance and is somewhat fatigued, so there's no need to spend extra time here. Jiang girl, Yin, you should also rest early. With that, Liu Xi strolled into the courtyard. Jiang Shuai was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes following Liu Xi's tall figure, feeling a warmth in her heart. She parted her red lips, but ultimately said, young Master Liu, do rest early. I will be staying in the adjoining courtyard, so if you require anything, just come and notify me. Understood, Liu Xi replied softly without turning back. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Jiang Shuai arrived outside Liu Xi's courtyard, patiently awaiting his awakening. Sensing Jiang Shuai's presence, Liu Xi donned the mask of the black-horned Kuei Nyo Python and slowly stepped outside. Good morning, young Master Liu. Jiang Shuai greeted, clearly having taken extra care with her appearance today. Compared to her look in the misty forest, she radiated a more relaxed and graceful elegance, further accentuating her demeanor as a refined young lady. Liu Xi's eyes brightened, and he smiled in admiration. Good morning, Jiang girl. You look exceptionally beautiful today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuai felt a tinge of shyness, but more so, a sense of joy. After all, there is nothing quite as delightful as receiving compliments from others. With a beaming smile, Jiang Shuai inquired, young Master Liu, do you have any plans for today? If not, I can take you on a tour of our Great Eagle City. Liu Xi chuckled. That would be much obliged, Jiang girl. Chapter 59. Miss Jiang, please stop. In Great Eagle City, a young man accompanied by 2 young women, one older and one younger, was leisurely exploring the town. Big brother, come quickly. Look at this enormous conch. Isn't it fun? Hoo. Hee, this conch is truly delightful. While claiming to be familiarizing Liu Xi with Great Eagle City, she was, in fact, leading little Yin around to find amusing things. For instance, little Yin had picked up a conch the size of a human head from a roadside stall, her tiny hands cradling it as she blew into it, producing a whimsical sound. Seeing the joy on little Yin's face, Jiang Shuai exchanged a helpless glance with Liu Xi and approached, gently patting Yin's little head, admonishing. Yin, we came out to accompany young Master Liu in exploring Great Eagle City, yet you've played with everything by yourself. Little Yin, feeling a bit embarrassed, stuck out her tongue and dropped the conch, running back to say, sister, I'm not just playing alone. I'm finding fun things for big brother too, right, big brother? She reached out to pull Liu Xi into her little adventure. With an air of resignation, Liu Xi nodded, saying, indeed, our Yin is quite sensible, known to find fun things for big brother. However, if we continue this way, we will never manage to explore the entirety of Great Eagle City in one day. Upon hearing this, Yin clasped her hands together, her delicate fingers lightly touching, and timidly asked, big brother, what places do you want to visit? I can accompany you anywhere. Liu Xi glanced at the graceful Jiang Shuai and replied, let's south visit the place that sells maps in the city and see if there are any locations where information is sold. I wish to learn more about the Great Wasteland and the entire Tianxian continent. Jiang Shuai was somewhat startled, but obediently led the way ahead. Big brother, you wish to learn about the Great Wasteland? Perhaps I can help. As they walked, little Yin curiously trailed beside Liu Xi, peppering him with questions. Liu Xi affectionately ruffled her hair and joked, I wonder how such an adorable and lively girl like you could come from such a remote place as the Great Wasteland? Huh? Little Yin was momentarily stunned. Jiang Shuai, on the other hand, stifled a laugh, her beautiful eyes curiously observing Liu Xi, harboring an increasing fondness for him. However, as if recalling something, the sparkle in her eyes subtly dimmed. In Great Eagle City, there were many places that sold maps and information. However, Liu Xi was somewhat unique. So Jiang Shui directly took him to the largest selling point. Due to Liu Xi's extravagant spending, the proprietor brought out his treasured maps, including even his collection of treasure maps, hoping to profit handsomely from Liu Xi. Liu Xi, however, showed no interest in those treasure maps and was about to decline when his gaze suddenly sharpened, landing on an ordinary-looking treasure map. At that moment, Jiang Shui seized that same ordinary map and, wrinkling her nose, said, "Boss, this is not how you deceive people. Look at this treasure map. The route depicted leads to the Great Wasteland 20 miles outside our Great Eagle City. That mountain is nothing but barren earth and gigantic stones, devoid of vegetation. Even the demon beasts avoid nesting there. We, the people of Great Eagle City, all know it is a wasteland, yet you've made it into a treasure map. This is truly deceitful. Ah, it really is the Great Wasteland. Boss, if you continue to deceive us like this, be careful, I might ask my father to come and deal with you." Little Enine also peered at the ordinary map, then put her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at the embarrassed map seller. The map seller wore a bitter smile, awkwardly explaining, "Miss Jiang, little miss, how could I dare to deceive you? This map, it wasn't made by me. I collected it by chance. Initially, I thought the Great Wasteland might hold some great treasure and even searched for it several times. But I found nothing and only ended up exhausted. However, since this treasure map looks somewhat presentable and is indestructible, I decided to leave it here among the treasure maps, hoping some customer would buy it." "Oh, indestructible?" Jiang Shui casually gave the map a tug, and indeed it did not tear. Then, she tossed the treasure map aside, her lovely eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Isn't this also a scam? Knowing full well there is no treasure, you still included it in your collection, hoping someone would buy it. Oh dear, my Miss Jiang, if I knew there truly was treasure, would I ever part with it to sell? I would have gone to dig for the treasure long ago. It's precisely because I don't know if there is treasure or not, and I cannot find it myself, that I decided to sell it." The map seller lamented, finding his profession exceedingly difficult. Maps must be accurate. Not to mention, even treasure maps should contain treasures. How could he manage? Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback, her charming face slightly flushed with embarrassment. However, knowing this treasure map was merely a ruse, she could not allow it to remain and deceive others, thus reclaiming the map and stating, in summary, "This treasure map is utterly fraudulent. What treasure could possibly exist in that miserly Great Wilderness Mountain? If there were any treasure, it would have been discovered long ago. I shall take this map with me to prevent you from deceiving the unsuspecting further." The map owner, resigned, nodded and remarked, "Take it, take it. This treasure map is indeed a sham. Encountering Miss Jiang, I shall consider it a small act of kindness on my part." Jiang Shui nodded and replied, "Boss Chen, do not think you have suffered a loss. Do not presume I am unaware that when you sold us the detailed map of the Great Wilderness County, you profited far more than from this counterfeit treasure map. Miss Jiang, I beg you, please do not say more. If you continue, I shall be overwhelmed." The old man lamented. Ultimately, Liu Xi and the others were courteously escorted out by the map owner, who was exceedingly polite. Liu Xi observed the entire scene, a smile playing on his lips, yet remained silent. However, he inwardly mused, Jiang Shui is indeed a good person who is rewarded for her goodness. What began as merely taking away a false treasure map to prevent future deception has unexpectedly led to the acquisition of a genuine treasure map. With Liu Xi's discerning eye, he could instantly tell that the map deemed fake by Jiang Shui and the map owner was, in fact, authentic. Yet, this treasure map conceals deeper secrets that require a unique method to unlock. Perhaps Jiang Shui stumbled upon this treasure map by mere chance and inadvertently triggered the hidden mechanism within it, ultimately uncovering the true treasures it conceals. This fortuitous event could lead her to rise and seek the recognition of the ancient steel of the Great Wilderness, thus inheriting all that the Great Wilderness sect has to offer. Such occurrences are indeed serendipitous, rare for ordinary individuals to encounter. It is no wonder that she is the sister of the renowned reincarnator, Jiang Yinin. Chapter 60. A Resounding Slap. Exiting the map shop, Jiang Shui took Liu Xi to a location in Eagle City that sells intelligence. This place, known as Minghua Tower, claims to gather information from every corner illuminated by the moonlight. However, when Liu Xi inquired about the distribution of forces and the terrain of the entire Tianxian continent, the person in charge of Minghua Tower was rendered speechless. They merely informed Liu Xi that they were more familiar with information pertaining to the surrounding areas of the Dian dynasty, and for further afield, one would need to visit larger and more distant branches. Liu Xi then inquired about the ancient sects within the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel and the 100 Dynasties War. Minghui Tower provided some relatively useful information. They only knew of an ancient sect called the Great Wilderness Sect, which still possesses a complete inheritance. Yet the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel is rather unique, as no one has yet acquired the complete legacy of the Great Wilderness Sect. The 100 Dynasties War is hosted by various super sects in the Eastern Xian region to select exceptional talents from the various dynasties. However, joining these super sects is not solely dependent on the 100 Dynasties War. One can also personally travel to these sects' headquarters to participate in their assessments. Nevertheless, these super sects are quite distant, with numerous perils along the way, which is why the 100 Dynasties War serves as a selection process. After gleaning this information, Liu Xi paid for the inquiries and departed with Jiang Shui and her sister Jiang Yining. It turns out that there are so many super sects above the Dian dynasty, and it is astonishing that there are so many powers like the Dian dynasty in the Eastern Xian region. Young Master Liu, are you inquiring about the 100 Dynasties War because you wish to join these super sects? Jiang Shui, still shocked by the sudden influx of information, turned to Liu Xi with curiosity. Big brother, are these super sects very powerful? Jiang Yining's small face reflected a sense of yearning as she gazed up at Liu Xi innocently. Liu Xi gently tousled Yinin's silky hair and smiled. These super sects are home to formidable figures, including those at the wheel and even reincarnation realms. With a mere thought, they could annihilate a dynasty. Would you not consider that impressive? He then nodded and shook his head, addressing Jiang Shui. However, joining these super sects is not as simple as it seems. Yet, as I have come to understand, the ancient sect within the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel was not weaker at its peak than these super sections. Therefore, you both should diligently cultivate. If one day you can obtain the complete legacy from the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel, you could establish your own super sect. Not weaker than those super sects? Jiang Shui expressed her surprise. However, she held little hope in Liu Xi's words. Instead, she looked at her sister Yining with affection and softly said, if I can break through to the forming realm, I will be able to assist father, support the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, and protect Yining. That would suffice. Super sects are of no concern to us. His sister. Yining will also break through to the Heavenly Origin realm soon. In the future, Yining can protect you too. Yining beamed, grasping Jiang Shui's hand. Yet, Jiang Shui ignored her and slightly furrowed her brow, focusing on a group of figures approaching them. Each of these figures bore a martial arts emblem on their chests, featuring a blood-red vulture. Ah, it is Yao Chen. What a delightful coincidence. The leader of the group, a man wielding a folding fan with a delicate demeanor, approached Jiang Shui with a smile. Before he reached them, his effeminate voice resonated in the ears of Liu Xi and the others. It's that scoundrel Luo Shan. Little Yinin's face puffed up with indignation as she glared at the approaching effeminate man and his companions. Hey, little Yinin, your brother is not a scoundrel. I am your brother-in-law. Be good, call me brother-in-law, and I shall treat you to something delicious, Luo Shan said, his ears keenly picking up Yinin's indignation as he stepped forward, bending slightly with a mischievous grin directed at her. Bah, you are not Yinin's brother-in-law. Yinin retreated a few steps, her little mouth pouting, her large eyes filled with disdain as she glared at Luo Shan. Huh, Luo Shan grinned, about to speak, when Jiang Shui abruptly grasped Yinin's hand, turning to Liu Xi and saying, let us go. With that, she intended to lead Yinin and Liu Xi around Luo Shan to leave. However, Luo Shan was relentless. As Jiang Shui attempted to bypass him, he blocked their path. The group of Blood Vulture martial arts members behind him also lined up, obstructing Liu Xi and the others' escape. Swear, it has been a long time. Don't you wish to greet me? Luo Shan raised an eyebrow, his eyes shimmering with intrigue as he scanned Jiang Shui's graceful figure. Luo Shan, get lost. Jiang Shui's eyes brimmed with disdain, her expression frigid as she fiercely retorted. Swear, you look so beautiful even when angry. I can hardly wait to take you home as my bride. And little Yinin, I won't forget you either. I will take you along with your sister. You are quite the little beauty yourself. Luo Shan leered, his lascivious gaze fixated on Yinin. Luo Shan, you are courting death. Jiang Shui was incensed by Luo Shan's shameless remarks, her immense power surging forth. Ah, Shu'er, speaking like that is not good for you. You know, our Blood Vulture Martial Arts has issued a challenge to your Eagle Martial Arts Academy. My father will meet yours at the martial arts arena for a duel to the death. By the way, I should let you in on a secret. My father broke through to the forming realm half a month ago. With that, Luo Shan erupted into boisterous laughter, his companions from Blood Vulture Martial Arts standing tall, mockingly gazing at Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui's delicate face instantly transformed, and she exclaimed, "Has your father successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the forming realm?" Luo Shan, witnessing her reaction, chuckled with greater delight, gazing at Jiang Shui with a covetous expression. "What do you think, Xue? Are you considering marrying me now? Perhaps, if you obediently accompany me and serve me well, I could plead with my father to spare your Eagle Martial Arts School. You must be dreaming." Jiang Shui's graceful figure trembled with anger, her cheeks paling slightly. The notion of reaching the pinnacle of the forming realm was terrifying, akin to how Liu Xi could effortlessly slay 2 demon beasts at the minor level of the forming realm with a mere wave of his hand. If her father and Luo Shan's father were to face off on the martial arts stage, the outcome would likely be dire. "Hey, Xue, are you beginning to panic?" Luo Shan taunted. "However, there is still a chance to salvage the situation. I know of a splendid tavern nearby with large, sturdy beds. If you would consent to accompany me now." A sudden, resounding slap cut him off, striking his face with great force. In the next moment, Luo Shan cried out as he was sent flying. Chapter 61. Jiang Lei, I implore you to leave Great Eagle City at once. You filth should remain in the trash where you belong. Your presence is an eyesore. Liu Xi calmly retracted his hand, brushing it off, as if to rid it of any sullied remnants. You, Luo Shan gasped, crashing violently to the ground. The tremendous force dragged his body across the earth for several meters, leaving a conspicuous trail of blood behind. Just as he regained control and ceased his uncontrolled slide, he overheard Liu Xi's words, which were laced with mockery. Enraged, he spat a mouthful of blood, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through his mind, rendering him unconscious. Luo Shan succumbed to Liu Xi's blow, falling into unconsciousness. The members of the Blood Vulture Martial Arts School were taken aback, rushing forward to assess their young leader's injuries. "This is bad. The young master has been severely injured. Quickly, apprehend this person. He must not escape. Damn it, arrogant outsider." The members of the Blood Vulture Martial Arts School, both astonished and furious, drew their gleaming swords and charged towards Liu Xi. What a bunch of useless fools. Liu Xi grasped the air, and the sharp blades in their hands instantly slipped from their grasp, drawn into the sky by Liu Xi's commanding presence. Before they could comprehend the situation, Liu Xi waved his hand, and the swords flew back towards their original wielders like a torrential downpour, piercing their bodies with a series of sickening thuds. In an instant, a dozen individuals were slain by Liu Xi's single maneuver. Jiang Shui watched in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Yining leaped with excitement, clapping her hands joyfully. "Wonderful. Eliminate those wicked people. Big brother, you are incredible. Truly formidable." Though Jiang Yining appeared petite and adorable, she had accompanied Jiang Shui on numerous adventures and was not easily frightened by such scenes. Instead, seeing the once arrogant villains being ruthlessly beaten by Liu, she filled her with exhilaration, making her want to dance on the spot. "Young Master Liu, you." Jiang Shui gazed at Liu Xi, astonished. Liu Xi glanced at her. "What? Is it my fault for intervening?" "No," Jiang Shui anxiously retorted. However, upon seeing the grievously wounded Luo Shan and his subordinates, pierced by their own weapons, she gritted her teeth and said, "Young Master Liu, we should return now." With Luo Shan and his group in such a state, the Blood Vulture Martial Arts School will not let this go easily. The best course of action is to consult my father. Liu Xi nonchalantly nodded. "Very well. Let's return to the Eagle Martial Arts School." Upon their return, Jiang Shui immediately sought out Jiang Lei to inform him of Liu Xi's actions against Luo Shan and his men. Jiang Lei was initially taken aback, but quickly composed himself, saying this matter has implicated young Master Liu. While he has also reached the pinnacle of the forming realm, so too has Luo Qiu of the Blood Vulture Martial Arts School. Luo Shan is his only son. Liu Xi's injury to him will surely not be taken lightly by Luo Qiu. Regardless, we must ensure that this incident does not affect young Master Liu. He has saved our Eagle Martial Arts School, and we cannot be ungrateful. With that, Jiang Lei resolved to seek out Liu Xi and devise a plan to extricate him from this predicament. "Father, what do you intend to do?" Jiang Shui asked, her face etched with concern. "What we must do is ensure that young Master Liu leaves Great Eagle City as swiftly as possible. Though he is also at the pinnacle of the forming realm, we cannot risk any unforeseen complications arising from this situation," Jiang Lei stated decisively. Though this course of action may seem to neglect Liu Xi, it was essential to protect him from being dragged into this affair. "Father, did you truly agree to a life-and-death duel with Luo Qiu?" Jiang Shui bit her lip and looked up at her father anxiously. Jiang Lei nodded. "Luo Qiu has always sought to monopolize Great Eagle City and oust our Eagle Martial Arts School. Now that he has reached the pinnacle of the forming realm while I remain at the minor level, he will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. We cannot refuse this challenge. There are only 2 martial arts schools in Great Eagle City. If we decline, our reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, knowing Luo Qiu's temperament, he would devise even more ruthless means to deal with us if we do not accept. Thus, this battle is unavoidable. With that, Jiang Lei prepared to seek out Liu Xi. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui firmly grasped his arm. Father, since young Master Liu is also at the pinnacle of the forming realm, could we not invite him to assist us? Jiang Shui implored, her gaze hopeful. Jiang Lei paused momentarily, then resolutely shook his head. No, the risks are too great. Furthermore, young Master Liu is our savior. We should not allow this incident to affect him. If anything were to go awry, I could never forgive myself. With that, Jiang Lei stepped out of the room to find Liu Xi. Watching his determined figure recede, Jiang Shui bit her lip tightly. She understood that her father placed too much weight on the debts of gratitude owed to others. If it were anyone else, he would likely seek assistance, knowing full well they were no match for Luo Qiu. Yet, because it was Liu Xi, their benefactor, his first instinct was to protect him and prevent this incident from affecting him. Though it seemed overly rigid, this was the principle Jiang Lei had always instilled in them. Jiang Shui knew she could not sway her father, but was unwilling to relinquish her resolve. If Luo Qiu and father were to duel on the martial arts stage, he would undoubtedly go all out. I cannot passively watch my father fall into his trap. Jiang Shui gritted her teeth, determinedly following Jiang Lei out the door. On the other side, Jiang Lei found Liu Xi. Young Master Liu, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that our troubles at the Eagle Martial Arts School would implicate you, Jiang Lei said, full of regret as he looked at Liu Xi. Originally, the invitation for Liu Xi to Great Eagle City was meant to treat him well and repay his kindness. However, not only had they failed to provide proper hospitality, but they had also entangled Liu Xi in a mess, leaving Jiang Lei feeling immensely guilty. In contrast, Liu Xi seemed unfazed by the situation, merely smiling as he replied, Master Jiang, you are too kind. I hope my earlier actions did not cause any trouble for the Eagle Martial Arts School. Hearing this, Jiang Lei felt even more remorseful and solemnly replied, Young Master Liu, the master of the Blood Vulture Martial Arts School, Luo Qiu, is a man who harbors deep grudges. Having injured his son today, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. In this matter, young Master Liu is entangled due to the affairs of my Eagle Martial Arts Academy. Therefore, my academy shall spare no effort to ensure that the young master retreats unscathed from this predicament. Liu Xi looked at Jiang Lei in astonishment and asked Director Jiang, What do you mean? Jiang Lei replied, Young Master Liu, I implore you to leave Great Eagle City at once. Chapter 62 Jiang Shui said, Young Master Liu, I am truly sorry. Liu Xi felt a mix of incredulity and amusement. He had been the savior of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, even stepping in to assist Jiang Shui and Jiang Yining against Luo Shan. Little did he expect to be urged to leave Great Eagle City by Jiang Lei. Had it not been for the knowledge that Jiang Lei meant well, he might have clashed with him on the spot. Liu Xi's expression turned slightly colder as he asked indifferently, Director Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Seeing that Liu Xi seemed to have misunderstood, Jiang Lei hurriedly explained, Young Master Liu, please do not take offense. I do not intend to drive you away. However, Luo Qiu, the head of the Blood Eagle Martial Arts Academy, is also a formidable master at the pinnacle of the forming realm, known for his cunning and vengefulness. Should you remain in Great Eagle City, he will undoubtedly devise various schemes against you. Although you too are a master of the forming realm, the strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. If Luo Qiu resorts to underhanded tactics that affect you, I, Jiang, would find it inexcusable and would never forgive myself. Liu Xi's visage softened slightly, yet he waved his hand dismissively and replied, The strong dragon does not suppress the local snake only because the dragon is not strong enough. Luo Qiu may be regarded as a local snake, but I am not merely a dragon. I am a being far stronger than a dragon. If he seeks me out, he will only find death. Jiang Lei's expression wavered with uncertainty. He did not doubt Liu Xi's words, but remained convinced that Liu Xi was being overly arrogant. The chaos in the great wilderness county stemmed from a lack of rules. While Liu Xi's strength was indeed formidable, there were precedents of those at the pinnacle of the forming realm falling to weaker opponents. Some individuals delight in employing despicable tactics, such as poisoning or ambushes, and Luo Qiu of the Blood Eagle Martial Arts Academy evidently belonged to that category. Jiang Lei contemplated further persuasion, but upon seeing Liu Xi's calm and composed demeanor, he opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. Since young Master Liu had made up his mind, any further urging would be unwise. Nevertheless, young Master Liu need not worry. As long as he is within the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, even if Luo Jio resorts to sinister methods. They shall not penetrate our defenses. However, Jiang Lei's expression shifted, and he finally implored, "Young Master Liu, I understand that it may seem presumptuous to ask at this moment. But should anything happen to me, I would be deeply grateful if you could look after Xun'er and Yining." Liu Xi nodded slightly and replied casually, "That is acceptable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lei felt a tremendous relief wash over him. He then produced a bag of holding and handed it to Liu Xi, saying, "Young Master Liu, please take this." Liu Xi furrowed his brow and waved his hand, signaling Jiang Lei to take it back. Jiang Lei's face flushed with embarrassment. But since Liu Xi clearly refused, he did not insist. He thought that if something unfortunate were to occur, he would simply entrust Xun'er and Yining to Liu Xi. Jiang Lei, understanding the situation, took his leave, feeling considerably lighter. Although he had not succeeded in persuading Liu Xi to leave Great Eagle City, he had secured Liu Xi's promise to look after Jiang Xue and Jiang Yining, alleviating his worries. "Father." As Jiang Lei exited, he encountered Jiang Xue, who had hurried over. Noticing the slight smile of relief on Jiang Lei's face, she paused, then joyfully asked, "Father, has young Master Liu agreed to assist?" Jiang Lei glanced at Jiang Xue and shook his head, saying, "I did not ask young Master Liu for assistance. But he has already agreed to stay in Great Eagle City to watch over you." Jiang Xue was taken aback at first, but quickly grasped her father's words. With a slightly reproachful tone, she replied, "Father, I do not understand what you are holding on to. Young Master Liu is clearly a master of the forming realm. If we were to request his aid, he could surely defeat Luo Jio. If you cannot ask him, then let me go." As she spoke, she began to stride towards Liu Xi's courtyard to invite him to intervene. "Xun'er!" Jiang Lei called out sharply, halting her. He then admonished sternly, "Young Master Liu is our savior. We have not adequately hosted him, and it is already a great disservice to him. Now, to involve him further in our troubles is beyond what is reasonable. Young Master Liu has kindly promised to look after you, and that is more than enough. You are not to disturb him." "Father." Jiang Xue bit her lip, gazing at Jiang Lei with a stubborn and unwilling expression. "You must not go." Jiang Lei shot her another stern look. Jiang Xue's eyes brimmed with grievance, yet she could not defy her father, and, biting her teeth, turned to leave. Sighing, Jiang Lei felt helpless. Asking Liu Xi for assistance would indeed be asking too much. That night, after spending the afternoon with Liu Xi, Jiang Yining, who had been yawning, finally went off to rest. Jiang Yining was quite fond of Liu Xi, pestering him to tell her many stories and insisting on accompanying him in his training expeditions. Liu Xi merely smiled, finding her lively and obedient charm delightful. She was like a little princess. After Jiang Yining departed, Liu Xi did not rest, but instead ascended to a higher point in the courtyard, bathing in the starlight to refine his mental strength. While he was immersed in his cultivation, a graceful figure entered his courtyard, her resolute gaze tinged with guilt as she observed Liu Xi, who was practicing above. "Young Master Liu, I am sorry, but my father has raised both Yining and me alone. The Eagle Martial Arts Academy is the culmination of my father's and grandfather's lifelong efforts. I cannot bear to see it come to an end, nor can I allow anything to happen to my father." As she spoke, under the moonlight, the ethereal figure carried a pot of hot tea into Liu Xi's courtyard. However, Liu Xi, lost in his training, was oblivious to the passage of time. Jiang Xue waited and waited, nearly falling asleep. Had it not been for her determination, she would have succumbed to slumber. Perhaps the heavens were aiding Jiang Xue. The originally starry sky was suddenly shrouded in thick clouds, without the starlight to absorb. Liu Xi emerged from his meditation. As he withdrew, he noticed Jiang Xue seated at a stone table in the courtyard, a pot of hot tea placed before her. It was evident that she had been waiting for him for quite some time. "Is it so late, Miss Jiang? Are you not going to sleep?" Liu Xi's figure floated gently into the tranquil courtyard, observing Jiang Xue, who suddenly sprang up from the stone bench. "You have completed your training, young Master Liu?" Jiang Xue's spirits lifted as she gazed intently at him. She continued, "I heard from Yining that you spent the entire day with her, sharing many intriguing stories. I did not find the time during the day, and I apologize if Yining has troubled you for so long. I made a pot of soothing floral tea for you." As she spoke, Jiang Xue gracefully lifted the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Liu Xi, gently testing the temperature before presenting it to him. With her eyes sparkling, she urged, "Fortunately, the water is still warm. Young Master Liu, please drink it while it's hot." Chapter 63. I know this may seem rather presumptuous, Liu Xi mused, his gaze fixed on the cup of tea held before him by Jiang Xue. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged wait, but her delicate hands trembled slightly as she held the cup, biting her rosy lip tightly. She managed to muster a radiant smile when she caught Liu Xi's gaze upon her. Liu Xi cast a lingering glance at Jiang Shui, taking the teacup from her hands and bringing it to his nose for a delicate sniff before consuming its contents in one swift motion. Indeed, this is exquisite tea, fragrant and mellow, soothing to the heart and mind, Liu Xi remarked with admiration. Observing Liu Xi drink the tea she had offered, Jiang Shui, who had been gazing at him with intense scrutiny, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, within the shadows, her beautiful eyes grew complex, a hint of guilt flickering within their depths. Young Master Liu, forgive me, Jiang Shui silently apologized in her heart. Yet, her plans must persist, gritting her teeth. She reclaimed the teacup from Liu Xi's hands, refilling it with a gentle smile as she presented it to him once more. Since young Master Liu enjoys it, might as well have another cup. As she spoke, her gaze was filled with hopeful anticipation, akin to a devoted lover yearning for approval from her beloved. Very well, Liu Xi acquiesced, taking the cup and draining it entirely. Then he remarked, the night is deep. Miss Jiang, having toiled all day, you should return to rest early. At his words, Jiang Shui's expression grew even more remorseful, her crimson lips quivering slightly. Finally, she replied in a hushed tone, then I shall not disturb young Master Liu's rest. Please take care. Liu Xi nodded in acknowledgement, watching as Jiang Shui exited his courtyard. That night, Liu Xi slept deeply, as if he had not rested for centuries. He was so oblivious that he remained unaware of someone stealthily approaching his bed. In the dark, a soft, alluring figure slipped into Liu Xi's blankets. A low, guilty voice broke the silence, whispering, young Master Liu, I am sorry. In order to request your assistance, I have resorted to such underhanded tactics. I understand how degrading this is. Given your status, you would hardly glance at a woman of my kind. And even if I were to offer myself willingly, I doubt you would spare me a second look. However, the Eagle Martial Arts School is my father's lifelong dedication, and I cannot bear to watch him perish at the hands of Luo Jio on the fighting stage. Now, you are my only hope. Jiang Shui, like a slippery white fish, had already nestled beneath the covers before Liu Xi was privy to her intentions. After all, as an elite alchemist, how could he be unaware of the subtle alterations in the tea he had consumed? Yet he chose not to expose her, curious to see how she would proceed. To his surprise, she feared that her boldness would be met with disdain from him, so she opted to render him unconscious and climbed into his bed. One could not deny the cleverness of Jiang Shui's strategy. Rather than resorting to a violent concoction, she used a sedative not for the purpose of entanglement, but to offer warmth through her presence for an entire night. Liu Xi remained asleep, and she did not provoke him, merely providing warmth through the night. Both their bodies retained their innocence, and even if Liu Xi were to express displeasure later, the absence of transgression might lead to her forgiveness. This would allow Jiang Shui to seize the opportunity to request Liu Xi's aid for the Eagle Martial Arts School in a self-deprecating manner. It cannot be said that Jiang Shui lacked cunning, for her ability to contemplate such intricate details and actualize them proved her to be quite extraordinary. Once she had stripped herself bare and slipped beneath Liu Xi's covers, she initially felt nervous, scarcely daring to move. Gradually, she attempted to remove Liu Xi's sleeping attire. In order to provide warmth, she felt it necessary to create a semblance of intimacy. This being her first time in a man's bed, and with her taking the initiative, she trembled with anxiety, her delicate hands fumbling about clumsily. Fortunately, Liu Xi remained blissfully unaware throughout the ordeal, allowing Jiang Shui to breathe a sigh of relief. At last, she settled against him, feeling fatigued, and marveled at his physique, so perfect that she could not help but reach out to touch him. In the darkness, Jiang Shui's hushed exclamations filled the air. Young Master Liu's physique is remarkable. Even my father pales in comparison. Perhaps no one could ever rival young Master Liu. Yet, she pondered what now. Liu Xi, meanwhile, was not enjoying a peaceful slumber. Jiang Shui was restless, perhaps believing he had truly been rendered unconscious. Unexpectedly, she too succumbed to sleep. Eventually, Liu Xi sighed with relief, holding Jiang Shui close as he drifted into a sound slumber. The following morning, when Jiang Shui abruptly awoke, she found Liu Xi gazing at her with an indifferent expression. Miss Jiang, I expect a reasonable explanation from you, he stated, then turned away without a second glance. Departing from the room, young Master Liu, Jiang Shui stammered, attempting to rise, but halfway through, she quickly recoiled. Soon, she hastily dressed and rushed outside. Finding Liu Xi standing in the courtyard with a stoic demeanor, she hurried towards him, her voice frantic. Young Master Liu, I apologize. Last night, I tampered with the flower tea I served you. You may punish me as you wish, but I implore you to assist me, to save my father. To save the Eagle Martial Arts School. She dropped to her knees before him. So, you decided to invade my bed in the middle of the night? Liu Xi turned, his gaze icy as he regarded her. Jiang Shui felt her heart ache at his cold stare, humiliation washing over her, yet she stubbornly bit her lip and replied, I recognize how disgraceful this is, how it may provoke your contempt, but I had no other recourse. If it meant preserving the Eagle Martial Arts School, I would willingly become your bed warmer, even if just once. This is my home, having endured hardship as a child. I cannot bear to witness Yining suffer through such despair again. Tears, like pearls, cascaded down Jiang Shui's cheeks. She did not wish to demean herself in this manner. Yet she felt trapped. All she hoped for was the well-being of her father, Yining, and the Eagle Martial Arts School. Liu Xi observed her coldly, waiting for her tears to subside. Finally, he spoke, In truth, I was not rendered unconscious by you. What? Jiang Shui looked up in bewilderment. Liu Xi continued, I was awake when you slipped beneath my covers. What? Her expression transformed into one of shock. After a pause, she stammered, but young Master Liu, you. Here, she faltered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Liu Xi cast a brief glance at her, particularly at her hands and feet, and remarked, You were far too presumptuous. Ah. Jiang Shui covered her face with her hands, burying her head into the bedding, wishing to disappear entirely, unable to face Liu Xi again. Chapter 64. Consumed and disavowed. Jiang Shui never imagined that throughout her entire attempt to invade Liu Xi's bed, he had remained fully aware. The thought that he had witnessed her every whispered word and her misguided belief that he had been sedated filled her with a profound sense of shame. Reflecting on the events, even Jiang Shui could not deny that her behavior had been akin to that of a brazen woman. Yet she was, in truth, a demure maiden. Ah, Jiang Shui buried her head deeper into the ground, desperately wishing to excavate a hole in which to hide, wishing to transform into a burrowing creature that could escape her embarrassment. Suddenly, she recalled the incident where Liu Xi had taken the initiative to play with her multiple times. At that moment, she had thought it was merely a dream. She initially bit her lip, afraid to make a sound. Yet, despite being the one completely consumed by Liu Xi's actions, she now felt too ashamed to confront him. Hey sister, why are you kneeling on the ground? At that moment, a curious and youthful voice rang out from the entrance of the courtyard. Dressed in a frilly dress and sporting a bun adorned with little bows, Jiang Yining bounced in, resembling a little fairy. Good morning, big brother. Yining has come to find you again. Upon spotting Liu Xi, Yining's eyes lit up, and she eagerly hopped over to his side. Good morning, Yining, Liu Xi replied with a gentle smile, lightly patting her little head. Yining, why are you up so early today? At this point, Jiang Shui had managed to compose herself, hurriedly adjusting her attire as she rose from the ground. Sister, you big bad egg. You woke up to find Big Brother without calling for Yining. Oh, sister, why are you crying? Big Brother, did you bully sister? Jiang Yining's large eyes widened in surprise as she observed Jiang Shui standing up, her delicate face still marked with evident tear stains. Instinctively, Yining wondered if Big Brother had mistreated sister, and her sparkling eyes turned towards Liu Xi. Yining, young Master Liu did not bully sister. She simply had a little accident and fell. Jiang Shui quickly interjected, coming to Liu Xi's defense before he could explain. Afterward, she cast a shy glance at Liu Xi, her fair skin still flushed with embarrassment. Not daring to meet his gaze, she murmured, Young Master Liu, I will go prepare some water for you. With that, she hurriedly exited. How strange. Why is sister's face so red? And she just fell, yet she runs so fast. Yining, with her small eyes brimming with curiosity, tilted her head as she continued to question Liu Xi. Big brother, did you really not bully sister? Liu Xi, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, Do I appear to be the type who would bully your sister? Jiang Yining scrutinized Liu Xi for several seconds before shaking her head and stating, Not all. Then that settles it. Liu Xi chuckled softly. However, both big brother and sister seem a bit peculiar today, Yining murmured, discontented, as she continued to gaze at Liu Xi for a while, before reluctantly abandoning the topic. Before long, Jiang Shui returned, now dressed in fresh garments, carrying a basin of warm water. Although she still dared not meet Liu Xi's gaze, her cheeks were still tinged with red, she nonetheless served him with utmost gentleness, akin to a devoted wife attending to her husband. Yining's eyes were wide with wonder as she observed Liu Xi and Jiang Shui, glancing back and forth between them. Not good, senior sister. The Blood Vulture Martial Hall has surrounded our Eagle Martial Hall. Just as Liu Xi finished washing up and prepared to have breakfast with Jiang Shui, a panicked shout from outside caused Jiang Shui's previously gentle expression to change abruptly. Young Master Liu. Jiang Shui instinctively turned to Liu Xi for help. Let's go take a look, Liu Xi replied calmly, stepping outside the courtyard first. Seeing Liu Xi's tall and imposing figure, Jiang Shui felt her anxious heart suddenly ease. Her gaze softened further as she followed along with Yining. Outside the Eagle Martial Hall, the scene was already tightly surrounded. The Blood Vulture Martial Hall had come with great force, nearly all members mobilized, blocking every entrance and exit of the Eagle Martial Hall. On the side of the Eagle Martial Hall, there was also a considerable number of people emerging from various corners. Yet compared to the strong and imposing figures of the Blood Vulture Martial Hall, the Eagle Martial Hall appeared somewhat underprepared and scattered. Nonetheless, both sides presented a tense atmosphere, ready to engage in conflict at any moment. Luojiao, what is your intention? Are you so impatient to swallow my Eagle Martial Hall and dominate this great Eagle City? Jiang Lei, having heard the news, emerged with several high-ranking members of the Eagle Martial Hall, his face stern as he confronted the head of the Blood Vulture Martial Hall, Luojiao, who blocked the main entrance. Jiang Lei, the matter between my Blood Vulture Martial Hall and your Eagle Martial Hall will be resolved on the martial stage tomorrow. Today, I have come to capture the culprit who injured my son yesterday. Luojiao's eyes, cold and calculating, scanned the people from the Eagle Martial Hall, searching for the individual who had severely wounded his son. However, after several glances, the subordinates beside him, who were supposed to identify the assailant, shook their heads in denial. Jiang Lei, if you do not wish for a bloody battle between our Blood Vulture Martial Hall and your Eagle Martial Hall to erupt right now, hand over that person immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. With no one to identify, a ruthless expression crossed Luojiao's face as he threatened Jiang Lei. Do you think I fear you? Jiang Lei retorted furiously, his hand tightening into a fist as a powerful surge of energy erupted from his palm. Jiang Lei, it seems you are not willing to give up until you reach the dead end. I have reached the pinnacle of the forming realm, and you are merely at the minor stage. What can you compare with me? Luojiao sneered disdainfully at Jiang Lei, dismissing the potent energy swirling around him. Then let's test it. Jiang Lei's gaze blazed with fury as he summoned his black heavy sword, channeling his formidable energy into it, charging fiercely towards Luojiao like a ferocious tiger, seeking death. Seeing Jiang Lei daring to take the initiative, Luojiao's expression darkened instantly. He did not remain idle. With a firm grip, a heavy iron hammer appeared in his hand. Stomping his foot, the ground trembled beneath him as he surged forward like a raging bear. Chapter 65, Shattering Impact. Clang! The black heavy sword in Jiang Lei's hand clashed violently with the heavy iron hammer wielded by Luojiao, producing a thunderous sound that resonated painfully in the ears of countless spectators. The dense energies intertwined, causing Luojiao to stagger back slightly, yet he maintained his stability. In contrast, Jiang Lei, who had initiated the attack, was forcefully dragged back several meters, eventually coming to a somewhat awkward halt. In just one exchange, Jiang Lei found himself at a disadvantage. This spectacle caused the eyes of those from the Eagle Martial Hall to widen in shock, while those from the Blood Vulture Martial Hall erupted in laughter, revealing expressions of schadenfreude and mockery. The pinnacle of the forming realm is indeed formidable. Jiang Lei gritted his teeth, suppressing the tumultuous energies and blood within him. Today, he did not truly intend to fight with Luojiao. He merely sought to gauge Luojiao's strength, yet this attempt revealed the vast chasm between them. Jiang Lei, with such meager strength, do you dare to come here and show off, embarrassing yourself? You should close your martial hall and leave Great Eagle City as soon as possible. Luojiao, having succeeded with his strike, stood there with a look of disdain, mercilessly mocking Jiang Lei. Upon hearing this, the members of the Eagle Martial Hall were filled with a mix of shock and anger, but out of fear of Luojiao's terrifying strength. They could only swallow their indignation, bottling up their fury. Meanwhile, the people from the Blood Vulture Martial Hall roared with laughter. Jiang Lei, consumed by rage, felt his face darken, his grip on the black heavy sword tightening until it creaked ominously. Jiang Lei, hand over the one who injured my son, or today shall mark your demise. Suddenly, Luojiao's countenance darkened as he cast a sinister glare at Jiang Lei and spoke harshly. The one who injured your son has already departed from Daqing City. If you wish to seek vengeance for your son, you must venture out and find him yourself. Jiang Lei, bracing himself with his heavy sword, met Luojiao's gaze with equal ferocity. Upon hearing this, Luojiao's expression turned furious, his eyes widening as he demanded, "You allowed that person to leave the city? Impossible. I had my men closely monitor your Eagle Martial Art Hall last night. Even if a mosquito had flown out, I would have known immediately. Jiang Lei, hand over that individual, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall perish." Luojiao's murderous intent was palpable as he wielded a heavy iron hammer, a menacing aura emanating from him. Dream on, Jiang Lei retorted, his expression equally fierce. Unwilling to concede. In that case, I shall slay you today. With his patience exhausted, Luo Jiao, seeing Jiang Lei's obstinacy, decisively launched an attack, swinging his heavy iron hammer toward Jiang Lei like a thunderous roar. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Lei was forced to defend himself. However, this time, Luo Jiao's strikes were imbued with lethal intent, his hammer descending upon Jiang Lei like collapsing mountains. Within just a few exchanges, Jiang Lei found himself staggering, his palms torn, blood flowing from his wounds. Crash! Another brutal blow sent Jiang Lei's black heavy sword clattering to the ground. Jiang Lei, you, a mere minor figure in the transformation realm, dare to challenge me? You are simply courting death. Initially, Luo Jiao had contemplated sparing him, but given Jiang Lei's refusal to cooperate, he declared, today, I shall send you to your grave. With both hands gripping the hammer, he aimed a vicious blow at Jiang Lei's head. Hall Master, Jiang Hall Master. Witnessing Luo Jiao's intent to kill, everyone from the Eagle Martial Arts Hall was aghast, exclaiming in horror. Some even closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome spectacle of Jiang Lei's head being crushed, brain matter splattering. Just as the formidable hammer was about to descend upon Jiang Lei's head, a streak of golden light shot forth, colliding with Luo Jiao's heavy iron hammer with blinding speed. Bang! Crack! Before Luo Jiao could react, the heavy iron hammer he had painstakingly forged shattered into a heap of fragments, his eyes widening in shock. Who? He gasped, his expression shifting dramatically as he instinctively recoiled, fear coursing through him as he scanned the surroundings. His gaze abruptly locked onto a tall, unassuming figure striding toward him. This figure, though ordinary in appearance, exuded an air of authority, as if surveying the world with an all-encompassing poise. It was I who injured your son. Do you have any objections? Liu Xi's calm silhouette came to a halt, his indifferent gaze settling upon Luo Jiao. In that instant, Luo Jiao felt as though he were facing an immense threat, his breath catching in his throat. Suppressing the rising terror within, he asked, Who are you, sir? Why did you injure my son? Your son harassed an honorable unmarried woman in the streets, uttered vile words, and attempted to accost innocent young girls, blocking my path. I injured him. Do you have any objections? Liu Xi's gaze remained tranquil, his expression unperturbed as he coldly regarded Luo Jiao. Luo Jiao swallowed hard. He was acutely aware of his son's character, as it mirrored his own. Yet, no one had ever dared to hold them accountable for their misdeeds. Those who did were swiftly silenced. However, witnessing the heavy iron hammer that had been reduced to mere fragments by this individual, he ultimately lacked the courage to challenge Liu Xi. With a dry swallow, he awkwardly stated, It appears this is merely a misunderstanding. I may have acted impulsively. If you could teach that worthless wretch a lesson, I would have no objections. Upon returning, I shall also ensure he learns to behave properly. The moment these words escaped his lips, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. It was evident to all that Luo Jiao had capitulated. Yet no one mocked him. They regarded the ordinary yet imposing figure with a blend of reverence and awe. To shatter the heavy iron hammer with a single blow was a display of power unlike any they had ever witnessed. Jiang Shui, who followed closely behind Liu Xi, gazed at him with admiration, her eyes reflecting a sense of unprecedented security. Little Yin Yin's large eyes seemed to sparkle with wonder. Big brother, you are truly remarkable. Then begone, Liu Xi stated casually. Yes, I shall take my leave at once. Luo Jiao, upon hearing this, felt an immense weight lift from his chest. He glanced once more at the remnants of the heavy iron hammer on the ground, his apprehension deepening. Just as he was about to summon the Blood Eagle Martial Arts Hall members to retreat hastily, Liu Xi spoke again. By the way, Luo Jiao's heart raced as he eagerly leaned in, ready to hear Liu Xi's next words. I have no tolerance for those who bully the weak and abuse their power. Since your son exhibits such behavior, you should take him and leave Daqing City. This time, I have merely injured him. Next time, I shall take his life. As he spoke, Liu Xi looked skyward and suddenly raised his hand, grasping at the air. Boom! In the skies above, a pristine white cloud was abruptly crushed by an illusory hand. Chapter 66, Jiang Shui's Sacrifice. Liu Xi's power astonished the onlookers. Luo Jiao hastily nodded, declaring he would leave Daqing City immediately and would ensure to properly educate his son. As for the martial arts hall, it was no longer of concern. Staying any longer would jeopardize their lives. Indeed, within half an hour, Jiang Lei received word that Luo Jiao had fled Daqing City with his son and a group of loyal followers, abandoning the vast Blood Eagle Martial Arts Hall. The members of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall erupted in cheers, while Jiang Lei and the others stood in stunned silence. To them, what had seemed an insurmountable problem was effortlessly resolved by Liu Xi's mere presence. The members of the Martial Arts Hall felt both reverence and trepidation toward Liu Xi. Little Yin clung to Liu Xi, incessantly praising him for his prowess. Throughout this, Jiang Shui gazed at Liu Xi with tender admiration, her eyes reflecting the affection one might reserve for a beloved Hall Master. Now that Luo Jiu has departed Daqing City, the Blood Eagle Martial Arts Hall is left without leadership. This is our golden opportunity to seize control and dominate Daqing City. Upon hearing that Luo Jiu had hastily left with his son and several trusted aides, the senior members of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall could no longer contain themselves. They rushed to Jiang Lei, urging him to lead them in taking over the Blood Eagle Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Lei felt tempted. He was not one to crave power. But Daqing City was intricately linked to the Eagle Martial Arts Hall. If they could take over the Blood Eagle Martial Arts Hall, the Eagle Martial Arts Hall would once again reign supreme in Daqing City. However, after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "There is no rush. Let me first consult young Master Liu's opinion." Upon hearing Jiang Lei mention Liu Xi, the senior members of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall instantly calmed down. With expressions of reverence and respect, they remarked, "Indeed, we should first seek young Master Liu's counsel. It is only proper. Hall Master, please inquire about young Master Liu's thoughts. We shall follow his lead." They had no words to express their feelings towards Liu Xi's presence, and many hoped he would remain with the Eagle Martial Arts Hall indefinitely, allowing them to walk with their heads held high at all times. At that moment, Liu Xi was in his courtyard, where Jiang Shui was quietly expressing her gratitude. "Young Master Liu, thank you." Jiang Shui gazed softly at Liu Xi, her eyes brimming with affection as she spoke. "Big brother, you are truly remarkable. What is the martial art that allows you to shatter the clouds?" Yin rested her small hands on her head, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on Liu Xi. While Liu Xi casually chatted with Jiang Shui, Jiang Lei approached, conveying his intentions. Essentially, he suggested that if Liu Xi wished to take over the Blood Eagle Martial Arts School and establish his own power, they would be willing to assist, stating that everything the Blood Eagle Martial Arts School currently possessed rightfully belonged to Liu Xi. Liu Xi, however, expressed no interest in the assets left by the Blood Eagle Martial Arts School and had no intention of establishing a force in a small place like Great Eagle City. He advised Jiang Lei and the others to manage it themselves and informed them that he would soon be departing from Great Eagle City. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Lei and Yin displayed expressions of reluctance, while a fleeting shadow of sorrow passed through Jiang Shui's beautiful eyes. Even though she had proactively offered herself, it seemed that Liu Gongzi could not be retained. That night, after finishing his training and returning to his room, Liu Xi discovered a flawless, warm body already nestled within his bed. "Jiang girl, what is this?" Liu Xi exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Jiang Shui, who lay beneath the covers, having removed all her clothing. The delicate curve of her snowy neck and exquisite collarbone peeked out from the edge of the blanket, her fair cheeks adorned with a blush of shyness. She whispered, "Liu Gongzi, the bed is already warm. I will help you undress." As she sat up from the bed, she wore only a red belly band and a matching pair of red panties, nothing else. Her flawless, white skin captivated Liu Xi's gaze, causing him to momentarily lose his breath. "Jiang girl." Liu Xi began to speak, but Jiang Shui had already approached him, a delicate finger as white as snow pressed against his lips. "Liu Gongzi, let me assist you in undressing." Jiang Shui did not allow Liu Xi the chance to respond. With gentle care, she helped him remove his garments and then guided him to bed, lying softly upon his chest. She playfully teased Liu Xi, biting her red lips as she softly said, "Liu Gongzi, I know my status does not match yours. However, you have saved our lives and driven away the rock for our Eagle Martial Arts School. You are a benefactor to our family and to the school. We have nothing to offer in return, but the only thing I can give you is this pure body of mine. I hope you will not reject me." As she spoke, she recalled the shameful acts described in books, diligently attending to Liu Xi. Liu Xi thought to himself, what else could I do? He could only lie there and allow Jiang Shui to take the lead. The next day, Liu Xi, having spent a night of conquest, departed from Great Eagle City. Jiang Shui bit her lip, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she watched Liu Xi's retreating figure. She wondered if she would ever see him again. Gently caressing her slightly rounded belly, she hoped to conceive Liu Xi's child, as that would at least provide her with a cherished thought in the future. As Liu Xi left Great Eagle City, he found himself reminiscing about the tender care he had received from Jiang Shui. It must be said that she had indeed put in considerable effort, making his experience quite enjoyable. However, she eventually grew fatigued, and it was Liu Xi's turn to take over. This matter was akin to opening a small floodgate. Shortly after departing from Great Eagle City, Liu Xi found himself thinking of her again. Yet, he would not return to trouble Jiang Shui, not to mention whether she could withstand it. Returning for such a reason so soon after leaving would be too embarrassing. Liu Xi had no specific destination in mind. The opening of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument was still 5 months away. Thus, he leisurely traversed through the forest, practicing his cultivation while heading deeper into the Great Wilderness County. One day, Liu Xi lay languidly atop a cloud, drifting with the wind. Suddenly, a resounding roar from a beast below startled him into an upright position. He peered down and saw a colossal ape, measuring several dozen feet, bellowing in a valley within an ancient forest. The massive creature, its eyes filled with malevolence, suddenly turned its gaze toward a particular direction in the forest, then charged forward with thunderous steps. Following the direction in which the giant ape was pursuing, Liu Xi's eyes widened in realization. Isn't that Lin Dong? At that moment, Lin Dong was desperately fleeing through the forest, having just stolen 2 beast fruits from the ancient dragon ape. These beast fruits were rare elixirs cultivated through the sacrifice of countless demonic beasts by the ancient dragon ape. To his dismay, before he could enjoy them, they had been snatched away by a petty thief. How could it tolerate such an affront? It instinctively chased after Lin Dong, drawn by the presence of the beast fruits. Before the ancient dragon ape could catch up to Lin Dong, he was intercepted by others. It's you, kid, hand over the Ziyun fruit, or today shall be your last. The person blocking Lin Dong was from the ancient sword sect, a group he had recently offended. Since they had sealed off this forest, Lin Dong had sneaked in. Upon discovering the treasure, a confrontation ensued. Lin Dong's expression darkened. He did not believe he had done anything wrong by entering their sealed territory. After all, it was still a forest accessible to all. Obtaining the treasure was merely his fortune, and if the ancient sword sect wanted to seize it, they were declaring themselves his enemies. With a sudden inspiration, he feigned nonchalance and revealed a beast fruit marked with the ancient dragon ape's insignia, which he then forcibly handed over to the ancient sword sect, securing their permission to leave the forest. The members of the ancient sword sect believed they had made a tremendous profit. Little did they know they had fallen into Lin Dong's trap. Soon after, the ancient dragon ape, following the scent of the beast fruit, stormed into the ancient sword sect. A fierce battle was imminent. Ultimately, the ancient sword sect, left with no choice, had to surrender the coveted beast fruit. After consuming it, the ancient dragon ape sensed for a while, but failed to detect the presence of the other fruit, leaving in frustration. Damn that little beast, I've been outsmarted. Lin Dong, our ancient sword sect will not rest until you are dead. The members of the ancient sword sect cursed Lin Dong incessantly. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, utilizing the concealment of the celestial demon mongoose, had already escaped with the other beast fruit. All of this transpired under the watchful eye of Liu Xi, who observed the scene from the clouds. This Lin Dong indeed possesses a modicum of cleverness, yet he has a penchant for trouble. They have sealed off the forest, and he still dares to intrude. Liu Xi shook his head helplessly, choosing not to delve further into Lin Dong's affairs. After all, should Qing Tan eventually follow him, Lin Dong would become his brother-in-law. Continuing to drift aimlessly, Liu Xi eventually arrived at the Great Puppet City, a significant fortress in the depths of the Great Wilderness County, ranking among the top 5 in the region. Its vastness was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk, and it was merely 2 days' travel from the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument. Liu Xi was uncertain how long he had been drifting when he finally reached Great Puppet City. Thinking of the enchanting Mu Qianqian, renowned for her innate allure, Liu Xi descended from the clouds without hesitation and entered the city. Within Great Puppet City, myriad powers flourished. Yet the most formidable were the 3 leading factions, the Shadow Puppet Sect, the Great Demon Sect, and the Martial Alliance. These 3 forces were well known to Jiang Lei and his companions. However, to Liu Xi, they were of little consequence. He proceeded directly to the most opulent tavern in Great Puppet City, reserving the grandest suite available, ready to settle in. During this time, he had amassed a considerable fortune. Although he had not made much of a move along the way, whenever he encountered precious spiritual herbs or valuable demon beast crystals, he would casually collect them. Shortly after Liu Xi checked into the establishment known as the Great Qian Tower, he noticed a considerable influx of patrons arriving to dine and lodge there. From their conversations, he learned that the Martial Alliance was set to hold a grand auction in the city of Devour within a week. Fortunately, Liu Xi had arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to secure a room. As 3 days passed, the already bustling Great Qian Tower became even more lively. On the 3rd day, To Liu Xi's surprise, he spotted Mu Qianqian, who had also come to the Great Qian Tower. Who would have thought that this establishment belonged to the Great Demon Sect? Mu Qianqian was exceptionally beautiful. It was rumored that she possessed a naturally enchanting figure, a charm that no man could resist. To hold such a captivating beauty in one's embrace, one might willingly forego decades of life. Stay away from me. You're asking for death. The last person who spoke so carelessly had grass growing 2 meters high on their grave. As Liu Xi pushed open his door, he overheard a multitude of men in the hall engaging in low, excited discussions. Following their gazes, he was momentarily taken aback. There, on the staircase adjacent to him, stood a graceful young woman clad in a black dress, elegantly leaning against the railing. She appeared extraordinarily youthful, her skin as fair as snow, exuding a dark, alluring aura. Her silky black hair was casually held up by a simple jade hairpin, hinting at a touch of seduction. The overall visual impact was striking, drawing the eye irresistibly. Perhaps sensing someone's gaze upon her, the woman's enchanting, pale red eyes turned toward Liu Xi. Raising an eyebrow slightly, she seemed surprised by his tall stature. And then, with a polite smile, she acknowledged him. Liu Xi returned the smile, silently acknowledging her as Mu Qianqian. However, he chose not to linger. After a brief greeting, he stepped down the staircase, intending to enjoy a few drinks in the hall. Yet, despite Liu Xi's lack of prolonged attention, the momentary interaction between him and Mu Qianqian did not go unnoticed. Countless pairs of envious eyes turned toward him. Who was that guy? How did he earn Mu Qianqian's smile? Could he be a member of the Great Demon Sect? However, there were no reports of such a figure within their ranks. The Great Qian Tower, being the property of the Great Demon Sect, typically did not accommodate outsiders. Yet this individual could afford a luxurious room, suggesting he possessed some status. But what of it? With a face so ordinary, somewhat dark, he was certainly not as handsome as I am. Yet he received a smile from the beautiful Mu Qianqian. Just as Liu Xi reached the foot of the staircase, several figures approached him. Hey, you look unfamiliar. Are you not from Ardahuang County? The leader, a rather handsome young man, first glanced upwards at Mu Qianqian, who was still casually surveying the scene from the stairs, before turning his attention to Liu Xi with a smile. However, despite his cheerful demeanor, arrogance was evident in his brow. Clearly, this fellow had an impressive background. Is that not the second son of the city lord of Doupo, Xiao Tong? This promises to be entertaining. I've heard that this second son has been pursuing Mu Qianqian from the Great Demon Sect. Now, having just received a smile from her, he has immediately fixed his gaze upon Liu Xi. Although the city lord of Doupo lacks the backing of the 3 great powers, he is a formidable figure in his own right, a master of the transformation realm. Thus, the second son's influence is not to be underestimated. I wonder what background this fellow possesses. If he is of ordinary descent, it won't be long before Doupo has another corpse on its hands. Yet one cannot be too sure. While Mu Qianqian is indifferent to these jealous confrontations, the Great Qian Tower, being part of the Great Demon Sect, does place a responsibility on her to ensure his safety. Indeed, let us sit back and watch the drama unfold. At the top of the staircase, Mu Qianqian's pale, red eyes peered down with interest. She had no desire to meddle in such trivial matters, finding the competition for a woman's attention rather childish. Regardless of the outcome, it was unlikely to pique her interest. She would rather focus on enhancing her own strength. Nevertheless, encounters such as these occasionally provided her with amusement. Liu Xi regarded the dashing young man blocking his path with indifference, casually inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Xiao Tong, taken aback by Liu Xi's calm demeanor, sneered inwardly but maintained a facade of warmth. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Tong, second son of the city lord of Doupo. You seem unfamiliar. Perhaps this is your first visit to Ardahuang County? As it happens, I am quite curious about the outside world. Why not let me treat you today, so we can get to know each other? Not interested, Liu Xi replied coolly, stepping aside to continue on his way. Hey big guy, my second son is inviting you. He.s. showing you respect, so please don't be ungrateful. As Liu Xi attempted to move past, several of Xiao Tong's companions stepped forward, blocking his path and glaring at him menacingly. My friend, as a newcomer, we are sincerely inviting you. Surely you wouldn't deny me this courtesy? Xiao Tong added with a faint smile. Liu Xi had initially intended to ignore him, but seeing his relentless pursuit, he had a sudden idea and said, well, it is true that as a newcomer, I should indeed get to know the locals. Very well, lead the way. Xiao Tong, momentarily stunned by Liu Xi's quick capitulation, burst into laughter. Splendid. It seems my friend is quite sensible. In that case, I shall treat you well today. Lin, arrange the best banquet for my esteemed guest. With that, He looked up the stairs and cheerfully called, Qian, it's a rare occasion for you to visit Doupo. Grant me the favor of using the Great Qian Tower to host a welcome banquet for you. Mu Qian smiled sweetly, her enchanting figure swaying gracefully. Her fair hand covering her lips as her naturally alluring voice floated down, captivating everyone present. Du Zet, Gao Deng, while I can grant you the honor of hosting, using the Great Qian Tower for your banquet may not be worth the expense. Chao Tong roared with laughter, his mirth resonating throughout the Great Qian Tower, eyes gleaming with arrogance. Qian, you jest. Although I'm not particularly talented, I can certainly spare a few tens of thousands of pure essence pills. If you desire it, I could even procure the entire city for you from my father. As he spoke, his gaze casually flicked disdainfully toward Liu Xi. What mere outsider here is the dragon that lies down and the tiger that crouches at my feet. Mu Qian's melodious laughter filled the air, enchanting all who heard it. Gao Deng, you are quite amusing. Even if you dare to offer the entire city, I would not be so bold as to accept. With a playful smile, she gracefully descended the staircase, her long legs seemingly surpassing the lives of countless men present. Chao Tong's gaze remained fixated on Mu Qian, his eyes betraying an undeniable greed and fervor. Ha, Qian, it has been quite some time since we last met, and you have only grown more enchanting. Gao Deng, unable to tear his gaze away, expressed his admiration fervently. The second young master's tongue is ever so sweet. Yet I must say, you are indeed a paragon of youth in Dahuang County. Your prowess must have reached the pinnacle of the formative realm. Am I correct? A waft of fragrant breeze swept by as Mu Qian, with her alluring figure, approached the group at the table. Her eyes, a delicate shade akin to rubies, sparkled as they swept over Chao Tong, and she chuckled lightly. Indeed, Qian has a discerning eye. My recent fortunate breakthrough is nothing to boast about. Gao Deng Lauet Li, seemingly unbothered by the matter, yet the pride and arrogance etched upon his brow were hard to conceal. Mu Qian smiled gently, not lingering on Chao Tong, but instead turned her graceful head towards Liu Xi. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, Dear guest, your strength eludes my understanding. With her gaze now fixed on Liu Xi, a hint of intrigue sparked within her. Noticing her renewed attention on Liu Xi, Chao Tong's expression darkened slightly, revealing a flicker of murderous intent within, though he maintained a facade of cordiality. I have yet to inquire your esteemed name, my friend. You must surely be here for the auction hosted by the Martial Alliance in a few days, am I right? Liu Xi, are you not going to treat me well? Let us proceed, Liu Xi replied coolly, urging him on. Chao Tong, initially intending to gauge Liu Xi's depths at the dining table and demonstrate the vast chasm between them, found himself taken aback by Liu Xi's unexpected assertiveness. Internally cursing Liu Xi for his ignorance, he suppressed the impulse to eliminate him on the spot and replied with forced joviality, it seems this esteemed friend is quite eager. In that case, Qian, shall we converse together? Very well. Mu Qian chuckled softly, summoning the steward standing in the hall to prepare the meal. Please, Liu Xiong, Chao Tong said, raising an eyebrow and casting a mocking glance at Liu Xi, gesturing for him to lead the way. Liu Xi, unperturbed, nodded in agreement and strode ahead, his demeanor exuding confidence as if he were indeed a distinguished guest. Hey you! Liu Xi's boldness drew the ire of several of Chao Tong's subordinates trailing behind him, who stepped forward, ready to reprimand Liu Xi. However, a mere glance from Chao Tong halted them in their tracks. Then, feigning a look of exasperation, he turned to Mu Qian and said, Qian, look, let us join him. It seems our friend Liu has grown impatient. Mu Qian giggled, her eyes playfully tracing Liu Xi's retreating figure, and she gracefully followed behind him. Chao Tong's subordinates, now standing beside him, cast sinister glances at Liu Xi's back. Chao Tong's expression darkened further as he whispered, I will find an opportunity. You must incapacitate him. After rubbing his face, he donned a bright smile once more and followed suit, while his subordinates' faces contorted with a cruel demeanor. Chapter 69. The Melancholy of Mu Qian Liu Xiong. Might I inquire about your origins within the Great Yan dynasty? Could you regale us with tales of your homeland and its customs? At a splendidly adorned table, Liu Xi, Mu Qian, and Chao Tong sat facing each other. With a beaming smile, Chao Tong raised his cup towards Liu Xi, inquiring amiably. The vast land of the divine realm, abundant with spiritual herbs, golden clouds covering the sky, rivers of energy flowing, celestial palaces amongst the clouds, dragons soaring to the heavens, phoenixes dancing in the sky. Overlooking all, a residence for the immortals, Liu Xi declared, sipping his drink while embellishing his words. Qiao Tong was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by rage. What utter nonsense! The divine realm, with its spiritual herbs and golden clouds? Such a place exists only in dreams. If such a haven for cultivation truly existed, it would be swarmed by seekers. The audacity of this man to boast was infuriating, particularly as Mu Qianqian found amusement in his words. Her beautiful eyes sparkling as she giggled. Lu Gongzi speaks so amusingly. If such a place truly existed, I would forsake everything to follow. As she spoke, her delicate form trembled with laughter, her exaggerated contours captivating. Qianqian, you truly believe in such a place? It is evidently fabricated. Qiao Tong retorted disdainfully after greedily surveying Mu Qianqian's figure. Lu Xiong, we have treated you with sincerity. Is it not somewhat excessive to brush us aside? Gao Dang Zet Pojet Liu Xi. This insufferable man had succeeded in making Mu Qianqian laugh, something even he found challenging. Jealousy began to fester within him. You know not the vastness of the world. How then can you claim such places do not exist? I have witnessed divine dragons relieving themselves, where spiritual herbs sprouted forth, and seen phoenixes roosting, transforming ordinary wood into divine trees. Is it so strange for such rare beasts and treasures to exist, where spiritual herbs flourish? Liu Xi replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Qiao Tong. What Liu Xi spoke of was indeed true, for he had witnessed such miracles firsthand. However, Qiao Tong and Mu Qianqian had not experienced such wonders. Qiao Tang's irritation deepened as he concluded that Liu Xi was merely boasting to win Mu Qianqian's favor. Mu Qianqian, though skeptical, found Liu Xi's tales intriguing and playfully asked, "It seems Lu Gongzi is quite the well-traveled individual. Might you share more about your homeland with me?" Qianqian, this fellow's words are clearly false. If he had truly encountered dragons and phoenixes, why would he come to a place like ours? Qiao Tong interjected, eager to disrupt their budding rapport. Liu Xi chuckled, shaking his head, and replied nonchalantly, "Summer insects cannot speak of ice. Frogs at the bottom of wells cannot discuss the sea. Ordinary men cannot converse of the Tao." What do you mean by that? Qiao Tong momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend. However, Mu Qianqian's eyes brightened, and she gazed at Liu Xi with a hint of discontent, saying, "Lu Gongzi, are you insinuating that we are unworthy of hearing your words?" While she bore no ill will towards Liu Xi, his words stung her pride. What? How outrageous! Liu Xi, do you think my cordiality towards you grants you the luxury of disdain? Qiao Tong erupted, slamming the table in fury. He had tolerated Liu Xi for too long. Liu Xi merely cast a fleeting glance at him, stating, "I understand your impatience, but do refrain from spilling this fine wine." He lightly lifted the wine jug and poured himself another cup. Damn it, Liu Xi, you seem to enjoy the idea of punishment over respect. Very well. Allow me to show you whose territory this is into Kuei City. With that, he signaled to the subordinates standing a short distance behind Liu Xi. Instantly, the subordinates exuded a menacing aura and approached Liu Xi with threatening intent. Here we go. It seems a fight is finally about to break out. I had thought that with Mu Qianqian present, a confrontation would be avoided. Yet it appears that the man has provoked Qiao Tong with his words. Hadn't he just submitted? What did he say to provoke Qiao Tong? Regardless, we shall enjoy the spectacle. The loft where Liu Xi and the three others resided was situated at the open-air summit of the Grand Qian building. Upon witnessing the commotion nearby, the numerous patrons of the Grand Qian building instantly became animated with interest. Mu Qianqian's gaze shifted subtly, and she refrained from immediately interjecting to halt Qiao Tong. She, too, wished to utilize Qiao Tong's hand to gauge Liu Xi's true capabilities. If he possessed none, yet spoke so boldly, he would simply be a jester in her eyes. Young man, you have only your own reckless tongue to blame for offending those you should not have. Today, my companions, and I shall teach you a lesson in humility. Qiao Tong's subordinates, each exuding an imposing aura, were all at least in the Yuan Dan realm. As they converged, a palpable sense of pressure enveloped the air. One burly man, with a menacing grin, extended his hand, enveloped in Yuan power, and aimed to seize Liu Xi's shoulder. Why resort to this? Can't we all just enjoy our food and drink? Liu Xi sighed in resignation, lifting his wine cup and hurling the remnants of its contents backward with great force. Bow! The burly man let out a wretched scream, his face as if struck with tremendous force, as he staggered backward, wailing in agony. The others, initially startled, soon adopted solemn expressions. Together, attack! With that command, 4 or 5 individuals unleashed their martial arts, launching a fierce assault upon Liu Xi. Without so much as glancing back, Liu Xi suddenly struck the table with his hand and bellowed, "Get lost! As his voice resonated, a tremendous wave of Yuan power erupted from behind him. This surge was vast and formidable, akin to a dragon plunging into the ocean, stirring up a tempestuous upheaval. The 4 or 5 figures attacking from behind were all sent reeling backward, spitting blood from the force of the impact. Not good. He is a formidable figure in the shaping realm. No wonder he dares to confront Xiao Tong. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, staring at Liu Xi in disbelief. Mu Qianquan, too, was taken aback. She had never fully discerned Liu Xi's strength, but had always sensed he was far from ordinary. Now, it was evident that Liu Xi possessed considerable prowess. However, at this level, it seemed insufficient to contend with Xiao Tong. As anticipated, upon witnessing his subordinates being effortlessly dispatched by Liu Xi, Xiao Tong could no longer remain seated. Liu Xi, do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the freedom to act recklessly in my grand puppet city. Today, I shall demonstrate to you who truly reigns over this city. With a furious voice, he summoned a formidable wave of Yuan power in his palm. Chapter 70. The Whimsical Mu Qianqian. Just as Xiao Tong and Liu Xi were on the brink of confrontation, Mu Qianqian, who had been sitting quietly, finally spoke up. She quickly rose to her feet, attempting to placate the situation. Second young master, please temper your anger. If you two fight here, my Grand Demon Sect's Grand Xian building will suffer. How about I offer you a toast, and you grant me a favor to let this matter slide? As she spoke, Mu Qianqian raised her wine cup and, before the furious Xiao Tong, tilted her fair neck back and drank deeply. Qianqian, you. Xiao Tong glared at Mu Qianqian, still seething with anger. Noticing his ire, she quickly refilled her cup and said, Second young master, if one cup does not appease your wrath, then I shall drink several more until you are calmed. With that, she took another hearty gulp. Her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Tong as she prepared to refill her cup once more. Xiao Tong could not allow his beloved to torment him so openly. He hastily blocked her attempt to bring the cup to his lips, reigning in his turbulent energy. Qianqian, enough. For your sake, I shall let this slide for now. But mark my words, Liu Xi, you had best never step outside the Grand Xian building again, for I will ensure you never leave Grand Puppet City. Xiao Tong cast a threatening glance at Liu Xi, who remained unfazed, continuing with his own affairs. This only intensified Xiao Tong's fury, his murderous intent flaring. Yet with Mu Qianqian pleading for Liu Xi, he refrained from acting in the Grand Xian building. Turning to Mu Qianqian, he said, Qianqian, this welcome gathering has turned sour. I shall host another banquet at the city Lord's residence another day. I hope you will not decline. Mu Qianqian felt an undeniable sense of exasperation. Proud by nature, she held little regard for anyone in the great wasteland county, even those of the top-tier sects like the Yin Puppet sect or the Martial Alliance. Though Xiao Tong was the son of the city lord, his strength was merely at the peak of the shaping realm, inferior to her own. Thus, she found him unimpressive. Yet, maintaining one's standing in the great wasteland county necessitated a degree of social etiquette. Ultimately, she could always find a way to decline later. So, she reluctantly agreed. Since the second young master has said so, it would be ungracious of me to refuse. I shall await your invitation, and for now, let me toast to you. As she prepared to pour more wine for Xiao Tong, he waved his hand dismissively, replying coldly, No need to sit. Today has been unpleasant. I lack the appetite. We will save your toast for another time. Liu Xi, enjoy these few days while you can, for after this, you shall have no opportunity to revel again. With that, Xiao Tong threatened and, with a flick of his wrist, led his group away. Liu Xi paid him no heed. A mere shaping realm opponent was hardly worth his concern. Once Xiao Tong departed, Mu Qianqian let out a quiet sigh of relief, but her lovely face soon bore signs of worry as she turned back to Liu Xi. Young Master Liu, you have now offended Xiao Tong, which spells great trouble. Perhaps, given your strength, you do not fear him. But his father is the city lord of Grand Puppet City, a top-tier powerhouse at the minor success of the transformation realm. Young Master Liu, it would be wise to allow me to escort you out of the city before he sets his plans in motion. Her delicate features were marred with genuine concern, as if she sincerely wished for Liu Xi's well-being. Yet, Liu Xi remained composed, observing her performance as if it were a spectacle. Mu Qianquan, caught off guard by his unwavering gaze, felt her heart flutter and asked, Young Master Liu, why do you look at me so? As she spoke, her enchanting cheeks flushed with a hint of panic and shyness. Liu Xi continued to watch her without a word. As their eyes locked, Mu Qianqian began to feel a growing irritation. Young Master Liu, I never expected you to be just another lecherous man. With that, she slammed her hand on the table, rising in a huff to leave. However, Liu Xi found her antics amusing and shook his head, saying, Miss Mu, what a clever scheme you have. You wish to avoid dealing with Xiao Tong and instead push me forward, and once he is gone, you would then seek to dismiss me. Life in the great wasteland county is indeed not as simple as it seems. With that, he resumed eating leisurely. Mu Qianqian, initially intent on leaving, found her expression shift slightly, halting in her tracks as she feigned ignorance and asked in feigned anger, "What do you mean by that, young Master Liu? Do you suspect I am plotting against you?" Liu Xi paid her no mind, turning to gaze at the splendid scenery below the loft. The Grand Qian building was indeed the most opulent establishment in Grand Puppet City, boasting an exceptional location and breathtaking views, allowing one to overlook the entire city and parts of the landscape beyond. Seeing Liu Xi's indifference, Mu Qianqian's feigned anger began to morph into genuine irritation. She possessed a naturally alluring figure, capable of captivating men with merely a glance or a few words, rendering them utterly enchanted and compliant to her whims. It was rare for someone like Liu Xi to disregard her so casually. While she was uncertain whether Liu Xi's indifference was intentional, aimed at drawing her attention, she found herself genuinely irked at that moment. With a somewhat sarcastic tone, she remarked, "Young Master Liu, your methods of attracting young ladies are rather ineffectual. Xiao Tong is not as simple as you presume, although he may not be at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. He commands several formidable warriors to do his bidding. If I were you, I would vacate the great puppet city at once and put as much distance between us as possible." With that, she turned on her heels and departed. Liu Xi was merely a pawn she utilized to deal with Xiao Tong, a means to prevent him from taking action against her and to advise Liu Xi to leave the city. To claim she had any real interest in Liu Xi would be sheer nonsense. A mere figure at the Qi refinement stage hardly warranted such expenditure of her energy. Liu Xi paid no heed to Mu Qianqian and, after finishing his meal, returned to his chamber. As expected, the proprietors of the great puppet city did not demand payment from him. Upon his return, he observed the movements of the innkeeper, who would subsequently report Liu Xi's situation to Mu Qianqian. Upon learning that Liu Xi had indeed remained, Mu Qianqian let out a light huff and waved dismissively, saying, "It's futile to advise a fool. Let him be." To which the innkeeper respectfully acquiesced. 4 days later, the grand auction organized by the Martial Alliance arrived as scheduled. During these 4 days, Liu Xi lingered at the great puppet city, indulging in food and drink. Although he encountered Mu Qianqian a few times, she seemed still irked by his previous remarks, or perhaps she simply did not regard him with any significance, as she did not initiate any conversation with him. However, on that morning, as Liu Xi prepared to visit the auction, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Mu Qianqian, who was adorned in a black gown, exuding an enchanting allure. Initially, Mu Qianqian had no intention of engaging with Liu Xi, but just as she was about to step into her private carriage, she paused and turned to him, saying, "Young Master Liu, are you heading to the Martial Alliance's auction?" Chapter 71. The Auction, Sharing a Carriage. Indeed, upon her unanticipated overture, Liu Xi responded with a calm nod, intending to proceed alone to the auction venue at the center of the great puppet city. Observing Liu Xi's unruffled demeanor, Mu Qianqian's mind spun with a clever idea, and with a soft, inviting tone, she proposed, "As it happens, I too am headed to the auction. If young Master Liu does not mind, why not share carriage with me?" Her words were primarily a test. If Liu Xi were truly indifferent, he would disregard her invitation. Conversely, if he were feigning indifference to garner her attention, he might seize this opportunity, pretending to hesitate but ultimately wishing to board with her. If it was the former, she had misjudged Liu Xi. Perhaps he genuinely did not care about her connection with Xiao Tong. If it were the latter, she would swiftly decline should he feign reluctance. However, the outcome was far from what Mu Qianqian anticipated. Liu Xi paused momentarily, then strode directly toward the carriage, lifting the curtain and stepping inside. He remarked, "How delightful. I must thank Miss Mu." Mu Qianqian's expression froze, her cheeks alternating between crimson and pale. This carriage was her exclusive mode of transport. No man had ever entered it, let alone shared it with her. Liu Xi's actions were utterly unconventional, devoid of any decorum expected from a gentleman. The beautiful maidservant responsible for driving the carriage also stood in shock, casting a troubled glance at Mu Qianqian. As her personal attendant, she was well aware of her mistress's fastidious nature and knew that Mu Qianqian would never share her belongings with a man. Now, an outsider had entered her carriage. Mu Qianqian felt a pang of discomfort. She had assumed Liu Xi would at least decline, perhaps questioning the appropriateness of such an action. Instead, he had taken a seat without hesitation. Though her countenance reflected her displeasure, she forced a smile. "What is it, Miss Mu? Are you waiting for someone?" Liu Xi inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. He was intentionally provoking her. Given Mu Qianqian's prideful nature and her penchant for manipulation, he was curious to see how much she could endure. Mu Qianqian managed to conjure a strained smile, responding with a forced laugh. "Ha, young Master Liu, are you not aware that intruding upon a lady's carriage so abruptly is rather impolite?" Her mind raced with suspicion. Was Liu Xi deliberately trying to humiliate her? "Did not Miss Mu invite me aboard?" Liu Xi retorted, momentarily taken aback. Mu Qianqian's chest rose and fell with agitation. She realized Liu Xi was intentionally riling her. Yet, with the auction imminent, she could not afford to show her displeasure overtly. Thus, she swallowed her discomfort and took a seat opposite Liu Xi, instructing her maidservant to drive on. Once inside the carriage, she ceased conversing with Liu Xi, resolved to observe how long he could maintain his composure. Liu Xi noticed her unease but remained unperturbed. As they traveled in an oddly tense silence towards the Martial Alliance's auction, trouble awaited them upon arrival. As the carriage approached, the second son of the city lord, Xiao Tong, approached with a broad smile, only for his expression to darken upon seeing Liu Xi emerge from Mu Qianqian's carriage. The smile vanished, replaced by a stormy glare. "Qianqian, what is the meaning of this? Liu Xi, why are you in Qianqian's carriage?" Xiao Tang's first reaction was to assume that Mu Qianqian and Liu Xi had conspired against him. However, he could not directly confront Mu Qianqian, so he redirected his ire towards Liu Xi. Before Liu Xi could respond, Mu Qianqian flashed a charming smile, interjecting, "Second young master, you have arrived." Young Master Liu happened to be attending the auction as well, and we simply shared a carriage on our way here. Isn't that right, young Master Liu? She winked flirtatiously at Liu Xi, feeling no guilt in inciting Xiao Tong's jealousy. Liu Xi discerned Mu Qianqian's intentions, but merely chuckled. "I owe my gratitude to Miss Mu for inviting me aboard. Otherwise, I would have had to walk a considerable distance. However, I must say, Miss Mu's carriage is somewhat small. While it's plush and fragrant, I nearly found myself tumbling into her lap during the bumps. Quite the predicament." At this remark, Gao Dengshe Gongpao said this was utterly unacceptable. He was seething. Glancing at Mu Qianqian, her expression shifted subtly, yet when she caught his gaze, she artfully displayed a hint of bashfulness. "Young Master Liu, do not tarnish my reputation with your words. My carriage may be small, but it comfortably accommodates too." She bit her lip and whispered, "You are the first man to share my carriage." Xiao Tong was now thoroughly enraged. Ignoring the throngs of people around them, he stormed toward Liu Xi, unleashing his formidable aura as a master of the Qi refinement stage, capturing the attention of many onlookers. "Liu Xi, you will pay for this." Xiao Tong's eyes blazed with fury, his face twisted in a grimace. With a palm imbued with a crimson energy, he struck fiercely towards Liu Xi. "Umph." Liu Xi's expression turned icy. "Do you truly believe that this grand puppet city belongs to your Qiao family?" With a resounding slap, Liu Xi struck Xiao Tong's face. The sharp crack echoed like thunder, reverberating in the ears of countless onlookers. Xiao Tong let out a cry of anguish. Even before the energy from his palm could reach Liu Xi, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground. "Second young master! Second young master!" Curses erupted as the servants of the city lord's residence were incensed. An elderly man, gaunt and wiry, who had been assigned to protect Xiao Tong, immediately sprang into action. His hand, as fierce as an eagle's claw, sliced through the air, conjuring a chilling gale directed at Liu Xi. It was the esteemed Elder Mu Ying of the city lord's residence. With Elder Mu Ying intervening, Liu Xi was doomed. Rumors had circulated that Elder Mu Ying had attained mastery in the Qi refinement stage over a decade ago, earning a fearsome reputation in the great wilderness county with his infamous wind-rending eagle claw technique. He later joined the city lord's residence as a venerator, and now it was astonishing to witness him in action once more. Elder Mu Ying belonged to the older generation of Qi refinement experts. Even the three major powers would tread cautiously around them. As Elder Mu Ying made his move, those well-versed in the ways of the world immediately recognized his identity. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong, clutching his bloodied face, scrambled to his feet and venomously shouted, "Elder Mu, cripple his limbs. I want to take him back and torment him to death." "Fear not, second young master. This old servant will apprehend him post-haste." Elder Mu Ying replied with a sinister grin. He had not shown his prowess publicly in many years, and today was the perfect opportunity to re-establish his fearsome reputation, lest the younger generation forget his name. With that thought, Elder Mu Ying's energy coalesced into a massive black eagle, his hands transforming into sharp talons as he viciously lunged at Liu Xi. Chapter 72. A single strike to annihilate. The overlooked Mu Qianqian. As Elder Mu Ying launched his attack, Mu Qianqian, who had merely been observing, grew increasingly solemn. Elder Mu Ying belonged to the elder generation of Qi refinement experts. Even Mu Qianqian, who was also at the Qi refinement stage, had no confidence in her ability to contend with him. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how many moves Liu Xi could withstand against Elder Mu Ying. If he failed to endure even a single attack, he would be nothing more than a braggart of ordinary talent. However, Liu Xi did not share the complex thoughts of the onlookers. Upon seeing Elder Mu Ying transform into a formidable black energy eagle, talons bared and ready to strike, he merely raised a hand and pointed. Technique. A beam of golden light shot forth from his fingertip. In a flash, the golden beam appeared above Elder Mu Ying's head, piercing through the center of his forehead. The rapidity of the event left the crowd stunned, their eyes wide as they anticipated the moment when Liu Xi would be ruthlessly dispatched by Elder Mu Ying. It was only when Elder Mu Ying's lifeless body fell to the ground that they seemed to awaken from a dream, gasping in disbelief. Is he dead? Elder Mu Ying is dead? A single strike to annihilate him. How is this possible? The crowd stood agape. Even Xiao Tong, who had just regained his footing, was frozen in shock. Elder Mu, he shouted in disbelief, questioning the accuracy of his vision. Yet, the fallen Elder Mu Ying offered no reply, blood pouring endlessly from the gaping hole in his forehead. What power does Liu Xi possess? Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the composed Liu Xi. Even among those of the Qi refinement stage, she could hardly fathom the strength required to so effortlessly dispatch Elder Mu Ying with a single blow. Liu Xi paid no heed to the astonished crowd. Calmly, he collected Elder Mu Ying's spatial pouch and cast a glance at the now terrified Xiao Tong before striding into the auction house. As he passed, everyone parted respectfully, their faces filled with awe. Only after Liu Xi's figure had vanished did the crowd erupt into a cacophony of murmurs. This is it. Grand Puppet City will descend into chaos. After losing a Qi refinement expert, the City Lord's residents will surely retaliate. Yet, Liu Xi's power is utterly unfathomable. The City Lord is a genuine expert of the transformation stage, albeit only at the initial level. If he strikes in anger, Liu Xi may not be able to withstand it. Who knows the extent of this individual's strength? Walking so calmly into the auction house, he exhibits no fear at all. Amidst the swirling conversations, a figure cloaked beneath a conical hat appeared outside the auction house. Senior Liu, she has also arrived in the Great Wilderness County? It was Lin Dong, who had recently absorbed and refined the myriad beast fruit obtained from the ancient dragon ape, advancing his great sun thunder body to the level of copper thunder body. He had also mastered the thunder god technique and the 3,000 thunders. Now, his strength had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, allowing him to contend even with those of the Qi refinement stage. However, witnessing Liu Xi effortlessly dispatch a Qi refinement expert with a mere gesture left Lin Dong deeply impressed. Although he was curious as to why Liu Xi was present, he chose not to approach him immediately. Instead, he stealthily blended into the crowd and entered the auction house. Inside, due to Liu Xi's display of overwhelming strength, the Martial Alliance had designated him an exceptional seat. Surprisingly, Mu Qianqian followed suit, taking a seat beside him. With a sideways glance, she regarded Liu Xi with unexpected curiosity and initiated conversation. Young Master Liu, you have concealed your true self from me for so long. Her soft voice was imbued with a hint of melancholy. Yet, Liu Xi merely glanced at her before returning his gaze, remaining composed in silence. Startled, Mu Qianqian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. With her breathtaking beauty and captivating allure, it was a rare occurrence for her to initiate conversation only to be met with indifference. Initially, she thought Liu Xi was feigning aloofness to garner her attention, but now she began to question her own charm. Young Master Liu, are you truly a man of such stature, yet you hold a small woman like me in contempt? She attempted once more, her tone laced with sorrow. This time, Liu Xi did not even grant her a glance, choosing to disregard her entirely. Mu Qianqian pouted, retracting the words she had nearly spoken, casting an exasperated look at Liu Xi before straightening her posture, deciding to ignore him as well. Ding! As the vacant seats in the VIP section gradually filled, a melodious voice resonated from the center of the auction house, marking the official commencement of the auction. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, cheerfully ascended the auction stage, greeting the crowd with a warm smile. I am Song Tai. You may all address me as Manager Song. I'm grateful for your presence today, and on behalf of the Martial Alliance, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you all. This elder was also a practitioner of the transformation stage, his voice enveloped in a rich aura that reverberated throughout the expansive auction hall. After a few trivial pleasantries, Manager Song finally introduced the first item up for bid. Ladies and gentlemen, the first item for auction today is the Fire Cloud Spirit Armor. This armor has been meticulously crafted by Master Jean of Grand Puppet City and has been authenticated to be of peak quality among low-tier spiritual treasures. When worn, it can undoubtedly withstand a full-force strike from an expert at the initial level of the transformation stage. And even those at the pinnacle of the transformation stage would find it challenging to breach its defenses. The starting bid for this item is 10,000 pure yuan pills. A few beautiful maidens approached, bearing a silver tray. As Song Tai lifted the brocade cloth, a deep crimson inner armor came into view, captivating the eyes of the assembly. A low-level spiritual treasure, yet an inner armor nonetheless. The appearance of this armor sparked immediate interest among many patrons within the auction house. Unlike figures such as Liu Xi, who possessed formidable strength and unparalleled capabilities, the majority of attendees were merely at the Yuan Dan realm, or even the Tian Yuan realm. Naturally, they were greatly enticed by such a treasure capable of withstanding the full force of a formidable opponent from the shaping realm. Ultimately, this exquisite crimson armor was sold to a gentleman for a price of 21,000. Subsequently, the auction house presented numerous items for bidding, including materials for crafting spiritual treasures, as well as superior martial techniques and methods. However, neither Liu Xi nor the enchanting Mu Qianqian made a single bid. These offerings held little value for them. Liu Xi, not to mention Mu Qianqian, was already a formidable figure in the realm of Qi formation. She found anything short of high-tier spiritual treasures beneath her notice. Among the items was the rare demon scale gold heart, an exceptional metal ideal for forging spiritual treasures, with an auction price set at 5,000 pure yuan dan. Another crafting material was presented, but while Liu Xi and his companions remained silent, Lin Dong took action. As others called out bids reaching 10,000, he decisively offered 15,000, successfully acquiring the item. Chapter 73. The Mysterious Cushion. Lin Dong takes action. Upon hearing Lin Dong's voice, Liu Xi was slightly taken aback, turning his head ever so slightly towards Lin Dong's direction. Hidden beneath a broad-brimmed hat, Lin Dong, tightly wrapped in his disguise, was also somewhat surprised to see Liu Xi glance in his direction. Despite having deliberately altered his voice to a hoarse tone, he had not anticipated being recognized by the esteemed Liu Xi. However, upon seeing Liu Xi's visage, Lin Dong was momentarily stunned, almost believing he had mistaken him for someone else. He quickly shook his head. Liu Xi's towering stature and commanding presence made him unmistakable. Liu Xi did not linger on Lin Dong for long, casting a brief glance before returning his gaze. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Mu Qianqian, intrigued by Liu Xi's reaction, glanced curiously in Lin Dong's direction. Lin Dong silently admired Liu Xi's charisma, noting how he always seemed to attract admirers. "Young Master Liu, do you know that person?" Mu Qianqian inquired, initiating conversation with Liu Xi. Liu Xi replied nonchalantly, without turning to face her. However, Mu Qianqian felt a flicker of excitement at having engaged him, followed by an internal chuckle at herself. She was, after all, renowned as a prodigious talent from the great wilderness prefecture. It was amusing that she felt elated merely by a man's acknowledgement, especially for such a simple response. As Liu Xi fell back into silence, Mu Qianqian, recognizing the cue, maintained her quietude. Yet, her interest in Lin Dong remained piqued, as she sought to uncover the true nature of Liu Xi through him. The auction continued, during which Lin Dong acquired several materials. He had not entrusted Liu Xi with the crafting of his celestial scale ancient halberd, primarily because he had yet to gather all the necessary materials. It would be unreasonable to expect Liu Xi to provide them. Hence, he had been utilizing a semi-finished product, which only reached the level of an intermediate spiritual treasure. Next, the item slated for auction appeared to be a spiritual treasure, albeit not one of offensive or defensive capabilities, merely categorized as an auxiliary type. Song Tai summoned the lovely maidens once more to present this item. As the brocade cloth was unveiled, an ancient yellow cushion came into view. Our esteemed appraisal expert from the Martial Alliance has verified that this cushion aids in calming the mind and invigorating the spirit. While it may not greatly assist in the cultivation of Yuan power, it should prove beneficial for talisman's masters, Song Tai explained to the audience. Upon hearing that this item lacked utility for Yuan power cultivation, many patrons immediately lost interest. Becoming a talisman master was no simple feat. Many spent their entire lives merely dabbling in Yuan power cultivation. Even if the cultivation manuals for talisman masters lay before them, without innate talent, they could not even begin. Thus, while they might be intrigued by items that aided Yuan power cultivation, anything that merely assisted talisman masters, no matter how precious, was akin to a delicacy without substance. The starting bid for this item was set at 40,000 pure yuan dan. Although its allure was lacking, the auction price was surprisingly high. Upon hearing this figure, many who had contemplated bidding quickly abandoned the thought. Lin Dong, however, was curious and sought to probe the secrets of the cushion with his spiritual energy, only to find that it could not penetrate the item. Lin Dong was taken aback. At that moment, the voice of the celestial mink echoed in his mind. Lin Dong, this cushion is rather extraordinary. It appears to seal something within. If you can acquire it, it should prove worthwhile. Oh, Lin Dong was somewhat surprised by the mink's comment. Yet, he was still cautious about trusting the creature, prompting him to inquire further in his mind. The mink, however, could not provide a definitive explanation, only hinting at a vague sensation regarding the cushion's nature. After much deliberation, Lin Dong decided to take a chance, recognizing that the celestial mink occasionally possessed broader insights than he did. Young Master Liu, can you discern what is unique about this cushion? Mu Qianqian inquired again, this time directing her question toward Liu Xi. Although she was not a talisman master, she understood the value placed on items that enhance spiritual power. Since even the Martial Alliance had not fully comprehended the item's nature, she was curious whether Liu Xi might possess some knowledge. Liu Xi shook his head, remaining silent. The cushion was undoubtedly a remarkable item, embedded with a special formation that could merge spiritual and yuan power, significantly enhancing one's combat prowess. Liu Xi had come specifically for this cushion, though there was no need to elucidate this to Mu Qianqian. 41,000 pure yuan dan. After a brief period of observation, someone finally ventured a bid. 43, 44, 45. As the bidding escalated, a feminine voice suddenly interrupted the ongoing competition. Is Hua Zong from the Yin Puppet sect? The Yin Puppet sect specialized in spiritual power cultivation and crafting talisman puppets, with Hua Zong being a formidable master in the Qi formation realm, also a talisman master. It was only natural for him to be interested in such an item. It seemed that this cushion would ultimately fall into Hua Zong's possession. Upon hearing his voice and seeing the owner of that voice, the auction house patrons began to whisper among themselves. Those who had intended to bid now fell silent. The Yin Puppet sect was a formidable entity in the Great Wilderness Prefecture, and Hua Zong was a powerful figure. They could not afford to offend him. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. He too had set his sights on the cushion and wished to try his luck at acquiring it. After Hua Zong made his bid, no one dared to continue. He muttered to himself that it was troublesome, yet emboldened by the celestial mink and his own advanced prowess in the shaping realm. He boldly called out, 70,000 pure yuan dan. The entire auction hall turned in unison, curious to discover who possessed the audacity to challenge Hua Zong for the item. Hua Zong's delicate gaze shifted toward Lin Dong, intrigued. Lin Dong was obscured by a conical hat, rendering his features indistinguishable. Hua Zong intended to probe with his mental energy, only to be thwarted by Lin Dong's defenses. Ah, this is rather intriguing. A faint smile of interest crept upon Hua Zong's lips as he calmly raised the bid. 80,000. Lin Dong, not one to fall behind, paused briefly in silence before countering 100,000. This time, Hua Zong narrowed his eyes, refraining from further bids. He could not discern the true nature of the mat and hesitated to risk 100,000 pure essence pills on it. However, he took note of Lin Dong, harboring a grudge against him. This fellow would surely face retribution when the opportunity arose. Just as the onlookers presumed that the mat would fall into the hands of the mysterious figure clad in the hat, a soft voice from Liu Xi echoed clearly through the crowd. 110,000. Chapter 74. The ingenious Mu Qianqian, the city lord takes action. Liu Xi's bid took many by surprise. Previously, he had astounded the crowd by effortlessly dispatching a formidable foe outside the auction hall. Now, as he placed a bid, all eyes turned incredulously toward him. Liu Xi's reputation remained formidable. His enigmatic nature and considerable strength led many to believe that whatever he sought was undoubtedly extraordinary. Numerous individuals, who had initially relinquished their pursuit of the item, now felt their interest reignite. Hua Zong, who had previously opted to forego contention, cast a deep glance in Liu Xi's direction before straightening up, intending to observe the mat's mysterious qualities further. Liu Xi, too, has taken a liking to this mat? Lin Dong furrowed his brow slightly, for he was acutely aware that Liu Xi must have recognized him. Given Liu Xi's prowess and his inscrutable mental fortitude, discerning the disguises of everyone present would be a trivial task. Yet, Liu Xi had identified him and still chose to bid, indicating a strong desire to possess it. With this thought, Lin Dong prudently decided against further bidding, no matter how precious the mat was. It could not compare to the invaluable teachings and martial arts imparted by Liu Xi. Such gratitude would never permit him to act in gratitude. As Lin Dong withdrew from the bidding, The crowd assumed he had conceded upon seeing Liu Xi's offer. Yet, they had no intentions of retreating. 120,000. Immediately, someone countered with a new bid. Although Liu Xi was formidable, the auction was a fair competition, and he could not simply seize the item outright. If necessary, he could always depart after the auction, or even vanish without a trace. In any case, while Liu Xi instilled a sense of awe, he had not yet evoked fear. 130,000. Following the initial bid, others observed Liu Xi's lack of extreme reaction and began to follow suit. 150,000. Hua Zong abruptly escalated the price to 150,000, a considerable sum. Typical high-grade spirit treasures were valued around 100,000 pure essence pills. Thus, 150,000 was sufficient to acquire a top-tier, high-grade spirit treasure. Many who had considered bidding withdrew, realizing that if they acquired it without understanding its value, they would incur significant losses. Young Master Liu, do you still desire this mat? Beside Liu Xi, Mu Qianqian turned to him with a playful smile. Her delicate peach blossom eyes alluringly captivating. 200,000. Liu Xi offered no reply, instead raising the bid to 200,000 in one swift motion. The moment this figure was announced, numerous attendees gasped in shock. Even the three major factions would treat the expenditure of 200,000 pure essence pills with utmost seriousness. Hua Zong glanced toward Liu Xi, ultimately deciding to withdraw from the contest. Liu Xi's strength was formidable, and the mat was beyond his comprehension. It was not worth incurring enmity and risking 20,000 pure essence pills for an item of uncertain value. Ultimately, the mat was secured by Liu Xi for the price of 200,000 pure essence pills. Mu Qianqian, curious as to why Liu Xi would invest so heavily in what appeared to be an unremarkable mat, leaned closer, playfully inquiring, "Young Master Liu, what is the purpose of this mat? Please enlighten me." Liu Xi turned to her with a dispassionate glance and replied, "This mat is of no use to you." Mu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with interest as she responded, "Could it be that you are a talisman master, young Master Liu?" After all, the known function of the mat was to assist talisman masters in cultivating their mental energy, and Mu Qianqian, being astute, quickly deduced that Liu Xi might also be a talisman master. Liu Xi offered no further commentary, redirecting his gaze back to the auction stage. Perceiving his disinterest, Mu Qianqian cast him an annoyed look before falling silent. After the mat's auction concluded, the event continued. While there were other notable items, none held significance for Liu Xi. Conversely, both Mu Qianqian and Lin Dong successfully bid on several spirit herbs and martial arts techniques. The grand finale of the auction was a high-grade spirit treasure known as the Xianhuang Earth Armor, reputed to originate from an ancient sect within the Great Wilderness, with a starting bid of 120,000 pure essence pills. Ultimately, this item fell into Hua Zong's possession for the sum of 180,000 pure essence pills. As the auction came to a close, Mu Qianqian realized Liu Xi held disdain for all items except that mysterious mat, deepening her curiosity regarding his origins and background. However, Liu Xi's indifferent demeanor left her feeling quite vexed. When it came time to settle the pure essence pills and auction items, Mu Qianqian accompanied Liu Xi. Although Liu Xi did not possess an abundance of pure essence pills, he had many valuable items, including beast crystals from the shaping and qi-generating realms, as well as some rare spirit herbs, more than sufficient to offset the cost of the 200,000 pure essence pills. The ancient yellow mat ultimately came into Liu Xi's possession. "Miss Qianqian, I did not realize you were here," as Liu Xi collected his auction items. Hua Zong of the Yin puppet sect approached. He greeted Mu Qianqian warmly before turning to Liu Xi with a smile. "I am Hua Zong of the Yin puppet sect. You, esteemed guest, must not be from my great wilderness county. May I have the honor of befriending you?" His primary intention was to gauge Liu Xi's strength and inquire about the mat's purpose. However, Liu Xi had no desire for friendship. He merely replied, "Not interested." Before walking away, Hua Zong's expression darkened, yet due to Liu Xi's prowess, he refrained from further remarks. Mu Qianqian, surpassing Aleph, casually greeted Hua Zong before hastily following after Liu Xi. Just as Liu Xi stepped out of the auction hall, a powerful aura descended from the heavens. Simultaneously, a voice imbued with authority resonated through the ears of countless individuals who had just exited the auction house. Chao have been in seclusion for days, unaware of the esteemed guest gracing our great puppet city. To think that one could single-handedly slay the venerable Mu Ying of our city, Lord's Manor. Such power is truly admirable. Might I request the esteemed guests to reveal themselves? The resounding voice swept through the entirety of Great Puppet City. As a formidable figure clad in a brocade robe appeared in the skies above the auction hall, his piercing tiger-like gaze surveying the astonished crowd below. It was the city lord. To think even the city lord of Great Puppet City had been stirred. Liu Xi was surely in for a tumultuous encounter. The intensity of the aura was overwhelming. It felt as though the very heavens and earth bore down upon them, crushing anyone who dared entertain rebellious thoughts into oblivion. Was this the might of a transcendence realm expert? It seemed that no one in Great Puppet City could withstand the pressure emanating from him. The moment the domineering man clad in a brocade robe made his appearance, countless individuals in the city of Doupo underwent a drastic change in expression. Even Mu Qianqian, who was merely one realm away from the creation realm, alongside Huazong and others, wore faces of grave concern, gazing up at the imposing figure in the sky with a mixture of trepidation and awe. Chapter 75. The startled and fearful Mu Qianqian. Instantly, Mu Qianqian turned to look at Liu Xi, eager to discern his reaction amid such a scene. However, the sight that met her wide, astonished eyes unfolded in an instant. Those who love are loved in return. Those who respect are respected in turn. Similarly, those who kill are killed in turn. Since Elder Mu Ing dared to offend me, it is only natural that I strike him down. Does the city lord harbor any objections to my actions? Liu Xi paused momentarily, and suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from him, seemingly transcending all beings. This aura lifted Liu Xi's form into the sky, standing in confrontation with the city lord of Doupo. Even the city lord, a formidable figure within the creation realm, felt his pupils constrict at the moment Liu Xi's aura manifested. Meanwhile, the onlookers below were already rendered speechless by the unfolding events. They had not anticipated that the city lord of Doupo, a powerhouse of the creation realm, would personally intervene, only to be met by Liu Xi without yielding an inch. Could it be that he too was a powerhouse of the creation realm? Mu Qianqian's elongated, beautiful eyes widened in realization, and she inhaled sharply at the thought of a certain possibility. Those who kill are killed in turn. Such words resonate well with me. However, Elder Mu Ing is, after all, a member of my city lord's estate. Esteemed sir, as you brazenly slay my estate's personnel within Doupo, should you not offer me an explanation? The city lord of Doupo, Xiao Hong, scrutinized Liu Xi with piercing eyes. Then, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, his demeanor suddenly becoming sharp and domineering as he directed his imposing presence toward Liu Xi, demanding, "What kind of explanation does the city lord require?" Liu Xi met Xiao Hong's newfound arrogance with an indifferent gaze. With prolonged inactivity, one cannot establish authority. Since you have slain a member of my estate, why not allow me to see if you possess the capability to leave Doupo unscathed? Upon uttering these words, Xiao Hong's essence surged violently, rolling like a tempest above Doupo. Boom! The entire city resonated with the thunderous waves of his essence. Countless spectators looked up in awe at the terrifying spectacle unfolding in the sky, their respect and fear for the creation realm powers growing exponentially. When their gaze shifted from Xiao Hong to Liu Xi, they were momentarily taken aback. For even in this dire moment, Liu Xi's demeanor remained remarkably composed. Great Shield Mountain Seal. Xiao Hong's eyes widened, blazing with intensity as he commanded the swirling essence to coalesce into an immensely thick, earth-colored giant shield, hurtling towards Liu Xi like a cannonball, tearing through the heavens with a deafening roar. In the face of such an imposing force, Liu Xi appeared diminutive. Just as the onlookers expected him to evade the impending strike, Liu Xi, to their astonishment, extended a hand and lightly pointed. Technique. Once more, a brilliant beam of golden light surged forth from Liu Xi's fingertip, slicing through the sky and piercing the clouds. In an instant, it stood before the massive earth-colored shield. Despite the shield being as colossal as a mountain and inscribed with mysterious runes, the golden light seemed almost insignificant, akin to a slender thread. Yet, as the golden radiance pierced through the formidable shield, it swiftly traversed behind it, passing through Xiao Hong's body as well. The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? Xiao Hong, incredulous, looked down to see a gaping hole in his chest, completely scorched. In an instant, his imposing aura dissipated, and his once mighty form seemed to lose all support as he plummeted from the sky. "Father!" Xiao Tong shouted, rushing from the street towards where his father was falling. Meanwhile, the enormous shield halted before Liu Xi, halted by an irresistible force, and then dissipated into nothingness. The city lord is dead, a powerhouse of the creation realm, slain in a single strike. What kind of strength is this? Such terror is unfathomable. This cannot possibly be the work of a mere creation realm warrior, for even they could not so easily dispatch a city lord of minor accomplishment. Liu Xi's might is truly fearsome. Once again, that same technique. The inhabitants of Doupo stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixated on Xiao Hong's lifeless body as it fell from the sky. They gazed in astonishment at the still unruffled Liu Xi. Huazong was drenched in cold sweat. How fortunate he was not to have offended Liu Xi. Had he recklessly attempted to seize the mat from Liu Xi, he would surely be the one lying dead now. Mu Qianqian covered her mouth, rendered speechless by the shock. No matter how she imagined it, she could scarcely believe that such a young Liu Xi was a being of strength surpassing the creation realm. Not only that, but he had effortlessly dispatched a creation realm warrior with a single strike. Even the strongest among their three great factions would struggle to achieve such a feat. As she contemplated this, Mu Qianqian could no longer maintain her composure. Fear and anxiety gripped her heart, her delicate form trembling ever so slightly. Liu Xi's power is simply too formidable, and that technique of his, its might is extraordinary. Lin Dong, too, was left in awe of Liu Xi's prowess. He had thought his own strength, having reached the peak of the shaping realm, was commendable, yet Liu Xi's capabilities remained inscrutable. That golden light possessed formidable power, likely reaching the realms of spirit martial arts, or even heavenly martial arts. It was undoubtedly a trump card. Young man, you should not delve into such thoughts. The celestial beast within Lin Dong's essence spoke without mercy, for even it could not fathom the full extent of that golden light's power. It did not believe that Liu Xi would casually impart such a technique to another. Spirit martial arts, heavenly martial arts. Lin Dong inwardly gasped in awe. Such levels of techniques and martial arts are beyond his reach. While the Thunder God technique and the 3,000 thunder movements that Liu Xi imparted to him had indeed reached the pinnacle of spirit martial arts, he was still far from mastering them to perfection. Chapter 76. Replacing in the ancient Qian Kuan array. With Qiao Hong's death, the world was in shock. Though not invincible, a powerhouse of the creation realm possesses formidable vitality, and their internal essence can transform into protective barriers, guarding against surprise attacks. Even among equals in the creation realm, it is a daunting task to eliminate them. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the renowned Qiao Hong, a top-tier powerhouse throughout the entire Yan dynasty, was annihilated by Liu Xi in a single strike. Liu Xi effortlessly dispatched Qiao Hong without a twinge of remorse. As he himself proclaimed, those who take life are invariably met with death. Although he was uncertain whether Qiao Hong harbored intentions to kill him, one must be prepared for death when contemplating violence against another. Liu Xi's gaze casually swept across the entirety of the great puppet city. Wherever his eyes fell, the faces of the onlookers were etched with awe and astonishment. I am Liu Xi. With the death of the former lord, the great puppet city is now leaderless. Henceforth, I shall assume the title of lord, and the city shall be renamed Liu City. The personnel in the lord's manor are hereby ordered to vacate within 3 days, or face extermination. All factions within the city, gather at the lord's manor in 3 days. I have new regulations to announce. Any who fail to attend or treat this lightly will be expelled from Liu City. Liu Xi's resounding voice reverberated throughout the great puppet city and even beyond its walls, reaching many surrounding villages and towns. After delivering his decree, Liu Xi transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished from sight. Upon hearing his proclamation, every individual and faction within the great puppet city was thrown into turmoil. Had the city truly changed hands? Was Liu Xi indeed after the lordship? What new regulations would this newly appointed lord impose? Chaos was surely brewing in the great puppet city. Not only were the various factions stunned, but Mu Qianqian and Lin Dong were equally taken aback. Liu Xi's sudden move to take control of the great puppet city caught them completely off guard. The young Master Liu intended to directly take on the mantle of the city's lord. It seemed the landscape of the great puppet city was about to shift dramatically. Mu Qianqian gazed up in the direction of Liu Xi's disappearance, murmuring softly. While it is true that individual strength could indeed usurp the position of a city lord in the great wilderness prefecture, each change of leadership represented a significant upheaval for the various factions within the city. Apart from the fees imposed by the lord's manor for the factions to establish themselves, each new lord would receive considerable treasures in a bid for favor from the new ruler. A new lord tends to ignite a fire of change, often leading to the downfall of some factions. It appears I must hastily return and prepare to curry favor with our esteemed Liu Gongzi. Alas, if only I had foreseen this. Mu Qianqian sighed, her face marred with regret as she felt anxious about her sex standing in the great puppet city. Liu Qianbei intends to settle in the great puppet city? With his prowess, he even deigns to notice such a small place as the Yan dynasty? Lin Dong expressed his astonishment, having initially believed that someone of Liu Xi's caliber would not linger long in such a modest region. Yet it now appeared that Liu Xi had grand ambitions for the great wilderness prefecture. After leaving the auction house, Liu Xi returned to the Daqian Tower, retrieving the ancient yellow mat to study. He focused on the array contained within, which could skillfully balance and combine both elemental and spiritual energies. This would yield a power far exceeding that which could be produced by either force alone. However, the array within the mat possessed capabilities beyond mere energy amalgamation. It could also decompose energy. Lin Dong had relied on this array to sweep through formidable foes and eradicate countless masters of the Yuan sect. The array, known as the Qian Ancient Array, was a creation of the ancestral symbol and one of the ancient relics. Liu Xi's knowledge and strength allowed him to harness both elemental and spiritual energies, as well as decompose various powers. However, given that the Qian Ancient Array was an ancient relic, Liu Xi's current strength was insufficient to configure such a complex and intricate formation. Now that he had a ready-made version, it was prudent to utilize it and save considerable effort. As Liu Xi endeavored to extract the array from the ancient yellow mat for his own use, Mu Qianqian returned to the Daqian Tower. Upon learning that Liu Xi was still residing there, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief and began to strategize on how to approach him to seek forgiveness and establish rapport. Yet, before she could make her move, an immense and overwhelming force erupted from the room where Liu Xi was located. In an instant, this force swept across the entirety of the great puppet city. The previously tranquil atmosphere erupted as countless elemental energies began to surge violently, congregating towards the Daqian Tower. Ultimately, a colossal, multicolored vortex of energy formed above the tower. With a cacophony of sound, innumerable streams of energy converged towards Mu Qianqian and her companions, leaving them bewildered. What is happening? What could possibly cause this? Is this emanating from the room of the new Lord Liu? Could it be that he is in the midst of some intense cultivation? Yet, the magnitude of this phenomenon is simply astounding. The entire elemental energy of the great puppet city was being drawn to this singular point. Many powerful individuals within and around the Daqian Tower were also stirred by this extraordinary spectacle. While they were in awe of the celestial occurrence, Liu Xi found himself somewhat exasperated. He had just extracted the Qian Ancient Array from the ancient yellow mat and integrated it into his being when it began to voraciously draw upon his elemental energy. It was evident that the Qian Ancient Array had developed a semblance of sentience, akin to the ancestral symbol or some of the unique fires Liu Xi had encountered. Once a divine object gains consciousness, it rarely accepts a master lightly. Lin Dong had managed to subdue the Qian Ancient Array through the powers of the Chosen One, the ancestral symbol's new master, and the devouring ancestral symbol. Clearly, the array was reluctant to submit to Liu Xi so easily. Thus, shortly after being forcibly extracted and integrated into Liu Xi, it began to resist by voraciously consuming his elemental energy. Liu Xi, however, remained unfazed, entering a state of peak cultivation to absorb the elemental energy of the entire great puppet city to replenish it. He was eager to see just how long the Qian Ancient Array could sustain its insatiable appetite. Of course, passively allowing the array to absorb elemental energy was not a viable option. Liu Xi understood he must locate the heart of the ancient array and forcefully suppress it to fully subjugate it. Therefore, while infusing it with vast amounts of elemental energy, he also sent his spiritual force into the Qian Ancient Array in search of its heart. The Qian Ancient Array was exceedingly intricate. On the surface, it appeared as a glowing orb, but upon delving inside, one would be ensnared by a multitude of entangled and intertwined runes, leaving one disoriented. Most ordinary symbol masters or martial artists would likely be overwhelmed, suffering grievous injuries or even death upon entry. However, this did not apply to Liu Xi. His spiritual force transcended the imperial realm, even surpassing that of the creator of the array, the ancestral symbol. Thus, penetrating the Qian Ancient Array to find its heart was a trivial endeavor for him. While this was a simple task for Liu Xi, those outside, including Mu Qianqian and her companions, did not share the same sentiment. The energy vortex spun for an entire day. After the initial shock and astonishment, Mu Qianqian and others began to cultivate around the vicinity of Liu Xi's room. With a thunderous boom, a powerful aura erupted from Liu Xi's chamber. Mu Qianqian and her companions stood up from the ground, their faces reflecting a mixture of regret and surprise. Ah, so close. If only Liu Gongzi could cultivate for a few more days. This energy vortex is truly a sanctuary for cultivation. Even the residual energy it exudes has allowed me to forego days of arduous training. The new city lord is exceptionally formidable. The phenomena he invokes during his cultivation have greatly benefited us. If I could remain perpetually by his side, would it not propel me to unimaginable heights? The throng surrounding the Dacian tower gazed eagerly and longingly towards the direction of Liu Xi's chamber. Merely the scenes during his cultivation were enough to transform a location into a sacred ground for training. Such prowess transcends their comprehension. The Qian ancient array is quite impressive as well. Inside the room, Liu Xi regarded the transparent orb of light in his palm with satisfaction. After a day's effort, he had finally subdued the Qian ancient array entirely. His strength had ascended to the pinnacle of Qi generation, with only a step remaining to reach the realm of creation. Sensing the fluctuations of Yuan power within him, a subtle smile graced Liu Xi's face. Having remained indoors all day, he finally rose to venture outside. Creak. Congratulations, young Master Liu, on your successful breakthrough. Perhaps I should address you as City Lord Liu from now on. A tall, enchanting figure greeted him with a playful smile as he stepped out of his chamber. Congratulations, City Lord. Congratulations, young Master Liu. The crowd around him also expressed their warm congratulations with enthusiasm. Liu Xi nodded slightly, choosing not to engage with them, and simply instructed the manager of Dacian Tower to prepare a feast for him. Mu Qianqian, ever perceptive, informed Liu Xi that everything was already prepared. During his meal, few dared to disturb him, while Mu Qianqian diligently served tea and water, displaying exceptional attentiveness. She urged Liu Xi to be magnanimous and not to hold her to account for her earlier demeanor. 3 days swiftly passed. Upon Liu Xi's arrival at the city lord's residence, it was already teeming with people. At the forefront stood representatives from various factions within the great wilderness county, all responsible for the affairs of Dou Qi City. With Liu Xi now at the helm of Dou Qi City, renamed Liu City, their presence was a show of support. Liu Xi paid them little heed, merely announcing several important matters. Dou Qi City is hereby renamed Liu City. All forms of combat are strictly prohibited in public areas. The Liu City will establish the Liu Forest Army to maintain order, punish the wicked, and eradicate violence. Additionally, the Liu Forest Academy, Liu Forest College, and Liu Forest School will be established to impart knowledge and attract talent from across the land. He also mentioned that adjustments would be made regarding management fees for various factions, original inhabitants, and newcomers, to be disclosed at an appropriate time. The factions were evidently taken aback by Liu Xi's earnest approach to governance. Just the establishment of the Liu Forest Academy, Liu Forest College, and Liu Forest School indicated Liu Xi's grand ambitions. What astonished them even more were the rewards he promised. Anyone joining the Liu Forest Army would receive an exceptional cultivation technique and martial arts manual. Those who made significant contributions to the governance of Liu City could even acquire techniques at the creation level. As for higher-tier spiritual and celestial martial arts, Liu Xi refrained from mentioning them, knowing that such revelations would only invite unnecessary complications. Although he was unafraid of trouble and capable of handling it, he preferred a measured approach rather than overwhelming himself with numerous trivial matters. After Liu Xi concluded his announcements, many factions and ordinary citizens breathed a sigh of relief. Relieved as long as they were not being exploited. However, those who had thrived through unscrupulous means in Liu City felt quite uncomfortable, such as the Yin Puppet sect, notorious for their nefarious deeds, along with various gangs engaged in scams and robberies. If Liu Xi were to establish the Liu Forest Army to purge them, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. Liu Xi, however, was indifferent to their sentiments. In the realm he governed, peace and tranquility were paramount. While it was impossible to ensure that only light prevailed, at the very least, he aimed to create an environment where people could live comfortably, free from the horrors of public violence and moral decay. As Liu Xi concluded his announcements, inquiries began to arise. City Lord Liu, could you clarify the requirements for joining the Liu Forest Army? Do we, the small factions that have long survived among the beasts, qualify to join? Yes, City Lord Liu. If we come from martial arts schools, can we join the Liu Forest Army? And what about us wanderers who have no roots in Liu City? The allure of exceptional cultivation techniques and martial arts was irresistible, prompting many to voice their questions eagerly. Liu Xi raised his hand, signaling for silence before responding. Anyone of upright character, with sound limbs, and capable of adhering to regulations, may join the Liu Forest Army, regardless of origin or background, be it from martial arts schools, gangs, or as wanderers. Those who can uphold discipline, punish the wicked, and eradicate violence are welcome. However, There is one requirement. Applicants must possess strength at least at the heavenly origin level. Specific details will be announced later. Furthermore, I have an additional matter of greater urgency that you should all heed. I am recruiting individuals capable of managing the formation of the Liu Forest Army, the Liu Forest Academy, College, and School, as well as overseeing the various administrative fees of Liu City. Those with the requisite talent may come forward to the City Lord's residence to present themselves. Once confirmed, they will be granted immediate access to creation-level cultivation techniques. With that, Liu Xi dismissed the crowd, allowing them to disperse and prepare. Chapter 78. Lin Dong, Liu Forest Army. The prospect of 3 creation-level techniques and corresponding martial arts left the crowd astounded. In the Great Wilderness County, even the 3 major factions, the Een Puppet Sect, the Martial Alliance, and the Great Demon Sect, would struggle to produce a complete set of creation-level techniques and corresponding martial arts. They might have obtained 1 or 2 creation-level martial arts from the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel, but the existence of creation-level techniques was beyond their wildest dreams. Even so, possessing such resources would enable them to sweep through the Great Wilderness County and emerge as a top-tier faction. Yet, Liu Xi alone could present 3 creation-level techniques alongside 3 corresponding martial arts manuals. Such depth and ambition compelled them to regard Liu Xi's origins and capabilities with utmost seriousness. Creation-level techniques and corresponding martial arts. Mu Qianqian's eyes sparkled, her breath quickened, her heart racing with excitement. The Great Demon Sect's demon armor technique only barely reached the level of creation-level martial arts, and training in it was exceedingly arduous. Should they acquire Liu Xi's creation-level techniques and corresponding martial arts, it would undoubtedly enhance their strength dramatically. We must secure one of those 3 creation-level techniques and their accompanying martial arts. Mu Qianqian declared resolutely, her fair fist clenched tightly. She was not alone in her aspirations. Leaders from Een Puppet Sect and the Martial Alliance shared the same determination. They wasted no time returning to their respective headquarters to gather senior members and relay the news to their sect leaders and alliance heads. The allure of creation-level martial arts had also captivated Lin Dong. Although he had been taught the Thunder God technique, the 3,000 thunder movements, and the descent of the Thunder God, the high tier of these techniques had only allowed him to master a small portion. The most formidable of them, the descent of the Thunder God, remained beyond his current capabilities, as his Yuan power and physical form could not sustain its execution. His offensive methods still relied on the Celestial Scale Spear technique obtained from the Ancient Tomb Manor and the Great Sun Thunder Body from the Stone Talisman, along with his mental prowess. Thus, he was understandably envious of the creation-level martial arts. Young man, has your heart been stirred? The little weasel chuckled within Lin Dong's body. Who wouldn't be tempted by transcendent martial art? Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement. However, he expressed concern about the limitations imposed by Senior Liu's Liu Lin army. If it meant being confined to the Great Wilderness County or the Great Yan dynasty, he certainly could not endure it. Lin Dong found himself in a quandary, torn between his desire for the transcendent martial arts in Liu Xi's possession and his aversion to excessive restrictions. If you wish to avoid being forever tethered to the Great Wilderness County, then simply forego the transcendent martial arts. After all, they are merely at the transcendent level. Once the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel is activated, you might discover something of equal value within it. The little weasel was utterly unconcerned. It held no regard for transcendent martial arts or even spiritual martial arts. Having been born of the Celestial Weasel clan and trained in the pinnacle martial arts of the demon race since childhood, ordinary martial arts and transcendent martial arts were beneath its notice, and it had no intention of imparting them to Lin Dong. Thus, Lin Dong ultimately acquiesced to his yearning for freedom, choosing to relinquish his pursuit of the transcendent martial arts, though he abandoned the opportunity. Mu Qianqian and the others did not. That very evening, Mu Qianqian personally visited, expressing her desire to secure the position of the Liu Lin army's founder. She wasn't uninterested in the other 2 positions, but managing the financial statistics was arduous and often unrewarding. Establishing the Liu Lin Academy, Liu Lin Institute, and Liu Lin School was excessively time-consuming, a long-term endeavor. In contrast, the Liu Lin army was different. Commanding military power and acquiring a superior martial art to train one's own was an ideal fit. However, Liu Xi flatly declined a request. The leadership position of the Liu Lin army would not be granted to anyone from the 3 major factions. This had been Liu Xi's premeditated decision. The Liu Lin army's leadership roles would not be allotted to the Een Puppet Sect, the Great Demon Sect, or the Martial Alliance, as those factions would find it all too convenient to exploit their power for personal gain. Mu Qianqian's disappointment was palpable as her mouth slightly parted. After a moment, she inquired, "Young Master Liu, If the position of the Lu Lin army cannot be entrusted to us, may we take charge of establishing the Lu Lin Academy, Lu Lin Institute, and Lu Lin School? Among the three roles, the latter task seemed relatively light. Though they would consume considerable time for Mu Qianqian, it was still a commendable undertaking. Prepare a detailed proposal. If it meets my satisfaction, I may consider entrusting the position to you, Liu Xi replied, neither refusing outright nor granting immediate approval. He asked Mu Qianqian to prepare first. If her enthusiasm was fleeting and she could not present a solid plan, it would be futile to assign the role to her. Rest assured, Great Demon Sect will present you with a satisfactory proposal. Mu Qianqian's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Liu Xi's words seemed to ensure her success. Subsequently, she inquired further about Liu Xi's specific requirements for establishing the Lu Lin Academy, Lu Lin Institute, and Lu Lin School, such as the criteria for admissions. When she heard Liu Xi state that anyone of appropriate age could be admitted to the school for learning, and upon successful completion of their studies, they would be allowed to advance to the academy and institute to study more profound techniques and martial arts. She gazed at him with newfound admiration. In the great wilderness county, and indeed across the entire Tianxian continent, few acted without ulterior motives. Self-interest guided nearly every action taken. Rarely did anyone consider the fates and futures of ordinary people. Even her own great demon sect operated similarly. She had assumed Liu Xi was merely establishing a talent repository for his own benefit, only to discover that he even considered those seemingly worthless ordinary children, willing to invest in their opportunities for learning. Such audacity was truly commendable. With a sense of admiration and astonishment toward Liu Xi, Mu Qianqian departed from the Lord's mansion. After her departure, representatives from the Yin Puppet Sect and Martial Alliance arrived, expressing their willingness to take over the Lu Lin army and the management of financial affairs. Liu Xi's response remained unchanged. While they could join the Lu Lin army, the leadership role would not be granted to them. Though the representatives from the Yin Puppet Sect and Martial Alliance felt regret, they could only vie for the other two positions. Liu Xi instructed them to prepare, assuring them he would select the most suitable candidate, thereby allowing for fair competition among the factions. After the factions left, Lin Dong arrived once more. He pondered for a moment before deciding to pay Liu Xi a visit. It would be remiss not to, especially since he had been recognized. Liu Xi's eyes lit up at Lin Dong's arrival. I have a position for you. I wonder if you would be inclined to accept it? Liu Xi inquired with a smile. Senior Liu, what do you mean? Lin Dong's heart raced, sensing he might have guessed correctly. I wish for you to oversee the establishment of the Lu Lin army in Lu City, Liu Xi stated candidly. Yet, Lin Dong hesitated, grappling with his reservations. I understand your concerns, but if you manage the Lu Lin army, I will not impose excessive restrictions upon you. You have come to the Great Wilderness County for the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel, have you not? Before its activation, if you remain in Lu City to oversee the Lu Lin army, I can impart to you a transcendent lightning attribute martial art. After the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel is activated, should you wish to remain with the Lu Lin army, you may do so. If not, you need only find me a new leader. How do you find these terms? Surely, they're acceptable to you? Liu Xi asked with a smile. But, Senior Liu, I lack experience in such matters. Lin Dong was intrigued, yet apprehensive about possibly jeopardizing Liu Xi's plans. Every endeavor has its first attempt. If you truly do not know, you may have the little creature within you instruct you, Liu Xi remarked casually, glancing at Lin Dong's palm. Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat. Although Liu Xi had long known about the little creature, he was aware that Liu Xi was not impressed by his stone talisman. Nonetheless, each mention of this subject sent shivers down his spine. The celestial weasel, however, could no longer contain itself. It emerged from within Lin Dong, floating nearby, appearing reverent while actually voicing its complaints. Young Master Liu, I am a celestial weasel. The title was enunciated with great emphasis. Liu Xi merely glanced at it and remarked nonchalantly, You now resemble a mouse. Little weasel, as a member of the celestial weasel clan with noble blood, commanding an army should pose no challenge for you, correct? Upon hearing Liu Xi refer to it as Little Weasel and acknowledge its noble lineage, the creature's demeanor swelled with pride. Without hesitation, it boasted, What difficulty is there in leading an army? In my prime, as the heir of the celestial weasel clan, entire legions serve me. Such tasks are indeed trivial. That sounds promising. In that case, I entrust the affairs of the Lu Lin army to you and Lin Dong. This should pose no problem, correct? Liu Xi chuckled. Lin Dong turned to the little weasel, who responded, Indeed, no problem. However, the little creature's eyes darted mischievously. Yet, if this Lin Dong lad is to obtain a transcendent martial art as the mastermind behind it, I cannot simply work without due compensation. the little weasel began to negotiate for benefits. In the past, it would never have dared to emerge or demand anything. Only now, having realized Liu Xi was relatively accommodating and easy to deal with, did it muster the courage to step forward and make requests. Lin Dong merely rolled his eyes, lacking the experience or inclination to counter the little weasel's demands. I can impart to you the method of soul cultivation. While it may not grant you the ability to reshape your physical form, it will enable you to cultivate and strengthen yourself in your current demonic spirit state. Liu Xi stated, "What? The method of soul cultivation? How could you possess such a long-lost treasure?" The little weasel exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Mental prowess and the soul are fundamentally distinct. Mental prowess can be cultivated through common talismanic texts, but the soul represents the essence of an individual. Unless one encounters a fortuitous opportunity, or continually strengthens as one's power grows, it is typically impossible for even the most formidable talisman masters to possess a soul of great strength. Even I, the little weasel, lack a method of soul cultivation and can only rely on the ordinary consumption of demonic spirits to enhance my being. Yet here is Liu Xi, producing such a remarkable treasure. This revelation filled it with astonishment and delight. Without further explanation, Liu Xi reached out, and a golden light penetrated the little weasel's brow. Initially, it wore a blank expression, lost in stupor. Just as Lin Dong began to worry, it suddenly erupted in joyous shouts, bouncing around in exuberance. "Ha! It truly is a method of soul cultivation. This is splendid. I, the Weasel Lord, am on the path to reclaiming my peak." The little weasel was overwhelmed with joy, almost losing its composure. Liu Xi, undeterred by the ecstatic outburst of the celestial weasel, turned to Lin Dong, sending forth another beam of golden light. This was Liu Xi's second transmission of power. Lin Dong, with no reservations, allowed the golden light to merge into his mind. The thunderclap arc explosion, an advanced martial art of the creation level. Lin Dong was thrilled to find that the lightning attribute technique imparted to him was not merely an ordinary creation-level martial art, but rather an advanced one. It was among the most potent martial arts he had encountered, second only to the spiritual martial arts bestowed by Liu Xi. "Thank you, esteemed Liu. I assure you, I will not betray your trust." Lin Dong declared earnestly, his determination evident. "Very well, during this period, you shall reside directly in the city lord's mansion. Shortly, the servants will arrange accommodations for you," Liu Xi instructed. The city lord's mansion was expansive. Though many of Liu Xi's confidants and members of the Chao family had departed, numerous servants remained. Understood, Lin Dong nodded in agreement. Residing in the city lord's mansion would indeed facilitate his tasks. Thus, Liu Xi finalized the personnel responsible for the Lulin army. The following day, Mu Qianqian, Huazong, and members of the Martial Alliance returned, presenting their preliminary planning proposals. Liu Xi merely skimmed through them before appointing Mu Qianqian of the Great Demon Sect to oversee the establishment of Lulin Academy and Lulin School. The representatives from the Yin Puppet Sect and Martial Alliance exhibited some dissatisfaction. Yet upon reviewing Mu Qianqian's preliminary proposal, they begrudgingly accepted the outcome. Women, it seemed, tended to be more meticulous and comprehensive in their considerations. Moreover, Mu Qianqian invested considerable resources, ensuring that most of the personnel from the Great Demon Sect participated without compensation. They offered benefits before receiving any themselves. It's no wonder Liu Xi chose her. The Martial Alliance and Yin Puppet Sect once again competed for the financial management position, overseeing administrative costs. Regrettably, the Yin Puppet Sect chose a path of exploitation. Despite Liu Xi's admonishments, they failed to conceive a plan that would benefit both the people and themselves. Ultimately, the position fell to the Martial Alliance. Huazong, seething with frustration, found himself powerless. He dared not oppose Liu Xi and could only depart in discontent. With the three major positions confirmed, Liu Xi fulfilled his promise, imparting creation-level cultivation techniques to them. The corresponding advanced creation-level martial arts would be withheld for the time being until they completed their tasks. Both Mu Qianqian and the Martial Alliance expressed no objections. Indeed, receiving a creation-level cultivation technique left them in a state of elation, their heads spinning with excitement over the anticipated advanced creation-level martial arts. This, in turn, motivated them to work even harder. Chapter 80. The Conspiracy Against Liu Xi. Bang! This Liu Xi is clearly targeting our Yin Puppet Sect. Huazong bellowed, agitated. Of the three major positions, only our Yin Puppet Sect was overlooked. The claim that the Lulin army would not include members from the three great factions is utterly absurd. He clearly intends for our sect to miss out on the creation-level techniques and martial arts. Moreover, the absurd rules he has established, prohibiting fighting within the city, forbidding exploitation of the weak, and banning underhanded dealings, are nothing short of nonsense. The Great Wilderness Prefecture is, by nature, a place where the strong prey upon the weak. Here, power is king, and he aspires to be a savior. In the Puppet Sect's branch, Hua Zong expressed his ire, pacing angrily as no one dared to speak. Useless. You are all a bunch of good-for-nothings. You cannot even devise a proper plan for establishing an academy or a school. You cannot even compile a management budget without it being rejected. What use is it for the Puppet Sect to sustain such incompetence? After venting his frustrations, he shifted the blame onto the members of the Puppet Sect branch. With heads bowed, they dared not utter a word. They had been nurtured in an environment devoid of rationality, and asking them to consider how to benefit both the city and its people was an unreasonable demand. Witnessing their incompetence only fueled Hua Zong's anger. Just as he was about to erupt again, a figure entered from outside. "Zong, what has you so enraged?" The newcomer was a tall, elderly man, but what drew attention was the piercing brilliance emanating from his eyes. Upon seeing the elder, Hua Zong's expression softened slightly, though he remained irate. "Father, you have finally arrived. That new city lord, Liu Xi, is clearly targeting our Puppet Sect. He has excluded us from all three major responsibilities, intending for us to miss out on creation-level techniques and martial arts. Furthermore, his ridiculous regulations against fighting in the city, extortion, and underhanded dealings are sheer nonsense. In the Great Wilderness Prefecture, if you covet something, you simply take it. If you reveal your wealth, you may find yourself ambushed in the next moment." Yet Liu Xi refuses to allow such conduct. He aims to reform the entire Great Puppet City, eliminating all unsavory enterprises. How are our Puppet Sect members to survive in Liu City? Oh, Liu Xi truly possesses creation-level techniques and martial arts? Upon hearing Hua Zong's words, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Hua Gu's eyes as he inquired. Hua Zong, startled by his father's demeanor, quickly replied, "Father, Liu Xi's strength cannot be underestimated. He indeed possesses verified creation-level techniques and martial arts. His ability to slay Xiao Hong, who had only recently entered the creation realm, is sufficient proof that his prowess has at least reached the pinnacle of the creation realm. Such an individual is exceedingly formidable in the Great Wilderness Prefecture and even throughout the entire Great Yin dynasty. It will not be easy to confront him." Hua Gu's expression grew solemn. Xiao Hong, though newly initiated into the creation realm, ranks among the top 10 in the Great Wilderness Prefecture. Even the sect master once remarked that while defeating Xiao Hong within 10 moves is feasible, killing him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. That's why he has been able to maintain his dominion over Great Puppet City with such ease. Did Liu Xi truly eliminate Xiao Hong with a single strike? Hua Zong nodded, recalling the incident with astonishment. Indeed, it was so. On that fateful day, the scene of him dispatching Xiao Hong with a single strike fell into the eyes of all the inhabitants of the city. I too bore witness to it. A radiant golden beam shot forth from his fingertips, effortlessly piercing through Xiao Hong's formidable shield, the mountain seal, and in that very moment, he seized the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow, penetrating Xiao Hong's chest, and thus sealing his fate. A golden beam? Hua Gu furrowed his brow in astonishment and remarked, "The mountain seal, crafted from the ancient steel of the vast wilderness, is a martial art of the level of creation. Even our Puppet Sect's Great Wilderness Sea Seal cannot easily shatter it. Yet, this Liu Xi managed to effortlessly dismantle the mountain seal with a mere golden light and subsequently slay Xiao Hong in one fell swoop. Could it be that he wields martial arts surpassing the creation level? Or perhaps possesses a spirit treasure of a higher grade?" Hua Gu's breath quickened at the thought. Even Hua Zong, who had initially worn a grave expression, urging his father to refrain from reckless thoughts, now found his eyes alight with fervor. "Father, are you suggesting that Liu Xi possesses spiritual martial arts? Or even a terrestrial-grade spirit treasure?" Hua Zong's breath became disordered, his chest heaving violently. Then, a look of realization crossed his face as he murmured, "Indeed, Liu Xi appears to be merely in his 20s, at such a young age. To reach the Qi creation realm is already a mark of unparalleled genius. Even among the 4 great clans, their prodigies likely do not surpass this level. If Liu Xi truly possesses the might of the creation realm, it is improbable he could dispatch Xiao Hong in a single strike unless he wields spiritual martial arts or a terrestrial-grade spirit treasure." The two father and son exchanged glances, each seeing the flames of desire and greed reflected in the other's eyes. The members of the Puppet Sect also glowed with fervor, their blood surging with excitement. If only they could acquire the spiritual martial arts or the terrestrial-grade spirit treasure from Liu Xi. Gu clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white. Yet his aging eyes sparkled with an unsettling brightness. Father, we must deliberate on this matter with caution. Huazong immediately began to convey a series of discreet gestures to Gu. Indeed, Gu promptly understood and dismissed the remaining members of the Yin puppet sect present, instructing them that this matter must not be disclosed, lest they face the annihilation of their entire clan. However, once those individuals departed, Gu and Huazong conspired to eliminate a few insignificant members to prevent any potential leaks that could jeopardize their opportunity. Subsequently, Huazong and Gu resumed their discussion. Father, Liu Xi's true strength remains shrouded in mystery. While he may rely on the spiritual martial arts or the enigmatic terrestrial-grade spirit treasure he possesses, it grants him the power to effortlessly slay lesser experts of the creation realm. With just the two of us, it seems we cannot harm him. Who says it must solely rely on our father-son duo? Even if we were to seize the spiritual martial arts and lower-grade spirit treasures, it is unlikely we could safeguard them with just the two of us. We could report to the sect master and have him intervene. The sect master? Father, while the sect master possesses formidable strength and commands high-tier talismans, acquiring treasures from Liu Xi may still prove challenging. The previous sect master indeed lacked the capability to wrest treasures from Liu Xi, but during my recent excursion, I learned that the sect master has now attained the pinnacle of the creation realm, and furthermore, he possesses more than just a single high-tier talisman. Chapter 81. The Great Wilderness Ancient Steel Awakens. What? Liu Xi may possess spiritual martial arts, or even a terrestrial-grade spirit treasure. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing this news from Gu, Teng Sha, the leader of the Yin puppet sect, was equally taken aback. What is this person's background? Elder Gu, have you managed to ascertain the details? Teng Sha refrained from acting impulsively. Those who reached his level were not the type to rush into conflict without careful consideration. Gu frowned, shaking his head as he replied. Liu Xi's origins remain unknown. Among the four great clans, Wang, Lin, Huang, and Pu, there is no family by the name of Liu. The royal family bears the surname Mo based on our deductions. If Liu Xi does not belong to any of the four great clans or the royal family, he can only be someone from beyond the Yan dynasty. Someone from beyond the Yan dynasty. Upon hearing this response, Teng Sha's eyes brightened slightly. After reflecting on the matter, he added, there are no prominent families by the name of Liu near the Yan dynasty. If Liu Xi has not chosen to conceal his identity, he must indeed be from outside the Yan dynasty. In that case, the situation becomes manageable. The world is vast. If we seize Liu Xi's treasures, we can simply flee without a trace. With the treasures in hand, and given his prowess, he could establish a thriving enterprise anywhere. Liu Xi does not appear to be hiding his identity. His establishment of the Liu Lin Army, the Liu Lin Academy, and the renaming of the great puppet city to Liu City clearly indicate his intent to settle here. If he truly intends to settle down, there is no need for him to adopt another surname. Gu pondered for a moment before stating, is Liu Xi truly as formidable as you suggest, Elder Gu? Teng Lei, the young master of the Yin puppet sect, squinted with intrigue as he inquired. Young master, Liu Xi is relatively young. His realm likely does not exceed a certain threshold. However, bolstered by his treasures, he undoubtedly possesses the capability to slay lesser experts of the creation realm. Beside Gu, Huazong had also joined the discussion, primarily to relay first-hand information to Teng Sha and the others, ensuring they were adequately prepared. Treasures? Teng Lei's eyes sparkled, and after a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze toward Teng Sha, who was deep in thought, and remarked, Father, at just over 20 years of age, breaking through to the creation realm would be an arduous feat if Liu Xi truly possesses strength beyond the creation realm at such a young age. Why would he deign to set foot in a place like our great wilderness county? Thus, I suspect that he may be a runaway disciple from some major power or sect, fleeing with their treasures and hesitating to venture into more prosperous territories. Hence his presence here to assert his dominance. Teng Lei's analysis illuminated the eyes of the three present. Gu clapped his thigh, exclaiming, Young Master Teng truly possesses exceptional wisdom. If this is the case, it all makes sense. Liu Xi clearly seeks to establish a permanent residence in the Great Wilderness County. And aside from the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel, there are hardly any treasures of note to be found here. If he were not foolish, he would not genuinely choose to settle in such a place. Teng Sha nodded in agreement, casting a satisfied gaze upon Teng Lei and expressing, Your words hold merit. Teng Lei, if Liu Xi is indeed a fugitive from a major sect or power, The treasures he carries may exceed just one. Moreover, such individuals are often averse to trouble and would not settle easily. If they establish a residence, it is certain to be far from the center of conflict. Huazong rejoiced, exclaiming, "If that is the case, we need not worry about subsequent troubles when we act against Liu Xi. This is indeed a moment of great fortune." However, given that Liu Xi could eliminate lesser experts of the creation realm with a single strike, careful planning was essential before taking action against him. Teng Sha stroked his chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Liu Xi remained oblivious to the audacity of the Yin puppet sect's intentions to make a move against him. At that moment, he was still within the city lord's mansion, orchestrating the arrangements for the entirety of Lu City. Not only did he need to cleanse the various factions within the city, but he also intended to rebuild Lu City from the ground up. After all, it was merely an ordinary city and lacked any protective formations. If he were to establish himself here, it was imperative to transform Lu City into a formidable stronghold. Lin Dong and Mu Qianqian, along with others, had also busied themselves. Lin Dong borrowed some manpower from the Great Demon Sect and the Martial Alliance to begin forming the Lu Lin army. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian commenced assembling personnel in the designated areas outlined by Liu Xi to establish the Lu Lin Academy and other institutions. Members of the Martial Alliance were also busy gathering intelligence on the various factions within the city to present to Liu Xi. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. Time passed amidst the flurry of activity. Just as the Yin puppet sect had yet to take action against Liu Xi, news of the imminent awakening of the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel arrived. City Lord, the ancient monument of the Great Wilderness is set to open today, and I may need to make a trip there. Lin Dong sought out Liu Xi, informing him of his intention to visit the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument. City Lord, I too shall venture to the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument. However, rest assured, I have entrusted the establishment of the Lu Lin Academy and Lu Lin School to a reliable individual, ensuring that the progress will not be hindered. A graceful figure entered the room. Mu Qianqian had also arrived. Liu Xi nodded slightly, turning his gaze to Lin Dong, inquiring, "What is the status of the establishment of the Lu Lin army?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, "City Lord, the recruitment for the Lu Lin army has been quite smooth. We have already enlisted over 100 individuals and have imparted exceptional cultivation techniques and martial arts to them. However, since they have yet to undergo extensive training together and their exposure to these advanced techniques has been brief, they're currently unable to unleash formidable combat prowess. The most significant issue lies in the lack of unified equipment, coupled with numerous matters requiring rectification within Lu City. If we aim for a complete overhaul, our manpower remains insufficient. The responsibilities assigned to the Lu Lin army include the reformation of the entire Lu City. Forces that fail to adhere to the regulations of Lu City and show no intent to reform will be expelled without hesitation. Furthermore, all forms of injustice must be addressed. This endeavor requires not only a considerable number of personnel, but also sufficient strength to support it. There is no rush. We shall take our time. However, have you found a suitable candidate to succeed your position? Liu Xi inquired further. Lin Dong shook his head, responding, I have yet to identify a suitable individual. There are those willing to take over, and their character is passable, but their capabilities to command the entire army are still lacking. This was the assessment provided by Xiao Diao regarding the candidates for the Lu Lin army. After all, leading an army necessitates not only strength and character, but also wisdom and strategy. Young Master Lin, or rather, General Lin, why must you seek a successor for your position? Following the city lord will surely lead to a bright future. Surely that is enough to keep you? Mu Zhangkan, having overheard Liu Xi and Lin Dong's conversation, covered her mouth with a light laugh, her enchanting eyes glancing at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, Miss Mu, you jest. While following the city lord indeed promises a glorious future, my aspirations lie elsewhere. It is regrettable. Such a pity. Mu Qianqian sighed while casting a wistful glance at the high-ranking Liu Xi, murmuring, alas. Were it not for the city lord's reluctance to bestow this position upon the three major factions, I would be quite eager. Chapter 82. Greed and avarice. Liu Xi chose to disregard Mu Qianqian's insinuating remarks. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. Very well. Since you both intend to visit the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument, you may proceed, and while there, please assist me in scouting for a suitable candidate to take over the Lu Lin army. Lin Dong and Mu Qianqian exchanged glances filled with delight. And Mu Qianqian curiously asked, City Lord, will you not be attending the opening of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument? Lin Dong was equally intrigued by this question. Liu Xi did not conceal his response, stating, I too shall visit the great wilderness ancient monument, though I will not accompany you. City Lord, you are also going to the great wilderness ancient monument? Lin Dong expressed his surprise. Indeed, there are certain items within that hold value for me, and thus, I shall make the journey. Liu Xi replied without elaborating further. After inquiring about various matters concerning Liu City, he dismissed them. Within the great wilderness ancient monument, aside from the cultivation techniques and martial arts legacies left by the great wilderness sect, numerous nirvana pills and the sealed demon king of the Nine Kings Palace await. The power of the demon king within the Tianxian continent is comparable to that of the reincarnation realm, akin to the Dou Emperor in the Dou Qi Continent. Those who have just ascended to the level of Dou Emperor, such as Xiao Yan and Han Tiandi, belong to this tier. Liu Xi's strength has long surpassed that of a Dou Emperor, but at present, he is merely in the Qi creation realm and is unable to absorb the demon king of the Nine Kings Palace, nor can he even suppress it. Therefore, Liu Xi must first acquire the legacy of the great wilderness sect to obtain the devouring ancestor talisman, before gradually formulating his plans. Originally, the legacy of the great wilderness sect was meant for Jiang Shui of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy. However, it has now been passed on to Liu Xi, and, eventually, all these treasures will also belong to her. The Great Wilderness Ancient Monument is located within the Great Wilderness Ancient Plain. This vast and ancient expanse gathers numerous powerful individuals and factions every 3 years when the monument seal weakens. When Lin Dong and Mu Qianqian, along with others, arrived at the towering Great Wilderness Ancient Monument, already a sea of people surrounded the site. So, this is the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument? Lin Dong gazed in awe at the ancient stone tablet that soared into the clouds, feeling an overwhelming sense of shock at the strength of the ancient sect. Hee, young Master Lin, has the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument met your expectations? Mu Qianqian, standing beside Lin Dong, asked with a light laugh. Having worked for Liu Xi during this time, the two had grown somewhat familiar, hence they had journeyed together to the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument. Miss Mu, you flatter me. I have indeed never witnessed such a breathtaking sight before, Lin Dong replied candidly, unembarrassed, as he firmly believed that one day he too would possess the strength to shake the heavens with a mere gesture. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian smiled, genuinely admiring Lin Dong's resilient spirit. She had previously invited him to join their great demon sect, but Lin Dong had declined. Ha! The esteemed Mu Qianqian of the great demon sect is here. A resounding voice echoed, followed by laughter. A young man clad in black, wielding a dark iron staff, stepped forward before the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument. Such formidable strength, Lin Dong's gaze narrowed as it fell upon the black-clad youth. This was Wu Si of the Martial Alliance, a martial enthusiast who had been in seclusion for training and had missed the events in Liu City. It appeared that his retreat had yielded fruitful results. Mu Qianqian leaned closer to Lin Dong, whispering an introduction. She then gracefully stepped forward from the crowd, a playful smile adorning her face as she addressed Wu Si. Wu Si, your confidence is palpable. It seems your great demon staff technique has reached great perfection. However, I have yet to master the cultivation technique imparted to me by the City Lord, so I fear that I cannot showcase its power today. But you, Martial Alliance, must have received a cultivation technique from a City Lord. Why not demonstrate it for everyone now? Mu Qianqian's charming visage was filled with mirth as she regarded Wu Si. The news of both the Great Demon Sect and the Martial Alliance receiving a cultivation technique from Liu Xi was no longer a secret in the Great Wilderness County. However, those arriving at the Great Wilderness Ancient Plain were not solely from the Great Wilderness County. Many individuals from the Dian dynasty, hurrying from various locations, wore expressions of astonishment. What is this? Liu City? I have never heard of such a place in the Great Wilderness County. And who is this Liu City Lord? How can he produce 2 cultivation techniques of such caliber? The Martial Alliance and the Great Demon Sect are both top-tier forces in the Great Wilderness County. How are they connected to this Liu City Lord? Mu Qianqian is so beautiful. I wish to have her right here. The mention of the cultivation techniques by Mu Qianqian and Wu Si truly stirred the crowd's interest. The sudden emergence of the Liu City Lord left them in awe. Ha ha! The cultivation technique indeed belongs to my Martial Alliance, but I have yet to find the time to cultivate it. The individual behind you must be the illustrious General Lin Dong of the Liu Lin army, correct? Lin Dong, do you dare to step forth and battle me? Wu Si pointed his iron staff at Lin Dong with a thundering declaration. Lin Dong's expression subtly shifted. He had not anticipated that this fellow was indeed a martial enthusiast. With the matter so explicitly stated, he felt compelled to step forward. The imminent opening of the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel left him disinterested in engaging in conflict. It was not that he feared the martial temple, with his current combat prowess. Having reached the minor completion of the Qi creation realm, they posed no threat to him. However, this moment was not suitable for a brawl. Hey, are you afraid, little brat? Is the esteemed first general of the Lulin army truly a coward? Martial Temple provocatively taunted. Lin Dong's anger flared. The Lulin army was a symbol of Liu Qing. Although he did not intend to linger in Liu Qing, he had received kindness from Liu Xi. He would not permit anyone to belittle the Lulin army he had personally established due to him. Just as Lin Dong was about to take action, Mu Qianqian's puzzled voice rang out beside him. Strange, Martial Temple, where the people from the Yin Puppet sect? Mu Qianqian scanned the surroundings, yet could find no trace of the Yin Puppet sect. They were usually quite enthusiastic about such matters. I haven't seen them either. Have they perhaps abandoned the opportunity to enter the great wilderness ancient steel? Martial Temple ceased his provocation, looking around in confusion. That seems unlikely. That puppet has never entered the creation martial steel before. He surely wouldn't miss this chance. Mu Qianqian shook her head. Humph, Mu Qianqian. You seem to know my puppet quite well. But having acquired a creation-level technique, do you still wish to contend for treasures at the great wilderness ancient steel with us? Is that not a tad greedy? Just then, a cold voice echoed from afar, growing closer. Following this, people saw dark clouds gathering, as the forces of the Yin Puppet sect surged forth. Chapter 83. Lin Langtian, Lin Ku-er. Puppet, do you not fear ridicule with such words? When it comes to greed, my demon sect cannot compare to your Yin Puppet sect, Mu Qianqian retorted, showing no deference to the puppet. Mu Qianqian, it appears you've struck up a relationship with the city lord of Liu Qing, speaking with much more confidence than before. Yet do you think that with merely a set of creation-level techniques and martial arts, your demon sect can stand against my Yin Puppet sect? The puppet's sinister gaze scrutinized Mu Qianqian's graceful form, a smirk of derision curling at his lips. Hey, puppet, I always thought you were a gloomy fellow who only liked the dead. I didn't realize your tongue was so sharp. Martial Temple interjected with a grin. Mu Qianqian's delicate face darkened. She indeed held considerable interest in the powerful and mysterious Liu Xi. However, the puppet's words incited her ire. The puppet glanced at Martial Temple, but ignored him, instead turning to Lin Dong beside Mu Qianqian, sneering. The general of the Lulin army is merely a boy who has yet to mature. An army led by such a character cannot be formidable. You seek death. Lin Dong was enraged by the puppet's provocation. It was absurd that he would be insulted right upon their encounter. The puppet disdainfully regarded Lin Dong, saying, "Oh, do you wish to fight? I wonder how formidable a human-shaped talisman created by the general of the Lulin army would be." Even Lin Dong could no longer contain his fury. With a flash of light, the ancient heavenly scale halberd, now a high-level spiritual treasure, materialized in his hand. With a crack of thunder, Lin Dong's figure vanished before the eyes of the crowd. Simultaneously, his furious voice resonated in their ears. How formidable. Let's find out. What astonishing speed. The puppet's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he hurled a punch forward. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the puppet was sent flying by a powerful force. Lin Dong's figure transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing where the puppet had just stood, looking down at him as he lay sprawled on the ground. Disdain etched on his face. The young master of the Yin Puppet sect is nothing but this. The puppet was at the minor completion of the Qi creation realm, while Lin Dong had attained major completion of the form creation realm. The disparity in strength should not have been so one-sided. However, Lin Dong practiced the Thunder God technique imparted by Liu Xi alongside the 3,000 lightning strikes, both of which were spiritual-level techniques and martial arts. Moreover, with the great sun thunder body he acquired from the stone talisman and wielding the advanced spiritual treasure, the heavenly scale halberd, he dealt the puppet a significant blow. Young master! Young master! The members of the Yin Puppet sect paled, hastening forward to protect their young master. The puppet waved his hand, regaining his footing, his expression dark as he glared at Lin Dong. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Dong possessed such formidable strength. Although he had not been injured, he had lost face in front of so many. How laughable! The esteemed young master of the Yin Puppet sect cannot withstand a casual strike from the general of the Lulin army. Mu Qianqian laughed heartily, mercilessly mocking the puppet. Ha ha! Lin Dong, you truly are impressive. Martial Temple also laughed heartily, gazing at the formidable Lin Dong with admiration. Brat, what skill is there in ambush? In a direct confrontation, I would slay you like a dog. The puppet was not incensed by the mockery of Mu Qianqian and Martial Temple. Instead, he turned his scornful gaze back to Lin Dong. He genuinely did not fear Lin Dong. Although Lin Dong's speed had been astonishing, he believed it was not enough to subdue him. Do you only stand there boasting? Lin Dong scoffed at him. You brat. The puppet, enraged, prepared to strike. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Across the great wilderness plains, countless individuals looked up towards the heavens. Although the great wilderness plains was protected by a forbidden flight array set by ancient sects, flying above required immense strength. Nevertheless, those with extraordinary power could still soar here. In mere moments, a multitude of radiant lights approached rapidly from afar. The first to arrive before the great wilderness ancient stele was a glowing disk radiating a crimson hue. Upon this disk were numerous figures, yet among them, one stood out most prominently. That tall figure, clad in a blue robe, with hair flowing freely, exuded an air of effortless grace. His hands rested behind his back, and with strikingly handsome features and an exceptional demeanor, he commanded admiration. Moreover, the powerful aura subtly emanating from him indicated that such charisma was not merely superficial. That was Lin Langtian of the Lin clan. Such a distinguished presence resembled a resplendent sun. Wherever he appeared, he was the center of attention. Thus, as he first materialized, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Some women even sparkled with admiration in their eyes. The Lin clan, Lin Langtian, even in the great wilderness prefecture, this name bore significant weight. Everyone understood that among the younger generation of the entire Dian dynasty, he was undoubtedly among the elite. Amidst the uproar, Lin Langtian's expression remained tranquil as he gazed into the distance, focusing solely on the towering great wilderness ancient stele. His demeanor suggested that he regarded no one below him. Lin Dong's eyes quietly scrutinized the figure clad in azure, a being who overshadowed all, even though he had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. Seeing Lin Langtian still stirred a wave of indignation within him. His aura had intensified compared to a year ago, seemingly brushing against the threshold of the creation realm. "Hey, kid, your opponent's strength and talent are not to be underestimated." The voice of the celestial demon mongoose echoed within Lin Dong, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. "I will surpass him." Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, but soon resolutely declared in his heart, "Hey, young lad, you possess ambition, yet at present, you are still no match for him." The celestial demon weasel praised him, but also delivered a discouraging remark. There is still a year until the clan gathering. Lin Dong, however, did not succumb to despair. Rather, the fervor in his eyes intensified. "Indeed, your current resources might even surpass Lin Langtian's. With spiritual level techniques and martial arts unique to the great Yan dynasty, should you encounter a fortuitous opportunity within the ancient monument of the great wilderness, you might yet possess the strength to contend with a formidable being of the creation realm." The celestial demon weasel chuckled in agreement. Lin Dong chose not to respond, instead shifting his gaze to the group behind Lin Langtian. There, a familiar and enchanting figure caught his eye. Lin Kaia. His eyes sparkled. He held a favorable impression of her. Before the ancient tomb mansion was unveiled, Lin Kuer had visited their Lin family, showing no arrogance, and the two had once joined forces to vanquish those who dared to harass her. When Lin Dong fought for the celestial scale ancient halberd within the mansion, Lin Kuer had also been there to advocate on his behalf. She possessed striking blue eyes, mystical and beautiful, and her stature was graceful and tall, making her a skilled talisman master. At that moment, Lin Kuer stood atop the flying spiritual treasure of the Lin clan, surveying the crowd below. Upon spotting Lin Dong, she smiled warmly in his direction. Following the arrival of the Lin clan, a massive wind phoenix stirred up a tempest as it soared through the air. Leading the Qin clan was Qin Shi, an exceptionally handsome young man who immediately captivated the attention of many infatuated maidens. Boom! A tremendous sword radiance sliced through the heavens, descending forcefully before the ancient monument of the great wilderness. The Huangfu clan also made their appearance, and to everyone's astonishment, it was a peerless beauty. As the crowd's gaze fell upon the dazzling sword light, gasps of admiration filled the air. There stood a slender and graceful figure, a silver-haired woman clad in a pale green garment, proudly defying the wind. She was Huangfu Jing, the most outstanding woman of the younger generation of the Huangfu clan. How exquisite she is, her aura sharp as a blade. Seeing her sends shivers down my spine to what her would be to save decades of toil. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Lin Dong felt a twinge of disappointment. She was not the Lin Qingzhu he had envisioned. Lin Qingzhu and Huangfu Jing were friends, and previously, it was the Huangfu clan that had invited Lin Qingzhu to the ancient tomb mansion within the Great Yan mountain range. As the Huangfu clan arrived, an arrogant golden light pierced through the air, transforming into a colossal golden spear that materialized before the gathered assembly. Upon recognizing the figure atop the golden spear, Lin Dong's gaze sharpened. Wang Yan. Although Wang Yan had thwarted Lin Qingzhu's intentions at the ancient tomb mansion, the mansion's master had imparted to Lin Dong the techniques of the celestial scale halberd. Just as he completed his inheritance, members of the four great clans stormed in. The Wang clan had accused him of stealing their spiritual treasure, inciting Wang Yan to attack him. Lin Dong had barely escaped with his life from Wang Yan's clutches. Now, facing his nemesis, Lin Dong's eyes blazed with unabashed fury and murderous intent. Wang Yan, having just settled in the air, sensed this animosity and upon glancing down, spotted Lin Dong gripping the celestial scale halberd, glaring back at him. "Huh, Lin Dong, you worthless fool, you're still alive?" Wang Yan sneered, his eyes filled with scorn. He had previously dealt Lin Dong a severe blow, forcing him to flee in humiliation, vowing vengeance for the grievances suffered. He had not forgotten this scion of the Lin branch family. As Wang Yan's voice echoed, countless eyes in the crowd followed his gaze, landing on Lin Dong, who stood defiantly with the celestial scale halberd in hand. The name Lin Dong resonated throughout the great wilderness and the four great clans. Notorious for having seized the opportunities of the ancient tomb mansion and narrowly escaping the formidable Wang Yan. In the great wilderness, Lin Dong was also the leader of the newly established Liu City's Liu Lin army, known as General Lin. Just prior, he had successfully repelled the Yin puppet sect's young master, Dou Qi. Thus, when Wang Yan uttered his name, eyes across the four clans and the great wilderness turned toward Lin Dong. That little bastard. The members of the ancient sword sect harbored deep resentment toward Lin Dong. It was he who had orchestrated their downfall, leading to a catastrophic conflict with the ancient dragon ape in the ancient ruins, resulting in heavy losses for them. They loathed him to the core. This arrogant fool has no sense of discretion, Lin Xun'er thought bitterly, observing Lin Dong, who was already in the spotlight. Lin Dong was not someone well-liked. Many sought to eliminate him, especially those from the four great clans, who coveted the treasures of the ancient tomb mansion. Furthermore, Wang Yan, in particular, had not forgotten his grudge against Lin Dong. Lin Langtian, upon hearing this name, merely cast a casual glance downward before dismissively averting his gaze. To him, Lin Dong was as inconsequential as a mere grasshopper, easily forgettable, much like the time he had effortlessly dispatched Lin Dong's father. Qin of the Qin clan regarded Lin Dong with a bit more interest, but did not dwell on it. Many speculated that Lin Dong had acquired the inheritance from the ancient tomb mansion. Yet with Lin Qingzhu absent, how could it possibly have fallen to him? Moreover, it was rumored that Lin Qingzhu's strength had significantly increased since then. Is this the Lin Dong that Sister Qingzhu mentioned? Huang Fujing mused, glancing down at Lin Dong. Though her expression held no curiosity, only disdain. Sister Qingzhu described Lin Dong as a petty thief, seeking to take advantage of others. Had it not been for timely assistance, she would have been in grave peril. After a brief moment of contemplation, she dismissed him from her thoughts. Yet, she found herself more intrigued by the enigmatic Liu Xi, whom Sister Qingzhu had spoken so highly of. I wonder if he's present today? As Huang Fujing scanned the area once more, a hint of disappointment flickered across her features. However, just as the crowd assumed that Lin Dong was merely a name mentioned in passing by Wang Yan, he chose to take the initiative. With a fierce expression, he surged forth like a bolt of lightning, moving with astonishing speed. In an instant, he manifested as a thunderous strike above the Wang clan's domain, his hands reaching violently toward Wang Yan, who stood atop the golden spear. Caught unprepared by Lin Dong's audacity and extraordinary swiftness, Wang Yan was seized unexpectedly, yanked from his lofty perch on the golden spear. "You scoundrel!" The powerful members of the Wang clan erupted in fury, unleashing a relentless onslaught toward Lin Dong. Faced with the fierce onslaught of these individuals, Lin Dong merely summoned his mental strength, manifesting a formidable psychic force that transformed into a mental hammer, shattering the aggressive attacks of his adversaries. "Lin Dong, what do you intend to do? Dare you lay a hand on me? The Wang clan will ensure your suffering is unparalleled." Wang Yan, caught off guard by Lin Dong's ambush and having his throat seized in a vice-like grip, underwent a drastic change in expression, his voice rising in frantic threats. However, Lin Dong remained unperturbed. He had reached the pinnacle of the forming stage, mere steps away from breaking through to the small accomplishment of the Qi gathering stage, and possessed the top-tier martial arts of the 3,000 thunder movements. Subduing Wang Yan in a surprise attack was but a trifling task. Today, he would seek vengeance for the grievous beating he had endured at Wang Yan's hands. With a sharp crack, Lin Dong delivered a merciless slap to one side of Wang Yan's face. The force was so overwhelming that Wang Yan's head rang, as if struck by thunder, leaving him disoriented. It was evident that Lin Dong's combat prowess had surpassed his own. Blood erupted from Wang Yan's mouth, his teeth shattered, and his visage swollen to resemble that of a pig. Witnessing their young master being so thoroughly beaten without the means to retaliate ignited the fury of the Wang clan's formidable warriors. "Boy, what are you doing? You dare to seek death?" They hesitated to strike Lin Dong. Fearful of the Wang Yan he held captive, resorting instead to impotent shouts and bluster. This uncultured lot. "Since you refuse to discipline him, allow me to take on that task," Lin Dong remarked coolly as he hurled Wang Yan aside. "What do you amount to, daring to admonish a member of the Wang clan?" The anger of the Wang clan warriors flared as they caught Wang Yan, who had been sent flying. Two immensely powerful auras surged from the golden spear of the Wang clan, pressing ominously towards Lin Dong. Wang Yan shook his head, regaining his senses from Lin Dong's earlier assault. He intercepted the two elders of the Wang clan who sought to retaliate against Lin Dong, casting a grim gaze in Lin Dong's direction. "Brother Lang Tian, this man has publicly insulted the Wang clan. If I were to slay him here, would you object?" "Dispose of him as you see fit," Lin Langtian replied, his gaze sweeping dispassionately over Lin Dong, unconcerned. To him, a member of the Lin clan S branch was no different from an ordinary insect. "Brother Langtian," Lin Karen interjected, stepping forward in disagreement. "He is nothing but a useless fool. Displaying arrogance will come at a price. Such an imbecile tarnishes the name of the Lin family." Langtian remained unfazed. He genuinely believed this, not out of deliberate hatred for Lin Dong, but simply because he dismissed those from the branch family as unworthy of his attention. Lin Karen hesitated, disapproving of Long Tian's dismissive attitude towards the branch family, yet her status paled in comparison to his. With Long Tian's words, she felt powerless to contest. It seems Brother Lang Tian has a keen sense of the greater picture. A fool from the branch family, if allowed to remain, would only harm the relationship between our two clans. Wang Yan laughed heartily, twisting his neck as he cast a chilling glance at Lin Dong below. "Lin Dong, you worthless wretch. Last time, you escaped by sheer luck. This time, I shall make you understand that no matter how much you struggle, you remain nothing but a waste." Though Wang Yan was shocked by Lin Dong's earlier burst of speed, he had not been idle for the past year. He was confident that this time, prepared as he was, he could easily dispatch the once cowardly escapee. Yet, as Wang Yan's words fell, the onlookers exchanged peculiar glances. Regardless of Lin Dong's standing, he had been appointed as a general of the Luqing Lulin army and had even repelled the heir of the Yin puppet sect with a single strike, indicating he possessed some measure of strength. There was uncertainty among the crowd. Should these two engage in battle, the outcome was far from assured. It became apparent that Lin Dong was indeed a member of the Lin clan's branch family, yet it seemed he garnered little regard within the clan. Mu Qianqian observed the scene with a bemused expression, her gaze tinged with mockery as she regarded the Lin clan members. While Lin Dong might not be the most outstanding individual in the vast Huang County, his recognition by Liu Xi and appointment as general spoke volumes of his capabilities. Furthermore, Lin Dong's prowess was undeniable. Even she had to concede his talent. The Lin clan seemed to lack the discernment to appreciate true gems. Internally, Muchankan chuckled, taking pleasure in the unfolding drama. Lin Dong appeared to possess more than mere ability. Huangfu Jing of the Huangfu clan regarded Lin Dong with a hint of surprise. He was neither handsome nor ugly, merely passably attractive. However, his swift capture of Wang Yan was no ordinary ambush. It was a display of speed akin to a flash of lightning. Even Huangfu Jing could not claim that she would be able to react to such an unexpected assault. Disregarding the murmurs around him, Wang Yan grasped the golden spear hovering above, which swiftly shrank into a long golden lance, settling into his grasp. His voice, laced with murderous intent, reverberated across the vast Dahuang wilderness. "Lin Dong, this expanse shall be your grave today." Armed with the lance, Wang Yan exuded confidence, his long hair billowing, his haughty demeanor radiating the aura of a true warrior. Unfazed by Wang Yan's fierce and arrogant presence, Lin Dong's expression remained unchanged, emanating a chilling intensity akin to a sharpened blade. "Is that so? Before we engage, allow me to ask, this time, have you prepared your Qinquan bag?" The previous encounter had seen Wang Yan attempt to kill him, only for Lin Dong, with the help of a little weasel, to forcibly seize his Qinquan bag. This time, Lin Dong intended to provoke Wang Yan with this very topic. As anticipated, upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Wang Yan's murderous intent surged even further. "A useless waste relying on despicable means seeks my Qinquan bag? You shall see whether you are worthy." With a fury unmatched, Wang Yan charged forth, the golden lance in his grip slicing through the air like a streak of light. Undeterred by Wang Yan's furious assault, Lin Dong stood resolute. A colossal force erupted from within Lin Dong, an annihilating electric energy resonating across the expanse of the Dahuang wilderness. The clash between the enraged Wang Yin and Lin Dong resulted in both combatants staggering back, neither yielding ground. Is this your arrogance, based solely on your mastery of the forming stage? Wang Yin scoffed, sensing the energy coursing through Lin Dong. As a small accomplishment of the Qi gathering stage, he regarded Lin Dong's prowess as that of a mere waste. To slay you is more than sufficient, Lin Dong retorted without reservation. Summoning a war spear adorned with scales, the revered Tianlin ancient spear, now upgraded to a high-grade spiritual treasure. Very well, today I shall demonstrate the insurmountable chasm that separates us. Wang Yin sneered disdainfully, brandishing his golden lance once more as he launched an attack towards Lin Dong.